Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 401, Hungry for More. May 10, 1995, Azkaban. In the tomb of its last wielder. Solomon's grimoire is hidden in Azkaban. Well, that complicated things, especially since Azkaban was barely more than rubble after Grindelwald blew it up. Then again, he'd been through worse. A portal opened on a hill, and he stepped through it alongside Voldemort. It was still weird to think of the men as an ally, even if he didn't trust him one bit. Considering the psychological profile Harry had built of the men, Lord Voldemort was an arrogant coward with delusions of grandeur, who also happens to be a compulsive liar who would betray anyone if it suited his goals. He was relatively easy to predict. Despite his instability due to splitting his soul, it only required whatever action aligned with his goals and expected a betrayal at every turn. Unfortunately for Harry, he had no idea what Voldemort's goal would be. Well, it was going to be survival, but how he planned on doing that was very different. There was hiding away in the Land of Shadows until the end of the European school tournament, there was killing Neville Longbottom before the task, fulfilling the prophecy before Dumbledore could meddle with it, there was trying to find another way to become immortal. The possibilities were endless for someone as brilliant as Voldemort. Still, the red-eyed man was calmer than Harry expected. He expected some yelling and destruction at the knowledge of his recent mortality. Despite it all, the so-called Dark Lord remained calm and followed his mentor's advice of joining Harry to find Solomon's grimoire in Azkaban. Which brought them to this salty hill in the middle of nowhere, staring at the sea. With a flick of his wand, Harry conjured a large boat, which he enchanted to row itself. They both entered it without speaking a word before the vessel started to move slowly. The horizon stretched out where the sky met the sea, painted in shades of deep blue and gray. Waves crashed against the rocky shore, sending salty mist into the air, while the water shimmered under the fading light. Dark clouds hovered above, occasionally lit up by flashes of lightning. Finally, Voldemort spoke up, "You couldn't have made the portal inside the fortress." Harry shook his head. "I tried, and it kept collapsing on itself. There's something weird happening there. It seems like this won't be as easy as we expected. Is it possible that there is some remnant from the magical negation of the prison?" "I don't think so. This place used to be a magical void because the ley lines were blocked from going anywhere near the island. Grindelwald blew it up by unblocking it and letting magic flow through it. I still don't know why he did that. It could be something to do with his elaborate ritual, a way to fuck with Dumbledore and to make him lose his position in Britain and join his insane crusade. It could also be a way to weaken Britain by ending a lot of family lines that were imprisoned in Azkaban. Your followers, for example, could have been a sizable threat if you freed them and gave them time to recover. Then again, the guy is a seer and might have seen something that pushed him to do this." Voldemort rolled his eyes. "That's a very fancy way to say that you don't know." "At least I'm trying to come up with theories," Harry bit out, "but that doesn't change the fact that this place feels very weird." He wasn't lying. The more they came closer to the island, the weirder things got. Things got quieter. There were no signs of life anywhere, and the winds picked up, like a storm localized to just Azkaban. Even when he used his arcane hearing, Harry had no idea what he was hearing. The familiar music of ambient magic was slowly getting fainter, and regular pulses, akin to a heartbeat, kept getting louder as they approached the island. No one had bothered going to Azkaban since its destruction. There was no reason to. It was just a barren land with no real benefits. The Dementors had moved on to Tartarus and the prisoners were relocated. There was no reason for anyone to come to this cursed land, so no one knew of whatever was brewing there. The last Potter's thoughts were interrupted by a large roar as a gigantic black whale, almost as large as a castle, tried to swallow their boat whole. Both Harry and Voldemort repelled it with banishing charms. As it came once more, Harry slowed down its time, and Voldemort hit it with a killing curse, which the whale shrugged off. The heir of Slytherin stared at his wand, as if not believing what he was seeing, before Harry cast his modified Patronus chains, which bound the creature, and conjured a gigantic white sword that impaled it. The creature struggled for a few seconds before finally dying. Voldemort muttered, "It didn't die. What manner of creature is this?" Harry shook his head. "It didn't have any magic. It reminded me of Dementors. We need to be careful. Obviously, this place isn't as deserted as we assumed it would be." The most disturbing thing was how this thing managed to sneak through his arcane hearing. He had assumed it was merging with the environment's energy somehow, but there was still no trace of magic after he killed it. As if mocking him even further, the gigantic creature started to fade away into black mist. He had cast his variations of the Patronus charm on his own. He had created it because of his general dislike of the charm. It was highly based on an emotional component, specifically happiness, hope, and joy, which makes it a very unreliable spell unless the person mastered his emotions or hypnotized himself to feel it at will. The effect of the spells and their general strength was very hard to estimate because of the emotional component, and these sorts of spells were ones that arithmencers and researchers really disliked. It took a while to analyze how the spell manifested itself, and Harry was able to craft a lesser imitation of the spell to help against Dementors. To be completely fair, Harry had stopped working on the project over a year prior, mostly because he got bored. Still, it paid off. He had a bit of a hunch that whatever energy the gigantic whale was made of had to be similar to Dementors. It worked well enough, but this raised a lot more questions than it answered. Voldemort seemed almost as lost in thought as he stared at the ruins that used to be Europe's cruelest prison. The once formidable stone walls were now cracked and overgrown with creeping ivy, giving the place a hauntingly abandoned look. Broken towers stood silhouetted against the twilight sky. But what caught both of their interest were the gigantic black birds, similar to the mutated whale they fought, flying around the ruins. The heir of Slytherin muttered, "What happened? I have never seen anything like this before." Harry was as bewildered as the Dark Lord. "I think that there's a very good reason why the ley lines were blocked from reaching Azkaban. And it was obviously not meant to stop mages from using magic. Did Vlad tell you anything more about what a Christie's was up to when he made this place?" "No. I didn't think to ask. I thought that this would be an easy enough task. Although I do remember reading somewhere that a Christie's died trying to cast the Patronus charm of all things. That didn't make any sense." The arithmancy behind the Patronus charm was relatively well known. It was a spell powered by happiness with a smidge of soul magic being manifested. There was no reason why anyone, even with a broken soul, would die casting it. The spell would just fail, but nothing more than that. Something wasn't adding up. Finally, they reached the island, and Harry conjured a platform to take them there. Immediately, everything in their vicinity started to attack them at once. Harry was able to conjure weaponry to kill the facsimile of black rodents and animals trying to kill them on sight. Voldemort was particularly useless on that front. He probably couldn't cast a Patronus charm, and the creatures seemed to be very resistant to magic. The only way he helped was by transfiguring their surroundings to physically stop the creatures to give Harry some breathing room. The Parselmouth was obviously shaken by the uselessness of his presence. Harry couldn't exactly disagree with that. With the last creature dead, the so-called Dark Lord spoke up, "Something isn't right. What's happening here?" Harry finally had a small answer. "These creatures aren't alive, not really. Nothing can live here, not anymore. They're imitations of life, probably due to the concentration of whatever weird energy is being propagated on the island. The world remembers and the energy is using that to shape itself." The moment he stepped onto the island he had felt it. It didn't feel corrosive, not really, just strangely chaotic. It was really hard to pinpoint with his arcane hearing. It felt more like hundreds of completely different sounds at once, but he could track it down. "How did you kill them?" the Dark Lord asked. "A variation of the Patronus charm. I just took a chance, to be honest, and they seem to be vulnerable to it for some reason. Like I said, these creatures aren't alive. Something is giving them substance, a source of the energy they're made of." He walked forward towards the source of whatever was going on only to freeze. He could feel space and time being warped unpredictably as he got closer. Voldemort was behind him and asked, "Why did you stop?" However, Harry didn't answer. This explained a lot about why he couldn't open a portal there. Everything was in a constant state of flux. He slowly walked forward, stepping on the ruins as he approached the center of the island. As they got closer, the rubble was smaller, and there were pulses in space and time. Before long, Voldemort grabbed him by the shoulder and asked, "What are you doing, Potter? There's something there, something that's definitely not supposed to be here. It's like a parasite. It kills everything around it and corrupts everything with this weird energy to protect it. It's infecting the ley lines trying to spread around like a disease." Before he could finish speaking, a gigantic bear appeared out of nowhere, trying to kill them. Harry conjured a Patronus spear, skewering it, making it dissipate into black mist. A pack of gigantic lions and wolves appeared from the shadows trying to attack them as well. Harry conjured hundreds of chains, binding them, before conjuring small spears killing them one by one. Voldemort cast a weird black spell at a couple of bears that probably thought that they could sneak it, which also killed them immediately. "What was that? You're not the only one who experimented with variations of the Patronus charm. Did you seriously think I'd have made myself vulnerable to Dementors?" Well, there was a reason why Voldemort was known as a magical genius. Harry was tempted to ask the men more about the spell but curbed his curiosity. They would have time to do that later. At least the men wouldn't be useless in their fight. With a nod, they walked forward. Harry felt space being warped in front of him, trying to trap him by stretching space in front of him, making him walk infinitely forward. Unfortunately for it, Harry had learned this trick years prior and negated the space manipulation. As if entranced, Harry kept killing one attacker after another, each stronger and bigger than the previous one, with Voldemort taking care of whatever stragglers they faced. That spell of his must have been pretty draining since he used it strategically. Still, whatever was doing this was obviously sentient enough to send the beasts to protect it. He stopped as he reached his destination, a pool of black tar that kept pulsing. It was completely surrounded by the chaotic energy that the creatures were made of. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, "What are you?" Voldemort, behind him, looked just as concerned. "Has this always been here?" "I think so. I think that Azkaban was built to stop this thing from spreading. We can deal with that later. For now, we need to find the grimoire. That's what we're here for." As if it were listening to them, the pool of black tar released a gigantic pulse of energy, far more than it had ever done before. Harry could feel space being warped, allowing thousands of black creatures to surround them. So, it could understand them too. Things got a lot more interesting. Voldemort raised his wand, but Harry stopped him. Instead of attacking, he closed his eyes and thought of Daphne, specifically his reunion after he had been stranded in another universe. This was, without a doubt, his happiest memory. He pictured it in his mind, the way she looked, the way she smelled, kissing her, and murmured, "Expecto Patronum." A glowing dove appeared out of his wand and created a gigantic pulse of white energy which vaporized every single creature surrounding him. It was overwhelming, and he now understood why what he was doing before could barely be called a Patronus charm. This was the first time he had ever cast the spell properly, and the sheer difference was mind-blowing. The dove flew around him protectively, and Harry couldn't help but smile. For some reason, it reminded him of Daphne. He looked around, making sure that they were safe before turning towards the pool of black tar. He froze when he realized that the black tar had disappeared and revealed what was beneath the whole time. It was definitely a breach in spacetime, but it was what Harry could hear with his arcane hearing that made him freeze. Hunger, pure hunger. That was what was on the other side, and it had set its eyes on Harry. It was familiar. For some reason, Harry felt like he could recognize it, before realized where he had felt it before. The Dementors. They were essentially animated portals, and this was very similar to what was on the other side. He remembered the hunger, the void that wanted to swallow everything. After all, he had closed one of the portals before. He felt the pool expand, try to absorb him, and felt space warp to push him in, but he released a pulse of space of his own, pushing himself to the other side, and did his best to close the breach. However, it was far larger and far more stable than the Dementors. He just couldn't do it. Seeing that he had no other choice, he ran out, grabbing a surprised Voldemort with him. They needed to get the hell out of this island. Harry was a capable wizard, an understatement to say the least, but he had no clue how to fight a fucking eldritch being without proper research or preparation. He ran forward, trying to do his best to negate the warps in space and time. They reached the sea, only to realize that the entire place was filled with the familiar black tar that had protected the spacetime breach. Yeah, he wasn't touching that with a 10-foot pole. So, flying was his best bet, then. He was tempted to transform into a raven and fly away, but it was too risky. He couldn't use magic in his animagus form, and he couldn't exactly risk being attacked by the army of giant black birds and falling into the pool. That sounded like a very bad idea all around. Also, he wouldn't be able to protect Voldemort. Maybe he could kill him and run away. It was better than risking him being corrupted by whatever this was and would mess with Dumbledore's plans. He wasn't particularly attacked by the monster after all. Oddly enough, while trying to figure out what he had at his disposal, Harry found the answer to his question. There was a weird cavern at the edge of the island where he could feel genuine structure magic being used instead of the corrupted mess. Something was protecting it, some type of ward probably geared to protect against what was happening. Even if this was temporary, Harry could study the ward scheme easily enough and replicate it, so that they could escape. Yeah, that was the best plan he could come up with. Harry turned towards the terrified heir of Slytherin and yelled, "Follow me." They ran towards the specific cave and entered the cave. Harry felt the pool of black tar turn into a wave and tried to reach them, only to be stopped by a golden shield. Harry slumped slightly while murmuring, "Well, at least this can buy us some time." Some time. Voldemort spoke up with an incredulous yet terrified tone, "I need an explanation on what's happening, Potter. Hey, I don't know a lot more than you about what's going on. Believe me, I'd rather not be here either." Harry turned to explore the cave a bit and saw a familiar name written in Middle English, Echristes. He turned towards his companion with a slight smirk, "Well, we did end up finding his tomb." Huh. Chapter 402, Wisdom's Path. May 10, 1995, Azkaban. Harry turned to explore the cave a bit and saw a familiar name written in Middle English, Echristes. He turned towards his companion with a slight smirk, "Well, we did end up finding his tomb." Huh. The name was carved on one of the walls. It was precise enough to have been obviously made using magic, especially considering how it held up to the tests of time. Harry slowly traced it with his fingers, trying to decipher the obvious magical remnants that such an act of magic would have released, only for his arcane hearing to be completely silent. The only thing that he could make out was that peculiar ward scheme, and even then, he could barely understand glimpses of it, as if he was hearing a single instrument, instead of a whole orchestra. He would need to decipher it on his way out, hopefully to adapt it in a way to stop whatever corruption the breach was releasing from spreading. Still, now that they were safe and had actually found a Christie's tomb, they might as well also take what they were coming from. It was extremely weird, trying to solve magic without his arcane hearing. It had been part of his life for so long that it felt like he was missing a limb. Harry slowly traced the carved name once more, and Voldemort growled, "We need to get out of here. We came here for Solomon's grimoire and I'm not leaving without it. You're perfectly welcome to just leave, but that's on you." "I would if you just make us a portal," the heir of Slytherin retorted. Harry groaned. "Were we in the same place? Did you not see the distortions in space-time? We'd have better luck trying to kill a dragon with stinging hexes than hope to survive any form of space warping." "So, we're stuck here," the so-called Dark Lord complained. "Look, you could stay here and whine while trying to understand a barrier whose magic I genuinely don't understand, or you could join me and try to find Solomon's grimoire. Whoever made this place obviously knew about whatever was going on above and made sure that this place was not to be breached." Voldemort looked at him like he was crazy. "Follow you where? I must have vastly overestimated your capabilities since this a dead end." Harry smirked before channeling a bit of magic into a Christie's carved name. The name slowly released a faint golden glow before letting the cavern wall morph like a liquid, revealing a hidden passageway. The so-called Dark Lord gave Harry a stupefied look. "How did you find it?" "I tried every revealing charm when we came here and found nothing." Harry grinned. No one would ever go through the trouble of protecting a random cavern with some very impressive magic for no reason. The young wizard didn't mention the fact that he ended up using a little trick to narrow things down quickly. After all, someone purposefully made sure that any trace of magic was hidden, but the magic was still there, just hidden. Harry just released his own magic but also made sure he was connected to it. It was an ancient and very inefficient method of magical sensing. All it did was see if an artifact would react to magic in some way. When Harry felt small amounts of magic disappear from his senses, it had to be absorbed somehow, which is why he found the entrance so quickly. Still, it was a very interesting trap, all things considered. Wizards and witches would easily find themselves a bit lost without the obvious revealing spells. Even someone of Voldemort's caliber had given up after trying out his vast array of detection spells. Voldemort raised an impressed eyebrow at Harry and spoke up, "Well, you've led us here so far." Harry grinned and walked through the entrance. On the other side seemed to be some kind of magical laboratory. He could see liquids that had lost their magic through time, more than a few dissected magical creatures, and small rune sequences, probably for a ritual. He ignored the small cell with the decomposed yet very human bodies that Christie's was obviously experimenting on. It was pretty disturbing. The smell alone was horrible, let alone how everything just felt wrong. Whatever protection against magical sensing must have been only bound to the previous, so Harry could hear the sheer wrongness of everything around him. It was like a nail on a chalkboard, which was again very oddly contrasted by the fact that Harry knew that he barely detected a fraction of what was truly happening. Even if they were trapped by an eldritch being, he couldn't help but feel slightly curious by a type of magic that he simply couldn't replicate in seconds. It wasn't that his arcane hearing couldn't pick it out, but was mostly like Harry himself just couldn't interpret it properly. Voldemort murmured, looking disturbingly fascinated by what he was seeing, in Christie's laboratory. "I remember reading that they couldn't find it after he died. I thought he destroyed it or something, but to have left it here, in plain sight." Harry's tone was very strict this time. "Whatever was studied here must be left alone. We're hunting down one of the most powerful sources of magical knowledge in history and you're wary of me misusing this. You certainly have a strange sense of priorities. Solomon's grimoire is the key to ridding the world of the influence of the light and dark, not some tool for you to try to conquer the world." Voldemort chuckled in response. It had to be one of the worst sounds Harry had ever heard. Still, there was something that he was missing. He could feel it as if it was in the corner of his eye. Christie's wouldn't have put his name on his workshop, would he? No, from all accounts, he was an ideal mage. He was secretive, and powerful, and had no compunction to ignore morality for his progress. The protections would have been far stronger, especially since the outer wards held for so long. This was a diversion, a way to deter people, or perhaps, test them. The realization hit Harry as he saw what was on one of his tables. It had been niggling in the back of his head, like this small detail that felt wrong in what he was seeing. He knew that there had to be something. He noticed a rune matrix carved on one of the tables which was completely unlike the rest of the room. It was completely wrong, for one, and from what Harry could gather, its purpose was very different from everything else in the room, which was pretty horrifying. Harry ignored Voldemort gawking at the notes of the experiments, trying to understand the research. Instead, he focused on this table. There were runes that he wasn't familiar with. He had learned a lot of runic languages, but there theoretically could be an infinite number of languages out there, but there were enough Sumerian runes for him to have a basic understanding of what its purpose was. Protection. Binding. Humanity. Spirit. That was what he could make up from the Matrix. It was unlike someone like a Christie's to try to figure out something like this. However, the Matrix itself was unbalanced. It was subtle, but there was an absorption rune that risked overloading the entire thing if it was powered. He probably shouldn't have done that, but Harry fixed it, if by reflex more than anything. He didn't even power it, but the runes glowed golden, and a door opened on the other side of the room. He stiffened and so did Voldemort. How did you do that? I think I solved a puzzle, Harry retorted, feeling slightly lost. This didn't seem like the appropriate protection for a workshop. Slowly but surely, they walked through the new corridor, only to be attacked by a large legion of undead. Harry was about to start destroying them, only for Voldemort to raise his hand and release a pulse of black magic that made them all fall, whatever magic that animated them disappearing. Harry gave him a questioning look only for the Dark Lord to respond with a haughty tone. Necromancy was always a fascination of mine. Well, it made sense that the guy who wanted to cheat death would learn as much as he could about necromancy. He wasn't exactly surprised given that Voldemort was known to use her inferi during his campaign against Dumbledore. Not that these were inferi. Harry could tell that the magic was very different, especially given the way the resurrection stone had been pulsing slightly when they arrived. At least, Voldemort saved him the trouble of trying to figure out how to deactivate them. They walked forward until finding themselves in a very dusty room with a pedestal on it. On it, a skeleton remained, obviously dead, but was clutching in his hands a very large golden tome. There were no doubts about what it was. It was the same unnatural magic he had felt in the entrance, the one that he could partially perceive but not truly understand. Harry walked cautiously, expecting another trap, and hesitatingly touched the book. A pulse of golden light illuminated the room, cleaning up the centuries of dust and grime, and allowing the skeleton to dissolve into dust. Voldemort took it from him, and slowly opened it, only to find empty pages. What is this? We came all this way for an empty book. The last Potter spoke up, let me see. Harry grabbed the tome from the Dark Lord, hoping that it would have a different reaction somehow. He had been hoping that the grimoire had imprinted itself on his magic somehow, allowing him only to read it. It had been why he had done his best to touch the book first, and yet, the pages remained blank. Harry was trying to figure out if there was another puzzle or something, only for a foreign voice to speak up behind them. Don't bother, there are no secrets in here, not anymore. Both Voldemort and Harry turned towards the source of the noise, their wands raised and froze as they saw a man with very long white hair, that was braided to his waist. He was dark-skinned, with golden eyes, and was wearing some very old yet luxurious robes. The heir of Slytherin must have come up to the same conclusion as Harry, because he asked, Solomon? Not quite. Yes and no. I am what remains of Solomon, his last legacy, but that doesn't matter. You're late. We're almost out of time. Maybe we already are. You're the grimoire, Harry spoke up realizing what he was seeing. You're the piece of Solomon he put inside it. You're like a living breathing family crest. The white-haired man grinned proudly, a nice theory, but an incorrect one. I'm the safeguard Solomon created when crafted the grimoire, a portion of his desires that grew over time. Still, you're a clever one, aren't you? You must be if you passed my little tests. I never thought I'd have to wait so long for someone to come here. They were supposed to be pretty easy, all things considered. I wonder what happened in the quality of mages when I was gone. Voldemort seethed in anger, is that what those were? Some stupid tests to amuse yourself. As if completely contrasted, the grin on Solomon's face disappeared. You have no idea how little amusement I find in the situation we are in. Especially since I will have to rely on an abomination with a broken soul like you. Unfortunately, I don't really have the luxury of choice. Harry asked before Voldemort could speak up and made things even worse, why do you need help? The previous wielder of the grimoire foolishly used its knowledge to summon something he shouldn't have. You're talking about the dimensional breach in the middle of the island. It was covered with black stuff. The white-haired man nodded, that's correct. You really shouldn't have aggravated it by destroying its manifestations. The black stuff, as you call it, is a very chaotic form of energy, a way to hide what it was from detection from the rest of the world. It's designed to mimic, even if it's quite bad, any form of energy or life in a place, act as the agent of the entity in the material realm. It slowly infects anything it touches to make copies or replacements, as everything is being devoured slowly. It spreads through magic. Ley lines, ambient magic, anything it could have access to. Which is why the ley lines were blocked, stopping any form of magic from spreading. But why would anyone do this? It was a mistake. Christie's wished to create weapons that would have killed light and dark champions. It was a very foolish concept, which caused him to sink deeper and deeper into madness. Perhaps his last act was a noble one, but the suffering he caused. Let us not speak of it any more. Harry, though, decided to ask a question that's been on his mind for a while. So, what exactly is this entity? I know what I felt, what I saw, on the other side. The hunger. This is an eldritch being. There's very little we can do against something like this, especially while we're trapped in this place, without any sort of support or preparation. The hunger. That's quite an apt description. It's known as the Devourer of Worlds or Nidhogg. With magic roaming once more in this place, its corruption has been spreading without anything stopping it. In exchange for your help, I'm prepared to teach you my creator's magic. That should be enough to balance the scales, don't you think? The power-hungry smile on Voldemort's face did not reassure Harry, not at all. There was something very wrong going on, and the young wizard was definitely not going to trust some projection without any form of assurances. He looked the projection straight in the eyes and spoke up, "Tell me everything you know about this Nidhogg. Then we'll talk about whether or not we'll help." Chapter 403, Wisdom's Path. May 10, 1995, Azkaban. There was something very wrong going on, and the young wizard was definitely not going to trust some projection without any form of assurances. He looked the projection straight in the eyes and spoke up, "Tell me everything you know about this Nidhogg. Then we'll talk about whether or not we'll help." Nidhogg, the serpent of the end, the dragon who gnaws at the roots of the world tree, Yggdrasil. First Ragnarok and now this. It was very odd how it all came around to Norse mythology all the time. Solomon's face fell for a fraction of a second when Harry didn't immediately agree to follow his lead. It was almost imperceptible, but the young wizard was actively looking for it. An easy way to see past a disguise is to make people irritated, and prideful people are so easy to be irritated. The former king's eyes obviously narrowed at the disrespect, at not being taken at his word immediately. Then again, kings were used to being immediately obeyed without question. He has probably never been refused once in his life. Of course, the white-haired man, a former king, perked up instantly and spoke up, "Every culture across the multiverse has a very fundamental concept that is the end of times. It's logical, really, that everything that had a beginning must have an end. But realms themselves suffer from the same thing. Realms are born from the chaos between worlds, when by pure coincidence, a form of order, a concept perhaps, gains enough energy to shield itself from everything around it. And since realms are born, realms must also die. Death comes in many forms. The most common problem for young realms is running out of energy and succumbing back into the chaos from which it was born. However, old realms are far more resilient, and even as they expand enough that the concentration of energy is so low that whatever purpose it holds is gone, it's still taking up place. Chaos found a solution to that, a culling so to speak. Nidhogg, Harry muttered. Exactly. It's a predator realm, capable of infecting other realms, creating small tears, before absorbing its energy, and recycling it back into the void. It will never be full, never stop devouring realms, until all realms are nothing but chaos. Can we negotiate with it or try to convince it that our world shouldn't be devoured some other way? Voldemort asked while obviously calming himself. I don't think you quite understand what we're facing. This isn't a human being. It's a concept that was so powerful that it formed its own realm and gained consciousness. It's pure hunger and we're the food. It doesn't understand right and wrong, peace and war, light and dark. All it understands is its hunger. It wasn't really supposed to affect the material realm, not until the heat death of the universe, but Acrisides, in his hubris invited it in, and made a connection to it, hoping to use it as a weapon against the light and dark. He did not think that he could defeat their champions, so, he built creatures, avatars of Nidhogg, to suck the champion's energy. He had hoped that by offering traces of the light and dark to Nidhogg, it would act as a beacon, turning them into targets. Of course, he failed. He never considered the idea that all this did was attract its attention further to the material realm. He never expected the avatars to slowly be consumed by the realm. He never expected that the creature would be intelligent enough to open a breach here. He sacrificed his life sealing any ambient magic from reaching the island. People turned this place into a prison of all things, and then some idiot allowed magic to flow back in, and now you can see the result. To be completely fair, Harry could have never guessed this to be the Dementor's origins, and a part of him really wasn't convinced. Sure, he could see someone being desperate enough to do something like this. It was a pretty ingenious idea to use an outsider predator against two essentially living realms. However, there was no guarantee that Nidhogg would target the light and dark, or that it would even work. There was a lot that Harry didn't know about how dimensions behaved, and this was proof of it. And even if it could work, even if it was a viable plan, then that also didn't explain the Dementor's behavior after Acrisides' death. If they really were the avatars of an eldritch being, like Solomon said, then why would they just obey wizards and witches, and act as fancy guards in a prison, for centuries? They would have been trying to unseal whatever Acrisides had done to block the ley lines, doing their best to let their patron return. Something definitely wasn't adding up, and Harry decided to push a bit, and where were you? Why didn't you stop Acrisides, if what he was doing was so fundamentally stupid? I'm not the grimoire, Potter, the projection spoke up, I'm a safety guard. I wasn't activated until after Acrisides created the breach. Yes, the young wizard was confident that the projection wasn't being completely truthful. And whatever it wasn't sharing was unlikely to share it later. Harry wasn't planning on doing anything drastic without some proper reassurance. He didn't want to deal with another diary situation, this time with the grimoire of the greatest mage to ever exist. Voldemort spoke up once more, and do you have a plan, now that the breach is almost free? The projection immediately perked up. The main priority is to stop Nidhogg's influence from spreading. We can purify and try to contain the breach afterwards, but as long as we contain the threat, I'll be satisfied. Isn't that just a temporary measure at best? Nidhogg will remain a threat either way, the young wizard protested, and didn't sealing the ley lines kill Acristes? Who said anything about sealing ley lines? It took me centuries, but I was able to find a way to upscale the golden shield that protects this place into something sustainable in the long run. It's just a normal ward, but one that needs someone capable of casting. Harry gave him a dubious look. I don't know about Voldemort, but I could barely make out a fraction of the shield, and believe me, I'm very good at analyzing magic. The projection's grin turned slightly smug. I did tell you that I'd teach you Solomon's magic. The truth about my creator is that he wasn't a very powerful mage, at least in terms of raw power, but he was a genius. He made a very impressive discovery. The way people used magic was one-dimensional. People assumed that magic was just energy and manipulated it into crafting spells and thought that this was it, but the truth is that magic is layered. What we see, and what we experience, as living beings is just the surface. There are a lot of causes and effects that are hidden when that happens, which aren't actually being properly manipulated. It took some time, but my creator was able to find a way to manipulate it, to craft spells that would only cost him a fraction of the magic that it did other mages. He elevated the craft by even adding elements of the magic that no one could break, no one could truly comprehend. It was so alien that even the light and dark couldn't protect themselves against it, and on the shoulders of that single discovery, he built a kingdom that the world had never seen the like again. Voldemort seemed doubtful. Then why were none of the other grimoire holders able to do the same? No one was able to seal the light and dark as Solomon did. No one was able to create wonders, to reshape the world like Solomon did, especially if all he did was figure out a way to cast magic differently. The white-haired man seemed almost insulted. All he did was figure out a way to cast magic differently. Solomon was a genius, who was clever enough to bind forces of nature, of indecisibly figuring out the weaknesses in anything and exploiting them like a scalpel. What the grimoire holds is not the sum of his knowledge. It's barely more than the scribbles he made when he was bored. This man could reshape dimensions, bind gods, and destroy demons with barely any preparation. If he had been inclined to, he could have ascended to the ranks of the gods themselves, become an immortal ruler, joining the ranks of the Olympians, and perhaps even surpassing them. You could spend decades studying a single spell and still not have a quarter of his insight when he crafted it on a whim in minutes. No one had seen anything like it before or since. Perhaps, no one will do it again. To be honest, Harry did have to agree with the projection's point. Truly understanding magic could be very overpowered. Objectively, his arcane hearing alone had made him one of the most terrifying mages in recent history, and he wasn't even 15 yet. Sure, he was intelligent, but he had no delusion that he would have come this far without this skill. But as useful as a new form of magic was, this was all sort of useless. Harry didn't really have the time to master an entirely new form of magic in a month. What he came here for was a way to finally put an end to Dumbledore and Grindelwald, nothing more. He had no intention of being involved in another mess with another dimensional clusterfuck. Yes, the safest bet was for them to regroup, maybe ask Vlad for advice and then decide whether the grimoire was worth dealing with a fucking eldritch entity. Perhaps, the vampire would have more clues or help them avoid the subject. Or maybe he could have known something to solve this entire thing altogether. They weren't exactly in a hurry to make a choice, which was why Harry spoke up. Your offer is exciting, but do you mind giving us more time to make a decision? You see, we're sort of trapped here and we're not exactly prepared to perform mass rituals or anything of the like. The projection narrowed its eyes at Harry. You're willing to risk the world being consumed by Nidhogg. Azkaban was destroyed a year ago and the corruption didn't make it past the island. We can afford a few days to prepare and put our affairs in order. You are not prisoners here. You can leave if you want to, but the grimoire must remain here. I am bound to this place and will not leave as long as the breach remains open. However, I cannot see a way where you'd be able to escape intact. You will be swarmed by Nidhogg's creatures as soon as you step out of the barrier. I'm afraid that I will not be able to help you, not without teaching you the magic held within the grimoire. Solomon's projection was definitely trying to push them into a corner. Harry had no idea what it wanted, but he could tell that it wouldn't be good for them, and unfortunately, they were in a bit of a pickle. He and Voldemort had come to the tomb hoping to find the grimoire, and if that failed, Harry would have done his best to copy the ward on the entrance, or at least, try to adapt it in some way to help them escape. If the projection was telling the truth, then he was missing a vital piece to be able to replicate the feat, so that was a lost cause. That didn't mean that escape was impossible. He could combine some enchantments with his animagus form, a way to accelerate flight perhaps, or an enchantment to slow his perception of time. He couldn't cast any magic while in flight, but enchanted items could still work. He could start by clearing things up a bit with a Patronus charm and escape as quickly as he could while there were as few of those black creatures roaming around as possible. He's fought worse odds before. There was another option. The invisibility cloak. How did he not think of it before? He had some luck merging it with his animagus form. That would be an easy way to remain undetected while flying away. In fact, it was pretty likely to succeed. So, yes, he had options, but the bigger problem was Voldemort. All of Harry's escape plans were due to magic that only he could cast. He had no clue how the so-called Dark Lord would fare. They hadn't exactly fought together and had both kept a lot of capabilities secret from one another in case they needed to fight once more. He didn't doubt that the men hadn't been planning some sort of escape. Speaking of Voldemort, he also looked angry. He probably didn't like the projection's obvious attempt at screwing them over in some way. Or maybe he just didn't like Harry taking control of the conversation and deciding their next move. Who could tell with this guy? He was as unstable as they came. As the young wizard walked out of the room in silence, the Parselmouth walked furiously behind him and hissed, "Explain yourself, Potter. We need to get out of here. Do you have any plans of escape?" "Escape? We found what we came for. We can use the grimoire, cast a single ward, and leave this cursed island without looking back. What I don't understand is why you seem so reluctant to take what we came here for." That brought Harry short, and he gave the Dark Lord an incredulous look. "You seriously don't see it? Please tell me you're joking or something." "This is not the time for jokes, Potter." The projection, the young wizard spoke slowly, deciding to voice his thoughts. "It's definitely not some innocent grimoire that wants to save the world. It has an ulterior motive, one that obviously involves us, probably not in a good way. This cavern is obviously some form of trap and we need to get out of here." Voldemort sneered at him. "Your hesitation is proof of your weakness, boy. I understand hesitating before greatness, but all we have to do is cast a ward around the island. And in exchange, we're learning a new form of magic. How is this in any way duplicitous?" "I don't know," Harry admitted, "but that doesn't mean there isn't something wrong. You can't tell me that this doesn't feel weird to you. Being close doesn't mean that we can afford to be careless. So, please, for once, can you please trust me? We can come back later after a proper conversation away from this place and take him up on his deal. We don't have to do this now, Riddle." He saw a complicated look on Voldemort's face. It had been there for barely more than a fraction of a second, before disappearing. "I will follow your lead on this, Potter. You've brought us this far." Harry slagged in relief. They were near the entrance of the cavern and he answered softly, "I'm sorry about being too stubborn about this. It's just that something doesn't feel right." He didn't hear Voldemort's answer because he felt something push him out of the cavern towards the Black Sea. As quickly as he could, he thought of Daphne and cast, Expecto Patronum. In a white pulse of light, the sea around him turned to normal once more for a fraction of a second before trying to attack him once more. However, this was enough time for Harry to turn into his animagus form and fly back to the cavern. He made it just in time as the black tar that made up the sea around Azkaban tried to viciously penetrate the golden shield. He turned towards where Voldemort used to be only to find the cavern to be completely empty. Damn it, Riddle. He had been so lost in his own head, in possibilities and plans, that he hadn't noticed Voldemort subtly leading him outward, into the place where his arcane hearing didn't work. The Dark Lord must have noticed that Harry was sensitive to magic and tried to use that against him. At least it wasn't a killing curse. He did deserve it for showing his back, Voldemort of all people. He was so used to his arcane hearing warning him of incoming spells that he thought he was safe. He also shouldn't have assumed that Voldemort would be more sensible, even if the men probably didn't want to kill him. As he ran back to Acristi's tomb, he remembered the look on Voldemort's face a few seconds prior. He recognized it, now. It was complete desperation. It was a complete contrast to the power-hungry look he had before. This was never about power, was it? This was never about becoming strong. No, Voldemort was afraid. He was always a coward, but the destruction of his Horcruxes must have shaken him. Harry hadn't really realized how much. He definitely wasn't thinking straight, and that made him very dangerous. He wanted a new way to beat death, a new way to be immortal. Harry suddenly realized that the projection had said something about ascending into godhood. It was playing Voldemort like a fiddle. How could he have missed something like that? Harry was never the target, Voldemort was. He had thought that the projection was aiming to convince him to agree, that it wanted him, but he was wrong, wasn't he? It knew Voldemort's weakness and used that against him. He needed to stop Voldemort from doing anything reckless. He ran to the entrance and paled as he heard Voldemort's voice. "You have an agreement. My aid in exchange for Solomon's magic." The white-haired man smiled at that. "So be it." "No." Harry yelled as he ran into the room, but it was for naught. The projection released a pulse of energy, and the entire world shifted. Harry could feel as if his entire brain was melting. He activated his arcane hearing to understand what was happening. He was tempted to use the cloak to phase through whatever magic was happening, only to freeze as he finally realized what the projection meant as a change in perspective. The white-haired man hadn't been joking when he meant that everyone had been taking a one-dimensional approach to magic. He could see it now, the layers, the chaos beneath every spell, and the way it was ordered in the wards around the cavern. It was a golden cage, completely built to negate any non-material form of entrance, essentially anything that wasn't born in the world. The black tar that surrounded the island wasn't really a physical thing. He understood now what it was, a physical manifestation of corruption, of energies that unraveled everything it touched, trying to turn everything into chaos, into a homogeneous mush of nothingness. He had thought that Nidhogg was a representation of hunger, but it wasn't. It enforced entropy on a cosmic scale, essentially a fancy garbage collector that took care of realms that became empty enough that it couldn't defend itself from being devoured. He could feel it now, staring at the material realm, like a serpent poised to strike at every moment, only held at bay from the protection the gods put in place around the material realm, that Mordred enforced. Yet Acristes was able to make a sustainable breach, something that Harry didn't even think was possible. It gave Harry so many ideas, ways to optimize spells, but most of all, ways to cast his fractal attacks, which were able to wound Dumbledore and Grindelwald, without the need of using a soul as a focus. It would be tricky, but it would be doable. But that wasn't the point now. He needed to focus on the task at hand. Harry pushed his perception towards the breach and froze completely. Harry had things completely wrong. There were wards around the breach, but it wasn't there to stop it. Well, there were some safeguards to contain the breach, but there was something that literally also kept the breach open. The world wanted to breach it, but there was some magic actively making sure that it had access to Nidhogg. He turned toward the grinning white-haired man, the realization slowly settling in, "You're not Solomon, are you?" The projection faded away into modes of light, which slowly made its way towards the Acristes skeleton, which had previously held the grimoire in death. Slowly but surely, flesh started to grow from its bones. It could barely even be called flesh. It was more like white mud, that imitated the functionality. Slowly, a bald man with completely black eyes, which held black veins that spread all over his body, sat up from the altar and looked at them. Both Harry and Voldemort stared at the being in horror as he spoke up. "I said you were a clever one. Acristes, at your service. You have no idea how glad I am that you're here." Well, shit. Why did Harry have to be right about this? Maybe there was an innocent explanation for what happened. Who was he kidding? This guy had evil written all over him. Yeah, this definitely wasn't going to end well. Chapter 404, Beyond the Horizon. May 10, 1995, Azkaban. Both Harry and Voldemort stared at the being in horror as he spoke up. "I said you were a clever one. Acristes, at your service. You have no idea how glad I am that you're here." Well, shit. Why did Harry have to be right about this? Maybe there was an innocent explanation for what happened. Who was he kidding? This guy had evil written all over him. Yeah, this definitely wasn't going to end well. 1,000 thoughts raced across Harry's head as he stared at the men before him. Like, why did he give them access to Solomon's magic system? Well, it was obviously intended for Voldemort, but there was no reason why Acristes would use an area of effect spell to grant the insight necessary to use Solomon's magic system. And it was a magical system. It was just so different, so overpowered, that it had to be considered a system of its own. But why did Acristes reveal his true identity and how much of what he said was a lie? He definitely wouldn't have revealed himself without having gotten what he wanted. The question was what the men achieved. While Harry was doing his best to analyze the situation, Voldemort became more confrontational, and pointed his wand at the former Dark Lord. "Acristes is dead." "Oh, am I really hurting your sensibilities, boy?" Believe it or not, there are other ways to achieve immortality without ripping away at your soul as you have. Do you have any idea what awaits you when your miserable existence is gone? Nothing. You will not have the luxury of an afterlife, you will not reincarnate. You will spend an eternity in the void, until your very ego, whatever consciousness you have left, succumbs to madness and fades away, and after that, the energy that makes up your soul will dissipate into nothing. That is the fate that awaits those who are foolish enough to rupture their souls. "I will not die," the heir of Slytherin growled. Acristes' answer was a laugh. "Everyone dies. What is a century, 1,000 years, compared to eternity? Our sun will fade, our planet will be destroyed, and the universe will eventually succumb to nothingness. Solomon's grimoire holds wonders of magic beyond anything you can imagine, but there is nothing that can stop the inevitability of death. Delay it, perhaps, but never stop it. Even if you ascend to godhood, you will die. For everything that has a beginning must have an end." That last statement felt like a fundamental law of the universe, and it rang like a pulse of magic. An absolute truth of existence. The dark wizard's face softened slightly. You will not find what you seek in the grimoire. Perhaps, in time, you will learn not to fear the inevitable. I sincerely hope you'll live for long enough to understand that. Harry turned towards the abomination and spoke up clearly. Why did you do all of this? Why all the trickery? The abomination spoke up, a smile growing on his face. Ah, the clever one. Who would have thought that the child would be the hardest to deceive? And yet, this intelligence will not be rewarded. Quite tragic, if I say so myself. The truth is that I gave you the foundation of Solomon's magic for one simple reason. Because we made a deal. And just like that, everything clicked, and Harry paled. A deal. That was what this whole mess was about. Aid for Solomon's magic. His new perception of magic allowed Harry to realize that this exchange was binding, only they didn't know it was at the time. The magic was hidden through layers of Solomon's own magic. They hadn't realized that they were being bound. Harry had never agreed to a deal, he knew that for a fact. He was always careful with that. It was something that he unconsciously did the moment he knew that Fae had once roamed the earth. Still, he never expected it to be possible to be bound without even knowing it. Oaths and vows were like chains on your very beings. No one could just ignore their presence, but people got used to it over time. However, Voldemort did agree, and he was now bound to help Acristes. Thankfully, Harry, himself, wasn't involved at all, and that made him even more wary. There was also the fact that Acristes gave them only the foundation of Solomon's magic, but not the research or the knowledge. It would take centuries for them to ever catch up to someone using the grimoire, thus, they weren't threats to him. It all reeked of manipulation, but the main question was why. Why did Acristes need someone to help? He had all the knowledge of Solomon at his fingertips, everything he could ever hope for. Even if he needed some patsy, he could have just left Azkaban at any time and found a power-hungry idiot and tricked him into serving him. Unless he couldn't leave. Harry gave the men a blank look. This is your prison. It was, Acristes replied. When I opened the breach, I never expected to meet so much opposition. I could make a connection without too many problems, but I couldn't create an active breach. Something always closed it, some external force, or perhaps the will of the world itself. I never quite figure it out. So, I resorted to desperate measures. I needed an enormous amount of energy to open a stable breach. I was desperate and alone. I shouldn't have been so hasty or arrogant, but I cannot change the past. Not anymore. I kidnapped hundreds of peasants, mostly just criminals, bandits, and people who would have been put to the sword anyway. I put them in these cells and sacrificed them all to open the breach. It was tragic, but it was necessary. Or at least, I thought it was. How many lives would I save by destroying the light and dark? It would have been worth it in the long run. And it worked perfectly. I sealed the ley lines to avoid any sort of contamination from the breach, and the sacrifices were more than enough to maintain the breach for a good while. All that remained was that I hunt down the champions of light and dark. They were barely in their teens, children really. I was so close. But something stopped you. I'm guessing someone didn't like what you did. One of the champion's mentors, perhaps, Harry stated. I wish it was a mage, but, no, boy, what stopped me was the grimoire itself. Who would have thought that the damn book would develop a form of sentience? Who would have thought that it would object to what I was trying to achieve? I realized that it had a form of sentience when it refused to reveal more of its secrets after the massacre. But I never would have guessed that it would have been capable of casting magic. It was very subtle. I failed to notice it until it was too late. It was a very slow curse, binding my very soul to this place, forcing me to stay until the breach was closed, until my life's work was gone. It almost got what it wanted. After all, I was only a man bound to a cavern doing his best to keep his dream alive. Even as the world itself wanted to close the breach, I refused. I wouldn't be cowed when I had sacrificed so much. He looked regretful for a fraction of a second before continuing. I had no other choice. I couldn't exactly get enough magic there without it being corrupted, and I needed energy to keep the breach open. I was running out of time, so I used my golems, my wraiths, my weapons against the light and dark, capable of absorbing life force and setting them free. I used the life force they absorbed to keep the breach open. But that energy needed someone to direct it, someone capable enough to keep the delicate balance. I needed a replacement, someone that would be bound in my place, as I hunt down the light and dark. I needed someone who could understand magic enough to keep the corruption from spreading. And so, I waited for someone to find me for centuries. Until we came, Harry realized. Until you came, the men agreed. You have no idea how glad I am that you're here. You will be able to take the mantle, to keep the breach open until I fulfill my purpose. And when the light and dark finally disappear, when Nidhogg sets his eyes on them, I would close the breach and set you free once more. And so, Lord Voldemort, I have fulfilled my side of our agreement, and now it's time for you to return the favor. You can aid me by taking my place, by taking my curse, to stay here with Solomon's grimoire, maintaining the breach until the breach closes. Harry felt a pulse of magic and understood the command for what it was. It was enforcing the verbal contract that they had made. Immediately, Voldemort fell to the floor and started to writhe in obvious agony, but without a single yell of pain. The former Dark Lord spoke up gently, "I truly am sorry. It hurts, but I cannot abandon my purpose. Hopefully, I will be done soon, and you'll be free once more." Harry gave Acristes a pleading look. What about the consequences of the breach? What about the corrupted mess that has invaded this island? The breach is obviously not as stable as you'd have liked. Whoever released the ley lines is responsible for that, not me. If you hadn't come to free me, then it was likely that the world would have ended somewhere in the next decade. Don't worry, I will be sealing off the ley lines to stop the infection from spreading and stabilize the breach properly, before hunting down the champions properly. Or you could have closed the breach, let things go. Are you really willing to let the entire world burn for no reason? Defeating the light and dark is meaningless if there's no one left to enjoy this victory. For the first time, anger appeared on the monster's face. You expect me to throw away everything I sacrificed, everything I worked for? And for what? For some ungrateful mortals that look at me and see an abomination. Do you think I care about their pitiful little lives? No, I'm doing this for me, and me alone. Harry couldn't help but feel unsettled by the man's response. It was very ironic how similar all three of them were. Voldemort, Acristes, and Harry wanted to destroy the light and dark at all costs. All of them were very powerful wielders of magic, prodigies, even. But looking at the two other mages, Harry couldn't help but feel pity. They were so alone, so empty, so broken, and Harry could see a twisted mirror of himself in them. They were so consumed by their goal that they never really lived. Who would ever consider killing hundreds of people to be an appropriate sacrifice for anything? They reminded him of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and that thought shook him to the core. They were all the same, weren't they? Everyone had an idea about what the world should be, and they were willing to burn the world down if it meant that they would be one step closer to making their vision a reality. Was that how they were all doomed to become, monsters who pretended that what they did was for some grand vision? Harry refused to follow that path. The young wizard had one last question on his lips. Why are you telling me any of this? You could have just left. Why bother telling us information that might harm you? His answer was a sad smile. You don't get it, do you? You will do nothing because you can do nothing. You will both be trapped here in my stead. I thought that the least I owe you is an explanation. While Harry had been speaking for so long, he'd been preparing a trap, a rune matrix, folded in non-Euclidean space, folded in a way that only his new magical insight allowed. He had thought that he had mastered space magic, but he now realized that he barely scratched the surface. It didn't technically make sense from an outsider's perspective. The runes covered the entirety of the cavern and yet could also fit in the palm of his hands. It had been tricky to deal with, but it essentially would create a subspace of infinite space around Acristes. It wouldn't let him move and yet would make him untouchable, a binding with pure space. He was pretty proud of that one. Harry gave him a doubtful look. I didn't make a deal with you. There's no reason for me to stay exactly. Not all prisons are physical, boy. I assure you that you will not leave this cavern without my agreement. I can't have you warning the light and dark of my coming, can I? Well, that certainly sounded ominous, didn't it? That seemed like a good enough time to activate his trap. Perhaps if Acristes found himself bound once more, he could be blackmailed or something. Honestly, he was running out of ideas. The man was obviously insane. Like seriously, who the fuck invited a fucking eldritch being, a devourer of realms, into the world? This was a man who would quite willingly let the world burn. And there's a good chance that it would burn. Overpowered magic or not, there was a chance that Dumbledore and Grindelwald would be able to kill him, meaning that Harry would be trapped here forever. At least, until the breach becomes unstable again and Nidhogg devours the material realm. Yeah, he needed to get out of this place. Fucking Voldemort. How that meant is what remains of Tom Riddle, Harry had no idea. The boy had been charming and powerful, and definitely wouldn't have been foolish enough to do anything like this, even if he was as desperate. Then again, Tom Riddle did rip out his own soul as a teenager, so he wasn't exactly a pillar of common sense. Of course, right as the trap was about to activate, the rune matrix shattered like glass and Acristes raised an eyebrow. Well, that was very impressive. You've barely had minutes with my magic and came up with this. Don't worry, I won't bind you to this place. I don't need to, after all. See, have a look. Turned towards Acristes, only to find himself outside the cavern. There was a familiar golden shield surrounding them, staving off Nidhogg's influence. This didn't feel like space manipulation. Harry spread his senses, trying to understand how he got there, only to gasp and fall to the ground. Everything felt off like the world itself was tilted. He couldn't breathe. It was someone who had turned off his arcane hearing. No, it was still there, just wrong. What was going on? He palmed his wand and tried to cast any magic, but everything felt wrong. He glared at Christie's. What did you do? Nothing. As I said, not all prisons are physicals. We're just outside the cavern, where my spell that grants you the perception over magic has failed. You just lost your ability to use Solomon's magic, nothing more. But that's not it, is it? Everything just feels grayer, magic is so bland and tasteless. That's because nothing will ever compare to what you felt inside the cave. I know you will not leave because you will always crave the insight. You will always return of your own free will. Harry pointed his wand at Christie's, his hand shaking. I could kill you now. Perhaps you could, the men answered, visibly amused, but even in the very unlikely scenario where you achieve this fear, it still wouldn't change anything, would it? You'll still return to the cavern, craving your new magic. I wonder how long you'll hold out before you snap. Don't feel so bad. You were always going to be bound here. I just needed someone to agree to take my place. Your companion might have agreed to my deal in his greed and fear, but if he hadn't, I would have tortured you all until one of you snapped. This certainly is more pleasant, isn't it? It certainly was the most merciful way to bind you to this place. You're a monster, Christie's, Harry gritted out. I am. I never denied it. That doesn't mean that my actions have no great purpose. And please stop pointing that thing at me. I don't think you could cast any magic anymore, so it's barely more than a stick in your hands. Don't worry, once I'm done, I'll make my spell permanent and you'll be allowed to leave, capable of using Solomon's magic anywhere. He was right, Harry didn't think he could cast any magic. The way he would manipulate magic just felt empty, so inefficient. It was like someone who was used to the modern world being forced to build a house with his bare hands or trying to read a book while only knowing a single letter. Everything felt so imprecise, so wrong. It felt more like a psychological block stopping him from casting everything than any form of magic. Every part of Harry urged him to return to the cavern, to get back to a place where the world made sense once more. But he also knew that if he went back, he would never leave. Harry felt the wand in his hand warm up. The resurrection stone, as well as the cloak, pulsed in, and reassured him. It filled the oppressing silence with something of its own. His crest warmed up, and Harry felt his own magic click once more. It didn't stop the feeling that something was missing, that his magic felt inefficient and incomplete, but it wasn't the main thought inside him. After all, what was magic in front of death? Harry looked straight at his opponent and spoke up, no. Christie's smile turned condescending, no. Very close but no. It was all very neat, very organized, and certainly very clever, but you made a mistake. You could have walked out of here without any opposition and gone on your suicide mission to confront the light and dark champions on your own. And what mistake is that? Harry grinned. You really should have made sure that I couldn't leave the cave. There is such thing as being too clever. And just like that, Harry used all the hallows at once, using his very soul to activate them, letting his crest take over. The young wizard enjoyed the shocked look on Christie's face as their surroundings were consumed by a gigantic wave of shadows. Chapter 405, Beneath the Sky. May 10, 1995, Azkaban. And just like that, Harry used all the hallows at once, using his very soul to activate them, letting his crest take over. The young wizard enjoyed the shocked look on Christie's face as their surroundings were consumed by a gigantic wave of shadows. Harry gasped as his attack petered out. He was standing in a crater, everything around him had turned into complete ash. The attack literally atomized everything around him. It was an ultimate expression of material death, entropy, and decay. Nothing should have survived this, and yet the familiar form of Azkaban's creator slowly faded back into reality, completely unbothered. This really wasn't fair. What was it with atomizing people not killing them recently? It literally vaporized people from existence. First Grindelwald did it, and now, this creep. No, he would whine about it later. Now, he had a rare moment to think, one that he stretched as much as possible to truly analyze the situation he was in. If Christie's were to be believed, his purpose was to kill the light and dark, the actual entities, not the champions. The fact that he actually had a plan to achieve that was beyond impressive, if it weren't for the fact that there was a good chance it would doom the world, of course. He also didn't want word of his return to spread around, so he would need to make sure that Harry wasn't in a position to do so. So, either imprisonment or death. Well, that certainly wasn't a good sign. A fight was almost a certainty. So, with a fight being ready, he needed to understand his opponent. His main advantage is Solomon's magic. He could cast magic that Harry's arcane hearing couldn't detect properly. He could generate from literal atoms. The most logical conclusion was some form of subspace, folded similarly to how Solomon's magic works, that actually anchors his soul. Very tricky to deal with. Now, onto Harry's advantages. He couldn't manipulate space considering how chaotic everything was because of the breach. However, the Deathly Hallows should theoretically work. They shouldn't be restricted to only one form of magic. He could stretch their use to compensate for whatever was coming. Harry couldn't afford to be thrown back into the cavern. He knew that he wouldn't have the strength to leave again. Whatever nonsense that was happening with the Christie's body didn't mean that soul magic wouldn't hurt him. After all, souls were universal. A fragment of a plan started to form in Harry's mind, and the entire world returned back to normal. The former Dark Lord still hadn't made a move, even after having completely regenerated. He simply muttered, "How? How did you do it? How are you able to resist?" Harry gave him a cheeky grin. "Wouldn't you like to know?" After all, it wouldn't do to tell him his secrets, not when they made a very severe difference. It had been a while since Harry had been completely overwhelmed by skill against someone. Dumbledore and Grindelwald didn't exactly count, and even they relied a lot on the sheer power being a champion gave them. Don't get him wrong, they were extraordinarily skilled, but they probably haven't needed to exercise that skill in decades. To be completely honest, it was understandable. After all, if one were faced with a dragon, they wouldn't try to trick it if they could just kill it with a single swing of a sword. Other people didn't have that luxury. To be perfectly honest, Harry hadn't felt this outclassed, but not outpowered, in years. He would need to be clever and calculate things correctly. The first step to winning against a skillful opponent was to make them lose their focus, and Harry found that anger worked best. It seemed to have done an adequate job as the former Dark Lord snarled at him, "I'll enjoy tearing the secrets out of your screaming body, boy." Maybe it worked too well. Step 2 was analyzing his magic and seeing any pattern. That was the troublesome part. Before he could even try to cast anything, Harry found himself flying back towards a bunch of black spikes. He hadn't even noticed the magic being used. Damn it, that undetectable magic thing was definitely overpowered. By complete reflex, Harry activated the invisibility cloak and phased through them. As he fell down, he cast his Ice Age spell, literally freezing everything around him, which was a good thing given the sword that threatened to impale him from above. His crest without doing anything channeled his magic to the Resurrection Stone, but it wasn't to manipulate someone else's soul, but his own. Harry's soul pulsed and he got some feedback. It wasn't nearly as exact as his arcane hearing, but it was more than enough to craft a basic counterspell. Well, calling it a counterspell would be a stretch. It was just a basic piece of magic that would destabilize it, as Harry couldn't really deal with all the spell's aspects yet. Without even knowing much, he cast it, causing an explosion that threw Christie's back. The father of the Dementors was able to conjure an invisible platform to land on and looked shocked as he barely shielded against a beam of entropic energy that Harry tried to capitulate with. He sent a trio of spells, which Harry couldn't visibly detect, but that his soul could make up for. It wasn't precise, but he could tell that one of them had to have an animated component, one was some form of curse, and the last was a form of elemental magic. Harry immediately destabilized the first two, before using the Elder Wand to absorb the elemental magic coming his way. He used the Resurrection Stone to break down its counterparts, like a deep scan, which he stored in his family crest. With that done, he released the exact same spell at its caster. The whole thing took less than a fraction of a second, almost instantaneous, and was definitely more than a little risky, but it had worked. Christie's was thrown away by the invisible lightning bolt that broke his shield, and Harry now had a very good copy of the spell stored in the crest, which he could technically cast without fully understanding the mechanics of the magic. Christie's followed up with a massive spell, something that Harry didn't exactly understand, but was able to cast a counter to. It was funny, as efficient as his magic was, it was like a very delicate machine. It was extremely fragile. As the former Dark Lord was about to unleash the spell, the two collided and the result was a very impressive explosion that Harry phased through with his invisibility cloak. Suddenly, hundreds of spells appeared out of nowhere and kept actively targeting him. Harry was barely able to activate his cloak and phase away in time. However, he took some pleasure in absorbing and analyzing the spells once more. Of course, that was when he noticed a gigantic meteor falling towards him. It had literally come out of nowhere. He destroyed it with a beam of necrotic energy but had to dodge a red blade that threatened to skewer him. A knight made of some weird energy that rotted everything around it, tried to kill him once more, only for Harry to use the Resurrection Stone to destabilize the animation spell, making the knight explode into red necrotic energy, faintly similar to his crest magic. Had Christie's replicated the magic somehow? Well, that wouldn't do. Suppressing a smirk, Harry cast dozens of spells that he had absorbed from Christie's. He didn't fully know what they did, and they definitely took the man off guard given the fact that a couple of them actually hit the man, punching a gigantic hole through his chest. Not that it mattered, considering that the men regenerated from being atomized. Still, it gave Harry time to contain the spreading of the energy by freezing the entire area in time. And so, the duel continued. Christie's runes were immediately destabilized. Any form of direct magic was immediately absorbed and sent back at its wielder, and slowly but surely, Harry was getting a lot better at sensing Solomon's magic, his crest helping his arcane hearing detect the patterns in the spells he absorbed and translating them in a way that Harry could counter more efficiently. He noticed that the wounds on Acristi's body were not regenerating as quickly as when he was hit with his own magic. His regeneration was probably based on Solomon's magic, and his version of spells probably took more energy somehow. Harry couldn't help but feel disappointed. In terms of magical knowledge, Acristi's was by far the superior. He bent space in ways that Harry couldn't even understand and manipulated the world around him with such ease and precision that he couldn't help but be envious. However, the sad truth was that without the element of surprise, without his undetectable magic, Acristi's was weirdly predictable. He didn't really act like a fighter, but more like a scientist that never expected. Yeah, Harry didn't see him beating Dumbledore or Grindelwald in a straight fight. They would probably come up with some bullshit that would allow them to detect the magic, and he would die very quickly afterwards. Sure, Acristi's was good in terms of magical use. He cast some very esoteric attacks, but he had obviously very rarely fought against anyone who could detect his magic. When Harry destabilized a hidden ritual that Acristi's had discreetly been casting, the magic release blowing up in his face, the former Dark Lord was sent flying back, with burns on his body, slowly healing thanks to his regeneration. He limped up and snarled, "How are you doing this?" All magic must have a grounding in reality to be able to express itself into the world, he simply stated, "But I do have a question. What exactly are you hoping to achieve with this? Do you seriously think that a couple of Dementors would stop two of the strongest champions to exist since Merlin and Morgana? Is truly all you can do? You want to know what I can do?" Acristi spoke up hysterically, "Who am I to refuse?" He conjured some weird black dagger out of nowhere and stabbed it into his own heart. Before Harry could even understand what was happening, the entire world screamed. The air rippled like disturbed water, but colder, bone-chilling cold. The ground under Acristi's cracked as if recoiling from him, glowing with an eerie red light that spread like a sinister infection. Then, reality seemed to tear itself open. Shadows poured out, thick and alive, swallowing the light and twisting the space around them into something unrecognizable. From the void, monsters emerged, things that shouldn't exist, things no one should ever see. The first was a massive, shifting blob of flesh, covered in unblinking eyes that darted in every direction. It dragged itself forward on tentacles tipped with jagged claws, each step leaving behind sizzling pools of black goo similar to Nidhogg's corruption. Another monstrosity followed, taller and stranger. It looked vaguely human, if a human were stretched like taffy, with arms that bent the wrong way and a mouth that split its face in half. Inside that gaping maw were too many teeth, all jagged and yellow, snapping like a wild animal. The worst was a slithering shadow with scales that shimmered like liquid, lined with mouths that whispered, "No," hissed, making Harry want to claw at his ears. The world around them wasn't faring any better. The ground pulsed with veins of something alive and wrong. Even the sky dimmed, dark clouds spiraling into a churning void that felt like it was watching. Acristi stood there, grinning like a madman, his voice warped and echoing, "Do you like it? This is just a glimpse of what lies beyond the thin curtain of the material world. I based it on the dark champion who killed my family. He was a vile thing, traveling the continent, leaving nothing but blood and horror at his tail. I came home, one day, and found my wife and my daughters, cut down like beasts, and for what? For some experiments. When I tracked him down, I found him pretending to be some noble knight. He had fallen in love, you see. He thought that he could just ignore what he had done before, that he could move past the pain he caused me, that he caused everyone. Oh, how I enjoyed watching his maiden burn and writhe in agony, accused of being a witch. I wasn't even that hard to arrange, just a few whispers here and there, while he was away and it was already too late. The agony on his face when he realized what had happened. Grilled a rice broke that day. All that power, and yet he hadn't seen me coming. He died, consumed by madness and grief. I found his laboratory. His research was quite enlightening. He looked lost in his head for a fraction of a second before his madness returned. "Do you see now what I can do, boy? Tell me, do you still think I still don't have a chance against them?" Harry stumbled back, his wand trembling in his hand. The creatures didn't just feel wrong. Something primal inside him wanted to squash it down. And so, he let his instincts control everything and started to sing. To be honest, even to this day, he had no clue how his singing worked properly. All he knew was at certain moments when he felt the more vulnerable, when the stars aligned when he needed it the most, he could sing, and the world would listen. Even though there were more than enough spacetime anomalies all over the island, even though there were monsters who definitely didn't belong in the material realm, even though there were hundreds of reasons why it shouldn't have worked, reality shifted around him. Slowly, shades of gray started to surround Harry. It was oddly calming. Everything in his surroundings drowned. As the sky turned gray, the monsters pushed back slowly, unable to enter. He understood now why the Olympians said that he sang a realm into existence. He couldn't deny it, this was, by definition, a realm. It obeyed certain rules, ones that he sang into being. It was separated from the outside world, but it wasn't perfect. Harry felt the creatures, the wrongness that they inflicted onto the world tried to infect his realm as well, but he would not budge. In a way, they existed by bringing shards of their own existence with them, something immaterial to materialize their existence. Quite the paradox, huh? Still, this is a threat that shouldn't be allowed, which he needed to get rid of. Harry pushed his realm outward, urging it to grow. Death fought against the void as Azkaban slowly cracked and burned. He was at a stalemate, and he knew it. He needed to do something to break it because even if he matched the damn monstrosities, he couldn't outlast them. He needed to come up with something and he had to do it now. The portal was definitely the weak point of the spell, and he would need to close it with a single attack. Fortunately for Harry, he was a bit of an expert on the subject. Even when it was completely alien, the principles behind the portal remained the same. Harry remembered the magic his crest had analyzed, trying to understand a bit of the principles behind it. It wasn't perfect, but his crest did an admirable job of breaking it down. He slowly shaped his magic and manipulated space and time in his own realm, specifically targeting the immaterial realm whose energy surrounded those beings, which happened to weirdly align with the magic, and he channeled a bit of the resurrection stone while doing so. This was the best he could do with what he had, and with a yell, he waved his wand, and the cutting charm was released. A slash of red energy, one that was folded into itself, strangely similar to his multi-dimensional attack, flew toward his attackers. Harry dispelled his realm right as it was about to exit, and the attack continued slashing through the creatures as if they were made through butter. It continued on and on until it reached the portal, which exploded in a gigantic burst of energy and light. When the light came out, there were no signs of the nightmarish creatures, just a crater, and a reforming skeleton, which kneeled to the ground, the growing flesh on his face showing Christie's absolute shock and despair. "Who are you?" "I am Harry Potter, the last Peverell, master of the Deathly Hallows. You, Christies, have violated the sanctity of this realm. For this, I sentence you to death." Without saying another word, Harry conjured a scythe made of ice, which he channeled the resurrection stone into, and swung it, decapitating the former Dark Lord. Harry felt his soul finally fade away, ensuring that he was finally dead. However, a small spark of golden energy flew up from the corpse and slowly shaped itself like Christie's former disguise, only this time, the eyes were different. They were more detached, and yet more regal somehow. There was wisdom where Christie's barely contained madness had resided before. "Solomon," Harry whispered. The man nodded slightly before turning back into a golden spark and flying toward Christie's tomb. Harry followed him instinctively and walked inside. As if it had been waiting for him, the black tar attacked once more, trying to break through the golden shield. Christie's might be dead, but there was still the mess with Nidhogg, wasn't there? Harry still had to close the breach, didn't he? For fuck's sake, when will this fucking day end? Chapter 406, Nail in the Coffin. May 10, 1995, Azkaban. The man nodded slightly before turning back into a golden spark and flying toward Christie's tomb. Harry followed him instinctively and walked inside. Christie's might be dead, but there was still the mess with Nidhogg, wasn't there? For fuck's sake, when will this fucking day end? Harry looked at the entrance of the cave feeling exhausted. Singing a realm into existence was very draining, even if he could think of a lot of ways to optimize the spell using Solomon's magic. He had a very basic grip on the principles of the magic system. It wasn't enough to even call himself knowledgeable of the subject, but he had worked from worse. After all, he had taken the space expansion charm and practically built an entire field of magic from it. Still, he entered the cavern with trepidation, remembering how difficult it was to leave this place. However, he still needed to deal with the breach and get Voldemort. Which meant that he had to go back and resist once more the temptation of staying there until the end of days, studying Solomon's magic. However, just as he was about to enter, he froze. He remembered how those creatures were able to sustain themselves in the material world. Harry sang softly and a small film surrounded him, protecting him from any outside influence. That was a pretty interesting way to use his magic, which was very simple. The spell itself was surprisingly easier than he expected. He had no idea why that was the case, but he would worry about that later. He took a step forward and smiled as his idea worked. Harry found no alien perception of the world or of magic and took a sigh of relief. Yes, his protections must have worked. He walked forward, easily bypassing the basic tests that Christie's had put in place, finding himself illuminated by their true purpose. They were tests, but they were designed to measure someone's viability for Christie's plan. Whoever he planned on tricking would have to be magically proficient enough to take his place, and have a good understanding of magic, while also being intelligent enough to get to the tomb in the first place. If Harry had to guess, Christie's did this to stop poachers from finding this place and wanted a power-hungry or reckless scholar to trick. It would have probably worked, if he hadn't overestimated the intelligence of most people. After all, he had created a veritable fortress for his experiments and the government of magical Britain used it as a prison of all things. Where he must have expected Azkaban to be a mysterious tomb that scholars and cursebreakers would have loved to explore, it became a government asset that no one would ever want to step foot into. Without a doubt, Echrisdes had failed, and now Harry had to deal with the consequences of that decision. Arriving at the now-dead man's tomb, Harry watched as Voldemort slumped, obviously in pain. He looked at the young wizard and let out a smile. I assume that Echrisdes is dead. He is. He put up quite the fight. I see that his death didn't free you from your binding, Harry responded neutrally. Harry used his soul to check for any hidden magic and noticed the obvious binding that surrounded Voldemort. The Dark Lord promised his help, but he didn't specify how long it would take. Only Echrisdes could say that the act was over, and with him dead, there was no one that could free Voldemort from his service. The heir of Slytherin chuckled bitterly. I should have listened to you, Potter. Harry nodded. You should have. To be fair to you, neither of us expected a verbal agreement to become binding using magic we didn't understand, but I did warn you. If something is too good to be true, then it probably is. I know. I was reckless. I was. The men didn't seem to finish the sentence, so, Harry did it for him. You were scared. You became mortal for the first time in decades, and you couldn't risk shattering your soul making another Horcrux. It feels so meaningless. I'm technically immortal now, staying in this cave forever. This was my greatest desire, but I can't help but doubt if it was worth it. I'll forever be alone, for decades, maybe centuries. And then I'll be forgotten, just a meaningless name, a fake one at that. It was my deepest fear, you know. It was never about dying. It was about not being remembered, not mattering in the grand scheme of things. What about the light and dark, he asked. The Dark Lord chuckled bitterly. Don't get me wrong, I hate them with a passion, the destruction they brought. But my obsession with killing them was never about justice, not really. I wanted to be known as the men who destroyed the light and dark, who subjugated them for an eternity, who would use their power to create a new world, a better world. And here, look at me. There's no escape from this. I now have the power to achieve my dream, but I have lost my freedom to do so. Don't bother, I took some time analyzing my bindings. There's nothing either of us could do. Harry didn't have the heart to tell him that his access to Solomon's magic was completely bound to this place and that even if he had found a way out, he wouldn't be able to do shit against Dumbledore or Grindelwald. It would have been cruel, after all. Seeing Voldemort there, seemingly as calm as possible while also being regretful. It reminded Harry of Tom Riddle, the boy he killed to become this monster. Even with his soul torn off, there had to be something of Tom beneath the hate, anger, and fear. Maybe it helped that Voldemort looked human and not like some gross serpentine thing, but he had never been so human. It was a shame that it took being practically enslaved and imprisoned for an eternity to do that. Curious, Harry asked, do you have any regrets? A few, perhaps. I regret attacking the Longbottom boy, that was foolish of me. I regret ever coming to this place and falling for Echrisdes' tricks. Perhaps I should have made sure that my diary didn't have so much autonomy. But the path I have taken, it was mine, and I would not change it for anything. Who knows, maybe after a few centuries I'll figure out how to escape this place. Perhaps, this is not the end of Lord Voldemort. Why did he have to say that? He was never going to stop, was he? This man had destroyed lives, waged a useless war while being used as a pawn and yet regretted only the outcome, not what he had done. To be fair, his sense of morality was skewed, to say the least, and there was no use for the recklessness or the madness. With a heavy heart, Harry knelt down to look Voldemort in the eye and murmured, I'm sorry. Voldemort's face turned to confusion before morphing into pain as Harry stabbed him in the heart with a dagger of ice, in which he channeled the resurrection stone. It was the right thing to do. Lord Voldemort had proven during their brief time together that he'd make reckless decisions without consulting him. Even if he wasn't bound, Harry knew that their partnership wouldn't have worked out, and he would have become more of a liability than an asset. But the fact that he was bound also mattered. If Voldemort still lived, there was every chance that Dumbledore would find him, and Harry would have essentially made his job even easier, a prepared lamb for slaughter for his final ritual. Killing Voldemort before the task was always a path that Harry had been considering. So far, he had only stayed his hand because of Vlad's help, and the prospect of having a powerful ally against the champions on light and dark. The Dark Lord's red eyes slowly lost their meager light, the hatred constantly burning inside them finally extinguished. He couldn't even wish Riddle better luck in his next life, for he would experience no reincarnation, he would remain in the void for an eternity, alone, suffering. He had broken death's rules and now he had to pay the price. Fancy soul magic or not, there was nothing Harry could do to stop that. It should have been a victory. Lord Voldemort's death over a decade prior had been celebrated by an entire country, so much so that it threatened to break the statute of secrecy, with Neville Longbottom becoming a national celebrity. And yet, all Harry could feel was emptiness. The man was a monster, he knew that for a fact, but he couldn't help but mourn the potential that would never be realized, the boy that the monster used to be. Tom Riddle was a brilliant young wizard who could have saved the world, and all that remained was the husk of a man who did his best to throw away everything that made him human. Of course, Harry didn't get to contemplate too much. After all, he had just broken a prophecy. After all, he liked to think that if Voldemort would have liked to die, he'd have liked to have done it as a final fuck you for Dumbledore. There was something very satisfying about destroying the former headmaster's decades worth of planning. After all, with this gone, all the crap he did with the boy who lived, all the manipulations, the boy he was planning on martyring, all of that became entirely meaningless. The magical release of the broken prophecy pulsed, and the young wizard used the Elder Wand to absorb it all, every single drop. He brought Voldemort into his realm momentarily to make sure that there wasn't any bleed-through, and that Nidhogg wouldn't use the energy to make his tear in reality even bigger. Harry grabbed the book in Voldemort's hand, the grimoire he had come to retrieve, and slowly walked out of the cavern, and back into the breach. He was able to overwhelm whatever space-time anomalies there were with the sheer power of the prophecy and found himself in front of a familiar small pool of black tar that covered Nidhogg's breach. It would probably take a few years for the breach to fully close without anyone actively sustaining it. But that was more than enough for some idiot to mess things up, and Harry had enough. Harry would not risk it. With a flick of his wand, he directed the magic stored inside it and commanded the breach to close. The entity quickly realized what had happened and was fighting, but Harry had a prophecy's worth of magic behind him. His goal was to undo everything that Acristes had ever done, destroying his legacy. It took a while, but the defenses protecting the material realm from outside influence finally activated and helped Harry close the breach, including any form of space warping involved. This meant that the Dementors would also perish. He didn't see anyone protesting that. With that done, Harry started to sing, taking over Azkaban 1 meter at a time, destroying whatever taint. He released a gigantic pulse of light which destroyed whatever corrupted creatures remained, and the entire island was reduced to rubble. Azkaban was finally destroyed, the ambient magic surrounding it having lost its taint, and he could feel the world itself be grateful for it. No one would know what he did that day. No one would know of the threat he had just disposed of. With that done, Harry just felt drained and exhausted. He knelt, watching his handiwork. As he was contemplating his choices, the grimoire in Harry's hand burst into motes of golden light that morphed into a familiar form once more. From the look in his eyes, Harry knew who it was. The otherworldly detachment and wisdom were more than enough to make a very educated guess. Solomon, I'm guessing. Are you actually going to speak this time, or are you going to vaguely guide me somewhere else too? Yeah, maybe Harry was a little irritable. Perhaps it was a stupid idea, but he was out of fucks to give. Funnily enough, that seemed to amuse Solomon more than anything, given the small upward twitch of his lips. Yes, young hero, I believe it's time for us to have a proper conversation. Chapter 407, Chapter 407, A Raven's Touch. May 10, 1995, Azkaban. Yeah, maybe Harry was a little irritable. Perhaps it was a stupid idea, but he was out of fucks to give. Funnily enough, that seemed to amuse Solomon more than anything, given the small upward twitch of his lips. Yes, young hero, I believe it's time for us to have a proper conversation. They stayed silent for minutes, Harry not really knowing how to start the conversation. There was a lot that he wanted to ask him, mainly about how he defeated the light and dark, and why he didn't help him before. A part of him wanted to ask him about his magical system, why he even let himself die, because functional immortality shouldn't have been much of an issue for him. However, whatever he had to say just wouldn't leave his throat, and Solomon decided to speak up first. You made the right decision. Harry gave him a confused look and the king clarified, in Acristes' tomb, killing the men with the broken soul, it was the right decision. The world is so full of grays that it's rare to really differentiate between right and wrong. When I was king, I made many decisions for the good of my people, and the decision you made was for the good of the world. No good would have come from sparing that man. The young wizard froze at that before answering, it doesn't feel like it. I've killed people before, but it was always in a fight, and they were always enemies. Voldemort was an ally, and I killed him when he was imprisoned, bound to a cavern, stuck with an oath that he would never fulfill. I didn't kill him because of what he could do, but what someone else could do with his survival, for a greater good, I suppose. I can't help but wonder if that's what they felt like, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, I mean, when they got started in the journey that twisted them so. The former monarch gave Harry a sympathetic look. Like it or not, the idea of the greater good itself isn't evil. It's a slippery slope, a justification that people use to justify their misdeeds. However, the idea itself is a noble one. I find that judging the act itself, without any external form of validation tainting my view, always helped me decide on whether or not to take that action. Tell me, how many people have you hurt by killing this man? Only Voldemort, he replied, and he deserved a lot more than death for what he had done. And thus, your decision to end his life was a good one. It's always a fine line to walk. I, myself, devoted decades to mastering divination to get a clearer idea of the consequences of my decisions. Unfortunately, you do not have decades to do the same. Ragnarok is coming. The last Potter let out a bitter chuckle, and here I thought you wanted to talk about philosophy. I just stopped one apocalypse, what's one more? Perhaps, in another life, we would have spent more time discussing our interests. However, as pressing as it all is, there's something that I need to tell you first. Harry braced himself for the worst, only for the former monarch to speak up, with a gentle look on his face. You've done a good job. He froze. The last Potter didn't even know why he did, but that had to be the last thing he expected from the King of Mages himself. If anything, Solomon seemed even amused by his reaction. I've seen your feats, your decisions, your failures and successes. I can tell you, without a doubt, that generally speaking, I don't think there's anyone who could have achieved what you have. Perhaps it truly is destiny that dictated that someone like you would be born when the world needs him most, perhaps it's a complete coincidence. Who can tell? But that doesn't matter, you did a very good job fighting the light and dark, perhaps more than anyone else has in history. The young wizard didn't know why he was so taken aback by Solomon's words. Perhaps it was because no one ever really validated his actions and decisions. No one told him he did a good job because it was very rare for there to be an outside opinion that was aware of the scope of his actions. Harry shook his head, denying it, but I started Ragnarok. I killed the world serpent. I caused all of this. He did feel a lot of responsibility for what happened, mostly because he started Ragnarok by killing the world serpent. The fact that his ignorance could possibly have caused the end of times was weighing pretty heavily on him. It was one of the reasons why he didn't grab his close ones and fucked off to another universe, living comfortably. He was tied to Ragnarok, perhaps as its hero, and he learned that there was no outrunning this. Solomon's smile, though, was gentle. Whoever said that Ragnarok was a bad thing? What do you mean? It's literally the end of the world. Is it? The white-haired man spoke up in a smug tone. You've learned dozens of times that prophecies are rarely absolute, and people seldom truly understand them. Harry didn't look convinced, and so Solomon spoke up. Do you want to know what would have happened had you not killed the world serpent? The champions of light and dark would have continued scheming in the background. After graduating, you would have moved away from Europe, consumed by your research of magic. Eventually, in a couple of decades, the magic that remained in the grimoire would have failed. Enchanting would have been free. He would have killed all the residents of Azkaban in a ritual, but he would have overshot it, unknowingly releasing enough magic for the breach to destabilize. Unknowing of his blunder, he would have ignored it and hunted down the light and dark, and perished horribly. However, the breach would have slowly expanded, and after a century or two, Nidhogg would have consumed the material realm. Whatever response Harry was expecting, well, it wasn't that. A part of him wanted to deny it, but it all felt so possible. He was fully willing to leave Britain after his graduation, stay the fuck away from Dumbledore and Grindelwald. He could see himself easily do that, and without Ragnarok, the champions of the light and dark wouldn't have had to do their elaborate ritual, breaking prophecies, and would have continued scheming. Enchanting's misdeeds wouldn't have been known, and when he was eventually defeated, without anyone knowing about the breach in Azkaban, then there was nothing to stop Nidhogg from eventually winning. But there was something that Harry didn't like about that explanation. Then why did you let Enchanting use the grimoire to summon Nidhogg in the first place? Why else? It was because you needed to see it. You couldn't have sent a note or something. Thousands of people died because of what he did. The former king looked solemn for a minute. It wouldn't have been enough. As I said, you needed to see it. It might seem confusing now, but you'll understand eventually. I am not asking you to trust me, because I do not need it. The past is the past, there is not changing it. The future will be up to you. Harry deflated, anger still simmering before speaking up. What now? I stopped one terrible fate, but how is Ragnarok not worse? Nidhogg's victory would have decimated everything, but whoever said that Ragnarok would have to be the end? As impossible as that might seem, there is a path to victory, one that has been paved for you, prepared for thousands of years. Fate and death are on your side, but nothing is absolute. But I suppose a little help wouldn't be amiss. Before Harry could even process the words, a small ball of golden light flew towards Harry's chest, integrating into his family crest, which started to glow faintly. What the hell was that? As I said, a small gift. In your crest are now the details on how to use my magic, with a few small gifts along the way. Harry channeled his crest slightly and gasped. It wasn't because of Solomon's magic, not really, but a small piece of information, something that truly gave Harry hope, the location of the light and dark, their original dimensions before their expansion, their core. How? Solomon answered his question with one of his own. Do you know how I defeated the light and dark? Harry shook his head, and the former monarch continued. It wasn't some grand feat or battle like you ever expected. They were barely teens at the time, powerful but unrefined. I tricked them into a battlefield and sealed their soul into myself. They barely felt anything, and I couldn't use the light and dark, not directly without them noticing. I usually use them as ways to channel more magic from my body, nothing more. But in my century of life, I did my best to understand the entity behind them, enough to have a target. A lot of divination showed me that my chances of victory were very slim, and so, I passed on my duty forward. You couldn't have contained the light and dark. You didn't have to die. I did. What do you think would have happened if I had remained living? The light and dark would have eventually realized what had happened, that I tricked them. It might have taken centuries, but it was inevitable. The light and dark would either find a workaround or would have overwhelmed me enough to free the souls of their champions. They would have come back with a vengeance and would have razed my nation, who wouldn't have known hardship for centuries, to the ground. Everything ends, young hero, me included. It was my duty to aid humanity as much as I could, and I did so by choosing you, and dying at a time which made the chances of victory be at their highest. The young wizard was suppressing the urge to shudder at the responsibility on his shoulder. Why me? I needed someone to pass my duty into, in an era where the very circumstances would help, where the stars would align. In a weird way, fate aided me. My visions were too precise, too explicit, to be natural. Prophecies shouldn't be broken, and if they were, no form of divination should have predicted them. Something was aiding me, letting me see past what was possible. And so, I looked forward and saw a path to victory, a true victory, your path. I put things in motion to give you every advantage that you can have and hope for the best. My grimoire was one of them. Knowledge which I enchanted to be known in an exact moment it was needed. Echristes was my greatest gamble, but one of the most important. And now its purpose is fulfilled. I have faith in you, Harry Potter, but do not despair. Your existence, your actions, cannot make things worse than what they could have been. There was a detail, though, that angered Harry, so, everything I suffered, everything I lost, it was all part of a script. Did any choice I make even matter? Of course, they mattered, Solomon replied, your choices are yours. I just knew what they were before you made it. You were never forced to do anything. You were never constrained. Everything that you ever experienced was completely due to your decisions. You can leave, you can give up, you can do whatever you want. No one is going to force you. It's also why I said that you had a path to victory, not that it is assured. It's a very faint difference, but it's an extremely important one. Your choices are your own, Harry Potter. They always have and they always will be. Having calmed down slightly, he uttered, how can I trust you? How can I know that you really did all of this? How do I know that you won't keep dictating my actions? The white-haired man let out a smug smile. That's easy, young man. You do not have to trust me, you do not have to fear me, because I am not here. I have died thousands of years ago. The grimoire was never sentient. It had preordained instructions. Even this conversation is one that I recorded before my death. So, let me assure you, you have everything you need to succeed. Whether you walk the path I laid for you will depend on your choices and yours alone, but I have faith in you, Harry Potter, Slayer of the World Serpent, Last Peveril, Master of Death, and the Raven's Chosen. Your legacy always was one of greatness, whichever path you take. I believe it's time for you to go home, for a storm is coming and may fortune favor. And just like that, the man faded away, the grimoire having disappeared with him, leaving a gaping Harry flabbergasted by the idea that he was talking with someone who had recorded his answers years prior. He felt a touch of absolution for everything he had ever done in his life so far, every wrong, every death, that his actions had accidentally caused. He hadn't realized how much he blamed himself until some invisible weight disappeared from his shoulder. But most of all, he felt relieved. There he had it, there was a path to victory, a way to win. Even if he didn't know what it was, not really, someone who knew the future had faith in him, and that removed any idea of giving up, of escaping to another universe from his mind. He would find that path and walk it, if only for the sake of everyone who suffered for thousands of years, who died to forge this. With barely a gesture, Harry opened a portal and walked forward. He had one last stop to make before going home after all. After all, there was still one piece of the puzzle that was missing. Chapter 408, Blood Ties. May 10, 1995, Land of Shadows. He would find that path and walk it, if only for the sake of everyone who suffered for thousands of years and who died to forge this. With barely a gesture, Harry opened a portal and walked forward. He had one last stop to make before going home after all. After all, there was still one piece of the puzzle that was missing. Harry closed the portal behind him, his gaze meeting the familiar form of Vlad's castle. It was just as ominous as it was when he first entered it. He couldn't help but feel slightly worried. Vlad Dracul was a very dangerous man, and that was underplaying it. Tales of his origins were a bit fragmented, but from Nicholas' diary, he knew that he used a wizard who wished to be immortal and crafted a ritual that ended up accidentally killing off a champion of the dark. The first vampire was extremely fast, had a mastery of magic that very few people would boast, and was functionally immortal, the dark refusing to let him die until he fulfilled his purpose. And yet, as Harry walked into the dining room, he didn't see the Lord of Shadows, or whatever pretentious title people threw on him, but a tired man drinking wine. He turned to Harry and spoke up, "Did you find the grimoire?" The young wizard simply nodded. It was where you said it was. And Riddle. He didn't make it, Harry bluntly responded. There was something that had made Harry dubious of the vampire's decision. He never said why he wanted Voldemort to come with him. The young wizard had thought that he wanted them to work together, to partner up against Dumbledore and Grindelwald, but he was wrong. Solomon said that it was all planned out, and now that he thought about it, Voldemort's death broke his prophecy, which was enough for Harry to seal off Nidhogg's breach. Everything aligned too perfectly, and since Vlad was the one who suggested bringing Voldemort along, he had to have answers. The vampire slumped further into his seat and drank another gulp of wine. Finally, he spoke up. I'm supposed to be happy, you know. I'm finally free of that cursed book. How I wish I never found that thing. Hope can be such a dangerous thing after all. The ritual you used to become a vampire. It came from the grimoire. No, it didn't. That ritual was entirely my own. I crafted it after decades of experimentation and research, and countless lost lives. I thought I did it. I thought that I had finally found my path to immortality, and I succeeded. I should have known that it was too good to be true. I was reckless and performed it, only to find myself bound to the dark. After a lot of experience, I realized that it shouldn't have worked. I should have died that day, but it was the dark that saved me. It was the dark that bound me, and a piece of it lies in every single vampire that existed ever since. I found the grimoire centuries later after I had almost given up on ending my curse. I found it in a tomb in the middle of nowhere. I hoped that it would have something that could help. Imagine my surprise when I found, instead of obscure magical knowledge, instructions addressed directly to me, promising me my freedom of the dark in exchange for completing a few tasks. They seemed like a very small price to pay for my freedom. I wasn't even asked to do anything particularly bad. Just give someone a letter or another, pass down the grimoire and retrieve it from certain locations. That's the thing, I was never really forced to do anything. I was never magically bound, and yet I felt imprisoned. As I said, hope, after all, can be a very dangerous thing. The vampire took a sip of his wine while staring back at the sky. It took me embarrassingly long to realize that Solomon had to have been a seer, had to have known what would have happened to me, and had to have wanted a spy on the dark. The King of Mages was dead, and yet I served him somehow, like a puppet with an invisible string, bound by my hope, by the idea of freedom. I thought that I was done after the mess with the Christies. There was no instruction to pick up the grimoire afterwards, not for centuries. I thought that either Solomon had failed, or my role was over. It wouldn't be a lie if I said that I was leaning towards the former. He let out a bitter chuckle. Imagine my surprise when I found letters addressed to me with very familiar handwriting appearing out of thin air with small instructions written on them. The first was to take care of a young wizard who would seek me out. Days later, I found a young man by the name of Tom Riddle, knocking on my doorstep, a young man who had ripped apart his own soul. I don't know if it was the familiar fear of death that had plagued my youth being so clear in his eyes, but I took him under my wing and cared for him. Harry gave him a dubious look. You cared for him? The vampire nodded. I did. Far more than I ever expected. It was easy. Perhaps it was because I was a monster myself that I found myself attached to another one with familiar fears and familiar dreams that I held in my youth. Then I went to hide from Grindelwald during his war and stayed here, in my realm, away from his sight. I asked Tom to come with me, and yet he refused, as I knew he would. He called me a coward and wanted me to join his pointless crusade against the light and dark. When I refused, he left, saying that he would never return until he had completed his purpose, and so, I never expected to see him again. Imagine my surprise when years later, I found a letter telling me to send the both of you to Azkaban to retrieve Solomon's grimoire. Merely days after, I found Tom on my doorstep, and then you came. I had my suspicions, of course, but some part of me hoped that it wouldn't be true. It wasn't the first time the grimoire surprised me after all. This was to be my final order, my final command. I am unbound, for I have played my part, and yet, I do not feel free, or unburdened. How peculiar. Why are you telling me this? The young wizard asked. I have never had the opportunity to share my pain. And would you truly judge me for what I was forced to do? You too, mourn him, even if it is very hidden, the first vampire answered. I mourn the wizard he could have been. I remember Tom Riddle, a brilliant young man who dreamed of a better world. Voldemort always felt like a pale shadow, more like a living manifestation of the darkness inside him than a person unto himself. They sat in silence, neither saying anything. Harry had gotten what he wanted, really. He understood the path that guided him to the grimoire, to Solomon's masterpiece. There was something profoundly haunting about seeing a person's life meticulously planned, from their first steps to their last breath. It felt unnatural, like seeing a marionette moving without its strings. Vlad Dracul was definitely a miserable man, bound to serve the dark, and yet Solomon twisted his hope to be free to turn him into a willing servant. There was no magical compulsion, no forceful will, and in a way, that was what made it sinister. Their choices were their own, and yet, people knew about them before they made it. Perhaps it wasn't the choices that mattered, but the reason behind making them. Breaking the silence, Vlad finally spoke, his voice low and contemplative. How did he die? Harry met his gaze evenly. I killed him. He got tricked by a Christie's and bound to forever stay in his tomb. I killed him to destroy the tomb and everything that remained in Azkaban. The vampire raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. A mercy then. I know personally how horrible immortality can be. Was it quick? Harry nodded solemnly. Very. He didn't feel a thing. That's good, Vlad murmured, taking a sip of wine. His crimson eyes seemed distant, lost in memories that spanned centuries. Harry wasn't sure why he lingered. Perhaps it was the broken look in Vlad's eyes, a reflection of his own guilt over Riddle's death. Or perhaps it was something deeper, a need to understand. He broke the silence again, his words unbidden. You know, I'm probably the reason he came back here. The vampire's eyes lit up slightly. I thought he was being hunted down by his own rogue Horcrux. Oh, that was complete nonsense. He went to attack my guardian, probably to pressure him into joining his cause, since every single one of his followers kept getting killed. I was still in hiding, hoping, in vain, that it would hide me from Grindelwald's sight. He attacked Arcturus while I was there and it was like a reflex. I pretended to be his diary Horcrux. Vlad stared at him before a grin tugged at his lips. He fell for that. Surprisingly easily, Harry said, a trace of amusement in his voice. Riddle was always narcissistic. Who could pose a greater threat to him than himself? Of course, he denied it until I used some basic soul magic to prod his soul. He thought I was trying to assimilate him and ran away. You should have seen his face. For the first time in their encounter, Vlad burst into genuine laughter, the sound rich and oddly human. I can picture it. He was so terrified when he arrived. I assumed he'd botched one of the rituals when he made the Horcruxes. Soul magic is unpredictable at best. Their laughter echoed in the chamber, a strange, fleeting moment of levity. It felt surreal, to share a laugh with Vlad Dracul, a figure shrouded in legends and fear. When the laughter subsided, Vlad's expression softened, a rare vulnerability flickering in his eyes. There aren't many who mourn Tom. It's a comfort to know I'm not alone. People saw the monster, the madman who tore his soul apart, but Tom Riddle was still there, buried beneath the shadow of Voldemort. I'm glad I'm not the only one who remembers him. Harry nodded, an idea forming in his mind. It was impulsive, but he couldn't ignore the opportunity. Then why not ensure his sacrifice wasn't in vain? Why not join me against the light and dark? Vlad's expression darkened, and he shook his head slowly. You don't understand. I am a coward, Harry. I never denied it. Even after millennia, I still fear death. As much as I hate to admit it, there is no defeating the light and dark. This quest you've embarked upon is beyond foolish. You cannot grasp the scale of their power. They are eternal, beings whose reach spans realities. Gods and demons alike fall before them. The best you can do is kill their champions, and even that is a death sentence. New champions will rise, and the cycle will begin anew. I learned this the hard way. Harry hesitated, tempted to press him on that final comment, but chose his words carefully. Something is breaking the cycle. Ragnarok is coming. The light and dark will clash for the final time. You have nothing to lose. If it's truly the end of days, then death is inevitable. But if we survive, if we defeat them, wouldn't you want to be part of that victory? Wouldn't you want to avenge millennia of servitude for a mistake you made so long ago? Vlad stared past him, his eyes distant, unreadable. Harry stood, deciding to leave him with his thoughts. Just think about it, Vlad Dracul. Until next time. With that, Harry stepped through a portal, leaving the ancient vampire alone with his wine and his memories. After all, it was time to go home. Chapter 409, Men in Black. May 12, 1995, St. Mungo's Hospital. Arcturus Black opened his eyes and winced at the brightness of his surroundings. The blinding light was already giving him a headache, which made it hard to think. He motioned to yell at Creature to close the bloody drapes, only to release a faint croaking sound. His throat burned slightly as if he hadn't spoken in a while, and when he tried to use his arms to shield himself from the sun, they felt as if they were made of lead. It took embarrassingly long to realize that he wasn't in his bed at the manor. It was too small and wasn't nearly as comfortable. Despite himself, he mumbled, "Where am I?" A woman's voice answered him, "Oh, Mr. Black, you're finally awake. You're in St. Mungo's for magical maladies and injuries. You were brought in after an incident in Diagon Alley." Oh, right. He was in Diagon Alley with Harry. They were separated, with Harry having decided to walk around the alley with his girlfriend while he was in Gringotts to deal with the paperwork of reactivating his vault. The goblins really did their best to make things difficult, since they assumed that they would have been given the contents of Harry's vault in a few decades. Extinct magical lines didn't happen often, but it was the bank and the ministry that gained the most from that. With Voldemort wiping out many family lines, they were projected to make quite a bit of gold in a few decades anyway. It was probably Fudge's way out of the dreadful pithole that was magical Britain's economy. He probably hedged that even after a few decades they would have access to enough funds to kick the ICW out. It would be too late, their influence would have been very established with an entire generation being born before that time, but it was still technically a safety net that Fudge could theoretically rely on by making the reckless move of allowing Gringotts to access dead vaults earlier for an increased fee. Of course, it would be a terrible precedent to make and he didn't see the Wisengamot agreeing easily. But it was still a path to take. Thankfully, the minister had the foresight to use whatever leverage he had to kick out the ICW's influence, to the joy of a large majority of the members of the Wisengamot, so that risk was unlikely to happen. However, there was still a chance that the economy would be shaken once more. Where was he? Oh, right, he was leaving Gringotts and got attacked by lichens for some reason because they thought that Harry had killed the Red Witch. Which was preposterous, of course. His ward was many things and would kill a dangerous witch without any hesitation, but not his mother. No matter how much he liked to deny it, the boy still cared for her, and her death had shaken him. There was something fundamentally wrong about killing your own kin. Something deep inside their magic resisted the notion, which was why marriage was such an obvious way to build alliances between magical families. Sure, family crests were very important factors for old families, but not every family had the privilege of having one. Of course, arranged marriages ran out of favor after the statute of secrecy fell. Only certain families practiced them, and it was mostly to preserve certain magical traits from spreading outside the family. With a jolt, he sat up, ignoring how his bones ached at the action. Harry. Where's Harry? Your ward is fine, Mr. Black, the healer answered. He visited you many times while you were here. Many times. That didn't bode well. How long have I been here? Around 10 days. People were in an uproar about what happened and the entirety of the Leakin population went into hiding. I can't really blame them. It was really touch and go for a bit. A lot of the wounds, especially around your chest, resisted most of the healing charms we tried to cast. However, the bigger danger was the way you strained your magical circuits. You're very lucky that my supervisor specialized in that type of injury. At your age, I'm not exaggerating when I said that it's a miracle that you're still alive. Believe me, I've been through worse, he muttered. The woman's eyes narrowed. Oh, that I believe you. I've never treated anyone with so many scars. Though, a colleague of mine once treated Alastair Moody, so you might be behind on that front. She said that it was a miracle that he was even still alive. She didn't expect a reply since she continued casting while muttering to herself. Healers were always a mysterious bunch. He had no idea how they were trained in that guild of theirs, but anyone who could shape flesh and blood like clay was bound to lose a bit of their empathy. His attending healer seemed remarkably upbeat. Still, with most of his worries being abated, Arcturus took the time to observe his surroundings. It was a large room for a hospital, probably for his own privacy and status. There were a few flowers. Violets, Melania's favorites. He always took care of the ones in the mansion personally as an homage to her. They were probably from Harry. He smiled faintly, only to stiffen as he saw a robed man standing silently by the door. It was easy to find out what he was. The way he was stiff, ready for any action, the dragonhide holster. What's with the aura? Am I under arrest? Merlin, no, the woman answered while shaking her head. Minister Fudge was kind enough to give you guards to make sure that there would be no repeats of the attack. It was in the Daily Prophet and everything. Arcturus gave her a dubious look. Fudge arranged for my protection. A familiar voice spoke up, the door having been opened without a sound, probably a silencing charm. Oh, he certainly wasn't very happy about it. I have to say, I heard rumors about your time in the Great War. It's nice to see that you haven't lost your edge. Believe me, I was very rusty, Arcturus answered. Why have you come, Amelia Bones? Didn't you hear? Our wise minister has declared that all available auras are to protect you from further attacks. Unfortunately, I happen to be one. You're the head of the DMLE, Bones. The woman snorted. I am, which is why I am quite vexed that instead of protecting the interest of this nation, I'm forced to stay here and make sure that you don't get yourself killed. It's a miracle that there hadn't been any other Leakin attacks. We were very lucky in that regard. Arcturus suppressed the urge to chuckle at that. More attacks. The Black Patriarch knew his ward and he could say for a fact that the boy would guarantee that the lichens wouldn't even try to do anything like that again, either through subjugation or termination. The fact that Harry obviously still visited him meant that whatever threat to his life was probably gone, especially since it had been 10 days since the incident. Still, there was something that didn't really make sense. Why did Fudge force you to do this? I appreciate it, of course, but it seems like a waste. Well, it had something to do with the Potter boy, I'm guessing. I don't know what exactly Fudge had been planning, but he asked dozens of my roster of Aurors to accompany him here after the attack. Apparently, he had gotten it into his head to arrest your ward for what happened. I'm genuinely not sure what his angle was. Maybe someone bought his allegiance, maybe he thought that a scapegoat would help calm people down. It doesn't really matter. He called a state of emergency, citing complications with the Lycans and the goblins, and used that to issue a warrant without my involvement. All I can say is that Potter must have had balls of steel, and he definitely didn't like that. I'd respect the kid, but, somehow, he ended up convincing Fudge to have my Aurors act as glorified security guards. As you said, it was a waste of resources, which I'm hoping will be over now that you're awake. With that said, I'd appreciate it if you could shed some light on a few details of the attack. Do you have any idea about the motive behind it? Arcturus obviously failed to hide the amusement he felt. It was just like Harry to do that. He liked being clever, using people's strengths against them. In Fudge's case, he practically hijacked his Aurors to protect Arcturus. He was touched, really, by the act. Harry wasn't one for outward acts of affection, neither was Arcturus for that matter, but this more than made up for it. The Black Patriarch honestly had no idea what Fudge was hoping to achieve with this. Harry hadn't even been here during the attack until the very end, where he caught Arcturus. He hadn't even cast a single spell, let alone killed any of the Lycans. Still, this still gave him an opportunity to curry favor with Bones, and what better way than to offer her information seemingly freely. The woman was likely to be the next minister after Fudge inevitably gets voted out next year, and she also had teams of Aurors under her command in case he would need to mess with one of Dumbledore's or Grindelwald's plans legally. He had been planning on speaking with her anyway, but she was either too busy or he had been preoccupied by his assets abroad. He took a deep breath and spoke up. The Lycans thought I was involved somehow in the death of the Red Witch. They wanted revenge and more information about the scheme. Utter nonsense, of course, but they obviously believed it. The Bones matriarch froze at that. The Red Witch is dead. Arcturus didn't judge her for the way she reacted. The Red Witch was the main force behind the Lycans, both the source of their strength and restraint. Without her, the beasts were weaker, but far more unpredictable. But what he didn't expect was the way she paled in fear. Yes, she is. I had nothing to do with it, of course. But there's something you're not telling me. Come on, I was completely frank with you. It wouldn't hurt to share a bit. She glared at him before relenting. The Dementors have disappeared. Again. We feared that the Dark Lord made his move. And if the Red Witch is dead, he won't have any opposition. We haven't heard anything from the Lycans since the attack. It's very possible that they switched sides, and found someone else to follow, even though the Dark Lord was probably the one who killed their previous master. I thought that things were settling down, but we're in the eye of the storm. The Black Patriarch knew that most of her assumptions were false. Harry had told him that Lycans had a form of enforced loyalty carved into their cores and that they would never join someone that Lily considered an enemy. But the Dementor's disappearance was very disturbing. He had seen Harry threaten them with annihilation when they came with Riddle to attack him. They had backed off and went back to Tartarus, much to the confusion of most of the nation. For them to go rogue would mean that they felt secure in their position, in surviving Harry's threat. That was very dangerous indeed. He'd need to talk to Harry about it. Still, he had no plans of sharing his insight with the witch in front of him. After all, he couldn't have her drop her guard anytime soon with whatever Dumbledore and Grindelwald were planning. Thankfully, he didn't need to say anything since a very familiar voice spoke up, filled with both mirth and relief. Well, you surely took your time to wake up from your little nap. I suppose that's age catching up with you. The Aurors in the room stiffened, their wands in their hands, and pointed at the intruder, only to relax at the sight of Harry Potter. He gave them a lazy wave. Hello everyone. Please, point your wands at me if it helps you relax. That seemed to break the tension and Bones glared at him. I left instructions to not be interrupted, Potter. Harry shrugged unrepentantly. Oops. I didn't know you left instructions. The woman held her head and murmured, bloody teenagers, before turning back towards the older wizard. We'll be in touch in case I have any further questions. You've already given me enough to deal with. I'll leave you to be. After all, you barely have a few days together. Who am I to deprive you of them? The Black Patriarch gave her a questioning look, which caused her to smile smugly. You didn't hear. I suppose we haven't announced it yet. McGonagall is finally opening Hogwarts back up. You should be back in school next week. And just like that, she left, her Aurors following her. Deciding to file that piece of information for later, he turned towards his ward. So, what have you been up to? I assume you spent some time hunting wolves. Harry snorted in amusement and chuckled. Oh, you have no idea. Let's just say that the last few were eventful. When the boy started telling him about what happened, Arcturus realized that this was probably the understatement of the century. Chapter 410, Open Borders. May 18, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. Harry snorted in amusement and chuckled, "Oh, you have no idea. Let's just say that the last few were eventful." When the boy started telling him about what happened, Arcturus realized that this was probably the understatement of the century. Harry smiled faintly as the Hogwarts Express slowed down. He watched as the Forbidden Forest passed by him, seeing the odd magical creature running around in the background. It was a nice touch from McGonagall to get the enchanted train to return to London, thankfully not in its dragon form, for the school's reopening. It was weird. He was seated with the rest of the Hogwarts champions, at least not the ones who returned home, without them realizing that he was among them during the previous task. They were obviously wary of him. Harry didn't exactly blame them. They hadn't spoken to him since the third task, and even then, he showed himself to be a bit beyond them in terms of magical prowess. They had gotten used to him previously, but his absence obviously made whatever casualness between them disappear. It was almost by the time they arrived that Roger Davies finally asked him, "I can't believe you're still alive, Potter." The Ravenclaw was probably the one who spent the least amount of time with him out of everyone in the delegation. He wasn't just talking about the tournament, but the entirety of his time in Hogwarts as well. He just never cared enough to speak with the older boy. He had an air of superiority to him that made Harry want to avoid him, which was why it was flabbergasting that he'd be the one to speak up. And to make things worse, the way he spoke was a mixture of looking down at Harry while being obviously intimidated, just grading the young wizard the young way. He really didn't like fake people. Harry simply shrugged, "And yet, I am." Lucy and Bull seemed to gather the courage to speak up. "Do you really expect us to believe that you were sick?" "I don't expect anything. People will make their assumptions, so why should I care what they think?" They were all struck silent by the response, with Angelina obviously doing her best not to snicker at his responses, and he knew that Daphne was smiling as well, given the very slight upward tilt of her lips. His response seemed to have made them all feel awkward, and Davies decided to change the conversation. "So, did anyone hear from Carmichael recently?" "I didn't see him on the train." They all shook heads, and the boy turned towards Daphne. "What about you, Greengrass? You were very friendly with him during the task." Was he trying to make Harry mad at Daphne? Considering the way Roger was looking at him, searching for a reaction, expecting him to blow up or something, he was. Everyone else was too. The blonde must have understood what they were getting at because she gave everyone an unimpressed look. "I haven't talked to him since we got back to Britain, but he did mention something about taking his OWLS and moving abroad with his siblings. Apparently, he thought that staying in Britain was risky. I don't know when he'll be back, or if he ever will." The way everyone deflated was funny, especially given his lack of reaction. The young wizard rolled his eyes. They expected him to be jealous of himself. Then again, teenagers always liked gossip. He simply ignored them, looking at the familiar view. He had missed this place, missed the mysteries that were in every corner of the castle. He missed the Room of Requirements, hell, even the Chamber of Secrets. Speaking of the chamber, he needed to visit it soon for a personal project of his. But most of all, Harry felt his age whenever he stepped through the castle. Harry spent the last few days working with Arcturus about their forces, and that was far more draining than he expected. Unfortunately, it wasn't without a pretty lengthy discussion about Harry's shenanigans during his coma. To be fair to him, he was asleep for less than 2 weeks, and in that time, Harry fought Dumbledore, won the allegiance of his wand, performed an impromptu ritual in Stonehenge, removed the Horcrux in Longbottom's scar, found Voldemort and the first vampire to ever exist, broke into Azkaban, banished an eldritch being who threatened to consume the world, fought against the Dementors' creators, spoke to Solomon, and killed Voldemort. Now that he put it in a list, it did sound insane for what was essentially 10 days. No wonder Arcturus looked like he was losing his mind as Harry kept recounting his feats. In a way, Harry ended the civil war in magical Britain. Both Voldemort and Lily were dead, their forces were either killed or under Harry's control. There were upsides and downsides, of course. It was a shame that Voldemort wouldn't be on their side. Mages of his caliber were rare, but they still probably held one of the biggest armies in Europe, and no one even knew. The Black Patriarch had been surprised by the fact that Harry had essentially taken over the Lycans after his fight with Dumbledore, as well as an alliance with the Department of Mysteries with Snape being in charge. Arcturus himself had hired a small army of mercenaries, whose training he oversaw personally, and had gotten his old guard to essentially raise one of their own under his supervision. Italy and France had agreed pretty easily. Unfortunately, Scandinavian countries were hesitant to train a military force in their country, which was understandable. However, Arcturus' contact in Russia was able to hire mercenaries of his own, mostly from Eastern Europe. Harry was planning on talking to Perseus about involving the Greeks when he came. His father had shown that he didn't like what the Light and Dark were planning and was bound to be a very valuable ally. The foreign delegation should come in a couple of weeks, so he'll deal with that then. His train of thought was broken by the announcement of their arrival. Everyone stood up, a little giddily. It seemed that Harry wasn't the only one to miss the castle. Then again, they had friends and family members that they hadn't seen in months because of McGonagall closing down the wards. Minutes later, they all found themselves riding the Thestral carriages. There was something disconcerting in the fact that practically everyone could see the creatures. It took a year for all of them to witness death, and that was heartbreaking. They were all told that the tournament was safe and that there would be no real danger to the students. And yet, it was all a lie. Everyone witnessed Olympus being destroyed, and watched people die in front of them, even without participating in the task. No one liked to talk about it, but it was obvious that whatever broadcasting method had shown a few champions' deaths, not that Harry blamed them for not saying anything. Cedric Diggory's death was a bit of a taboo subject. It was there, an overwhelming presence, like a dark cloud above them, that everyone wanted to ignore. Not all of them liked the boy or his attitude, but he was one of them. The worst part is not knowing really. They didn't find a corpse, he wasn't being recorded after he entered the labyrinth. All in all, his death lacked the closure they needed. But the oddest thing was the sheer relief that the others were feeling at returning to Hogwarts. They wouldn't compete in the tournament anymore. Even without the unforeseen dangers, Harry had underestimated how much pressure they were all under. They were far away from home, with very minimal support, while representing their country. It was understandable that they craved a familiar place without any pressure to publicly succeed in some arbitrary tasks. Honestly, it didn't help that Britain was in complete chaos during most of the tournament. Harry couldn't really blame them for wanting the experience to end. Before he knew it, the last Potter found himself walking up the stairs to the Great Hall. He'd been walking on autopilot ever since he exited the train. Slowly the gigantic doors opened, and he winced at the noise. Applause. For the first time in a while, every single student was up and clapping, no matter their house. It was oddly gratifying to see the school united at a single time. As he made his way to the top of the hall, he caught a glimpse of familiar faces, some giving him nods of approval, others grinning, and even a few who weren't trying to hide their curiosity. While looking at the Gryffindor table, Harry's eyes met Neville's own, and he saw him clapping enthusiastically with the rest. Now that he thought about it, with the prophecy being broken, the boy was nothing more than a normal boy. He wasn't the chosen one, he wasn't some savior or the boy who lived. He was just a boy who lived through an attack over a decade ago, while also losing his parents. He was free. No Horcruxes, no Voldemort, no prophecy. Harry envied him for it immensely, but he did owe the boy that much at the very least. He recognized that he was a bit childish with how he dealt with him during his first couple of years in Hogwarts. It took a lot of self-reflection to understand that he'd been afraid of being caught in the tangles of the chosen one at first, enough that he antagonized the boy whenever he had the chance. To be fair, Neville was a massively spoiled and entitled brat at the time, so he didn't make it hard. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at the irony of Neville being free of his prophecy while he was stuck with one of his own. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but wonder if Dumbledore knew somehow that the prophecy was broken. Magical anomalies near Azkaban would not be completely unusual given that the place was starved of magic for centuries, and if someone investigated it, they wouldn't find any sign of Voldemort or a broken prophecy. Harry didn't know, and that meant that he'd need to consider both scenarios and plan around them. Still, the task was in a month, and he had enough time to plan. His eyes met Hermione's for a fraction of a second, and he definitely didn't like the calculating gleam in her eyes. He hadn't thought much about her since the World Cup. She was his mother's pawn, an asset of the Department of Mysteries, but with Lily dead, it was all up in the air. Personally, Harry thought that Lily had tried to help the girl in her own twisted way. As far as he knew, she essentially ordered her to spend time with Neville, and that was it. She didn't receive any orders or missions, not like Lily did at her age. Harry didn't know the specifics, but it sounded pretty horrific. He would talk to Snape about it later. There was some worry about the girl trying to get revenge, of course. He'll need to plan things properly later. Harry was about to sit down at the Slytherin table, only to be enveloped by a hug from Blaise. He looked towards Daphne, only to see her suffer the same fate as Tracy. "We missed you guys so much." Harry grinned. "We missed you too." Tracy quickly punched him in the shoulder. "That's for faking your death, you absolute idiot." Harry was about to reply only for the entire Great Hall to quiet down, probably a charm from McGonagall. The headmistress stood up and answered, "I am very happy to welcome back our delegation into our halls once more. You made us all proud with your achievements and your courage, even during uncertain times. I am also glad to say that the war wards on the castle have officially been lifted and that you will all, even the younger years, be allowed to visit Hogsmeade this weekend, so make arrangements with your families accordingly. You can use the school owls or one of your own to contact them, either in the magical or muggle world." The entire school erupted in cheers, even the normally reserved Slytherins. Harry didn't know how much the isolation affected the student morale while he was gone, but it must have been significant. McGonagall raised her hands, and the hall quieted once more. "However, as much as this is a happy occasion, it's not without its tragedies. I know that most of you know about the fate of Cedric Diggory, who died bravely in the sixth task of the tournament. He was a young man with a very promising future. He was brave, clever, and very kind, and the world is that much darker without him. We will never forget him. Cedric Diggory had a future that was full of promise, a future that has now been stolen. We will honor him the way he deserves, with remembrance, with love, and with gratitude for the time he was given among us. She raised her goblet, her eyes unwavering, filled with both mourning and fierce resolve. We will hold a public memorial here at Hogwarts, to ensure that his name is never forgotten. And now, let us raise our glasses. To Cedric Diggory. The hall stood in unison, the somber echo of the words settling over them all. To Cedric Diggory. Harry raised his goblet as well, remembering the boy that he had failed, that he had let be manipulated by Dumbledore into committing an atrocity. Never again. That was what Harry was fighting for. That was why he was willing to fight Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It was why he had to win. Still, somber atmosphere aside, Harry was glad to be back, even if he had a lot to do, and a lot to prepare. Chapter 411, Bearing Fangs. May 18, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. Never again. That was what Harry was fighting for. That was why he was willing to fight Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It was why he had to win. Still, somber atmosphere aside, Harry was glad to be back, even if he had a lot to do, and a lot to prepare. Harry sat on one of the couches in the Slytherin common room, with Daphne leaning on his shoulder. It would have been a relaxing atmosphere if it weren't for the entire room watching him as if he were some wild animal that would kill them all on a whim. He really needed to get used to this, especially considering how much it annoyed him. It was funny, before the European tournament, Harry did his best to blend in the background. Oh, he definitely wasn't successful, people still considered him a very powerful and brilliant wizard, especially after the tournament the previous year. The way he humiliated Dumbledore, the way he won with basic tactics and mastery over simple spells, all showed that he was far more proficient than people thought. But when Harry let things loose a bit during the tournament, he was mostly preoccupied with the magical world's opinion of him, not that of his schoolmates. It seemed like such a long time ago as well. It still wasn't what he was truly capable of, not even close, but it was still more than enough to scare most people shitless, especially considering his age. And of course, that included the rest of his housemates. As if she was reading his mind, Daphne grabbed his hand and spoke up with a teasing tone, "Stop glaring at everyone, Harry." "They're the ones staring at me," he grumbled back. "Sure, but they're also about one bad look away from passing out." Tracy seemed to find that amusing. "Oh, you have no idea. We were bombarded by everyone after the task, asking how you did what you did. Like we have any idea what you do in your free time." Harry rolled his eyes. "Yeah, but the staring is a bit much." He gave them all another glare and the entire common room practically ran away or pretended not to look at him. With a wave of his wand, he erected a few privacy charms before turning back towards his friends, feeling a bit awkward. "So, how have things been around here?" "Nice enough. We got promoted in the court. I'm the new Black Bishop. Blaise is the current Black Knight. It was nice at first, but with the war starting off and everything, things have been a bit too tense for house politics. A lot of people here lost their parents because of the Leakin attacks, and the power games here seemed a bit too childish." Harry had forgotten a bit about the whole Court of Slytherin thing. He had never really bought into it, seeing it more like some weird club that made them feel superior. Maybe it was a weird way for purebloods to make friends. The members of the court were mostly either purebloods from very old families or very talented students. It worked somewhat both ways, with the best members of the house getting to know one another in some weird make-believe land. Tracy had obviously bought into the whole thing and Blaise followed her. He found that he did look down a bit on them for that. It was unconscious, really, but Harry had never considered this to be a good way to secure a future. All he would have done by joining was get to know a few people who probably cared too much about their family lines, something that Harry didn't really care about. Blaise gave him a sad smile. "We all tried to busy ourselves since we barely got news apart from McGonagall or Slughorn calling us to their offices. It was almost always bad news when that happened. I mostly just went to this hidden room you told us about, the Room of Hidden Things. I explored it and tried to find useful stuff that I could fix up. I think it was mostly to distract myself." That sounded pretty sad, all things considered. Then again, students must have been worried sick and bored out of their minds. And a bored mind often went to dangerous places. "I bet you're all happy that the wards are open now." Tracy let out a massive grin. "I just sent a letter to my parents. Hopefully, we'll see them in Hogsmeade this weekend. Hopefully, things have calmed down on the outside. I haven't heard of any casualties in a while." Harry simply shrugged. "Things seem to be winding down." "You obviously know more than that," she pushed. "I do, but you're the one who wanted that I don't involve you too much in my life. I'm just respecting your wishes." Blaise rolled his eyes in response. "Come on, we're not asking for state secrets or whatever." Harry was about to deny it again, only for Daphne to squeeze his hand and murmur, "Come on. You don't have to tell them anything serious. They're just worried about their friends and families." He took a deep breath and sighed, "Fine." Voldemort ran away for some reason. He lost control over the Dementors, who also disappeared a few ago in Tartarus, probably dead. The Red Witch is dead and the Lycans are currently fighting amongst themselves, but it looks like, after the fighting, they're planning on making an alliance with the Ministry to join as official citizens, which would technically be a deterrent against the ICW involving themselves again. The Civil War is essentially over, but there's someone probably planning something during the next task. That's about it. Both Slytherins sat there in silence, gaping completely at him. It was technically overwhelming, and that was him keeping out a lot of things, including Voldemort's death, the Red Witch's true identity, and the light and dark messing with the tournament, and so much more. Daphne was obviously amused by that. "Well, I guess I'll have to go unpack. I can't believe I'll have to sleep in a dormitory with other people again." "Oh, right. They used to share a room with others." Harry winced and decided not to think about it. "Sure. I'm going to do the same. I have just a couple of errands to run first." The blonde gave him an incredulous look. "Already? We just got here." "It's nothing serious and it shouldn't take long," he answered back. "Well, if it isn't serious, then I'm coming with you." Harry's first instinct was to refuse. Daphne had been in enough danger in Greece to last multiple lifetimes, but something stayed his hand. He wasn't planning on doing anything particularly dangerous. It had been a while since he went on a safe adventure with her. He remembered the days when they'd explore the castle, planning to save Hogsmeade from a Death Eater attack. It was weird how that was the safest thing that came into his mind. Holy shit, no wonder Tracy and Blaise wanted none of this. Now that he thought about it, his errands tended to be on the dangerous side. Seeing as what he was planning was relatively harmless, he nodded, "Sure. Do you want to unpack first?" The blonde blinked in surprise before smiling. "No, let's go now. You'll probably get into trouble by the time I'm done anyway." Harry rolled his eyes and motioned to Daphne towards the exit of the common room. They walked up towards the third floor, near one of the wings of the castle that was barely used. Daphne obviously noticed and asked, "Where are we going?" "I don't think there's anything here." Harry gave her a small smile. "It makes it a good place to hide something, huh?" Before she could voice her confusion, he entered an empty classroom, before using his arcane hearing to mimic the basic Parseltongue command he copied off Longbottom almost 2 years prior. Slowly but surely, a small door appeared out of thin air, and Harry pointed dramatically at it. "Behold, the infamous Chamber of Secrets." She was gaping at him. To be fair, the chamber was a bit of a legend for most families that graduated from Hogwarts. It was often considered no better than a fairy tale. Daphne obviously knew that Harry found it and killed the world serpent, but there was obviously some difference between knowing and seeing for themselves. Daphne quickly schooled her expression and hit him in the shoulder. "You were going to the Chamber of Secrets without telling me. It's not a particularly welcoming place, Daph. It's nothing much. I've just been meaning to check something out here. I never had the time, and I've always had a feeling that I missed something the last time I came here. To be fair, I could barely use my magic at the time, after the whole mess with the Gardens of Avalon." She huffed and motioned him to enter the chamber. He jumped into it, and he found himself surrounded by the skeletons of thousands of rodents. With a flick of his wand, he vanished them, and he found himself looking slightly chagrined by the sight. If the previous time, the chamber had been in a sorry state, then it was downright miserable now. It could barely be called a chamber, really. The walls, once smooth as if it was made of black marble, now seemed to hunch inward, as though time itself had consumed them. The floor, slick with moisture, stretched before him like a vast expanse of broken tiles, each one now resembling the grotesque, overlapping gigantic scales. The corpse of the basilisk lay in the dim light, its enormous length curled in upon itself, the great serpent's body now half sunken into the stone, as though the chamber had swallowed it whole. Daphne gasped behind him at the sight of the basilisk. "You killed that when you were 12. His answer was a snort. "No, Neville killed that when he was 12. And he did it with a sword and a few trinkets of all things. Shows you the power of prophecies. Sure, Dumbledore and Grindelwald had been destroying many of them left and right, but they're still extremely potent. I forgot about Longbottom fighting the basilisk, to be honest." "Wait a minute, you're telling me that this is not the world serpent?" "Of course, it's not. I'm surprised you assumed it was. Even the Hydra back in Greece was bigger and I still killed it. No, the world serpent was far more dangerous. I'm sort of very lucky to be alive, I realize that now. I had precisely the exact skill set needed to kill it, Riddle's arrogance included. It was like the stars aligned." That last part was barely more than a mutter. It grated his nerves a bit, now that he understood just how ridiculous the feat was. There was some irony there. Harry manipulated a prophecy to get Neville to fight the basilisk, while he was also manipulated to kill the world serpent. No matter how brilliant he was as a child, killing something like that was beyond ridiculous. Still, he did his best not to bring the mood down and continued, as I told you before, this entire place, the chamber itself is the manifestation of the world serpent. It's why it's in so much disarray. It's dead and we're walking on its corpse. The ground, the very walls, are its scales. I know, but I assumed it would have been a physical creature that was connected to this place as a realm. Sort of like how the Olympians were. Where did you even aim the colt to kill it? Harry simply shrugged. Everything has a core, a source, essentially. To be fair, it was completely under Riddle's command, and he probably didn't think that killing it was possible. Of course, I managed to kill it with the only side effect being the start of the apocalypse. I don't understand. How can something be imprisoned inside itself, and not have a body? To be honest, I don't either. It's a very unique problem that I never really had the time to crack. It always niggled my mind, the creature that started everything, how little I actually knew what it was. But I never really had the time. I was always busy with one thing or another. I never had the time to properly understand it. This is purely an academic pursuit. He finally had the knowledge necessary to truly understand what the world serpent was. It was always so puzzling. Its existence was a paradox. They lived in a material world and yet the creature wasn't. Everything, to anchor itself into this realm, had to have a physical manifestation, a way to anchor itself. And yet, this creature was not material, not by nature. No living body could ever be as large as the world serpent, who was rumored to be able to wrap itself around the entire planet. Daphne spoke up, with awe in her voice, "And what's that?" Harry turned towards what she was looking at and froze. It was a large spike made of what looked to be ivory. He remembered it being around 5 feet tall the previous year, and yet it had almost doubled in size. That was interesting. The chamber obviously shrank in size, and yet, the fawn got bigger. How was that possible? Still, from the moment Harry looked at it, he felt drawn. It was as if something was pushing him, telling him how important it was. He spoke up in a reverent tone, "This is the world serpent's fawn, and what I came here to check out. After all, if it works like I think it does, then I think that it might be the final piece of the puzzle I need." "For what?" she asked. "To kill the light and the dark once and for all." Chapter 412, Semblance of a Plan. May 18, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. The moment Harry looked at it, he felt drawn to it. He spoke up in a reverent tone, "I think that this is the world serpent's fawn, and it's the reason why I decided to come here. After all, if it works like I think it does, then I think that it might be the final piece of the puzzle I need." Harry was relatively optimistic when he visited the chamber. For over a year, it had niggled at him, the fawn that grew out of the ground like a weed, and it was for a very simple reason: the way world serpent was bound just didn't make sense. The assumption he had made in previous years was wrong. He had always assumed that the world serpent, at its core, was a creature, a living breathing being, that was so dangerous that someone bound it in fear of the destruction it could be capable of, which was how the chamber was born. Now that he had a good understanding of dimensional magic, he understood one fundamental fact. Jormungandr wasn't a material being. He wasn't even a living thing, but something that reminded him eerily of Nidhogg. The world serpent was a realm of its own, much like Lily's own, which manifested some form of consciousness. Its size defied understanding for the simple reason that it had no size. It had no beginning or end. Maybe the beast was artificially created, maybe someone discovered it by accident, maybe it was left there by the gods before they left the material plane, but something had bound the consciousness by folding the dimension into itself so densely that it acted like a shackle. What Harry killed with the colt was the source of the dimension, the consciousness that had been imprisoned, which had been the center of the bindings. The chamber wasn't shrinking, not really. It was more like it was untangling, and the fake imitation of a material realm was slowly overwhelmed by the remaining energy, with the bindings slowly being destroyed. It had been his theory when he entered the room, and now with his basic grasp of Solomon's magic and his arcane hearing, he knew that it was a confirmation. The magic was horrific on so many levels, but it was also beautiful. Whoever made this prison was beyond a genius. They had literally contained the infinite, by using itself as a fuel. They had taken a multidimensional being and twisted it into a mockery of three-dimensional space, turned it into a fucking room of all things. If he had to guess, Harry would say that it was made to be used as a weapon, ready to be released and cause as much damage as possible, probably bound to a bloodline or forced to obey Parseltongue somehow. A prison and a leash. What a miserable existence it must have had, passed down from one generation to another like some sort of pet. The fawn that was growing from the ground wasn't really one. This realm was obviously meant to act like a weapon, and this was the material expression of that role, its three-dimensional representation. If Harry's theory was correct, whoever bound the beast was more than powerful enough to deal with any material threat. The magic was just that impressive. The obvious knowledge of dimensional magic meant that Jormungandr was probably meant to attack rogue realms. And if the fangs were a three-dimensional expression of the serpent's weapon, then it should be meant to pierce into realms, hurt them, and by extension, a very valuable tool against the light and dark. It was a bit of a shot in the dark, one built of hundreds of assumptions, but there was no reason why he shouldn't try to figure it out. And as he approached the Fang, he was getting a headache trying to understand what he was hearing. It was like a resonance that kept shifting between realms, a pincer, which shifted between the material and immaterial. The magic itself was changing, adapting over time, like a knife cutting through the air. Yes, he was right. The Fang was obviously a method to pierce the protection of anything it could touch, even dimensions. Harry could barely understand how it worked, how it shifted without any consciousness behind it. Without even meaning to, Harry was walking closer and closer, almost reaching to touch the Fang, only to freeze as he saw some black liquid slowly seeping from the top, making almost imperceptibly thin veins in its path. Venom. Harry had never really thought much about the Jormungandr's venom. If the fangs were the breach, maybe the venom would act like a poison, infecting the target dimension somehow. He needed to study it. It took a single flick of his wand to conjure a small crystal vial to examine it further, only for the conjuration to disappear the moment it touched the venom. Magical negation then. Very interesting. He turned towards Daphne and asked, "Do you have a vial? One without any charms or enchantments, please." Yeah, he was lucky that the blonde asked him to expand her coat's pockets to always have access to her school materials, which thankfully also included potion vials. She tossed one to Harry and he grabbed it in midair and made sure that the liquid didn't touch anything else. It took a couple of minutes, but a small amount of the venom was now inside the liquid, thankfully, not eating through it. After a few minutes of trying to analyze the venom, with his arcane hearing, he muttered, "Curious." "What's curious?" Daphne asked. "This is the work of two people. Their skills were obviously very different. There was the original venom, which is absolutely made with a specific purpose. I can't really tell what it was. It's somehow detecting the fact that I'm trying to understand it. However, there's a constant part, one that someone with far less skill was trying to experiment with it. The magic is something I can only properly analyze with Solomon's system. If I had done it normally, it would have seemed constant." Holy shit. Harry cast a quick spell at the vial while carefully monitoring it with his arcane hearing, only for it to unravel. It wasn't exactly being absorbed or destroyed but unraveled. Whatever structure the spell had dissipated. It was very familiar, and it was done by the magic that was added near the end. It didn't negate magic, it just removed the structure, and Harry finally understood why he felt like he was missing something. Oh, how did he not recognize it from the start? The dark. That was what was being added in the end. That was why it was so familiar. It behaved very similarly to Grindelwald's magic. It introduced chaos into any form of structured spell and destroyed it completely. The venom held a fragment of the essence of the dark, for the lack of a better description. And it wasn't hard to understand who had done it. "Salazar Slytherin, you magnificent bastard." Daphne spoke up behind him. "What is it, Harry?" His smile widened at the question. "Salazar Slytherin. He's the reason I'm going to win." "Oh, that madman. Absolutely brilliant but mad nonetheless. Harry, I swear if you're not going to explain, I'm going to hit you." He smiled at her. Salazar Slytherin was probably the last champion of the dark that had access to the world serpent. He didn't want to cause Ragnarok, of course, but instead of ignoring it like whatever predecessor might have had, he decided to study it. "Now, it'll take me time to properly understand how the world serpent's venom works. It's quite a marvel of magic. But obviously Slytherin didn't either. But given its nature, I think it was made as a weapon against gods and eldritch entities. It doesn't matter, really. What's important is what Slytherin did. And what did he do? He somehow was able to add the dark's essence in the venom." Daphne gave him an unimpressed look, "And how does that change anything?" Harry could understand why the blonde wouldn't get why this was such a big deal. She had witnessed Grindelwald destroying the realm of Olympus on his own and vaporizing an entire mountain. She had witnessed the Olympians and the might they held and knew that they were barely a threat compared to the light and dark. What was some venom compared to that? Honestly, it was the dark's essence that was extremely pertinent. He now had a sample of the entity, a proper sample, made by a dark champion, and that alone made returning to Hogwarts worth it. As for the world serpent's original venom, it would probably take Harry a lifetime to study it. It wasn't that he was incapable of doing so, or didn't have the tools to understand it, but he had a feeling that the magical theory that currently existed would just be not enough. This was essentially like trying to understand quantum mechanics in the Middle Ages. The gap in knowledge and theory was just that large. He would do so eventually when Ragnarok was over and done with. At least he hoped it would. Harry responded with a smug smile. "Oh, Daph. This changes everything." Daphne threw a hex at him, angry at him for not explaining, which he blocked effortlessly with an amused smile on his face. "Fine. I'll explain. I came here because I thought the ivory from the fangs could have let me break through dimensional barriers far easier for my plan. But this. Salazar Slytherin was planning the same thing as I am now, only just against the light. He was planning on using the world serpent as a weapon, hoping to attack the light directly. If I had to guess, Gryffindor found out about it and it was why they fought, with Slytherin being banished from the castle. It's so funny. Voldemort had craved a weapon against the light and dark, and yet, he had one completely at his mercy, bound to his bloodline, without even knowing it. It's sort of sad, really. So, you're planning on using the venom against the light and dark somehow? Harry grinned. Of course, I am. The plan was to build a dimensional weapon that could attack the light and dark in their own dimensions. The Fang was a good way to act as an entry point, a way to pierce through the dimensions, whose location I knew thanks to Solomon. My biggest problem was finding something that could act like a weapon. How do you kill something that's so large, so powerful, that you can't even comprehend? That was the problem, the final problem. I needed a silver bullet, something that could hurt even gods. I had ideas, of course, but this has potential. Slowly he walked towards the gigantic Fang, and let himself be embraced by the magic, through his arcane hearing. Slowly but surely, he found himself singing, matching its tune. He didn't even know how he did what he did, but he could feel his family crest slowly burning slightly, somehow translating his desire into song, and the previously indestructible Fang moved around as if it was made of mud, shrinking into itself, or it was more like crystallizing into a single item of condensed power. If he had been anyone else, even with the same skill set, it wouldn't have worked. Harry's authority over the beast was as absolute as its slayer. He wasn't really going to lie and say that he researched the matter extensively, but the spoils of war were a thing. It was why making an artifact with a creature that you had killed personally was so much easier, and tended to be more potent, than with any other thing. To be completely honest, Harry never really cared for the practice. The boost was minor at best, and Harry tended to prefer efficiency over raw power when he made any enchantments. Even then, he rarely used magical creatures as the core to any of them. If he had to guess, it would be that the act of slaying a creature in single combat was some sort of established ritual, with certain conditions. It wasn't that powerful, really, and it didn't translate to possessions. It was more like winning the allegiance of a wand than anything. It seemed like this principle translated with the world serpent somehow. It allowed Harry to ask the realm to be shaped, and it agreed. After all, there was no consciousness to resist him, and the energy saw him have a sliver of authority over it. Whatever the reason, Harry was too preoccupied to really worry about it. What mattered was that it worked. Minutes later, all that remained was a small white dagger made of bone on the ground. The weapon had small black veins, that were akin to cracks than anything, which glowed chaotically. Harry smiled to himself, a fragment of the dark, in the palm of my hands. Daphne was struck speechless by the act, staring at the dagger in shock, awe, and most of all, hope, before schooling her expression. Harry, how are you planning on using a dagger to hurt an entire dimension? Looks can be very deceiving, Daph. And who said that this was all there was to it? Harry answered with a mysterious grin, but now, I have a proper plan in place, something workable that might actually work. All I need now is a fragment of the light. I'm sure Dumbledore will be more than happy to help you, she replied with a sarcastic tone, which didn't hide the hope and pride that he could sense through his arcane hearing. Well, lucky for us, we don't have to. Long ago, a desperate alchemist used a ritual to save his dying wife. It was a horrific act, the lives of thousands of people were lost, one of them being a child, a future champion of the light. His very life force, filled to the brim of the light, was absorbed in the ritual, crystallized in an artifact that he used to live far past what was natural. He relished the look of shock on the blonde's face. Nicholas Flamel. You're looking for the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, my dear. And thankfully, the alchemist hid the stone before his untimely demise, stopping Dumbledore from getting his hand on it. If Pernelle Flamel was as good a seer as she seemed to be, she should have foreseen this. She would have found a way to help, to put him on the path to find the stone. And he knew where exactly to look to find the clues. After all, there had to be more to the diary they left him other than lessons in alchemy, which he barely got the opportunity to use. Chapter 413, Friendly Gems. May 20th, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. Daphne Greengrass always knew that Harry was different. He'd been different ever since their first ride on the Hogwarts Express, and he was still different now. When she imagined Dumbledore or Voldemort as students in Hogwarts, she assumed that they were born more powerful than their professors and that they could do impossible things with just their raw power. A part of her hoped that they'd been normal students who truly shined after they finished their education. For years, she'd been picturing them to be like Harry, and it took her embarrassingly too long to realize that this comparison really wasn't fair. For them, of course. The last Potter had the ability to absorb magic like it was a sponge. He just invented new fields of magic, or was it rediscovered? It didn't matter because he did it entirely on his own. The madman turned an expansion charm into an entirely new field, which was absurd. He mastered a charm so much that he could cast it without even trying, that he warped its main functionality into something more. For fuck's sake, he was able to make portals based on that spell, and that's not to mention the whole dimensional magic, which she still didn't understand. She'd been so glad to see Harry when he got back that she hadn't considered the magic he used to travel between universes. He'd told her about it, of course, but it just didn't register until then. The visit to the Chamber of Secrets was a massive wake-up call. The mess with World Serpent aside, which was beyond ridiculous, she knew that Harry was bullshit, but come on, that thing was insane. She didn't think she could defeat the basilisk whose corpse she saw there, not alone. To think that Longbottom did it when he was 12 and with a sword of all things. Was she so inadequate compared to Harry? Sadly, when it came to magical combat, it was a massive understatement. She didn't think she could fight someone like Dumbledore to a standstill or trick an enemy into defeating themselves with their own power. She wasn't a magical genius who could create and alter spells on the fly or had so much raw power that she could destroy a mountain with an overpowered blasting charm. When it came to Harry's life and the dangers that surrounded him, she was at best useless, and at worst, a liability. She was literally his biggest weakness. The sad part is that she could see it happen, Dumbledore taking her hostage to stop Harry, and he would stop if it meant that she would be safe. And she would have no one but herself to blame. She had chosen to be in a relationship with Harry, and she did so while knowing exactly how dangerous it would be. She could have technically done the same as Tracy and Blaise, asked not to be involved in his messy affairs, and slowly distanced herself from him. As much as they were all friends, they hadn't been truly close since the day Tracy and Blaise did that. It wasn't because anyone was angry or even done purposefully. It happened because there were fewer things for them to talk about. They had chosen to live a quiet life, away from the fighting, and that just naturally set them on different paths. Her thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. So, what's with the frown? Did Harry do something? She turned towards the source and saw the familiar form of Tracy giving her a concerned look. No, Harry didn't do anything. He's stuck trying to figure out a puzzle in an old book. You know how he is. How did you find me, though? The blonde had purposefully chosen to stay out of the castle to avoid all the stairs and get some privacy. She had chosen to stay near Harry's favorite spot, one that she grew to love as well, under the shade of a tree, on the edge of the Black Lake. The brunette rolled her eyes. You're literally sitting in Harry's favorite spot. Did you seriously think that I would forget? Daphne simply shrugged. I couldn't deal with the staring. Tracy snickered. Well, apparently, you're a gold digger or something. Rumor has it, you're in a love triangle with Harry and Carmichael, and are cheating on them both with the other one. For Merlin's sake, Harry was disguised as Eddie Carmichael. I'm not in some twisted love triangle. I swear, I want to strangle whoever started that rumor. Huh, seriously? That makes a lot of sense. From what I heard, Carmichael did surprisingly well. He was good in everything, but he definitely wasn't like the rumors. With the ban being lifted, Blaise has been going spare trying to buy omnioculars with the recordings of the tasks on them. I'm a bit curious, myself. He's been having some trouble with the last task since the ICW has confiscated a lot of them because of, you know, all the deaths and everything. But that's not important. What I'm most curious about is whether you and Harry are finally dating. You were always close, but it feels different, I guess. The blonde gave her an unimpressed look and nodded. Yes, Harry and I are in a relationship. Hey, there's no need to be so formal. I'm just relieved and a bit surprised. For some reason, I thought that you'd keep circling around each other without making any progress. I'm happy for you. Thanks, Tracy, Daphne replied. The brunette though asked, so, what are you doing here, on your lonesome? There are a lot of ways to stop the staring. Privacy charms are a thing, you know. I just needed some time to think. Care to share? I know it's been a while since we've talked like this, but... She trailed off near the end, but Daphne got her point. They hadn't had a girl talk in almost a year. She supposed she lost nothing by sharing. I guess I'm feeling like I'm lacking compared to Harry, like I'll be left behind. That's ridiculous, Daphne, you're an amazing witch. I'm a very good witch. I know that. I can probably run circles around Newt students in a few subjects, but compared to Harry, compared to what he deals with, it all feels so small. I'm not going to go into the details. I respect your decision to stay out of it, but the things Harry can do are so far beyond classes that it's not funny. Tracy rolled her eyes. Believe me, I know how bullshit Harry can be. Do you remember that time we stopped an attack on Hogsmeade because of some visions he had? We ended up catching Greyback's entire pack, and 3 of you know who's Death Eaters who had escaped during Azkaban's destruction. We were barely 13 at the time, and he got us to do that. Harry was always on another level. We accepted that a couple of months into our first year, but that doesn't make you less of a witch. You're also considering that Harry personally dedicated his time to master his magic, while you're still trying to save your sister. You have 2 completely different priorities. Daphne looked away, feeling embarrassed. Actually, Astoria's curse is gone. Wait, what? The brunette exclaimed. How? Harry bullshit, she answered, not wanting to share with someone the stupid decision she took of taking the curse to herself. It had worked out in the end, sure, but it could have gone very badly. She should have saved the idea of taking the curse to herself until Astoria's condition was truly dire, but not recklessly do it because she grieved Harry's death at the time. Tracy seemed surprised before solemnly nodding. Harry bullshit. They both stared at one another before bursting into laughter. Minutes later, as they calmed down, Daphne spoke up. Thanks for talking to me. I needed this. Tracy gave her a faint smile. So, you really did it, huh? I remember how serious you were about it back when you were little girls. I had never seen someone my age with Southwest much drive before. It was honestly pretty amazing. I have to ask, though. What are you planning to do moving forward? Are you sticking with your decision to be a healer? Daphne looked hesitant when she answered, I don't know. Without Astoria's curse and the threat of her dying, the idea of studying for decades after Hogwarts, while not being allowed to share anything, seems unappealing. I guess that without the lure of obscure knowledge that might help me save my sister, the whole thing lost its shine. Looking back, Daphne hadn't learned a lot of healing. Oh, she studied what little was available for the general public, but she quickly hit a roadblock in the progress she could feasibly make before joining the Healers Guild. To compensate, she had focused on curses and there, Lily's tutoring was more than enough to occupy her time. Curses had a certain shine to them. Sure, a lot of offensive magics just got stuck with the label without really being one, especially if the effects were horrific. Curses were essentially magic that lasted a certain time, and whose effect lingered on the victims while being hard to remove. Lily had focused on teaching her how to use these curses to power her own spells, how to use blood magic to break them, and even how to craft some of her own. There was always some excitement when she dealt with curses, like a puzzle she would have loved nothing more than to figure out. Maybe being a curse breaker would be a nice idea. She knew that Harry probably wanted to be one too, eventually, if only to explore magical ruins and interpret the ancient magic used at the time. Maybe they could end up exploring tombs together. Tracy broke her from her thoughts. Well, at least your parents will be glad. I know your father never liked the fact that you wanted to be a healer instead of focusing on the family business. Daphne stiffened slightly and the brunette read her like a book. He doesn't know, does he? How the hell did you hide Astoria being healed from him? I didn't. I just didn't say anything about it. He just thinks that my sister is getting better and that it's a phase. I gave her an enchanted bracelet a year ago and it contained her curse for a bit. She got better, and then, as the curse adapted to the bracelet, she got worse. He's probably expecting the same thing to happen. Are you seriously never going to tell him? I'll admit that your dad can be a bit much, but Astoria is still his daughter. What about your mother? You can't tell me that she doesn't deserve to know that her daughter isn't going to die. Damn it. She was right. Why did she have to be right? To say that Daphne's relationship with her father was strained was an understatement, and that was saying something. She loved him, of course, but one did not have to like someone to love them. Her father, Cyrus Greengrass, was ambitious. He wanted to grow his family and make it into a political powerhouse, as well as an economic one, and he obviously wanted to use Harry to scare off whatever opposition he might face. He was cold, pragmatic, and obsessed with his legacy and that of his ancestors. If he was a stranger, she wouldn't have liked to know him, but this was also the man who scoured the world and wasted a small fortune, in the vain hope of saving Astoria. This was the man who taught her their family magic, who told her tales of her ancestors when she was nothing more than a child, and she couldn't help but love him, just as she knew he loved her. Her mother, though, gave her the warmth that her father lacked. She was strong, steadfast in her beliefs, brilliant, and could understand her like no one else. Daphne hadn't treated them well after Harry had disappeared. She had rebuffed their consoling words and kicked them out when they wanted to comfort them. They weren't perfect, but they were her parents, and they deserved to know that Astoria was safe. Daphne nodded solemnly at the brunette, who wisely changed the subject. Speaking of changes. I know that this is a bit out of the blue, but I have to ask. Now that you got what you wanted, are you still going to go on adventures with Harry? I know that it was one of the biggest reasons why you didn't stay away like Blaze, and I did. No one would blame you for being scared. I can tell that being around him is pretty dangerous, and I don't even have the full picture. The blonde gaped at the question. Are you serious? Of course, I'm going to stand with him. I love him. They both froze when she said that last bit. She hadn't even meant to say that. It just came out. She wanted to say something, only for Tracy's face to morph into a very happy smile. I just needed to be sure. I wanted to know if you felt pressured or something, but I can see that you're not. As much as I'm not ecstatic about you being in danger, I'm happy for you, Daph. The blonde smiled back at her before letting out a sigh. It's also why I feel so useless all the time. Harry is wonderful, but compared to him, what he deals with, I am a liability. Tracy grabbed her hand. Daff, we both know that Harry is bullshit, but even then, the two of you specialized in very different forms of magic. Sure, you're less powerful than he is, and can't craft spells on a whim like he does, but that doesn't mean that you can't complement him with your magic. Focus on what you're good at, make yourself the best at it, and I guarantee you that you won't be left behind. Just think about it. The brunette squeezed her hand gently before getting up and leaving Daphne to her thoughts. What was she good at? What magic did she know that Harry didn't? The answer was simple, her family crest and the blood magic that she learned from Lily. Daphne had somewhat neglected to practice with her family crest in a while, focused mostly on her lessons with Lily and Astoria's health rather than what she had inherited as a greengrass. Could she combine the two? They were vastly different fields of magic. No, it was more than that. They were polar opposites of one another. Her druid magic was based on the idea of nurturing life, whereas her blood magic was built on the concept of sacrifice. Daphne didn't want to ask Harry for help for that one. He'd probably figure it out in a second without even meaning to, but this was her chosen magic. Exploring it is supposed to be a personal experience, an adventure on his own. Just like Harry slowly enriched his space and time magic, she would do the same. One day, she vowed, she wouldn't be a liability. She would stand side by side with Harry, as an equal, as a true partner. And today would be the first step. She was free now. Free of her sister's curse, free of her own impending death. All that worrying, all that anxiety was gone, and it was all because of Harry. The least she could do was to make sure that he wouldn't be alone by finally becoming the partner he needed, the partner he deserved. Before she could think on it further, a glowing white dove flew towards her and spoke in Harry's voice, I found where the stone is. Come to the common room. We're leaving tonight. How about that? It looked like the rest of the day was going to be exciting after all. Chapter 414, Herbal Growth. May 20th, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. Before she could think on it further, a glowing white dove flew towards her and spoke in Harry's voice, I found where the stone is. Come to the common room. We're leaving tonight. How about that? It looked like the rest of the day was going to be exciting after all. It was after curfew that Daphne snuck down from her dormitory. She had been curious all day about where Harry found the Philosopher's Stone, as he told her earlier. The stone was an artifact, unlike anything that the world had ever seen. As much as people didn't like to talk about it, there were numerous attempts to steal it, and sometimes even wars were fought over it. France had become a bit of a magical hotspot ever since its existence spread out. It was only Nicholas Flamel's ability in subterfuge that stopped them. The alchemist left traps, made fake strongholds, and always seemed to know whenever someone was planning on attacking him. He made plans within plans, so much so that after centuries, people had essentially given up on it, bar a few idiots every once in a while. It didn't help that the Flamels tended to disappear for decades at a time, so tracking them down, alone, was a tedious endeavor. Then again, who could blame them? The stone held the key to eternal youth and riches. With that alone, a magical nation could become a powerhouse in the international scene. That's not to mention the possibility of the stone being used as a weapon. The energy that experts theorized had to exist in it could probably erase a small country from existence if released all at once. It was a marvel of magical theory, and yet, now that she knew where it came from, and how it was made, Daphne couldn't help but feel like the mystery wasn't worth it. The stone wasn't the epitome of alchemy. Sure, the magical container might have been, but the roots of its creation were based purely on blood magic. Sacrifice. Flamel sacrificed thousands of people, took their potential lifespan, and used it to power some transmutation array, one turning any liquid into a potent healing potion, and the other that turned any metal into gold. If she had to guess, he had to have had something resembling the elixir of life, which he analyzed and used it as the target of the transmutation. All in all, while the container itself, as well as the pre-programmed spells, were made using alchemy, the rest was pure blood magic, with a mixture of the essence of light messing with everything. Her thoughts were interrupted by Harry speaking up, Good, you're up. I was scared you'd overslept or something. She grumbled slightly, hearing the teasing in his voice, I was just making sure that I didn't forget anything. And it was hard, considering you didn't even tell me where we're going. Where's the mystery in that? He asked brightly. Daphne knew that Harry wasn't really to blame for this. She had class to go to for the rest of the day, while he was free, probably preparing for their quest. The blonde really wished she could miss classes as well. While, as champions of the European tournament, attending classes wasn't technically mandatory, McGonagall implemented a rule where you needed your guardian's permission to miss them. Harry was completely free since Arcturus just signed the letter without even blinking, but Daphne wasn't under the delusion that her parents would ever agree so easily even if she was ahead of her peers in most subjects. That meant that Harry tended to only attend classes when he had some free time. And since he's planning on stopping the end of times, that was pretty far in between. He did his best, though, but Daphne knew that he had a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Still, deciding to humor him, she asked, "So, any plans on telling me where we're going now?" The grin her gave her was one of the truest ones that she had seen in a while. Pure wonder, that was what was written all over his face. How long has it been since she'd seen him exhibit this emotion? It had to be at least a year, maybe even 2. Nowadays, his smiles were more tired, victorious, and sometimes a bit vicious, which was a sharp contrast to the wonder on his face when he studied magic without any expectations. Whatever the result of their little expedition, she was thrilled to see him look like that. Not noticing Daphne smiling gently at his face, Harry took out a small book, Flamel's diary, and put it on the ground, and spoke up, "I was a bit of an idiot. I tried to find some kind of hidden message somewhere and it occurred to me hours later to use magic to sense it. It took a bit, but the moment I used Solomon's magic to try to detect any hidden magic, I got this." His finger glowed slightly, and suddenly, the book levitated and started to project dozens of glowing symbols, runes, ones that she had never seen before, which combined with glowing threads, as if it was some kind of weird arithmetic equation. So, the Flamels knew Solomon's magic. No. The magic itself isn't folded into itself, nor is it as efficient. They knew of the magic, enough to detect its use, probably by detecting a working spell that wouldn't be complete if it used some form of traditional magic. Pernelli Flamel, being a seer, could have easily asked her husband to add it in. No, what's more curious are the runes. Can you recognize them from anywhere? Not that I can think of. He smiled even more wildly, neither did I. I know a thing or two about runes, but I've never seen anything like this before. It took me a while to figure it out. This isn't a rune matrix, it's a spell. Harry waved his hand, and slowly, the runes shifted around, forming a circle, with the threads somehow acting as borders. She had seen something similar before, it's like one of your magic circles. It is. Believe it or not, before the wands became widespread thanks to the Romans, magic circles were the most efficient way to cast any magic. It took a little while to properly decipher the runes by trying to sense the concept of every single one of them personally. It turns out that runes have a certain impact that I could sense using Solomon's magic, an impact that I could understand a bit. And then, when I had a good idea what it was, I cast it, and that's what came out. He waved his hand, and a magical circle materialized, conjuring a small globe of the entire earth, with a single glowing dot. It was somewhere near Bristol. Harry, still looking excited, continued, "I'm guessing you want to know where this is." The Forest of Dean. It's a very old magical forest, filled with druidic sites. It's weirdly open for muggles as well, not that they'd see anything, with everything being covered with layers of magic. Funnily enough, it has so much ambient magic that it could be used pretty effectively to hide something magically powerful, something like the Philosopher's Stone. I think that this is it. Daphne didn't answer, just happy to see the sheer excitement on Harry's face. He tilted his head in confusion. "What is it?" "Nothing, I just forgot how happy you got when you explored a new form of magic. It's adorable." The boy scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. "Hey, I am not adorable." "Whatever you say, Harry," she teased back. He huffed and grumbled, "Let's just get there." With a flick of his hand, a portal opened in front of them and swallowed them to the other side. The blonde yelped, "Hey, you could have warned me." Harry retorted with a cheeky grin, "Oh, you just look adorable when you're surprised." "Well played, Potter." "Well played indeed." They smiled at one another, and Daphne finally took the time to look at her surroundings. She took a deep breath and felt like she was back in her bed at home, extremely comfortable. The blonde could understand why Harry said that this forest was deeply magical. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and fresh pine, a blend of moss and ancient wood that wrapped around them like a warm, familiar blanket. The trees stood tall and proud, their thick trunks covered in a shimmering veil of emerald green lichen. The forest itself seemed alive, pulsing with a gentle hum that resonated beneath the soles of her boots. Daphne could feel the subtle tug of something old and powerful in the air, an energy that made her skin tingle as if the forest had been waiting for them. It wasn't just a place, it was a living, breathing thing, and every inch of it seemed steeped in centuries of forgotten history, which it wanted to share so badly, like a grandparent telling a grandchild of their family's history. That alone made the whole trip worth it. Daphne was a bit anxious when she insisted that she would join Harry on his adventure, especially given that it was outside the castle, and that her boyfriend had no clue what would happen next. The way nature slowly murmured, as if it was welcoming back a child, was nothing like she ever felt before. She could almost make out what it wanted to say, only for her concentration to break as Harry released a surprised yelp. The blonde turned towards her boyfriend and saw that the diary was vibrating in his hands and started to glow, revealing runes similar to the ones it projected back in Hogwarts. Suddenly, a ball of golden light appeared in the air, and slowly flew away, north, if her point-me charms were correct. The movement was slow enough that the intent was obvious. The ball of light wanted them to follow it. They did so, and it didn't take long until they found themselves in front of a wall of mist. They persisted, until suddenly, everything changed. The night sky turned bright, but there wasn't a sun in the sky. Instead of the intense heat, the light seemed slightly faded, as if it was slowly dissipating through layers of dense fog. The air had an odd, almost metallic chill to it, and the mist clung to their skin like a damp shroud. Daphne squinted ahead, where the faint outline of land appeared through the fog, emerging like a phantom from the shadows. They stepped forward, and the mist parted just enough to reveal a small, still lake, its surface unnaturally smooth and untouched by even the slightest ripple. The water was so clear that it reflected the gray sky like a mirror, though it seemed deeper than any lake had the right to be. The light flew down into the lake and its glow slowly faded as it sunk into its depth. "What is this place?" she breathed out. Harry was concentrating very hard on something, his expression blank, but Daphne knew him enough to realize that he was both amazed, but also slightly anxious. "This is another realm, a dimension. It's like Mount Olympus, but on a far smaller scale. Still, whoever did it was impressive and definitely someone I'd like to talk to." Daphne rolled her eyes. "How many secret realms are there? Can't you just detect them, so that we don't keep getting taken off guard? Realms are a source of power, it's enough to fight wars over. The Flammels are old enough that they could have stumbled into how to make one. You think that Nicholas Flamel did this?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know, but it's an ideal place to hide something that's very magically powerful. The forest's magic would stop anyone from detecting the entrance, and the realm would be able to hide any signature from leaking into the outside world. It's a very clever solution. The magic here is also weird. It's more raw, chaotic, maybe enough to throw off divination attempts." Before Daphne could ask anything, Harry raised his hand toward the lake, where the golden light had disappeared. Slowly, a small golden boat began to rise from the water, covered in the same runes as the diary. It looked almost brand new, no signs of wear from the water or time. No oars, no sails, just a sleek, inviting little vessel with its bow lifted slightly like it was asking them to hop in. Without saying anything, Harry and Daphne exchanged a look and climbed into the boat. The moment they did, it shifted, gliding silently across the lake. There was no splash, no sound, just this smooth, almost eerie movement through the still water. The golden glow had faded, but the boat seemed to know exactly where it was going, guiding them through the mist. As the boat drifted further from the shore, the fog thickened around them. Slowly, though, the mist began to clear, revealing an enormous palace. It was so huge, it seemed to stretch forever, with towering spires reaching up into the clouds. It should have been breathtaking, if it weren't falling apart. Vines covered the walls, some so thick they reached the tops of the spires, and the carvings on the walls were so worn down from age that Daphne couldn't make sense of them. The boat stopped at the base of a giant set of stairs leading up to the palace's grand entrance, coming to a smooth halt. They stepped out, staring up at the massive doors, which creaked open on their own the moment they stood before them. If she had to describe what she was seeing, it would be a gigantic throne room. The floor looked like it was made of ice, and the walls were a very light blue and were decorated with hundreds of small decorated windows. And yet, the magic felt dead. Compared to the forest outside, this felt more like a tomb than anything. She suddenly turned around, swearing to have seen some movement, only to see nothing. She felt Harry tense. He definitely knew something that she didn't. She met his eyes and he spoke, "We're not alone here." As if they waited for him to speak, dozens of ghosts kept floating, giving them apathetic looks. She took a sigh of relief, but she could feel that Harry got tenser, if anything. She gave him a questioning look. "What is it?" "It's just ghosts." "They're not just ghosts. They're ghosts of Fae. We need to get out of here." Now that he pointed it out, she could tell that the ears were definitely pointier, their eyes slightly wider than normal, and their features sharper. Oh, shit. She heard horror stories about the Fae, and coming into their homes was generally a bad idea. Why would the Flammels send them to this place? A strange feminine voice spoke up. "I think not. It took a lot of effort to get you to come here, Peveril." Daphne turned towards its origin, only to find a woman, no, a Fae, sitting on the throne, peering down at them imperiously. She had to admit that she was slightly intimidating. Harry, though, looked her straight in the eyes and asked, "You know who I am, but I do not know who are." "Oh, but you do know who I am. My sire's named Nimue, but you know me by a different name. After all, I went through so much trouble to meet you here. I had to enchant that diary my husband planned to leave for you." That seemed to take Harry off guard. "You mean?" "Ah, yes. I suppose you would better know me as Pernelle Flammel, wife of Nicholas Flammel." "What the actual fuck?" Chapter 415, Fairy Tales. May 20th, 1995, The Forest of Dean. "I had to enchant that diary my husband planned to leave for you." That seemed to take Harry off guard. "You mean?" "Ah, yes. I suppose you would better know me as Pernelle Flammel, wife of Nicholas Flammel." "What the actual fuck?" Harry knew that something was off the moment they arrived at the fortress. He had expected Nicholas Flammel to make retrieving his stone somewhat simple, given the fact that he and his wife had obviously planned for that eventuality. One of the biggest issues with something as powerful as the Philosopher's Stone was the fact that the energy could easily be traced back. Harry had expected Flamel to hide it in another dimension, but using the Forest of Dean's natural ambient magic to mask it was a clever way to do it as well. Finding what was essentially another realm was weird because theoretically, the forest should have been enough. It was also obviously not something Flamel made. The magic was old, ancient even, and the portal was so seamless and established that this place had to have existed for thousands of years. But the young wizard still thought that it might have been an extra layer of security that Flamel used to make sure that the stone wouldn't be found by someone capable of piercing through the veil. The palace was also obviously in disarray, and the realm looked uninhabited for a long time. But he should have seen it coming. The strange runes, the way the magic felt so alien to him, hell, now that he took a proper look, he could see the pointed ears of the people in the faded paintings and murals. The Fae had obviously made this place. To be honest, the moment he heard that the Fae existed, Harry knew that he wanted nothing to do with them. It wasn't anything personal, but they tended to be tricky, to try to find workarounds and loopholes in any deal they made, and they were extremely greedy. Sure, this was probably biased, but he very much had no plans on testing that out and ending up as some slave because he said something or broke an interpretation of a deal by accident. And to make things worse, he brought Daphne into it. The blonde knew his aversion to Fae artifacts, especially after what he went through in the Gardens of Avalon. Of course, all his attempts to avoid the Fae were all for naught, and he ended up staring at the so-called Pernelli Flamel, or was it Nimue, giving him an amused look, relishing at his shock. Still, he steeled himself and spoke up, "I thought you were dead." "Oh, I am dead," the Fae responded with a sly grin, "very much so." "You look pretty alive to me," he replied. "And yet, Peveril, you cannot hear my song. But let me put you at ease." As she finished his sentence, as if it was some illusion being lifted, the flesh and blood Fae started to dissipate, leaving a transparent wraith. Her features became sharper, more alien, her eyes became completely black, and her teeth more pointed. He tensed and he could feel Daphne doing the same beside him. In a fraction of a second, she returned back to normal. It took him a few moments to realize that he was gaping at her. How? Death is absolute. I am not surprised that a Peveril says that, and you are correct. Death is absolute. It cannot be cheated. In the end, everybody dies, even the gods themselves. However, not everyone dies at the same rate. My kind is very old. We do not age, and should one of us die, it takes a very long time for our ego to disappear until we are ready for what comes next. Before the Great Cataclysm, when we were forced out of our realm, it was relatively simple. Our dead stayed with us until they were ready to move on. But here, in this material world, souls cannot remain untethered without some serious complications, including unbearable pain and even madness. And so, we created this place, an afterlife of our own, as a way for our dead to resolve any unfinished business, to say goodbye, before they fade away into death's embrace. Daphne interjected, "You created your own afterlife. Calling it an afterlife is a bit of a stretch. It's more like a pit stop. A way for us to put our affairs in order, a way for children to speak with their parents, a way for the dead and the living to meet once every year. We call it the other world, quite fitting, don't you think?" "Once every year?" Harry asked, focusing on that last part. "Yes. The portal that brought you here from the enchanted forest. It was something we decided to do a very long time ago. After all, it wouldn't do for someone to stay here and forget to live. As brilliant as the magic is, I don't think this is a pleasant place for the dead to linger in." Nimue's eyes became sharper, and raged for a fraction of a second, before she took a defeated and sad sigh. "It didn't used to be like this. It used to be a land of eternal youth and beauty. It was supposed to be a paradise before Morgan Le Fay happened, at least." Harry didn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. He could feel the sheer hostility as Nimue spat out the dark witch's name. "And did Flamel know about your nature?" "Of course he did. He found me, cursed, dying. It was slow and painful, but I refused to give in. I was holding on for centuries after the Battle of Camlin, and I knew that my death would be near. He found me and took care of me. I had been alone for so long, how could I not have cared for the men? I was dying, and yet it was at death's door that I fell in love for the first time. I suppose a part of me wanted to be mourned, even if it was by a single human, and be remembered in any way. I never expected him to create one of the greatest artifacts in existence just to save me. The elixir didn't heal me, not truly. As much as I hate to admit it, the Dark Witch knew what she was doing when she cursed me. But it bought me time, bought us time. As nice as this story is, I have to ask, why did you bring us here?" Harry answered after a brief pause. "Oh, that's where it gets good. Imagine my surprise after being healed by Nicholas, when I found a letter addressed to me in my own native language. It told me of what Nicholas inadvertently did when he performed his ritual, of his future servitude to the light, for my sake. He promised me revenge on the light and dark, their complete and utter annihilation even, in exchange for moving things along according to his vision. I was skeptical, of course, but it didn't take long for a champion of the light to hunt my husband down, just as he predicted, thousands of years ago. I spoke to Nicholas about what I had discovered and we chose to accept the offer. The mage's identity was relatively obvious, but he needed to ask, who was he? You know who he is. You wield his magic, even if you do so poorly. The mage's name was Solomon. He rose to heights greater than I ever thought possible for a mortal, almost rivaling gods. He instructed me to do many things over the years, and I pride myself on being a good seer, but only I could barely see a glimpse of his plans, up until a couple of decades ago, even. With my curse slowly killing me, even with the elixir, I knew that it was time. Nicholas' death, my death, everything was planned to the last infinitesimal detail. Nicholas walked to his death at his student's hand knowing that it would be his last, putting our trust, our hopes and dreams into Solomon's plan. You didn't answer my question. Why did you bring us here? Why else, Peveril? It's time for you to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, she replied with a sly grin on her face, but not before understanding the weight of your decision. I don't understand, he answered, confused. Before Lu Fei cursed this place, this palace was the size of a small city, the space surrounding it was infinite. It wasn't nearly this corrupt. For centuries, I spent every single drop of my magic, of my life force, just to upkeep this place, to give the dead as much comfort as I could afford. I was their leader once. I failed them, but I would not fail them in this. As I grew weaker, as my life force ran out, the other world shrank and grew dimmer. Nicholas and I were able to repurpose the stone to act as a power source. It is what it is maintaining this entire place. There is no living Fae, not on the material plane, at least, no one that could take my place, now that I am dead. Taking out the stone would destabilize this entire place, subject you to the endless pain and madness you talked about before. Why would you be willing to give me the stone then? The previously serene features on Nimu's face turned into snarls. She looked more like her ghost self, her teeth became pointy, her eyes became darker, and the shadows around the room shifted, because it's worth it. Because the light and dark deserve to suffer for what they did. It wasn't enough that they invaded our home during the Great Cataclysm and corrupted our kind into light and dark elves for their endless wars. They took our realm from us and then followed us back into the material world where we hid. Look at them, she yelled, waving at the souls floating blankly about. They're supposed to be singing, dancing, feasting, enjoying their time, not this apathy. They could not even leave us alone even in death. So, yes, as much as it sickens me to subject my people and me to the pain of the madness this decision will bring, it will be worth it just to know that our sacrifice would help pay them back for what they did to my people. Harry honestly didn't know what to say to that. There had to be a lot of missing contexts, but that kind of grief, that kind of all-consuming anger was true. He could feel it with the resurrection stone, almost radiating out of her, ready to burn the world itself asking to be satiated. She was really willing to subject her own kind to an endless form of torture, just for a chance to kill the light and dark once and for all. He respected that decision, even if he didn't know if he would do the same should he ever be in the same situation. All right. So, where's the stone? Nimu's face returned to normal, but her smile became even sharper despite the lack of fangs. Did you think I was just going to give it to you? Kind of, yeah, he answered, slowly feeling trepidation as her grin widened. Isn't that the whole point of you bringing us here? My dear boy, did you really think that I would have revealed myself to you, explain this entire story, just to give you a stone and send you on your way? No, there is a lesson you must learn before leaving this place, a lesson that you will need in the coming fight. And what's that? Now, where would be the fun in that? That's something that you must discover by yourself, after all. I suspect you will do so when you fight the stone's guardian, she answered. He looked confused. Guardian. He's been wanting to see you for years. After all, you did kill his brother. The air seemed to shift around them as Nimue raised her hand, a fey rune flaring to life beneath their feet. A low hum of magic resonated through the chamber as the world around them began to ripple and distort. The magic felt strangely familiar. He could feel it in his gut. Harry opened up his arcane hearing and could feel the realm itself shifting to Nimue's will. Harry tried to negate it by releasing a pulse of magic that was the complete opposite of what Nimue was doing, only for his magic to fizzle the moment he tried to cast it. Nimue snickered in amusement. This place is a fragment of our realm, bound to our rules, under my authority as its queen for thousands of years while also empowered by the Philosopher's Stone. You will have to do a lot more than that feeble attempt to force me to do anything. Daphne's hand found his just as the two of them were thrown away into a swirling vortex of shadows, before landing on a smooth, cold surface. The room they found themselves in was vast and cavernous, illuminated by an eerie, shifting light. He didn't have time to look around too much. A gigantic hound, almost the size of a building, leapt from the shadows, and ran towards them, denting the floor with every step it took. Harry immediately pushed Daphne behind him, as he prepared for the coming fight. He gasped as Nimue's words sank in and he realized who he was facing, Fenrir. Chapter 416, Chapter 416, A Hound's Vengeance. May 20th, 1995, The Other World. He didn't have time to look around too much. A gigantic hound, almost the size of a building, leapt from the shadows, and ran towards them, denting the floor with every step it took. Harry immediately pushed Daphne behind him, as he prepared for the coming fight. Harry gasped as Nimue's words sank in and he realized who he was facing, Fenrir. The gigantic wolf was about to approach them when he slowed down his perception of time to properly analyze the situation. He could tell from a casual glance that the monster wasn't a physical being, much like his brother, the world serpent. It was also obviously gunning for him, not that he could blame it too much. He didn't know much about Fenrir's weaknesses or powers really. In Norse mythology, the wolf was a child of Loki, who was bound by Odin in fear of Ragnarok. It was Prophecy's to swallow Odin, killing the king of gods. Of course, given that Ragnarok was a vastly different event here, Harry couldn't exactly rely on that information. But he could rely on his arcane hearing. He could feel the echo of every movement the monster made in the world around him. It wouldn't be wrong to say that there was an otherworldly tinge to it. Magic seemed to dissipate entirely the moment it came into contact with him or his shadows. Harry tested and expanded the space between them, hoping to give himself a bit more room to breathe, only for the wolf to run through it as if it didn't exist. Harry dodged, pushing Daphne out of the way once more, and retaliated with a bolt of lightning in the monster's open maw. It seemed to have stung the thing slightly, but nothing more. He tried to follow up, only for the monster to disappear into a shadow. Harry, though, had to dodge when he felt shadows try to stab him in the back and release a pulse of light that was their complete magical antithesis. The spell shielded him briefly, but he knew that it wasn't anywhere near enough. Harry slowly gathered a spell, using Solomon's magic, for efficiency's sake more than anything, and he created a ball of light that illuminated the cave with the hope of trapping the wolf in his own shadows. Unfortunately, the beast leapt out, right before the attack, connected, and ran towards Harry, only to be caught by surprise as the young wizard turned the ground into quicksand. Daphne covered the entire cave with vines to hold down the beast momentarily, and Harry used his Ice Age spell. White mist appeared from Harry's wand, completely solidifying the wolf, stopping it at a molecular level, immobilizing the wolf completely. Harry knew that it was a temporary binding at best, given the canine's natural ability to somehow negate magic. He could already feel his spell slowly being dismantled, one layer at a time. To buy himself more time, Harry ran forward and touched the vines that Daphne had conjured to bind the beast, only this time, freezing them in time completely. It was something he had been playing with at the time, but he never really got the opportunity to use it properly in a fight. With that done, he also created a field of slowed time, which should theoretically slow down even the beast's magical negation. After all, everything was bound to time eventually. The young wizard gave Daphne a soft smile. Nice work with the vines. You weren't too shabby either. I guess you're not the only one who's good with this adventuring stuff. Harry rolled his eyes. We'll talk about it later. For now, let's focus on getting out of here. The longer we wait, the more likely Fenrir is going to escape. It's not a physical being and so physical restraints aren't going to hold it for too long. Do you have a plan? The blonde asked. Before he could respond, he felt an explosion which caused the time enchantment around the wolf to fracture, falling like broken glass, somehow. The ice that froze the beast started to chip away, and the wolf opened its maw, motioning to bite through the vines. Reality itself recoiled at the act as if it was wounded, as a white tear literally cut through the vines, time magic and all, as if it didn't exist, creating a breach in the dimension itself. He couldn't quite understand what he had just seen, even to his arcane hearing. It felt like a multiversal breach, much like the one he had created when he was stranded in another universe, but with literally nothing on the other side. It took a little while for Harry to realize what it was. It wasn't just a breach. The breach was a consequence of the original effect. He literally cut through space and time to break the vines. No, it was worse, its effect broke reality itself, just to cut a few vines. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. Theoretically, this thing could literally cut through anything, destroy anything. Now that he knew what he was looking for, he understood that his magic negation was built on the same concept. The wolf made microscopic tears in the dimensions that Solomon discovered, destabilizing any magical effect. The prophecies of his swallowing Odin in Ragnarok made a lot more sense now that he understood it. There was no doubt about it. Fenrir was a weapon, much like the world serpent. An effect like that just wasn't natural, and it reminded him a bit of Jormungandr's Fang, only it was an attack on itself, instead of being used as an entry point for the serpent's venom. Well, that didn't matter much. It seemed like he'd have to kill the wolf the same way he did the world serpent. He yelled at Daphne, who had just conjured a plan to redirect one of the wolf's paws, hoping to trip him. To no avail. We need to keep it still for a bit. I have a plan. The blonde nodded. Yes. I have an idea. Harry didn't like that Daphne was there with him, fighting against something this dangerous, but he trusted her enough to make a good plan and to, at the very least, ask for help if she was over her head. She should have learned that lesson back in Olympus. Instead of worrying about her, he focused mostly on using Solomon's magic. He was slower with it than he liked, lacking enough practice to do it on instinct like he did most of his other magics, but he would make do. He was trying something he had thought about doing for a while but never got the opportunity to test it. The last potter folded space and time, focusing on every dimension the wolf inhabited. It was hard, but the soul stone was able to help him. Slowly but surely, he was able to detect them, before creating miniature breaches involving every single dimension. It made the spell extremely straining since it didn't use a proper soul for guidance, but Solomon's magic was able to make it efficient and parallelize the spell for each dimension without using too much magic. Harry turned towards the wolf, only to be surprised to see Daphne grabbing her vines with her bloody palms, which made the plants turn crimson. They started to encircle the wolf, binding it, and it was working, somehow resisting the creature's ability. The red vines first closed its maw, stopping the beast from biting into them as it did before slowly taking him down limb by limb. It was absolutely brilliant. Harry wouldn't say that he was an expert in blood magic, but he understood enough to realize that Daphne's gambit was masterful, to say the least. She somehow got her druidic magic to act as a channel of her own blood magic, to absorb the energy Fenrir used to create tears in reality into strengthening the vines that bound him. It was a vicious circle, one that the wolf obviously hadn't expected. The more it tried to escape, the stronger the crimson vines became, and the spell barely cost Daphne anything other than the initial setup. The beast would beat it when it inevitably realized how the vines worked, or it would eventually overpower them. Despite the brilliant use of blood and druidic magic, the vines could only hold so much power before breaking apart. However, this gave Harry enough time to release his spell. A kaleidoscope of folded space and time flew out of his wand, fracturing reality itself into prismatic fractals. The spell shot forward, shattering the air around it like a piece of jagged glass. Space and time rippled in its wake, bending and folding into sharp-edged prisms that refracted light in impossible ways. It was unstable, raw, and demanding more focus than Harry liked, but it was all he had. The wolf froze for half a second, its silvery eyes locking onto the attack. With a guttural snarl, it opened its maw wide, tearing through the remaining crimson vines holding it. Dark, swirling energy poured from its throat, condensing into a tear in reality. And then, they collided. An unstoppable attack met an impossible defense, and the force of the impact seemed to rip apart the very air. Colors exploded in every direction, jagged rainbows clashing with streaks of black nothingness. The world twisted, folding in on itself as if reality couldn't handle what was happening. The ground and sky blurred together, and the horizon bent into spirals that made Harry's head spin if he focused too hard. He felt the pull immediately, a sharp, gut-wrenching force trying to drag him toward the center of the chaos. It wasn't just physical, it felt like it was tugging at his very being. He held his ground, gripping his wand tighter and pushing everything he had into the spell to stop the collapse. The singularity at the center of the clash pulsed violently, threatening to pull everything into it. For a second, Harry thought the entire world might actually fold into itself and disappear. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Daphne, her hands bloody but steady, doing her best to bind herself and him to the ground, to stop them from being sucked in. Slowly but surely, the wolf started to be absorbed by the singularity, but somehow, it did not top. Harry saw Daphne struggling, doing her best to keep them grounded. The fear and desperation on her face, the panicked look in her eyes, and Harry couldn't do anything to stop it. Harry slowed down his perception of time, trying to understand what he was missing. He refused to die here, he certainly refused to be the cause of Daphne's death. There was something he had been missing, something that was nagging him since the moment this whole thing began. It hit him like a bolt of lightning, and he smiled faintly at the realization. Grindelwald. That was what made things feel so familiar. It reminded him of Grindelwald's last attack, which brought an entire dimension to their battlefield. The magic was different, of course, but the principles were the same. And so, his answer was the same. He started to sing. It came to him as an instinct, like every time before. It came to him whenever he needed it the most, when he had no other choice, no other path to take. He sang, and the world listened. The world around him started to expand, the cave turned into an endless sphere of pure silver that overwhelmed everything around it, until it reached the singularity. It seemed like it wanted to absorb Harry's realm, but he answered by singing even louder. It was a melody that wasn't physical, not something that anyone could understand, filled with complexities and layered on multiple dimensions. With a roar, his realm expanded, swallowing the singularity, before fracturing into pieces. Exhausted, he slowly picked himself up, saw Daphne doing the same, and turned towards a familiar throne room, glaring at the Fae that forced him into the fight. The woman still had that smug smile on her face, only this time, it was odd. I dreamed of this often, but it's very different to see it in person. What the fuck was that? He asked, not in the mood for fake pleasantries and the like. That was you defeating the Philosopher's Stone's guardian, of course. Harry noticed that her gaze wasn't at his face, but towards his hand, which clenched a red stone that pulsed with power. The Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel's prized creation, was in his hand. He barely noticed Nimue making her way towards him and asked, "So, Peveril, did you learn your lesson yet?" I have to say, it was quite an entertaining sight. He remembered her saying something about this being a lesson before, but he had dismissed him. How on earth was making them fight Fenrir some sort of twisted lesson? Harry was angry. No, he was beyond angry. He was furious. He raised his wand, space and time being folded at its tip as if mirroring his anger, ready to be unleashed. She had the gall of endangering Daphne and call it entertaining. The young wizard channeled the power of the resurrection stone, slowly making her choke in pain, and float towards him, unable to move at all. He spoke up softly, a stark contrast to his mood. "Tell me, Faye, are you entertained now?" Chapter 417, Room for Mercy. May 20th, 1995, The Other World. The young wizard channeled the power of the resurrection stone, slowly making her choke in pain, and float towards him, unable to move at all. He spoke up softly, a stark contrast to his mood. "Tell me, Faye, are you entertained now?" Imagine his surprise when the woman burst into laughter, while being bound against her will, and snickered, "Of course, I am. Do you think that anything you could do would be worse than what's waiting for me, for my people, the moment that stone leaves the other world? Believe me, I'm the one sacrificing a lot for a chance of victory, a chance that you will smother into nothingness if you don't let me finish what I have to say." Harry instinctively let go of the Fae, who slowly floated back to her throne. She cleared her throat, and smiled back. "Good. Isn't it better when we're all being reasonable here?" The young wizard gave her an incredulous look. "You call making me fight Fenrir of all things, reasonable? My dear boy, this was not Fenrir. The Wolf of Destruction left Midgard alongside the gods after the Great Cataclysm thousands of years ago. What you fought was an illusion. Well, not exactly, more like an actualization of his spirit into a realm of dreams and chaos. It's a skill I perfected over the years, the ability to create an illusion of a higher being that was so complete, that it ends up possessed, for a lack of a better term, by the being itself. It was how the gods showed their wills, back when they were still worshipped, of course. Human faith is a weirdly powerful thing, all things considered. Theory aside, you fought an aspect of Fenrir, not the beast itself. That would have been a much grander battle, and you would not have fared just as well. Still, he hates you with a passion for slaying his brother, enough that he made an active effort to possess my illusion and fight you. Daphne spoke up for him, sounding a bit angry. "Harry killed the world serpent, though. And that was a fluke, a plan that was thousands of years in the making. Peveril killed Jormungandr when he was imprisoned inside himself, bound by the commands of a boy who barely understood what he commanded, while also having the exact weapon needed to kill the serpent. It wasn't some high and mighty battle, just a foolish boy that postured so much, and your little boyfriend, who was in the right place, in the right time." Harry could see her point. Aside from shifting ominously, the world serpent hadn't done much during the fight in the Chamber of Secrets. Riddle had just used him as a way to brag or something, giving Harry enough time to take the killing shot. Now, the property of the fangs alone, being capable of cutting through anything, could have probably allowed Jormungandr to negate the attack by the Colt. That's not to mention the poison infected by the dark, that would have probably killed him with a touch. And that was just scratching the surface. The beast was created as a weapon against things that were far more powerful than Harry. It stood to reason that killing a 12-year-old boy, prodigious magic or not, would not have been difficult. Harry nodded his acceptance of that statement, and he spoke up. "That makes sense, but you're still evading my question. Why did you make us fight the illusion of Fenrir, then?" "Because you needed to realize what your greatest strength was. You need to be ready for what is to come, and playing around and trying to find clever ways to defeat your enemies isn't going to be enough against the likes of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Ragnarok is coming and you are far from ready. Trickery is the only advantage I have," he protested. The Fae, though, seemed to get progressively more annoyed. "Trickery isn't enough. It will never be enough. I relied on trickery before, you see, at Camlin, and it cost me everything. It started with Merlin stealing Caliban, the sword we used to select our leaders, and twisting it into that abomination he called Excalibur. Then, Morgan Le Fay had the gall to try to enslave my people, to use them as foot soldiers against her sworn enemy. She massacred most of my people then when we refused. And so, I plotted. I was fighting against a force of nature far more powerful than I, and I found the weakest link in her son, Mordred. The boy's sacrifice was valiant, he broke the prophecy that bound him, and we used it to weaken both Merlin and his mother, even momentarily. I was able to banish them both, hoping to bind them into eternal prisons. There would be no more champions of light and dark, not under my watch." "What happened?" Daphne asked gently. "We underestimated what it meant to be a champion of the light and dark. They refused to be bound, not without a fight. I never considered that they would prefer death to an eternal prison. Most of my people died in that fight, and those who remained were so broken that they cut off our dimension, our home, from the material world, abandoning even our dead, even knowing that it would inevitably twist them in the long run. There was a reason why we settled in the material world, after all. As for me, I was a death's door, cursed by Morgan Le Fay's last act, deciding to stay behind and guard the souls of our dead for what little time I had left, lest they be used by the light and dark in some twisted scheme. The Far remained silent for a couple of seconds before speaking up. The moral of the story is very simple. I tried to be clever. I made an overly complicated plan against things that just trampled all over it. Even now, I have no idea what I could have done differently. My biggest mistake was the fact that I was planning around Merlin and Morgan Le Fay, but not the champions of the light and dark. The way they think and react all gets shredded apart the moment they let the entities consume them. I lost everything because of that. It was the day that I truly became the last Fae. It made sense. In a twisted way, Nimue was a reflection of Harry. She tried to fight the light and dark because they were threatening her people. She came up with a plan to make that happen, and it worked. Everything worked as it was supposed to, and yet she still lost. And what am I supposed to do against them? They are more powerful, more experienced, more skilled, the young wizard replied. I've been studying magic for 4 years at most, while they've been at it for decades. Why, you do what you're always meant to do. You sing. Harry gave the Fae a surprised look, to which she burst into laughter. Come on, it's obvious. Do you even know what happens when you sing? The world changes. I create a realm and change its properties, he replied. That's correct, but I don't think you understand the implications of what you're doing. You're creating a realm, and inside, you are effectively a god. Your song is that of creation, and you've been using it as a glorified shield against esoteric effects, but you were able to swallow a magical singularity using it. You're barely scratching the surface of what you can do, of what you need to be able to do. The young wizard nodded in agreement. It had been something that he'd been meaning to practice for a time, only that for some reason, his magic was reluctant to express itself without a meaningful reason to. It was as if it had deemed his casual use of it to be unworthy, and he had no idea why. Every time he had sung a realm to creation, it had been because of some crisis. It was like an instinct telling him that he could do it, but given how stressful the situation tended to be, he barely had the time to really analyze what was happening, at least objectively. It was, without a doubt, a very powerful piece of magic, but one whose limits he didn't know, and he couldn't exactly rely on the instinct to sing in any of his fights. As if reading his thoughts, Nimue spoke up. You need help controlling it, guidance. I can offer that to you and an army of elves ready to fight against the forces of the light and dark. Daphne spoke up with a confused tone. Aren't you all dead? Will you not disappear after we leave with the Philosopher's Stone? Harry, on the other hand, wasn't as confused. He had been waiting for it. After all, he was dealing with a Fae. Sure, it was a Fae that had the same enemies as him, but it was a Fae, nonetheless. He had read many records of history about their cruelty, and countless tragedies about making deals with them. That was before he knew that they had disappeared after Camlin, and he wanted to be careful. He always knew that the magical world was larger than people thought, and he wanted to know as much about it as he could. Never make a deal with a Fae, not for anything. That was the main consensus that Harry got from the dozens of books he found that mentioned them. The Fae in question spoke up, proving him right. We are dead, but souls have possessed bodies before as long as they don't move on. The main issue was always the fact that the body was never truly compatible and always eventually broke down, but theoretically, if someone was able to enforce the compatibility somehow, and had enough power to do it, then it would be enough. Harry could theoretically use the power of the stone to sing our bodies into existence and grant my people a new future. And in exchange, I will teach him our magic and train him to use his singing. My people get to live, and he gets an army. She turns towards Harry. What do you think? Do we have a deal? There it was. Once, he'd want someone to help him against the light and dark without asking for something in return. First, with Lily, then Acristes, and now Nimue. He really shouldn't have hoped for more. Everything inside him protested the deal, from the fact that it would be made with a Fae and the idea that he could give dead people the opportunity to live once more. The latter just felt wrong. The dead had no place in the living world. He had no idea about the consequences of doing this, and there would be consequences, very severe ones at that. One did not break one of the most important laws of nature without some sort of repercussion. Harry's answer was immediate and resolute, no. That wiped the smirk from Nimue's face, which turned into confusion and then barely suppressed rage. I gave you my husband's stone. I'm letting you destroy our afterlife. I am prepared to give you an army, and tutelage in magics you cannot even comprehend, and you refuse to help me. I'm not refusing to help you. I'm refusing to bring back those who have passed away. No one has this power, and I'm not arrogant enough to think that even with all that I can do, I can defy death. The woman looked distressed and was murmuring to herself, this doesn't make any sense. I saw my people's burdens lifting because of you. I saw the smiles on their faces. I was assured that you would save my people. Solomon said so himself. I don't know what you saw, but my decision is final. Final, is it? Perhaps, I can convince you to reconsider, she said, calmly, before suddenly turning back into her wraith form and leapt suddenly towards Daphne, only to freeze as Harry activated the resurrection stone and held her soul in place. Harry looked at the stone and an idea sparked in his mind, a fitting one, and spoke up, I see it now. It's the right thing to do after all. He channeled his magic into the resurrection stone and slowly started to sing, this time on command. He understood, slightly, why his song of creation didn't work when he practiced. It was because what he did with it had to be meaningful, it had to have a purpose beyond the act itself. It was like a light bulb lit up in his head. Fighting for his life had a purpose, but there were other ways to do it as well, without any violence. It seemed fitting, in a way, to have something this powerful, only be able to be used in a meaningful way. As Harry sang, the entire dimension started to shift. He used the resurrection stone to connect with every single lost soul in this place, slowly losing themselves to this place's corruption and soothe them. He slowly guided their souls and turned them from wraiths into elves. Each one of them smiled in comfort slightly, before fading away into nothingness. He could almost feel a flash of coldness when each one of them disappeared. Soon after, only Nimue remained, frozen by the spectacle. She turned to Harry and whispered, "What have you done?" "I saved them. I stopped them from lingering and allowed them to pass on. Your situation isn't natural. You are not from this realm, and the rules of death applying to you were wrong. It's why you were in so much pain when you died, and why this place acted like a poor waiting room, trying to force your rules into a world that didn't have them. Now, they are in peace. It's funny, isn't it? Prophecies and visions are so subjective, aren't they? You tried to manipulate me to suit your vision. I don't know if you were bound in some way to give me the stone or if you were confident enough to give it to me, trusting your visions that you'd be able to make me do what you want, and to be honest, I don't care. I got what I came here for." Nimue's tone became scratchy, and she stared at Harry with her eyes almost glowing from her rage. "For thousands of years, I've led my people. Everything that I did was for them. I wanted to save them and avenge what we'd been through. And you took that away from me. You took them away from me." "I gave them mercy," Harry replied. "Mercy? Well, here is my mercy to you. Your plan is doomed to fail. You wish to use the stone against the dark, and the world serpent's fang against the light. You wish to turn them into a disease, infecting each dimension. Grindelwald will see through it, and you will lose everything, just as I have. So, take that useless stone and leave this place, for you will never know peace, boy." Harry froze and stared at the woman in front of him who had started to cackle in delight. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. He just waved his hand and opened a breach back to the forest. With a last act, he bound Nimue's soul to the lake, not allowing her to move on like the rest of her kind. She would remain trapped there, in pain, until her time came, and even when the dimension started to collapse, she wouldn't be able to leave the physical lake surrounding it. He was all out of mercy, after all. The young wizard felt some form of vindictive amusement when he saw her wide eyes as she realized what he had done. He could understand being desperate enough to manipulate him, to want to bring back her people and not be alone anymore, but she had also tried to attack Daphne. That wasn't something he wasn't willing to forgive. And so, he simply closed the breach behind him and Daphne. He had a lot to think about, after all. Chapter 418, Realm of Possibilities. May 20th, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. He was all out of mercy, after all. The young wizard felt some form of vindictive amusement when he saw her wide eyes as she realized what he had done. He didn't do anything else but close the breach behind him and Daphne. He had a lot to think about, after all. Harry stepped out of the portal, near the Black Lake. It hadn't even been a conscious decision. It was just his favorite spot when he needed to clear his head. Hogwarts looked hauntingly beautiful at night. He very rarely got to see it at that time. The moon illuminated the night sky, which was also reflected in the calm surface of the lake, making it look like a second sky. The castle stood tall on its hill, with its turrets and towers glowing faintly under the moonlight. A few windows still had lights on, probably from students cramming for exams or sneaking around after hours. The soft hooting of owls and the faint rustle of the trees in the forbidden forest made the whole place feel alive, like it was watching and waiting. He stared at the sight for around 5 minutes until a voice interrupted his musings. "Are you all right, Harry?" Ah, it was Daphne. He had almost forgotten that she was there. The blonde had remained silent from the moment they left the other world, something that he appreciated immensely. And so, he plastered a smile on his face and answered, "Of course, I'm all right." He was lying, of course. As much as Harry wanted to deny it, Nimue's last words still rang in his head. They unsettled him. The plan seemed foolproof, for the lack of a better world. He had two sources of the light and dark, their essence, in a way, and he'd planned on using them as some sort of virus, infecting each of the entities' energy. The energies of the light and dark would combat them as a threat, trying to purge it away, while also destroying themselves. He had gotten the idea from autoimmune diseases. After all, he couldn't possibly fight against them directly. They were more like forces of nature than physical entities. It would be like a muggle fighting a volcano or something as preposterous. He wouldn't even know where to begin, but getting them to destroy themselves. That was a far easier task. It would have been his masterpiece, his greatest achievement, but the mere idea that Grindelwald already knew of it terrified Harry to his core. Harry hadn't even finished planning yet, and yet according to Nimue, he was already destined to lose. The blonde didn't seem convinced by his lie. For some reason, I don't believe you. Harry didn't respond, not wanting to show how on edge he really was. Daphne obviously noticed that and changed the subject a bit. Why didn't you agree to her deal? You could have used an army and a seer of Nimue's caliber. I could use an army of Fae, but not as much as you'd think. The final battle will not be decided between two armies, but between me, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald. Having an army is more like a safeguard than an actual fighting force, and I already have one in the form of the Lycans, the Department of Mysteries, and Arcturus forces. Anything more is overkill and definitely wouldn't be worth the consequences of breaking the laws of death. The laws of death, she asked. Everything ends, Daph. The Fae were dead. They made the other world because the material world doesn't really handle their souls properly. They were never meant to be here, and that made their afterlife worse, but they were still dead on a fundamental level. Things could have ended horribly. They could have turned mad and wished for nothing more than to cause senseless slaughter, losing bits of their souls over time. Or I could have been the one to take the brunt of the consequences, which is what I think was what Nimue was planning. The Fae are naturally cunning, and she would have wanted to stack the deck in her favor. I could even see her having something prepared to benefit her people in the long run. I didn't want to trade one war for another, not on the word of a woman that made us fight Fenrir for no reason, and that tried to attack you the moment I refused her. She hesitated for a second. I understand, really. But you were still cruel. No, what they were going through was cruel. They were dead. I just helped them move on. Believe me, that's a far kinder fate than me performing some abominable form of soul magic, binding them to foreign bodies, no matter what Nimue said. Death isn't always cruel. Sometimes, it's far more merciful than the alternative. And Nimue? What's going to happen to her? Harry shrugged. I suppose when the other world inevitably collapses, she'll still be bound to not leave the lake. The enchantments there are strong enough to hold for a few centuries, more than enough for her to pass on without my interference. And without the stone, she barely has any energy left to cast any magic. She's just a soul, a powerful one, but a soul nonetheless. But why did she just give you the stone? She had to have known that it would have made her weaker and more vulnerable. Hope, I think. It's a very dangerous thing. Solomon gave her hope, and for centuries, she followed his orders, even as a dead man. It is funny that she, a Fae, never entertained the idea that she was being tricked. She probably had a way of knowing that he was telling the truth. I have no idea how her people's magic worked. She had to have had to verify the information somehow given how blindsided she was when I refused her offer. Solomon tricked her into serving him for centuries, and telling her to give me the stone shouldn't have been that hard to accomplish after that long. If I had to guess, that would be why she gave it to me. Hopefully, she'll let go, move on, and accept her death. And her last words, the blonde asked, was her plan correct? Was that what you wanted to do? Harry flinched at her statement. There was no doubt in his mind that Nimue knew exactly how his plan worked, down to things that he still hadn't figured out. He still hadn't found a way to properly get the essences to infect the light and dark and propagate properly. Each piece of essence was attached with a realm's worth of energy. The Philosopher's Stone had the life force of hundreds of thousands of people sucked into it, and Harry could very easily take whatever remained of Jormungandr's dimension and seal it within the beast's fang, but that would barely be enough to do anything to the light or the dark, not really. He needed a way for the essence to self-replicate, and that had been something that he still hadn't figured out. His thoughts were interrupted once more when his girlfriend poked his shoulder. It's rude not to answer my question. The young wizard rolled his eyes. Sorry. I was lost in a thought for a bit. But yeah, her prediction was pretty in line with what I was planning to do. And, now what are you going to do? Harry looked at the sky for a bit and answered, I don't know. It seemed foolproof. Nimue could have been lying to get me to drop a viable plan, but even then, if she's seen it, then Grindelwald probably did as well, and he could take measures against it, whatever they could be. I could theoretically use their ritual against them, use the instability during prophecy's destruction that they would create to hide against any sort of divination for just a few moments, but that's a small window and I might be too late to stop them. Either way, I'm still going for it. The blonde gave him a confused look. You just told me that Grindelwald will probably see it coming. It's a good plan, one that could technically work. Until I find an alternative, it's what I'm going with. And even if Grindelwald sees it, then he'll have to spend a lot of resources to stop it, and that's still a viable distraction. I'm not sure, Harry. Harry didn't doubt that. The thought of wasting time implementing a plan that would most likely fail didn't seem appealing to him either, but this was literally the best he got. Hell, he could even break a prophecy of his own and use that to attack the light and dark directly before either of them are ready to prepare. Nimue said that she knew what his plan was, and when he'd implement it. That also meant that he was on a bit of a time crunch. This is the first time that I have a workable plan, a true plan that is beyond just messing with Dumbledore's and Grindelwald's plans. This is a chance at actually winning Ragnarok, of not only defeating the Lights and the Dark's champions but the entities themselves. Daphne grabbed his hand gently. I know you're under a lot of pressure, but wouldn't it be better to leave if you don't have a viable plan? We could run away, just the two of us, maybe with our friends and family, and not deal with anything to do with the light and dark. Her words made Harry pause. There was logic in them, logic that he couldn't refute. Nimue's last words meant that the outcome of the fight ahead became a lot less certain. Harry never liked to enter a conflict without stacking the deck in his favor, and if the Fae had it right, then he was massively fooling himself. But there was something that niggled his mind. Nimue was ready to join Harry, and that meant that there was a way to win, a way that was similar, yet different. She had waited centuries for revenge against the two powers and specifically chose this time to make her move. He just needed to find it. The young wizard turned towards her. I've been running ever since this thing started, and everyone and everything kept grabbing me back into the conflict. I entered the European tournament to get away from Dumbledore, only for him to have an elaborate plan regarding it. I went with you to Olympus with no intentions of interfering whatsoever, only to end up fighting the Olympians and Grindelwald. And that's just scratching the surface. I'm done running. Not when fate will probably find another way to pull me back. And wasn't that a bitter pill to swallow? Now that he had a better perception of fate, enhanced by Solomon's magic, he could feel destiny's influence on everyone around him. It was more like a tapestry of possibilities. Everyone had small strings surrounding them, but Harry's were more akin to chains than anything else. It didn't mean that he wasn't free to make his choices, only that his choices would always take him to the same destination anyway. It was hard to put into words. It wasn't a prison, but more like a fundamental law of nature. No matter how strong he threw something, it would always find its way back into the ground. It might not land in the same spot, but it would always work, nonetheless. Seeing the saddened look on the blonde's face, he put a smile of his own and reassured her. Solomon said that I have a path to victory, a chance at winning, and I don't see any other way. Either I do nothing and keep contemplating, trying to find another plan and implement it in less than a month, or I can spend some figuring out how to adapt an already existing plan into something more workable. It was like a light bulb lit up in his head. It could work. The entire thing fit perfectly, like he had found the final piece to the puzzle, and Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter. Solomon, you magnificent bastard. This was beyond brilliant. Daphne gave him a questioning look. What is it? Harry simply grabbed her suddenly and kissed her, leaving her breathless. Suddenly, he felt a privacy spell trying to impact the world around them, and he took over it in less than a second. Harry turned, glaring at whoever tried to interrupt them. It wasn't hard to recognize who they were, and given how their nervousness was obvious to his arcane hearing, mixed in with a drop of righteous anger, their intentions were probably not innocent. With a flick of his hand, their wands were thrown from their hands, and they found themselves unable to move. It wasn't a hard decision to make, after all. Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation. Longbottom, Granger, I was under the impression that we had nothing to talk about anymore. So, could you kindly fuck off? He'd gotten pretty familiar with the songs of the two Gryffindors. He had to admit that Neville's song felt clearer, more stable, ever since Harry removed the Horcrux from his scar. Well, he wasn't a ticking time bomb anymore. Granger's was more like a computer, everything was organized and methodical. It was a pretty sad sight, to be completely honest. Neville growled at him, not before you save Hermione. He expected the answer to be something like this. The unnaturally bound soul that Granger was clumsily trying to hide under a warded expanded bag was more than enough to figure out what they wanted. It would have probably been enough to hide the diary from most mages, but not someone like him, who actually had a passive understanding of soul magic. Were they seriously hoping to force him into giving the girl back her soul? Given the way the young girl was glaring at him, they certainly weren't planning on asking kindly. All in all, he had a single response to this: you're both fucking idiots. Chapter 419, The Last Laugh. May 20th, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. Neville Longbottom knew that this was a bad idea. It wasn't exactly a hard conclusion to make. He learned time and time again that trying to force Harry Potter into a position he didn't want was a very easy way to get outplayed. Dumbledore had learned that the hard way many times, as did the ICW, the minister. Now that Neville thought about it, a very disturbing number of people tried to oppose Harry, and all of them ended up losing. Yeah, he wasn't looking forward to this, not at all. But he was doing it for Hermione. The Muggle-born had stuck by him through thick and thin, stayed his friend despite failing to save her in the Chamber of Secrets, and didn't sneer at him like most people would when he told her that he was pretty much not a Longbottom anymore. It was a dark year, looking back. When the world turned on him, when Harry betrayed him, lost all of his so-called friends, when he felt constantly guilty about Hermione's fate, he became easily manipulated and relied on the feeling of channeling something very dark, and obviously very evil. It had been nice to be regarded as a powerful wizard. No wonder Harry liked it so much. And yet, all that talent drove him to almost kill someone in a fucking school competition. He had been at his lowest after that, still regarded as a serial killer in the making and having been essentially disinherited. Hermione coming back in the summer was the literal light at the end of the tunnel, and he refused to let her slip between his fingers again, not when he finally had her back. The idea of her being mind-controlled by some unspeakable into becoming a monster frightened him, to say the least. It was enough that he was willing to risk Harry's ire. As powerful and terrifying as the other boy was, he wouldn't go too far. Well, he hoped he wouldn't. He still felt bad about it since Harry had just saved him by removing the Horcrux from his scar, but Hermione's well-being overwhelmed any other feeling he might have had for the other boy. To be perfectly fair, the first part of Hermione's plan had gone without a hitch. He had been nervous about stealing the diary from the Department of Mysteries, but the entire heist was over in less than an hour. It was funny, being under polyjuice and robes, and just waltzing into the Ministry of Magic, taking the elevator as unspeakables, and no one even tried to stop them. Hermione had found a way to get past the first layer of protection to enter the department, and the rest was easy enough. Hermione did all the work, very cleverly breaking through the wards of the rooms, stopping any alarm from being set off, and all Neville had to do was to make sure she remained undisturbed while she tried to break in. He had put up a few privacy wards, enchantments to make people ignore them, and even a disillusionment charm, but it was unnecessary. The Department of Mysteries was essentially empty, something about them being busy investigating some incident and whatnot. Whether luck was in their favor, or it was their plan working out without a hitch, they still got the diary, replaced it with a fake, and got out, without leaving any traces. Hermione was practically skipping near the end, and all they had to do was the hard part, getting Harry to help them. It was weird that a heist into one of the most secretive departments in the Ministry of Magic was easier than trying to get Harry to do what they wanted. Neville had no idea how Hermione was planning on doing that, and to be completely honest, he was sort of worried about it. Well, that was when the complications started. For one, they had no idea where he was. Neither Greengrass nor Harry were seen during dinner, and since Neville knew that Harry could sneak in and out of the castle when it was under its war wards, it wasn't out of the question for them to not even be in Hogwarts. It was honestly a stroke of luck that they found Greengrass and Harry talking with each other near the Black Lake, seemingly on a romantic walk, after which they started kissing. The sight did make Neville irrationally angry. He was frustrated, of course. He'd been walking around the castle for hours, trying to find them, and they were having fun. Hermione obviously felt the same way she gripped her wand far tighter than usual was proof of that. Not wanting to miss them after hours of searching, Hermione cast a privacy ward around them, probably hoping to convince Harry to help her without any outside interruption, only for her and Neville's wand to come flying out of their hands. Harry turned and glanced at them for less than a second, before saying, "You're both fucking idiots." Wait, what? Why the fuck would Harry call them idiots? They hadn't even said anything. Neville was absolutely struck speechless, but Hermione, thankfully, kept her wits and asked, "Why are we idiots?" "You mean besides trying to set a ward around a couple who were kissing," he blandly replied. Neville blushed. "It's not our fault that you've been very hard to pin down." Harry shrugged in response, "That's hardly my problem." Right as they were about to bicker, Hermione interrupted them, "Harry Potter, you owe me and I'm here to collect." Any drop of amusement disappeared from Harry's face, "And pray and tell what I owe you, Granger." "Your mother." "My mother is dead," Harry replied with sarcasm dripping in his tone. "She is," the Muggle-born agreed, "but that doesn't change what she did to me." Harry was about to respond, but Greengrass stopped him by grabbing his hand. He looked at his girlfriend in surprise, before just nodding at her. It was like the two had a private conversation. "Look, Granger, Lily Evans didn't do anything to you. You're the idiot who got her soul swallowed up in a diary. The unspeakables are the ones who tried to use you as a weapon. All Lily did was give you a couple of frankly harmless orders, hoping that you'd stay out of her way, and yet, here you are, making a nuisance of yourself. And all in all, Harry had no hand in anything that happened to you." Hermione practically snarled at her. It was the most emotional Neville had seen her ever since she came back. She quickly steeled herself, "Well, let's agree to disagree. Lucky for me, I'm not exactly asking him for help." The last Potter hummed, looking more amused than anything. "Let me get this straight, you're coming to me, needing my help, because Neville probably blabbed about me removing his Horcrux. And instead of trying to make a deal, instead of trying to appease me or anything like that, your plan is to threaten me, try to force me to put your soul back into your body. No, I want you to teach me soul magic. I'm not trusting anyone with my soul, not anymore, the Muggle-born answered without denying anything. Wow. You want me to teach you a very dangerous form of magic that was lost to time, a form of magic that I still haven't fully mastered while threatening me. Are you seriously hearing yourself? The sad thing is that you can't learn, not really. Soul magic needs a certain form of perception of the world, it's chaotic and yet rigid at times, it needs a lot of improvisation since no two souls are really the same, and unfortunately, you're not good at that. You're very smart, very quick at understanding, an ideal operative, but you're so materialistic, your thoughts are so rigid and logical that you'll never be able to understand soul magic. And even if you were suitable, there is nothing that would get me to teach it to someone who's acting the way you are. You will if you don't want everyone to know about your soul magic. They wouldn't be as kind as I am about it, and they'll target your weak point. That last statement was ominous, especially since Hermione was staring right at Greengrass, essentially threatening her. When Hermione said that she was certain that she could convince Harry to teach her, he didn't expect her to threaten his girlfriend. He would have refused otherwise. Sure, he knew that the negotiation wouldn't be exactly friendly, but not that Hermione was planning on getting them both killed. There were rumors about what happened when someone hurt Harry Potter's family. The lichens had literally disappeared even since they attacked Arcturus Black. Neville did his best to research a bit about what happened outside the castle with the war wards being lifted, and apparently, lichens just stopped going out in public, without any sort of warning. According to a lot of Aurors, Harry had left the hospital on the warpath. It was probably the Daily Prophet embellishing things again, but there had to be some truth to it. The moral of the story was very simple. Do not mess with Harry Potter's friends and family, but Hermione didn't seem to have taken that to heart. Neville turned towards the Muggle-born and asked, "What the hell, Hermione?" It hadn't even been a conscious thing. He was just blindsided by the way the Muggle-born acted. Maybe it was her desperation, maybe she had something else up her sleeves, but the way the amusement disappeared from Harry's face, the way his eyes narrowed at the both of them, well, Neville would be lying if he said that he didn't shiver slightly in fear. Hermione, though, gave him a warning glance and turned back towards Harry, expecting a response. And she got one, as the last Potter spoke up, his voice frosty. "Did you think that coming here hoping to blackmail me would change anything? I can just as easily tell people about the Horcrux in Neville's scar, about how he isn't even a Longbottom anymore, or even I can tell them about your diary, that you're not healed yet. Do you think the public wouldn't demand killing Longbottom for the danger he represents? Do you think the Wisengamot is going to care about some Muggle-born's plight? No, they'll say that you're technically an artifact, not a witch, and they'll use you as a weapon. I can protect my friends and family, can you say the same for yours?" "You don't have any proof," Neville answered, panicked at what Harry had said. "Neither do you. But unlike you, the evidence of Hermione's nature can be very easily procured. All it would take is a snap of my finger." The young wizard snapped his finger, and a familiar diary materialized in his hand. Hermione's eyes widened in panic and opened her expanded bag, only to see it empty. Harry rolled his eyes. "That's just sad. Did no one tell you that souls are multidimensional in nature? A small expansion charm and a ward wouldn't do much to hide it from me. Maybe it would work on a couple of detection charms, but someone who actually knows soul magic. Now that I have it, I wonder what I'll do. I could kill you, right here, right now. No one would even bat an eyelash. I could force you to go attack the ministry, turn you into a criminal." Neville ran towards Harry, trying to snatch the diary from his hands, only to find himself back where he started. He was wandless and severely outmatched. He gave the other wizard a pleading look. "Harry, please." Harry and Greengrass exchanged a look once more, this time it was far longer. Neville didn't know what silent conversation they were having, only that by the end, Harry's eyes softened slightly, and he released a tired sigh. "Look, I'm tired. I've had a very draining day, and I certainly didn't need the two of you running here with a half-baked plan to blackmail me. So, I'm going to do you a solid. This is it. From this day forward, I don't know you. Either of you lay here, dying, then I will do nothing to stop it. It's not my problem anymore." He turned towards the frantic Hermione and spoke up. "You will never speak to anyone about my capabilities. You will not knowingly interfere in my affairs with the intent to hinder me or my goals. You will never try to hurt me, either directly or indirectly, or anyone that I love. And if Longbottom ever tries to do the same, you will kill him." Neville's eyes widened when he realized that Harry had just used the diary to enforce his will on Hermione. He had essentially enslaved her. Hell, one of the commands was to kill him. Before he could say anything else, Harry grabbed the diary and took out a small spark of light from it, which he pressed firmly into Hermione's chest. Immediately after, the diary turned into dust. He yelped in fear, expecting the worst, and seeing Hermione dead. But she wasn't. She was just standing there, gaping at Harry, touching her face, while murmuring, "I'm free." Like an owl, she turned towards Harry. "Something is wrong. What did you do? I only put your soul in your body, but you forgot what the unspeakables did, didn't you? What they taught you was never in your soul but in the diary itself. They didn't know any soul magic, just realized that you could learn through it, and with the diary gone, you're back to your old boring self. Your brain was never really in charge of your thinking. No, it was the enchantments in the diary. No diary means no superpowered brain, no extra knowledge, nothing. You're just a normal muggle-born now. You're not special, not anymore. She ran towards Harry only to freeze in her tracks. Did you forget about your last orders? You can't harm me. But why would you want to? You're free now, aren't you? You have your soul back. Isn't that what you wanted? Neville glared at the other wizard, who interrupted him. This concludes any business we have left. The only reason I wasn't as severe is because of our history together. This ends now. We are done. No more adventures, no more deadly escapades, just live a quiet, unremarkable life, and we won't have to speak to one another again. Goodbye, Neville, Hermione. Live well. Harry grabbed Greengrass' arm and started to walk towards the castle. The former Longbottom scion was frozen for a fraction of a second before turning, while yelling, "Now, wait a minute." As he turned, he realized that he was somehow right outside the Gryffindor common room. Hermione, still speechless, just went to her knees, tears flowing from her eyes. It's over. Neville didn't know what to say. She had fucked up royally in how she handled the interaction with Harry. That was a fact, which could have easily gotten them hurt or even killed. A part of him wanted to lash out, to tell her how stupid she had been, but one look at her face made him freeze. Instead, he just agreed with her. It is. You have your soul now. Then why do I feel like I lost? You did. We did. But that doesn't matter. What's important is that you're free now. The Muggle-born sniffed. I'm not special anymore. I was never special, the former Longbottom scion answered. That doesn't make me any lesser, only like everyone else. But you've always been special, the brightest witch of your age. You can always still grow. We still have time. Together, she asked, with vulnerability in her voice. Yes, together forever, he replied without a drop of doubt in his voice. Neville didn't know what would come in the future. He always felt like his path had been dictated to him, but that wasn't the case, not anymore. As badly as this went, this was an opportunity for both Hermione and him, an opportunity for a new beginning. A new beginning. Yes, he liked the sound of that. Chapter 420, Great Heights. May 23, 1995, Nurmengard. Gellert Grindelwald emerged from the shadows to his office, feeling victorious after his plan worked without any issues, yet whatever smile on his face disappeared as he stared at what was left of his hand. It wasn't flesh and blood anymore, just an expression of his skill in materializing the energies of the dark. Most of his body was, really. As much as he didn't want to worry Albus, the Red Witch's last attack should have killed him. If it had been in his youth, it would have, without a doubt. It was only his connection to the dark that stopped him from being erased from existence, and he only managed to do that by his skill in channeling the dark without needing a physical body. He had turned most of his body into an elaborate energy construct that mimicked his flesh. It severely limited his power due to how much concentration he needed to keep his body functioning, but that wouldn't be for long. He'd been preparing for weeks for this moment. His life's work was on the brink of being completed and he wouldn't miss it, not for anything. There was also something else, something that niggled in his mind, another reason to be at his best, and that reason was Harry Potter. When he spared his life a year back, he never expected the boy to become such a threat. It was simple. The boy was a Peverell, and was likely to be the hero of Ragnarok, and as impressive as he was still a teenager with barely 4 years of magical education. Manipulating him should have been an easier way to ensure that Ragnarok would occur exactly like he envisioned. It had worked well enough until Olympus. Wasn't that a massive failure? His injuries aside, Gellert didn't like how closely they were to lose everything. It was only Albus' ingenuity that saved their plan from being completely scrapped, allowing Ragnarok to occur unimpeded, uncontrolled, and with nothing more than ashes remaining from the aftermath. Trying to control a prophecy was a very delicate endeavor, to say the least, and it was only Gellert's skill in divination that allowed him to make plans that made it feasible, a skill that the boy counteracted during their duel. He had relied too much on his connection to his multiversal counterparts, a connection that had been severed in Lily Evans' last attack, leaving him having to face the cloudy uncertainty that was normal divination. Sure, Gellert was a seer of immense power, but he was fighting destiny itself, and fate definitely didn't approve of his plans. It was something he discovered when it hit his loss to Dumbledore half a century prior, destroying his younger self's life's ambition of saving the magical world from the Muggles. It had taken him a while to move on from that fact, to accept that even as a seer, fate was not on his side. Thanks to the dark, he had been able to craft a replacement of his divination, something that had taken him years of effort and energy to pull off, time that he certainly didn't have anymore. When Lily Evans attacked his connection to the dark, she also ruptured his own connection to his alternates, and now his greatest injury was how blind he felt. Sure, she had killed herself in the process, but she had hurt him far more than any other person in his life. He hadn't told Albus of his disability. His old friend still trusted his orders. He should have been able to handle the Potter boy, to finally wipe him off the board. He wasn't a reliable pawn, not anymore. Gellert would have to manage without him. The prophecy would choose someone else to act as its hero, and the plan would still work. Albus should have been able to handle him easily, and yet, he had lost a duel. He had lost the Elder Wand to a child. The sheer madness. Gellert knew that fate was favoring the boy. It had to be Ragnarok's prophecy making sure that he would survive until its completion. That was the only explanation. He couldn't know, not without his full sight, and so, he had found a way to get it back. He would push his seer abilities into heights that no one had ever experienced before him. He would defeat destiny at its own game, ensuring that his final plan would be completed. Gellert opened a drawer and took out a small ritual dagger. It was an ugly thing, looked like it was made of stone more than anything, but the energy that it released was so similar of his own, of another champion of the dark. The dagger of Namdar, one of the oldest champions of the dark, was worshipped as a god in ancient Mesopotamia. It was one of the oldest magical artifacts ever discovered, and there was no denying how powerful it was. With that done, the champion of the dark moved through the shadows to a temple on the other side of the continent, where 13 vampire elders stood there, ready for what awaited them. There were very few elders remaining after they were hunted down in the previous tasks. The Potter boy had gotten very good at killing them over time, probably using his soul magic. That was a very nasty piece of magic that hurt even him. There hadn't been many, to begin with, but a vast majority of them died in the last few years alone. It was a shame for some of his strongest servants to perish like that, but if everything went according to plan, he would have no need for them anyway. They were suitable like this, as a sacrifice to his own ends. As he entered the ritual circle, it lit up in blue light. To say that it was a masterpiece would be an understatement, and he wasn't even exaggerating. He had worked hand in hand with the dark to make it happen. His patron was surprisingly agreeable, probably looking forward to Ragnarok, to the final battle with the light, despite the fact that Gellert had done his best to block out his influence over the years. It was something that he managed far better than Albus, who still relied on the light's advice, despite the fact that they both knew that the power's ambitions could contradict their own. It was why he didn't tell Dumbledore the true extent of his plans after all. Still, a ritual of this magnitude wouldn't have been something that he would have ever managed on his own. It was probably one of the greatest acts of magic in the history of mankind, and yet very few people would realize what it was. Gellert raised his hand up, and the vampire elders all froze, before slowly being hollowed out, their very essence sucked into the ritual circle whose light darkened in reaction to it, moving towards the middle, where a familiar bound creature kept thrashing in panic. It looked like a mix of a sloth and an ape, with silky white hair and large eyes that were glowing blue. It was a demiguise, one of the few magical creatures which can boast having a connection to the tapestry of destiny itself. It could turn invisible, of course, but the champion of the dark knew for a fact that divination was a form of magic that was far more powerful than most people thought it was. To be perfectly honest, Gellert had no idea how such a creature came to exist. It was probably some magical anomaly that affected a bunch of apes, creating them. Still, looking at the creature, he could see the fear in its eyes, as it saw the fate that awaited it. Gellert didn't relish in it, didn't wish for a creature as unique as this to suffer. Instead, he gave it a sad look. "I'm sorry. I truly am, but I have no other choice. If it's any consolation, your death will save more people than you could possibly comprehend." The demiguise stopped thrashing, gave him a hateful look, and closed his eyes. It had accepted its fate, of course. Gellert grabbed his dagger and stabbed the demiguise in the heart. The ritual circle enlarged itself, releasing an enormous pulse of magic that spread around him, with a very simple command, to kill every demiguise around him and absorb their essence. Normally, it wouldn't have done much, but Gellert's forces had spent weeks capturing every demiguise they could access in the Far East. He had thousands of them just bound outside the circle, ready for his ritual. Slowly but surely, their essence started to be contained in the circle, and he stood there for what seemed like an eternity, but was probably around a couple of minutes, until the curse ran its course, killing every single demiguise he had captured. Thousands of life forces coursed through his body, the energy slowly rebuilding his flesh and blood, while he felt his magic shift slightly to accommodate its new property. Oh, he could see it now, the difference between his previous bastardization of divination and what a demiguise could do. They didn't make simulations of the future as he had before. They didn't brute force their way in. It was far more elegant than that. They saw the tapestry of fate as exactly that, a series of choices and consequences. He could see as much as his mind could handle, which was sadly not as much as he liked. The level of detail, the number of choices, that was too much. He could also see the knots, symbolizing prophecies that led up to similar responses. He was still limited by the amount of energy he could handle. Sure, he was far more powerful, able to stretch his visions for far longer than the creatures ever could, but outside of using the dark to filter out the possibilities, he couldn't really see everything. However, using the dark wasn't something he wanted to do. He didn't trust the entity, especially considering what he had planned. It wasn't that much of a limitation. He didn't have to see everything, he couldn't before anyway, but he could still see a few decisions. He tried it out for a bit, trying to see the outcome of his plan, only to freeze. A lot of his lines just disappeared right before one of the greatest knots he had ever seen, a knot that collected every other string. It must be Ragnarok, and his line's disappearance meant one thing. He had died in them. Gellert looked at how it happened and froze completely. The last magical release failed, even when they killed the Longbottom boy, and the backlash from all of the other magical releases they had stored destabilized, killing both Gellert and Albus. That meant one thing, his prophecy was either fulfilled or broken. He was leaning towards the latter, and that meant that Tom Riddle was dead. Who was responsible was a very easy thing to realize. Harry Potter. If Gellert hadn't been successful with his endeavor, the boy would have succeeded in killing them and probably wiping out half of Britain with the magical release. Why couldn't that boy just stop meddling and die already? Gellert, realizing that Tom Riddle was dead, created a few lines, one where they used a different prophecy for the final task. Funnily enough, Albus had another one practically ready, which he didn't want to use. Oh, it seemed that Gellert wasn't the only one with secrets. It was funny. They were both playing with one another. At least Albus hadn't gotten rusty in his old age. And yet, his string still disappeared. How was that possible? By the powers, it was Harry Potter once more. How did that happen? Gellert looked at it slightly deeper and literally froze as he realized what he had just witnessed. The mad brilliant boy had managed to destroy the light and the dark. He created a form of disease, using the Philosopher's Stone and Jormungandr's Fang, that infected both powers, making them kill themselves. Gellert couldn't help but watch, spellbound, as he realized what was happening. He expected the boy to be a nuisance, with fate helping him at every measure, but this was beyond an act of destiny, this was sheer brilliance. Even now, a part of Gellert had underestimated the boy's capabilities. Sure, he was extremely dangerous, but without the strongest prophecy in existence protecting him, he shouldn't have been that much of a threat. But this was beyond anything he could have dreamt of, an actual end of the light and dark because of a boy who hadn't even reached his majority. For thousands of years, people have tried to stop them, with Solomon being the closest, and he was one of the strongest mages in history, an unparalleled genius who also had gotten lucky. But this was different. Without even thinking, he sent the vision to the dark and watched as it had gotten as well. Fate had also hidden this from the entity, which definitely didn't like the idea of actually dying. It was probably planning on resisting this assault somehow, and Gellert had ideas of his own that he wanted to implement. He didn't trust the light or the dark, but he needed them. They were the key to his greatest ambition, to finally free the magical world from its shackles. Finally, with that out of the way, the path forward was far clearer. Almost everything ended with his plan working and Ragnarok occurring. There was nothing after that, the event probably being something that fate itself couldn't perceive, but in all of them, Harry Potter lost, watching in despair as his ritual was completed. It didn't matter that he couldn't see what was coming after, the ritual working was more than enough for Gellert to make very accurate predictions of what would happen. Still, it was surprising just how much effort it took him to win because of the intervention of a single child. With barely a thought, Gellert conjured a Patronus in the shape of a dragon and sent it towards Dumbledore. Albus, we have a problem. Tom Riddle is dead, and there's something we need to talk about. We need to make a few changes in our plan. No, he wouldn't let some boy destroy his life's work, not after what he sacrificed. He would succeed, he would forge a world from the ashes where his people would be free. It was his destiny after all. Chapter 421 of Dark Pestilence. May 23, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. Harry was sitting at a desk in the room of requirements, with hundreds of pieces of parchment floating around him, each with complicated formulas and calculations. Despite the fact that his new perception of magic made him feel just how fake everything was, the room was still very useful as an impromptu workshop. Calling it the room of requirements was technically correct in the way that the room was extremely good at reading one's intentions and adapting to them, but it would have still been far more appropriate to call it the room of illusions because everything was just a mixture of conjurations and fancy illusions, which Harry could easily see through. They didn't have enough substance, for the lack of a better word, to be real, like a world of falsehoods. To be completely honest, most mages would feel weird staying in this place for too long. It would be akin to staying in virtual reality, it just wasn't real, and for someone like Harry, it was doubly obvious. Of course, the room of hidden things was different, as it was just an expanded space where things were stored or thrown away. Nevertheless, this was far more preferable than trying to hole himself in an empty classroom. Preparation time aside, the professors seemed to have been granted a way to track down students, probably copies of the Marauders map or something. If he had to guess, McGonagall had found the map. Harry wasn't sure who had it before, and made her own copies to make sure that her charges wouldn't be in danger. Either way, Slughorn seemed to have won and kept trying to track down Harry and invite him for tea. Thankfully, they couldn't really find him in the room of requirements, and that was more than enough to give Harry enough space to finish his project. Daphne sometimes joined him, but the young wizard knew that magical experimentation really wasn't something she was passionate about. Currently, she has gone to spend time with Tracy, preparing for the Hogsmeade weekend, which is in a couple of days. Apparently, her entire family was coming, and she wanted to introduce them to Blaise. There was also the fact that Neville and Hermione kept staring at him whenever he was in public. It was pretty unsettling, all things considered, but to be fair, Harry had been somewhat harsh with them. It wasn't entirely his fault. Trying to blackmail him and threatening Daphne to teach Hermione soul magic was beyond stupid because Harry definitely had the upper hand in this conversation and could have very easily gotten out of it. If he had to guess, he'd say that Hermione had probably some form of recording or backup plan in case she ended up getting hurt, which was why he ended up negating everything with his final command to her soul. There was also the fact that now that he knew more about the field, soul magic was a deeply personal experience. One couldn't be taught soul magic. At best, they could be taught how to perceive souls in some way, but that would be it. The rest were things that depended on that perception. Everyone saw the world in a unique way and souls were no different. What people could do with souls depended entirely on them, and honestly, Harry didn't think Hermione would ever get it. She was more like a magical machine than a philosopher, and souls were deeply philosophical in nature. It was why soul magic wasn't really a structured piece of magic, not something that could be really replicated. Two people casting the exact same soul magic-based spell with the exact same power could end up with vastly different results, depending on their perception of others and also themselves. Hermione just didn't have that much insight. If something didn't have a concrete arithmetic formula, she wouldn't have been able to cast it. And so, the Muggle-born had been trying to blackmail him by threatening his girlfriend, while also asking him to teach him something that she couldn't even learn. That's without even the connotations of teaching an unstable and frankly arrogant girl a very dangerous piece of magic. Harry probably should have just explained to her, but he wasn't in a good mood after his conversation with Nimue. Her last words still unsettled him to this day, and so, he lashed out. He gave the Muggle-born exactly what she wanted but took away her choice in the matter. He didn't tell her about what she'd lose because he wanted to see her face as she realized that she had lost what had made her special, that she was back to being a normal Muggle-born once more. He gave her soul an unbreakable command to make sure that she wouldn't try to be clever and attempt to blackmail him once more. This was it. He was done with both her and Neville for the foreseeable future. After all, he had a lot more to worry about, mainly, how to actually weaponize the light and dark essences to attack their corresponding opposing powers. It took him a few days of research to realize that both essences were extremely similar and behaved almost exactly the same way, probably because they were designed to assimilate and conquer any dimension they could access. Funnily enough, the essences acted like infections, slowly multiplying using energy, saturating the environment with its presence until it surpassed the original dimension in terms of energy, before very quickly assimilating it violently. The process was very slow at first, as the essences absorbed energy meant for the other dimension, slowly taking in resources until it became the dominant power. Then it would become very fast. The first stage could probably take centuries just to take over a single dimension, but the second would only need seconds. However, there might be some energy wasted depending on how violently they took over. Then, the lights or the darks would be more than enough to govern the dimensions, if they were inhabited, of course, or just assimilated to itself. Calling the essence a disease wasn't exactly correct. It was more akin to a cancer, slowly growing until it reached a critical mass, and things would very quickly go to shit. However, something like that wouldn't really work on the light or the dark. It would probably take hundreds of thousands of years to achieve something like this, and that was without any form of resistance from the light or the dark, and even then, all it would do is make the light and dark fight amongst themselves more directly, which wasn't exactly what Harry wanted or needed. No, what he had was the element of surprise. He needed to be quick. He definitely didn't have thousands of years for some slow-acting plan. Ragnarok was coming, and he needed to be ready, and that answer came when he explored the interactions between the light and the dark essences. Harry wouldn't be lying when saying that the light's and the dark's hatred of one another was built into their very essence. The reaction was explosive. It was probably the result of conflicts between the two. They grew sensitive to their enemy's presence. That had a lot of potential. But what did they sense exactly? Harry was doing his best to properly analyze the essences, specifically, what they reacted to. They were so similar that just reacting to the energy itself would just get the essence to attack itself. Solomon's magic was the only reason he'd been able to make heads or tails of it. The magic was breathtakingly efficient. It barely wasted any energy and was made up of more layers and enchantments than the entirety of Hogwarts, while barely using less than a drop of energy. This was, without a doubt, the work of a genius. As similar as the two essences were, there were other differences. Each opposing and defensive enchantment had very small alterations. They were learning from one another with every confrontation, making their essence, their greatest weapon, more powerful with every bout. The deeper he went, the more different things became. He had been at it for a few days now, just trying to understand one layer after another, for both essences, trying to understand what exactly had been targeted. It was extremely draining, even if it was very interesting. He'd have had a lot more fun if he wasn't on a time crunch. He kept doing it again and again until he found it. Right at the bottom, in the core of the marvel of magic, was a source. It was, for the lack of a better word, the will of the essence, the thing that contained its central purpose that the light or the dark gave it. The signature was now very clear, now that Harry isolated it, and now all he needed to see which layers detected the opposing signature. Surprisingly, around a quarter of the layers reacted to specific parts of the signature. Damn, the light and dark really prioritized fighting one another's attacks. With the behavior of the layers of each essence tagged, all Harry had to do was find a way to alter a part of the energy's core enough to trigger a detection signal of a hostile nature. Now that had been very tricky until he realized that changing a very small structure of the core made it feel alien enough to trigger an immune response from the essence itself. The core of each essence was incredibly resilient, but it relied on a strict hierarchy of layered defenses, each one conditioned to differentiate between self and other. By subtly altering a key structural marker, a fundamental component of the essence's signature, Harry could make the light or dark perceive a part of itself as foreign. The trick was precision. If he changed too much, the essence would recognize the modification as internal decay and purge it through natural stabilization mechanisms. Too little, and it wouldn't trigger any response at all. But by targeting the exact signature markers that the opposing essence usually attacked, essentially mimicking an enemy's signature while keeping the rest of the structure intact, he could make the light or dark misidentify its own essence as intruders. He kept altering the essence until he found a perfect combination with a minute amount of energy, if his calculations were correct of course. However, it necessitated an opposing element to act as a template at first, before propagating. Deciding to take the plunge, he traced a piece of light essence with the tip of his wand, letting it sink into the depths of the essence's heart. And then, like ripples spreading across a still pond, the reaction began. The first tendrils of unraveling magic recoiled, sensing an invader where none should be. The light's defenses, honed over millennia to annihilate the dark, turned inward. Like an Ouroboros swallowing its own tail, it began to devour itself. Protective wards flared, barriers slammed into one another, and the once perfect harmony of magic became discord, like a symphony playing against itself, each note clashing into chaos before the release of energy wiped both of them out. It worked. Holy shit, it actually worked. No, it was more than that. The energy released by a cell attacking itself was more than enough to be harnessed, to infect other cells. Theoretically, only a simple alchemical array to affect the structure of the core of each essence, to be carried from the start, could turn the surrounding cells into infected ones. The change wouldn't even be that big, just a minor shift, which is why it was so efficient. The initial impact with the Philosopher's Stone and Jormungandr's Fang for the dark and light respectively, would corrupt approximately a realm worth of energy each with just the magic stored inside each one. The essence itself would signal that there had been some sort of attack, and that would start everything. Each entity would target the infected cells, creating more as they destroy it, releasing more energy, and amplifying the reaction exponentially. In mere minutes, the light and dark would have destroyed themselves. It was elegant. It was beautiful. It was also not going to work. If Grindelwald truly knew about this, then he could technically get the light and dark to change their method of detection and only target the offending object, then work on reversing the damage, and not purge it. It was technically the only way to stop this sort of attack. Unluckily for them, Harry had other ideas, which he sadly didn't have time to explore that day since he promised Daphne that he'd join her for an impromptu date on Hogsmeade. They hadn't gone there for a while and everything would probably be crowded during the weekend, since almost every magical family was going to visit their children, having been unable to contact them for months. Still, he had made a lot of progress so far. The first part of the plan was ready and he could use a break before he did the rest given that it would be very tricky to pull off. He technically had a weapon ready, but there was also the problem of actually deploying something like this. Dimensional barriers were relatively hard to penetrate normally, but something like the light and dark, who had fought one another for thousands of years, probably would be a lot harder to pull off. Jormungandr's Fang could pull it off, but it would require a lot of energy, specifically, energy that he was planning on using for the weapon itself. He'd need to find a way to deal with that, either by breaking a prophecy, which was a hassle in itself, or finding some other way to generate the magical energy required. It always came down to energy, didn't it? Still, the last few days were surprisingly fun. Harry had forgotten how much he enjoyed researching and solving problems. Of course, he'd prefer it if he didn't have to fight dimensional entities and deal with the possible end of the world, but it was still miles better. Still, he could use a nice break and hanging out with Daphne always relaxed him. As he left the room of requirements, his gut told him that there was something there. Using his arcane hearing allowed him to immediately realize that there were people waiting outside under some form of invisibility spell. Were they hoping to attack him or something? Rolling his eyes, he waved his wand dispelling the illusion, revealing two dark-skinned girls and a boy with very curly hair, their eyes completely wide in surprise. They looked strangely familiar. One of the girls reacted the first, and released a flash of light, hoping to blind him, only for him to negate it with barely any effort. One of the other girls, who looked distinctively older, sent a weak lightning bolt at him, which he absorbed with the Elder Wand, before dispelling a hard light eagle from trying to come at him. It was familiar, very familiar at that. This was Blaze's family magic. He spared against the boy while he used it for centuries and he quickly recognized it, enough that he even managed to make a bastardized version of it. He never really mastered it since he found space and time manipulation to be more interesting, but he could still very easily recognize it. How did the girl have it? Harry knew for a fact that Blaze was the only one left with this magic. It was why there was some pressure for him to return to Italy in the first place. Did they somehow steal it, or copy the crest? No, that was unlikely. Harry noticed that the boy was conjuring some runes into thin air and decided that he'd had enough questions. Without even motioning everything, he pinned all three of them to the wall, and spoke up, "Now, with that out of the way, why don't you tell me what you're doing here, and also how this girl right there is using the Zabini family magic? You're not supposed to be here, are you?" Given the panicked looks on their faces, Harry was right that they were up to something very fishy. Chapter 422, Inquisitive Outsiders. May 23, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. Without even motioning everything, he pinned all three of them to the wall, and spoke up, "Now, with that out of the way, why don't you tell me what you're doing here, and also how this girl right there is using the Zabini family magic? You're not supposed to be here, are you?" Given the panicked looks on their faces, Harry was right that they were up to something very fishy. Harry stared at his three attackers. Or were they his captives now? Did they even mean to attack him? Standing around under an invisibility spell wasn't really a reassuring thing, but he also knew that only Daphne knew where exactly he was performing his experiments. He always came there discreetly and often used portals or just warped space, if anyone was following him, and he always knew when that happened. Were they just trying to use the room but couldn't since Harry was already inside? It was technically possible, but that still didn't explain how the girl was using Blaze's magic. Now that he had moved past his surprise, he took the time to observe all of the intruders without any issues. They all looked familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen them before. He took a closer at the girl who used Blaze's magic and froze as he made up her features. She was like a clone of Tracy, only a bit more dark-skinned. Now that he looked at the others, the girl who had sent the lightning bolt was obviously more powerful and did look a bit like Angelina, and the boy looked a bit like Neville, except for the hair, which was brown and far clearer. It made sense, didn't it? The magic, the fact that he hadn't seen them before despite being the same age as him, not that this was very impossible, and now that he thought about it, he slowed down his perception of time and started to analyze their energy for any sort of temporal contamination. He froze as he realized what was seeing. He expected them to be dimensional travelers, more than anything, but he could tell that their souls, their very essence, matched perfectly with this universe. That only resulted in a single conclusion, something that he had long thought was impossible. No, something that he had proved arithmetically that it was impossible. Time travel. It couldn't be a form of projection through divination given how time turners worked. The artifacts relied on the properties of what the Department of Mysteries called time sand. It had a very peculiar property of affecting the user before using it, as if each grain of sand could divine perfectly how it would be used before being consumed. This got the person in the past to create a projection of themselves and act, but the side effect was that the magic needed to be similar from that point in time, giving the user the memories of the projection when used. It was why going back too much caused some form of psychosis, especially if there had been a traumatic experience in perception in the interval. The change in the perception of the world just destabilized the consciousness, causing the wizard to turn mad. That was beside the point. What was important was that time turners, no matter how experimental or powerful they could ever be, needed the person in question to cast the projection, which these intruders obviously couldn't, given the fact that they hadn't even been born yet. That just left genuine time travel. How was that possible? Time could be looped, stretched, or contracted, but this would have literally broken the entire dimension. Did any of them figure it out? Given their age, it was very unlikely. It might be an arrogant thing to say, but understanding, truly understanding, concepts like space and time was something that people would need lifetimes to do. Harry's case was unique, and he didn't even think he'd ever be able to go back in time. He needed to understand how that was possible. Harry gave them a pointed look. "Let me rephrase that. How about you tell me what 3 time-traveling teenagers are doing in this school?" Yes, he was definitely right, given the fact that his 3 attackers stopped thrashing, watching in with their eyes wide, gaping. The girl who looked like Angelina spoke up first. "Time travel. Is that even possible?" "Yes, it is. You don't belong here, and by here, I mean this timeline. It's very obvious that you're using magic that you shouldn't be able to know, and I'd recognize that family crest anywhere. Also, your clothes are a bit modern. It's hard to see because of the robes, but these shoes haven't been released yet. They're a Muggle brand that I recognize. I could also mention the fact that I could detect the way time is being shifted with every move you make, so why don't you save us all some time and just say what you're doing here? They stayed in silence for what seemed like a good minute, processing Harry's rant, before Tracy's daughter spoke up while staring at him in disbelief. Who are you? Harry Potter, at your service, he answered while bowing mockingly. He was about to ask them their names, only for the three of them to stare at him in awe and disbelief. The boy spoke up, are you serious? That freaked Harry out a bit. Yes, I think I'm serious about my own name. Angelina's daughter, who had been the leader of their little group and obviously the more serious one, spoke up, you're the Harry Potter. You. Oi, I think I know my own name, thank you. You're Harry Potter, the slayer of the world serpent, the hero of Hogsmeade, the destroyer of Avalon, the bane of the Olympians, the lord of space and time, the last Peveril, the master of death, the raven of. Harry felt something try to warn him. It wasn't something that he could put into words, more like an instinct that he shouldn't let her continue, as it would have some very severe consequences. He raised his hand and silenced her. Now, there's no need to spoil anything, do we? But what was that about the hero of Hogsmeade? Didn't you single-handedly save the village of Hogsmeade from a Death Eater attack, capturing the infamous Fenrir Greyback and his pack, destroying the last werewolf in history? Oh yeah, but it wasn't just me. Daphne, Blaze and Tracy were with me when we did it. It wasn't exactly that impressive. I'm also not sure about the last werewolf thing. Greyback's been dead for over a year, and there are still werewolves around. Sure, not a lot of them are in Europe because the Red Witch turned them into lichens, but that didn't mean that they disappeared. Tracy's daughter was practically swooning. You seriously did all that? No wonder you figured us out so quickly. You're the bloody lord of space and time. I'm going to tell everyone I met you when we get back. Look, that's nice and all, but you still haven't introduced yourselves to me. Angelina's daughter looked away, a bit embarrassed. Sorry about that. I'm Catherine Marinakis. The idiot here is Julia Zabini, and the nerd is Alexander Granger. Harry nodded, already seeing the similarities with their parents. Alexander probably took the name Granger after Neville's disownment from the Longbottom family became known publicly. Still, it was weird that his friends' kids looked at him in awe, as if they were seeing Merlin and Morgana in the flesh. Sure, Harry would admit that he accomplished much in his life, but they looked at him like a historical figure, not an uncle or a family friend. There could be a lot of explanations for this, but Harry couldn't help but be curious as to what his future holds. However, every time he even entertained the idea to ask, he felt a shiver go up his spine, with something warning him to not push. But one thing was for certain, Harry was glad to see that the world still seemed fine after a few decades. It meant that the worst didn't happen and that the material realm wouldn't unravel in the events of Ragnarok. Whether the light and dark were destroyed, or if his plan worked was still in the air. Harry could end up refusing to allow Ragnarok to happen and get himself stuck as Mordred was. That wasn't an option he particularly liked to think about, even if it was viable and preferable to total annihilation. Instead of trying to figure out what would happen to the future, he decided to focus on the present. Well, Catherine, Julia, Alexander, it's nice to meet you all, but I have to ask why you decided to break the laws of space and time and come to this place. What are you trying to accomplish? Or more accurately, what are you trying to undo? This time, it was Alexander Granger who seemed the most embarrassed. We didn't exactly mean to come this far. We just wanted to get back a few years, but we overshot it. By over 2 decades, one of the girls murmured before punching his shoulder. I told you that this was a terrible idea. The boy protested. It was a perfectly valid idea. Mom was one of the people who studied the world tree the most. She could have helped us save it from those nut jobs. Wait, was Hermione dead in the future? It had to be relatively far, not that he was particularly bothered about it. She would have been in her 30s, given the boy's age and his injuries, and Harry was more concerned with Ragnarok than the girl who tried to blackmail him, dying because of some vague event. From the sound of the boy's anger near the end, these nutjobs were the ones who had killed her anyway, and that probably had nothing to do with him. However, it was the detail about the world tree that got Harry's interest. Did he mean Yggdrasil, the world tree in Norse mythology? Harry wouldn't say that he knew everything about dimensional magic, but he knew that they weren't exactly structured in some form of eldritch multiversal tree. Catherine Marinakis glared at the boy. Good for you. You wanted to see your mother again. Too bad we're now stuck here until we fix that useless trinket of yours. Julia Zabini proposed. Well, we have Harry Potter with us. He could help us get home, huh? Maybe he'll even help us save the world tree. What world tree are you talking about? Harry questioned. You know, the world tree, the greatest marvel in the history of the magical world, the protector of all mages. The Marinakis girl glared at her. It still hasn't even appeared yet. You really need to focus on your history of magic lessons better. It's not my fault it's so boring. I suppose it's a bit of a stretch for him to help us on that front. But he still should be able to fix that fancy time turner of yours. A time turner? Given the fact that they attributed their time travel to a fucking time turner of all things, these three barely had any understanding of temporal magic. Feeling curious about the artifact in question, he spoke up, "Just show me the damn thing and I'll see what I can do." For some reason, they all stared at Harry, speechless, before the Zabini girl grinned widely. "You're really shattering my expectations of you, man." Harry rolled his eyes. "What expectations? Did you expect me to give you some long lesson about the dangers of messing with time?" "Well, yeah," the girl answered. "Oh, don't worry, if you end up messing up or doing something that threatens the very fabric of time, then I'll kill you all myself." "There won't be any lessons," Harry casually warned them. All three of them froze in their tracks, shivering at his cold tone, before nodding stiffly. Harry wasn't really joking though. Every breath these three kids took ended up sending shivers down Harry's spine, like a disaster waiting to happen. He was tempted to just kill them and be done with it. But his warnings also triggered whenever he thought about it seriously. Deciding to get a move on, he put a fake smile on his face. "With all of that out of the way, why don't you show me that time turner of yours?" The Granger boy slowly walked towards him and gave him a semi-transparent golden pyramid with an hourglass inside it. He could see thousands of runes connected into a very fancy matrix. It was far more powerful than any time turner he had ever seen, but not in a good way. It ignored the impact of its use on a person's psyche and just channeled more time sand just for the sake of it. It was definitely not meant for human use, able to get someone to project themselves further back in time, but they would die almost instantly. Theoretically, it could have gotten an object to project itself back, like leaving messages, copies, and certain things. It was definitely useful, given that one did not try to alter the past but use it to benefit them in the present. It wouldn't be an artifact since the projection would fade on the day they appeared, but messages could work, or even ways to scry secure past events. Leaving a recording device in the past to record events and be able to analyze them in the present. However, something was for certain. These kids should have died using this artifact. As sad as it might have been, this was, by far, the most likely outcome. Them being here, in the past, meant a single thing. Something had arranged to let them through. Something was risking damaging the fabric of time, something powerful enough to make that happen, just for him to meet them, if that was even the purpose. He didn't like it. He definitely didn't trust them one bit, but he couldn't exactly afford to not keep an eye on them until he found a way to send them home. That boy, Alexander Granger, worried him given his track in reckless behavior. Harry quickly conjured his Dove Patronus and sent it to Daphne. "Sorry, Daph. I can't make it tonight. Something came up. I'll talk to you later." It was probably a bit brusque, but Daphne would understand that something really serious had come up. After all, the fabric of time was a bit more of a priority than a date. What a kind world it would have been if that hadn't been the case. He turned towards the three children who were watching him with obvious awe in their eyes. "All right, I have a good idea about what happened, so let's start with a few ground rules while you're here. You will not interact with anyone. You will not try to stop anything from happening in the future. You will also not say anything to anyone about your future. Believe me, you will not like the consequences. Am I clear?" They all nodded briskly. "Good. Now, I need you to tell me everything." Chapter 423, Chapter 423, The Time Lord. May 23, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. "All right, I have a good idea about what happened, so let's start with a few ground rules while you're here. You will not interact with anyone. You will not try to stop anything from happening in the future. You will also not say anything to anyone about your future. Believe me, you will not like the consequences. Am I clear?" They all nodded briskly. "Good. Now, I need you to tell me everything." The three time-stranded kids looked at him hesitatingly, and Harry rolled his eyes in frustration. What could they have possibly been so cagey about? Oh, right, he did technically just threaten them to make sure they wouldn't screw something up too much and kill them all by destroying the fabric of time itself. The fact that they had genuinely time-traveled meant that they were still part of the timeline they came from, and as fascinating as this was, it also caused a lot of potential damage to the passage of time. And so, he reassured them, "Look, I can tell when you're about to say something damaging and I'll warn you. My threat remains if you don't stop when I tell you to." "How can you possibly know that?" Alexander Granger asked, confused. "Just saying something here would change our future. Harry rolled his eyes. "You're thinking of time as a strict progression of cause to effect, but that's not quite accurate." "What is it then?" the boy asked, with hope in his eyes. "Well, from a non-linear non-subjective viewpoint, it's more like a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. Actually, it's not much of a ball at all. Forget the ball entirely. The 3 time-stranded teenagers gave him very dry looks as if struggling to believe that Harry was saying something like that. Oh, that made it a lot clearer. Harry grinned. I always wanted to say this. Anyway, time isn't as rigid as you'd think, but it can be surprisingly stubborn when dealing with fixed points, or more accurately, fixed events. Branches of the same timeline could technically exist at once, but only if their fixed events are the same. The dangerous part is the fact that the number of fixed events from your perspective is everything that occurred that you know of, which is immense. You can't change what has already happened to you. Even when using a normal time turner, you create a projection of yourself at that time, and you can't change the past because it already happened. Anyway, my point is that you can essentially make small changes in history as long as it doesn't happen to anything that would change your lives up until this point. The 3 children just gaped at him, and the Davis girl spoke up. Did you guys get any of that? Harry rolled his eyes. You know what, that's not important. The gist of it is that you can answer my questions as long as you stop when I tell you. So, what's the world tree, and why do you need to save it? The 3 of them gave each other looks before nodding, with the Marinakis girl speaking up. The world tree, also known as the Tree of Life, is the single greatest piece of magic the world has ever seen and likely will ever see. It came out of nowhere, which is insane given the fact that it's almost as big as a mountain, and it appeared in the middle of Britain. There were wards surrounding it, protecting it, which a Muggle-born reported to the Ministry when detecting a very powerful source of magic, and even then, it took the entire Ministry almost a year to break it, revealing a golden glowing tree that radiated magic like nothing the world had ever seen. Harry nodded, motioning to the girl to continue her story. It didn't seem to do anything harmless, and researchers from all around the world seemed to come, trying to unravel its mystery. It took almost a decade until people figured out what the tree did, and even then, every once in a while, some researcher would find another thing it did and how it worked. It took a Muggle-born obliviator of all things to note a large discrepancy in the number of incidents that broke the statute of secrecy. Despite the fact that Muggle technology was growing rapidly, especially their surveillance methods, the number of incidents decreased over time, practically halting all over the world. Building on that, someone discovered that the world tree created a veil of some sort, essentially separating the magical and Muggle world while staying in the same place. Muggles and their technology simply couldn't perceive magic even if it was performed before them, even if they were told of it. They refused to accept it, and in exchange, mages needed a lot more energy to affect Muggles directly. We call it the world tree because it is what maintains the magical world as something completely separate from Muggles. It even seemed to pump more magic into the ley lines, which increased the amount of ambient magic all over the world. It's a sacred symbol for some, with a few civilizations seeing it as some sort of divine sign or whatnot. All in all, we could cast magic like we wanted to, like in the old days. Children could use magic openly, and almost everyone liked that. Harry noted that almost was a very key word, but not everyone, right? It was the same for everything. People would always find a way to complain about anything, and it seemed like Harry's guess was correct given their winces. The Davis girl was the one who continued, it's really not that simple. The world tree helped our people a lot, but without wasting any resources maintaining the statute of secrecy, a lot of magical governments decided to truly separate themselves from their Muggle counterparts. They started to take ownership in areas that were already densely magical, and there's been a resurgence of magical nobility all over Europe to maintain these areas. Family crests suddenly became a lot more important, and, well, that sidelined a lot of Muggle-borns. Magical research is on the rise, but the gap between the old families and the rest has never been wider all over the world because of the advantages that they can now take care of. Muggle-borns just didn't bring anything to the table anymore, and without the threat of Muggles discovering our affairs, they are, by far, at their weakest. The Granger boy interrupted her, that's understating things, and you know it. If you didn't have a crest, you were second-class citizens. They've already started to build schools just for Muggle-borns, whose numbers have been steadily rising since the sudden increase in ambient magic. Those are the ones that are affected the most. They're separated from their families, who can't even comprehend what they can do to the world tree. Can you imagine the idea of fading away from your family's memories with every moment, with the only consolation prize being the privilege of becoming a third-class citizen in a society that actively shuns you? No wonder they're angry. The Marinakis girl glared at him, and he winced slightly. This was obviously not a new argument between them, and this was definitely not the time to have a political debate. She then quickly took over the conversation. Anyway, there's been discontent for years, and more than a few attempts at destroying the tree, which the government really didn't like, sentencing the perpetrators to even life in prison, and even executing the leaders of this movement. But one day, someone noticed that the tree started to rot near its root. It wasn't anything drastic, but it was spreading. Everyone blamed the Muggle-borns, and let's just say that there could be a war brewing on a global scale. Governments from all over the world have been trying to investigate it but to no avail. The world tree was rumored to be indestructible, but someone managed to hurt it. We were all waiting for a war to start out any minutes, and for the government to call for the arrest of all Muggle-borns. Alexander interrupted her, we had to do something. I found a bit of research in my mum's study, and specifically her time turner. Mum was one of the most prominent researchers of the world tree in the world. If anyone could have figured out what happened, it would have been her. I wanted to show her what happened and then save the world tree. No, he didn't. Harry could see that very clearly in the boy's eyes. He was still mourning his mother, still. He most likely wanted to save her using the special time tuner, which, to be fair, Harry still didn't know how it worked. Or he could have just wanted an excuse to see her one last time. The last Potter wasn't really in a place to judge him, as long as he didn't try to do something extremely stupid. Instead of prodding the boy, Harry spoke up with something else entirely. Maybe, but this isn't Hermione's work. It's mine. My mother, Alexander started, only to be interrupted by Harry. I have no idea how she got her hand on this, but I can recognize a few of my own styles of magic. The creation of something like this required a way to perceive time that Hermione would never be able to possess, and I mean that with no offense. I can see the parts where someone tried to tinker with how the artifact worked, so that was probably your mother's work. Harry didn't say that it was mostly Solomon's magic, mixed in with his own time manipulation, that sealed the deal. But there were traces of someone blindly trying to manipulate the enchantments, trying to brute force them into also sending living beings to the past, instead of just inanimate objects. It was done badly, very badly even. It was like someone took the Mona Lisa and started to draw over it with crayons. The weird thing was that his future self was obviously left some gaps on purpose in the enchantments. He could have easily made it so tampering with it was impossible, and yet, he left it like that, as if hoping that someone would mess with it. Even then, the modifications were completely inefficient, especially given the nature of time sand. And where would it get the power to sustain something like 3 people in the past, while also protecting the timeline from fracturing? The sheer amount of magic needed was beyond mind-boggling. You would need something insanely powerful, a connection to an outer dimension, but that was very hard to pull off. It would have been easier to have a connection with an already very strong, very powerful source of magic, and according to his time-traveling acquaintances, there was one very powerful one that actively separated the magical and muggle worlds. Harry quickly touched one of the runes, while getting the pyramid to open up slightly, revealing a small golden sampling that seemed to glow. The world tree in the future was what maintained its presence in his time, doing its best to make sure that the timeline wouldn't fracture. The sheer energy could theoretically weaken something as powerful as the world tree, enough for it to be affected by a curse or something. As he analyzed the constitution of the tree, he had to restrain himself from gasping in realization. It was a marvel of magic that evolved over time but at a very accelerated rate, growing like a weed, connecting itself to the very planet's magical heartbeat. However, its core enchantments were very familiar, even if it was surrounded by countless improvements over what seemed to be millennia of growth. Of course, it was familiar, he had been the one to make them, not too long ago. Suddenly everything clicked. His future self must have already experienced this. Assuming that something didn't go drastically out of control and that the timeline didn't shatter into pieces, then he must have arranged things to occur as he experienced it in his own personal timeline. He now had a hint as to what he had to do, but he felt like there was something missing with the children, something more. Ah, right, he needed to fix their own world tree to prevent a war or even possibly genocide. The last Potter took a deep breath and spoke up. All right, I think I have an idea about what happened, but now let's talk about what you've been planning to do. For what exactly? One of the girls answered. Harry gave her an incredulous look. To save the world tree. You must have come here with a plan of some sort, even if it was somewhat shot. Alexander Granger scowled. It was supposed to be simple. Travel back, find my mother, show her a sample I managed to buy from Nocturne Alley with the rotten roots of the tree, get her research, and go home. It's not my fault that these two interrupted me in the middle of my ritual and messed everything up. And you didn't think for a second that messing with time travel might be a bit more complicated than that? Harry deadpanned. The boy looked like he wanted to protest, only for Harry to raise his hand and exhale through his nose. All right. Here's what's going to happen. First, you're going to give me that sample you were planning to give to your mother. Second, I'm going to figure out what's causing the rot. And third, he paused, meeting each of their eyes in turn, I'm going to find a way to get you all home before you kill us all in your recklessness, and you better hope that I never see you again, because believe me, I'm really close to snapping. The boy looked both angry and ashamed and slowly handed Harry a small box surrounded by runes. The last Potter looked at it hesitatingly, before opening it. Immediately, he could feel the magic try to infect everything around it and consume it utterly. When he took a closer look, he saw a small gray piece of root that was surrounded by black veins that were circulating around it. Weirdly enough, the branch was resisting the corrupting influence, but Harry had immediately recognized the energy. After all, he'd just seen it just the past couple of weeks. Nidhogg. What the hell was Nidhogg's corruption doing in the future, and how had it infected the world tree? Well, that made things a lot of confusing, but also, a lot more complicated. He just knew that this was probably going to spiral out of control. Chapter 424, The Art of Escape. May 23, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. What the hell was Nidhogg's corruption doing in the future, and how had it infected the world tree? Well, that made things a lot of confusing, but also, a lot more complicated. He just knew that this was probably going to spiral out of control. When Harry had woken up this morning, he had expected a quiet day of research and experimentation, not being forced to deal with 3 idiot teenagers who thought that time travel was the solution to everything. Well, he couldn't really blame the girls, Julia and Catherine, as they had no idea what was happening, but the Alexander boy was beyond reckless with his plan. Messing with the fabric of time was generally a bad idea, especially given the fact that he used an experimental device that could have very easily killed him. No, it should have killed him, if not for the fact that he was lucky. Or was he? Now, he was dealing with Nidhogg's corruption and 3 time-stranded teenagers, with no easy way to send them back to their timeline. He could have theoretically just frozen them in time and left them somewhere. There could be some complications in the long run. Given the fact that the density of ambient magic would be far higher in the future, at least according to the kids, then there was a very real possibility that their bodies would absorb too much magic at once, essentially making them combust from the sudden increase of energy in their circuits. That was pretty needlessly cruel, especially given that he had another way to send them back, specifically the time turner that brought them there in the first place. Harry could theoretically retrofit the time turner to work in reverse despite its initial design, essentially sending the 3 teenagers back the same way they came in. There was an elegance to it, especially since he could see that there was a modularity in how the time turner was enchanted. It was essentially a place to actually slot the enchantment without it interfering with any of the other functionalities. That had to be a nice hint. His future self was so thoughtful. He turned towards the teenagers and spoke up, "Sit here. I'm going to do my best to fix this thing and use it to send you all back." "What about the world tree?" they all asked at once. Harry raised his hand and conjured hundreds of golden runes that started to combine with one another and fold into each other's function, which he managed to do with Solomon's magic, slowly turning it into a web of golden symbols that was barely discernible, so densely connected as if it was a solid ball. Harry then opened his palm, conjuring a white glowing dove, his Patronus, which flew inside the web of interconnected runes and started to glow white. The light solidified like a shell around the runes, turning it into a white metallic ball with doves carved all over it. Harry gave it a once-over, nodded to himself, and threw them the ball that the Marinakis girl seemed to barely catch, and then treated it like some sort of bomb. "What the hell is that? I've seen that sort of magical corruption before. Patronus charms could theoretically keep them at bay. It's a miracle that the corruption is spreading so slowly, believe me. I saw it practically swallow up an entire island and the sea around it, corrupting wildlife and killing everything it could get its hands on, in a couple of years. The tree must be fighting it off, but that thing absorbs magic. Just to be safe, I made it so the world tree itself would power this ball and release a very powerful Patronus charm. Given the energy, the effects of the spell might reach half the continent." Harry didn't mention the fact that he made sure that it would destroy any potential breach with Nidhogg's realm, in case some idiot ended up opening one, and that it would essentially remove all signs of the essence from everywhere it touched. The fact that the corruption existed in the first place was far more concerning than fixing the tree. After all, if it could be infected once, it could happen again. Still, the fact that someone was messing with fucking Nidhogg, especially after Harry had just dealt with the Christies, was extremely troubling. He wasn't fighting the light and dark, only for his realm to be devoured by Nidhogg of all things. Hopefully, it was some sort of residual of the corruption that someone used, or maybe coming from an old breach that Harry never found. It would be far more disturbing to think that someone would manage to open a breach in the future. It was a very small possibility, especially without Solomon's grimoire, and the fact that a Christies wasn't the type to let his research lie around, since he hadn't exactly planned on dying, and it wouldn't have made sense to risk someone using his magic against him. Harry's impromptu artifact would deal with any breach and destroy any traces of Nidhogg, but it wouldn't exactly stop someone from opening a new breach if they could. Well, at least it would slow them down, given the energy requirements, but that was it. The 3 teenagers were gaping at Harry, especially Alexander. "How did you do that? You literally made something entirely from runes, and you did that in seconds." The last Potter raised an eyebrow, your point being. He supposed that from an outsider's perspective, what he had just done was very impressive, especially given the fact that it was unplanned. The boy, though, seemed to choke at his response. Thankfully, the Marinakis girl stopped him. "Alex, this is seriously not the time for this." She then turned towards Harry. "So, this should heal the world tree." Harry shrugged. "Pretty much, yeah. Just make sure the tree touches it, and it will take care of the rest." The Zabini girl spoke up this time. "Now what?" "Now, I'm going to deal with this thing to get you all home." He didn't even bother hearing their responses and instead started to analyze what had to be one of the endless layers of the time turner. His future self certainly spent some time very carefully designing the enchantments when making this artifact. The efficiency of it all was the way certain sections were very tightly coupled with one another, while some of them were weirdly independent, modular even. It didn't take long for Harry to find a very nice subroutine in one of the enchantments, especially in one of the safeguards in case the journey failed somehow, which would return the user back to their time. Harry had expected to spend hours modifying the thing, but all he had to do was trigger this enchantment, with the 3 kids touching it, with the time turner being exactly in the same location it was in when it was activated. It seemed like a weird condition since there should have been better ways to handle errors during activations, but it wasn't that big of a deal, really. His future self really was thoughtful when he made that thing, even if that last detail was weirdly inefficient, but that wasn't that big of a deal. Harry smirked slightly and turned towards the teenagers. All right, I think I got something. Can you tell me where exactly you arrived when you landed here? Outside the Black Lake, the Granger boy retorted. I couldn't do it inside the castle because I thought that someone might come in by accident. Not that it ended up mattering. Dude, the ritual was like a light show in the middle of the night. The entire castle saw you, Julia Zabini answered with a dry voice. We just happened to be the closest people there. Why the hell did you think that this was a good idea? The boy groaned. My mom's instructions were very clear. The artifact needed to be activated outdoors. Harry rolled his eyes. No, it wasn't. Then why was it in my mother's note? Alexander protested. Look, kid, I don't give a damn about your political aspirations, and your frankly idiotic plan to make yourself a hero and save the world. I don't care if you wanted to make this thing a spectacle, for everyone to see you achieve the impossible, but with just a glance, I can understand this artifact better than your mother ever could in decades. So, believe me, when I say that the whole thing about it being outside is completely wrong. He was telling the truth. The artifact had nothing to do with being outside. It didn't even really require a ritual to work. Maybe there could be one as a medium to interact with the artifact properly, like putting in the date and time, maybe even a change in location, or certain parameters. Normally, they should have been accessible through certain spells and using the runes as interfaces. Even Hermione should have been able to figure that out. Using rituals and making a spectacle of the whole thing shouldn't have been in her notes. Either the boy had personally made that up, hoping for some publicity, or there was something else going on. Still, Harry didn't exactly care. The moment those 3 idiots were back to their timeline, he would sleep a lot easier. Of course, the other girls didn't take that lying down, and Marinaki's expression flattened as she stared at the boy accusingly. Did you seriously try to go back in time to become some sort of hero? The boy's silence was telling, not denying what she said, which caused her to hit him in the shoulder. You absolute idiot. Please tell me you weren't involved in actually poisoning the tree. That time, the boy protested. I swear I had nothing to do with that. I don't even know who did that or even how. I just thought that saving the tree would stop Muggleborns from being prosecuted, and even then, I could use my popularity to promote the idea of granting them more rights, giving them more opportunities, of showing the world the injustice they face every day. The Zabini girl growled, interrupting him. Save it, Alex. We'll talk about that when we get home. Thankfully, the way down to the castle grounds didn't have any complications, other than the girls glaring at Alexander. Harry's privacy charms were more than enough to hide them, and they arrived right outside the Forbidden Forest, with the boy doing his best not to wilt at the looks his companions were giving him. This is where I conducted the ritual. Harry nodded, feeling the denser magic around this place. He raised his wand. He needed to make sure that the time turner would be in the exact same place it previously was, and he used to start scrying into the past, using time magic to stabilize the picture, to get an exact picture of what happened, and making sure to position the time turner properly. He slowly peered back in time, focusing on the teenagers landing to this time, trying to see the exact position of the time turner, to avoid any sort of complications, only to freeze completely as he saw something in the corner of his eyes. He kept looking at it, again and again, making sure he wasn't mistaken. It was a silhouette, a hooded figure that he saw just for moments before it turned invisible. The last Potter put down his wand and murmured, there was someone else. What? The 3 time-displaced teenagers asked. There was a 4th person who was sent back in time, he murmured. Without even waiting for their responses, he immediately opened a portal, which swallowed them all, spitting them out in a very familiar location. The 3 teenagers slowly got up and the Marinakis girl spoke up, I know this place. Harry nodded, of course you do. If what you told me about the world tree is true, then this is where it will grow in the future. I can see it. How could you possibly know that? Because I planted the world tree, of course. Before your infamous divine tree, this was one of the oldest magical places in the world. We called it Stonehenge, and not too long ago, someone tried to rip out every drop of magic from this place. I was able to salvage it before it became too late by planting a seed, something very small which would grow in time. Something that would bring this place back to its previous purpose. I never thought it would grow into something like the world tree, but I recognized the magic the moment I saw the sapling that was, for some reason, in the time turner. Julia Zabini gave him an odd look. Then why did you bring us here? Your mother might have researched this time turner, but she's not stupid enough to think that a ritual was an efficient way to control it. Someone wanted to come, hidden in plain sight, essentially use you as a mule for some reason. Someone who changed the coordinates to get you to go back farther than you estimated, someone who tried to poison the world tree. It was all about the tree, wasn't it? So, why don't you reveal yourself and save us all some time? Harry heard a loud clap and turned towards its source. He had been able to detect her in just a second but was doing his best to buy some time, while preparing a little trap, just in case. The figure removed its invisibility, revealing a hooded figure, probably a woman. She lifted it up and Harry seriously didn't recognize the woman in any way. She seemed like an average middle-aged woman, with blonde hair and brown eyes. It was the sort of person you wouldn't look twice if you saw them on the street. He had no idea who she was, but Alexander obviously did, as he gasped in shock, "Aunt Penelope." The woman, Penelope, the boy a sad smile, "Hello, Alexander. I'm sorry you found out this way." She then turned towards Harry, glaring, "Harry Potter, you really don't remember me, do you? I suppose I was just another nobody in your grand story. After all, what's just one muggle born compared to someone like you? My name is Penelope Clearwater, though I doubt you would even recognize it." Penelope Clearwater. Penelope Clearwater. That was familiar. It had to be someone who knew Harry. Given her age, he probably met her in Hogwarts and she was also a muggle-born. Oh, right, Penelope Clearwater. Wasn't she a muggle-born that Percy Weasley dated or something, a prefect from Ravenclaw, right? Yes, she looked familiar. Ah, right, she fought Daphne in the dueling tournament back in Hogwarts last year. She won, but it was pretty close. She ended up being beaten by Gemma Farley, who ended up becoming Arcturus' assistant, a very coveted job. Harry hadn't heard anything about her since the previous year. She was supposed to have graduated from Hogwarts, probably searching for a job or something. Was this seriously the evil mastermind behind almost destroying the fabric of time? It was underwhelming, to say the least. Seeing the neutrality in his expression, the woman released a bitter chuckle. "That's just typical, isn't it? I don't know what I expected from you, Potter. I have to admit that I'm impressed that you managed to track me down, but you are too late." Harry suppressed his eyes from rolling. Well, that was certainly dramatic. He just hoped he'd be done with this quickly. He would technically have enough time to get back to his date with Daphne. He had a feeling that he'd need a drink after the madness that he had been experiencing all day. Who was he kidding? Of course, this would end up spiraling out of control. It always did, after all. Chapter 425, Chapter 425, The Dangers of Passion. May 23, 1995, Hogwarts, Scotland. Seeing the neutrality in his expression, the woman released a bitter chuckle. "That's just typical, isn't it? I don't know what I expected from you, Potter. I have to admit that I'm impressed that you managed to track me down, but you are too late." Harry gave the woman an incredulous look as he watched her essentially cackle proudly. Seriously, did she hit her head or something before going back to the past? No one did that. Instead, he decided to humor her. "Late for what exactly?" That made her freeze, before bursting into laughter once more. Is the infamous Harry Potter confused? "Well, I think I understand enough. You and Hermione were probably friends, enough for her to tell you about the Time Turner. After she died, you decided to poison the world tree for some righteous reason. What I don't understand is why you even wanted to get to the past. You obviously altered Hermione's note, made sure that her son would find it, and arranged for you to be present, probably under an invisibility spell when he performed the ritual. You made sure that he would activate it with a ritual because you wouldn't have to get so close, and you altered the calculations to make him come here, and bring you with him without even realizing it. It was why you wanted the ritual to be outside so that you'd be able to escape more easily when the invisibility spell failed," Harry stated with a neutral expression. "What I'm confused about is why. Why would you poison the world tree if your plan was to go back in time and destroy it anyway, which is a very stupid idea, by the way. And I don't understand why you even needed the kid." The woman growled, "I wasn't planning on traveling through time. I wished to kill the world tree because it was the right thing to do, because of the injustice and oppression it represented. It's wrong. It's an artificial separation of the human race and it needs to stop. But the world didn't relish my accomplishment. They didn't try to move on or make peace with our non-magical counterparts. Instead, they captured my kind and were ready to kill them all for the sin of just existing. I had to do something. You do realize that this outcome would have likely caused a war and maybe even the extinction of wizards and witches, maybe even anything magical. And you seriously thought that it would have been a good idea?" Penelope's eyes glowed in madness. "At least, the world would have been true. At least, it would have been free." Harry gave her a sad look. "Who did you lose, Penelope?" Yeah, he recognized that madness in her eyes, the desperation that she was obviously feeling. It was grief, and she never moved past it. He was right as she was obviously caught off guard and murmured, sounding coherent for the first time since their interaction began, "How?" People don't dismiss the idea of genocide unless someone they love is in danger, or they are so consumed with loss, so broken by it, that they wish to see the world burn, for everyone to experience the loss they have. I didn't just lose someone. I lost everyone. After Hogwarts, I was lost. I couldn't find a job anywhere. I'm not talking about the ministry. I'm talking about jobs, in general. The magical economy was bad enough, and that's without the fact that I'm a muggle born with no support or connections. Percy had abandoned me completely. I was completely alone. And so, I went home. I studied, went to university, and gave up completely on magic. I fell in love with a wonderful man. I started to heal. My gene. But then the world tree happened, then they slowly started to forget me. It wasn't just someone. It was everyone. My family couldn't see me, couldn't even recognize me, my husband. I thought I was imagining things at first, but I quickly realized that they were forgetting all about me, and it didn't take long until I was so alone. I went to the ministry, trying to understand what happened. Hermione was there. She helped me find a job, barely more than a trainee under her as an unspeakable. I was kind to her back when we were still in school, and she remembered that. But it wasn't the same. Nothing was the same. I lost my life, and I deserved to have it back. Harry truly pitied the woman before him. She was a sad broken thing who simply couldn't move on from her loss, even if that loss was beyond what most people ever experienced, and that's how you worked on the time turner. Yes. It was a project of hers. There were a lot of artifacts you created in the department. They're still trying to decipher half of them. Hermione and I got it working and documented the whole thing, but we had no inclination to use it. Messing with time was a bad idea. Instead, I tried to find something to destroy the cursed tree. I tried thousands of corrupting substances from the Department of Mysteries, and Hermione caught me when I was stealing the toxic substances in the department and knew what I was doing. She was going to rat me out, the bitch. Her own kind. She never understood what I lost. After all, it was the unspeakables that wiped out her family's memories of her, not the world tree. She was going to tell the Aurors. I had to stop her. You killed her, Harry stated. Then again, he now had a teenager who just realized that his mother had been murdered. With a flick of his wrist, Harry froze the boy's hand, stopping him from killing the woman before him. You bitch. The woman's eyes watered. Somehow the grief, her horror, made her eyes seem crazed. I didn't mean to. I only meant to stun her and wait for her to see my point. But I overpowered it. I sent her flying into one of her experiments. It destabilized and killed her. It wasn't my fault. I took over her job and kept trying to kill the cursed tree. Finally, one of the poisons worked, and our world would finally be free. But the rest of the world just refused to accept that. They refused to try to move on. They hunted down my people, all the Muggle-borns all over the world. War was on the horizon. I couldn't accept that. War was on the horizon, and everyone was going to suffer. I realized that I could save everyone by just stopping the tree from being born in the first place. Harry replied to her with a dry tone, and your plan was to travel back in time. The good thing was that it seemed like Nidhogg's corruption was an isolated incident and that no maniac tried to summon that fucking thing back to the material realm. Thank fuck. The bad news was the Department of Mystery shouldn't have had access to it, and even if it did, it would have corrupted everyone around it. After all, the place was filled with magic. Something just didn't make sense. It didn't help that the woman was obviously batshit insane that almost destroyed the very fabric of time with her stunt. She also didn't say anything about why the kids were involved in the first place. But there was something wrong, something that niggled in the back of Harry's mind. Grief obviously turned the woman mad, at least that was Harry's theory, but it somehow made her less crazed. Something just didn't add up. Penelope giggled, more to herself than anything. Yes. It suddenly hit me. I could just save everyone, make the world a better place, if only that bitch Hermione hadn't bound the artifact to her bloodline. I didn't want to involve Alexander, but I had no other choice. All it took were a few words here and there, for an idea to sprout in his head, and to make sure that he found the time turner, with the notes I planted that would get him to perform the ritual the way I wanted. And now, here I am, with Harry Potter himself, unable to stop me. Soon, the world will be better, my people will not be oppressed, not anymore, not ever. Harry rolled his eyes. Time doesn't work like that, you idiot. These words seemed to stop the crazed look on her face for a fraction of a second, and he continued, hoping to see her reaction and have a better idea about what was really going on. You can't change the past of your own timeline. That's a fact. I can mathematically prove it. You can travel to alternate universes, where things are different. You could be part of a timeline, as part of its events, but then the future wouldn't change. If you somehow change your past, that will result in a paradox, where either time itself will unravel, or you'll erase your very existence the moment you arrive in the past. Your best case scenario is either you fail, you kill everyone in your future, or you just kill everyone that ever existed in this universe. Anyone who has a fragment of understanding of time should know this, don't you? The woman froze, the madness in her eyes receding for a fraction of a second, as she murmured to herself, I know that. Suddenly, she shook her head, and the madness came back with a vengeance, but if my people will suffer, then everyone will suffer with them. She was obviously being manipulated by someone. Perhaps it could be a form of possession. Harry didn't know for sure, but he didn't like some external entity obviously try to nuke the timeline by manipulating a broken woman. But that meant that someone from the other side, someone from the future was giving her orders. It was either through a time tunnel of some sort, or a form of active possession. Harry was leaning towards the latter. He would have sensed an active form of time manipulation. Instead of answering her, he raised his hand and peered through the woman's soul. It was hidden, like a very intricate golden web that Harry had barely noticed, but now that he was looking for it, it was surprisingly easy to find it. It was surprisingly powerful and very different. It was almost alien, in a way. He tugged on that connection a bit and spoke up, You're not of this world. Penelope's previously enraged expression turned into a very neutral one, and her eyes glowed gold. You are a perceptive one, Peveril. Harry grinned, It's a bit of a skill of mine. I was under the impression that outsiders aren't allowed to interact with the material realm. You even bound several of my predecessors as guards and whatnot. Perhaps it is, in your time, but the future is a very different place, isn't it? With no light and dark, there's nothing really stopping you from interfering. But if there wasn't, you wouldn't have done something as desperate as to possess some human woman and get her to travel through time. I wonder how much energy you're wasting keeping the timeline from snapping, all for a tree. I can't help but wonder why. The matters of Asgard are not your concern, the unnatural voice answered. Asgard, huh? Harry hadn't really thought about the gods for a while. Apart from their involvement thousands of years ago, he never really thought of them as something other than very vague and detached entities. So, that meant that the person in front of him was an Aesir. Who could it be? Harry peered towards the supposed god's energy, trying to understand its song. It was rigid, for the lack of a better word. The whole song was dedicated towards discipline, towards the ability to see the unseen, to peer beyond what was possible, like a soldier. No, it was more like a guard, a watcher on a wall that could peer through a fraction of infinity. He could feel a name resonate within him, right at the tip of his tongue, your Heimdall, the watchman of the Aesir. The woman's eyes glowed, names have power, Peveril. Remember this. The young wizard grinned instead, fascinating, but I can't help but wonder what Asgard seeks to achieve by meddling like this. The gods left this realm thousands of years ago. I don't think they really have a say on this realm's affairs anymore. Midgard is a realm under Asgard's purview, the god replied as if it were a fact. So, you want to involve yourself in Midgard's affairs, but you can't, can you? The world tree is stopping you. Any sort of magical effect is now completely invisible to muggles, and the non-magical world isn't really part of Midgard, is it? The energy of the world tree protects them, like a gigantic shield. You got your agents to get their hands on Nidhogg's poison, hoping to kill it, but you didn't expect mages to start hunting one another, or the probable war that would happen if the muggles ever found out about magic. You're not here to destroy the world tree. You're here, when it's weak, to give yourself access to the future, manipulating time in a way that doesn't break it. Oh, that's very sneaky and brilliant. Oh, it's a very scummy thing, but it's brilliant, nonetheless. My question here is why you didn't see this coming. You Asgardians have meddled with this realm's fate for thousands of years. Ragnarok was your kind's little brainchild, after all. You should have been able to see something like this coming a mile away, unless. Your theories are amusing, but are also false, the hidden god spoke up with a faint look of amusement that morphed into irritation with the young wizard's last sentence. Maybe you're right, Harry admitted. He was mostly making stuff up, possible theories, and seeing what stuck. It made him look like an idiot at times, but it surprisingly worked a lot, but I definitely touched a nerve with that last part. It makes sense. This isn't about conquest or influence. This is about information. You don't want to conquer our realm, not when thousands of others exist which are a lot less troublesome. The world tree is affecting your kind's sight of its future. Humanity is out of your hands, and you can't stand that, the unpredictability of it all. But destroying the world tree should have been enough to grant you what you wished. Unless you lot didn't like what you saw when you arranged for it to be infected, and this is another way to arrange for you to get access while it's still weak. You need the world tree to exist, but under your authority, under the Aesir's control. Oh, that hit a nerve, given the fact that Penelope's golden eyes narrowed and glowed slightly. Do not speak of things you do not understand, child. Harry shrugged, but you didn't say that I'm wrong, did you? And wow, you possessed an insane woman and urged her to travel through time. Talk about looking desperate. Golden energy crackled around Penelope's fingers, distorting the air around her like heat rising from a furnace. The glow in her eyes flared dangerously, her lips curling into a sneer as she raised her hand toward Harry, before lowering it. Leave, mortal. This matter does not concern you or the children behind you. This is your last warning. The god dismissed him and pointed his golden hand towards the ground, with dozens of golden runes slowly swirling at them. Harry, using Solomon's magic, destabilized the whole thing, making it fizzle into nothing. We're not done talking, Asir. I will not have my life's work be undone, with your kind replacing the light and dark in manipulating my people's lives. Then the consequences of your defiance shall fall on your shoulders, mortal, Heimdall replied, his voice resonating, layered atop Penelope's own, before raising his hand, and conjuring a ball of energy. The air thickened with ancient power, oppressive and suffocating, pressing against his magic like the weight of an entire pantheon bearing down on him. And yet, beneath the divine fury, beneath the theatrics of power and righteousness, Harry saw it. A flicker of doubt. A hesitation. He hadn't planned for this, not at all. He smirked. You're bluffing. Heimdall's golden eyes flared in outrage, and he released his first attack. Harry quickly pushed the kids telekinetically behind him and raised a shield, which resisted the god's attack. Well, it looked like he was about to fight a god now. He knew that things would go out of control. Chapter 426, Divine Intervention. May 23, 1995, Stonehenge. Heimdall's golden eyes flared in outrage, and he released his first attack. Harry quickly pushed the kids telekinetically behind him and raised a shield, which resisted the god's attack. Well, it looked like he was about to fight a god now. He knew that things would go out of control. Harry's shield was able to stop the attack, but the sheer power of it sent him back a few meters. He retaliated by sending a ball of warped space at the god, who somehow dispelled it with just a flick of his hand. Heimdall then waved his hand and conjured a golden sword, leaping towards him, at almost blinding speed. The young wizard slowed down his perception of time, hoping that it would give him time to think, yet the god still acted extremely fast. Harry telekinetically sent the kids away and conjured a staff of ice, which he quickly enchanted to be unbreakable. Harry dodged the first attack and parried the second one, which chipped out half of his staff, forcing him to reinforce it. Hoping to buy himself some time, Harry conjured spears of ice, which the possessed Penelope Clearwater dodged with barely any effort. He channeled that resurrection stone into an ice blade that he conjured and used the staff to parry another attack and sneakily try to stab the god in the stomach while making an illusion that the blade was shorter than it should have been. Heimdall saw completely through the attack, and parried it with barely any effort, going on the attack. Harry dodged the first attack and followed with a beam of necrotic energy, which he disguised as a small ball of warped space inside. However, the god conjured a golden shield, which absorbed the impact completely and even repelled the space-based attack that was supposed to have been sneaked in. Penelope's golden eyes glistened in amusement. Your tricks are amusing, mortal. But they are just tricks. You have a pretty nice trick of your own too, huh? Insight, if I'm not mistaken. You can understand what you see in front of you. Harry grinned as he saw the god freezing in his tracks. It wasn't that hard to figure out. The way Heimdall negated his spells was literally the optimal way to do that, as far as Harry could tell, but they weren't bullshit enough to capitalize on a possible form of battle divination, hence, insight. It was a deceptively powerful ability that mirrored a bit Harry's own, which allowed him to interpret magic as music. That little skill had brought him very far and made him a very fearsome opponent, much like the god before him. His guess seemed to be a correct one, as the amusement fled from Heimdall's face, and he spoke up loudly. I was told that your intelligence was impressive, for a mortal that is. You must know that there is very little you can do to stop me. Sure, you're a god, after all. But I can't help but wonder why you're even bothering with this dust ball. Everyone. The light, the dark, gods and demons, all want to influence this place, and I can't help but wonder why that's the case. You'd think you could all have better things to do than deal with us, insignificant mortals. It had been something that niggled in Harry's mind. Humanity shouldn't be that special. The material realm was nothing more than one realm amongst many, but everyone was always so fixated on it. There had to be something there, especially given that Heimdall looked slightly uncomfortable with the question. Humanity is under Asgard's protection. It is our duty to guide you and pave the path for Midgard's safety. Nah, that's not it. There wouldn't have been any threats if that happened. So, what made this a prize? The only thing that's special about it is the fact that it's material in nature, maybe the worship of us mortals. The Olympians used it to nourish themselves for centuries. Nah, you wouldn't really care about it, you're powerful enough not to care about it. But I'm close, aren't I? Oh, yes, I am. I can feel it. It's on the tip of my tongue. The same process of empowerment using worship could affect something else, doesn't it? It doesn't have to just empower being. But what could it affect? Not realms, they're too stabilized. Stabilized. That's it. Chaos. The material world shapes the chaos between worlds. We don't shape realms, we create realms, and whoever has control over the material realm is a god amongst gods. That is brilliant. That's why you made sure that the light and dark couldn't touch us. That's why everyone wants to have their little slice of Midgard. Well, isn't that neat? Now, the question is why Asgard should have that much power. After all, they didn't do shit against the light and dark. The look on Heimdall's face got more serious as Harry's guesses got more accurate. For a god, he had a pretty shitty poker face. Or, maybe Penelope was influencing his reaction somehow. He was technically just possessing her body, overwhelming her conscious mind, but taking over her subconscious was a waste of energy. I have entertained this for long enough. You shall be spared, for you have a role to play and your punishment for defying Asgard will be the fate that awaits you. Harry didn't have enough time to process that response when the god literally ran at him with a much higher speed, ready to impale him, only for Harry to raise his ice staff in response. A small victorious smile grew on the god's face, probably expecting to win. Right as the two weapons were about to meet, Harry froze his staff in time, turning it into an unbreakable object. The power of a god met the concept of time itself, and that resulted in a gigantic explosion that sent everything flying back. Harry included, but he had expected that. His golden staff was shattered, but so was Heimdall's golden sword. Harry knew firsthand the main weaknesses of insight, and that was either stuff that he didn't understand, or the understanding of something when it was too late. His time magic did help with the latter, but the former was still a danger, which he had to slowly deal with over the years as he learned more and more magic. If his deductions were correct, Heimdall could see everything, but he still had to process it through Penelope's mortal mind. And that was the flaw. No matter how divine, no matter how fast, Heimdall was still bottlenecked by a brain not built to handle the sight of a god. The sheer lag in translating knowledge into action was barely perceptible, but it was there. And Harry could exploit that. Still, what Heimdall said rattled him. What did happen to Harry or Daphne? None of the kids had obviously met him before and they didn't mention Daphne in any way. It was worrying him a bit, but he had put it on the back of his mind. The less he knew, the more flexible his future was, after all, but the way that Heimdall said it, it sounded like a curse, like a punishment, Harry realized that he needed to know. He needed to know what awaited him in the future. He needed to make sure that Daphne would be safe at the very least. Harry got up and saw Heimdall do the same. He was about to attack, demanding that the god elaborate on Harry's future, only for one of the kids to send a stunning charm at the fucking god. The red spell splashed harmlessly on the god's chest, and the entire battle froze, as everyone looked at the castor with pure incredulity. Alexander Granger gave them all a sheepish look, barely able to believe that he had actually cast that spell, and Harry rolled his eyes. This isn't time for this shit, kids. Without saying anything further, Harry opened a portal underneath the time-stranded teenagers, sending them back to a warded room in Hogwarts, before turning back to the god-possessed woman. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. What was that about my fate? The possessed woman let out an ugly laugh. Did you seriously think that anyone would let you be after Ragnarok? It is your purpose, and whether you survive its aftermath or not, is not our concern. But it could be. You could ascend amongst us, welcomed as the warrior, the hero that you are, Midgard's savior, but only if you choose your next actions wisely. That thought wasn't exactly new to Harry. Sure, what Heimdall was saying was a non-answer if he heard one, but he couldn't exactly imagine the ICW or any magical government, really, letting him move around unrestrained. And since they couldn't exactly force him to do anything, they would have learned from Dumbledore's failures. Hopefully, it wasn't exactly hard to imagine what they would resort to. That was if he even survived Ragnarok in the first place. This was an empty offer if he heard one, and Harry pointed the Elder Wand at his opponent who growled, "So be it." Heimdall conjured a spear and threw it at Harry, who dodged it and sent a spatial breach that the god easily countered, their duel beginning anew. Fighting Heimdall was a far more different endeavor than fighting Dumbledore or Grindelwald, and that probably had to do with the fact that the god and Harry surprisingly fought in a very similar way. They both relied on tricks, on an economy of movements, on understanding the attacks going their way and cutting them apart with the precision of a surgeon using a scalpel. They were easily matched, with Harry's only advantage being his processing speed, only to realize that Heimdall must have copied it, and created some form of thought acceleration spell to keep up with him. As Heimdall was conjuring a gigantic beam of golden energy, Harry finally saw it, the chink in the god's armor, and that was the woman he was possessing. Harry knew, without a doubt, that he'd have been overwhelmed in seconds had he fought the god in his true form, and that his human form limited him, but that did not really help matters, since Heimdall's most dangerous attribute was his insight. But he could hear it with his arcane hearing. The god's insight had to be done through Penelope Clearwater first, and it was consuming her very being, overwhelming her soul, consuming her. She was very unlikely to survive past this battle, but her soul acted as some sort of buffer for Heimdall to pilot her body. Harry grinned as a plan started to develop in his mind. He quickly warped space in front of him, making him appear right behind Heimdall, who almost impaled him with a golden spear, and negated a small space warp that still sent him back slightly. The young wizard grinned. You know why you're going to lose. The god sent a beam of golden energy at him, then followed back by turning the entire battlefield to sand that tried to overwhelm Harry, which quickly used a transmutation spell to turn it into dust. The god then dodged a bolt of lightning that Harry sent at him. You're a mighty god, but your vessel leaves much to be desired. After all, who would be stupid enough to allow herself to be manipulated like this, allow herself to be possessed like this, all for an impossible dream, despite knowing any better? The god yelled as he managed to get the dust to bind Harry's legs, ready to impale him with his spear, only for his weapon to freeze a millimeter before it struck Harry, the young wizard having created a small veil of infinite space right in front of him and murmured, after all, what person would let someone possess them, even after they admitted that they had no plans of destroying the world tree, only manipulate it for their own ends? Harry's words obviously had an effect on Heimdall. At first, it was something that he could only determine with his arcane hearing. It wasn't much, just the smallest crack, but it was there. Penelope twitched, her golden eyes flickering, as if something inside her was screaming to be heard. This allowed Harry to take advantage of that and conjure an ice sword which he channeled the power of the resurrection stone into, impaling it into the woman's heart, while murmuring, I'm sorry. The woman didn't mean much to him, but she had obviously been taken advantage of, during a very vulnerable time of her life. Still, she was a murderer and a very reckless woman, but Harry had just killed her for something that was not entirely her doing. He slumped for a moment, thinking that he had won. After all, with Penelope dead, Heimdall should be able to pilot her, only for a pulse of golden energy to send him flying back. Harry groaned as he landed and saw Penelope's eyes glow gold, and golden energy slowly manifest into Norse battle gear, with armor and a far greater sword on the god's forearm. The Aesir laughed mockingly. Thank you, Peveril, for freeing me from that mortal's shackles. Yeah, he may have miscalculated a bit. Heimdall didn't need Penelope's soul to pilot her body, he needed to use it because, for some reason, he wouldn't kill her. But since Harry's attack killed Penelope, the god was free to use her body as he wished, without using her as an intermediary. Damn it, he should have suppressed her soul, not kill her. He should have seen this coming. Alas, it was useless to think of what he should have done. With a flick of Heimdall's wrist, Harry found himself bound with dozens of golden runes and he knelt down, punching a hole in the ground, grabbing a familiar small ball filled with energy. After all, Harry had made it from the remnants of Stonehenge's energy. The grin on the god's face disappeared as he stared at the realm seed that Harry had built. What is this? Harry realized exactly what the god was witnessing and burst into an incredulous laughter. The god immediately turned towards the bound wizard and yelled, What did you do, boy? Nothing, Harry answered, his grin not abating at the god's fury. It's just that I didn't make this to exist as the world tree. It was never my design to make something like this, to separate the muggle world from the magical world. I just created a seed of a realm that would continue what this place was made for in the first place, its purpose, and that was to bless magical kind and protect them in this isle. You cannot alter its purpose, because it hasn't even gotten close to becoming the world tree you're so scared of. Your journey here was doomed from the start, Aesir. For some reason, the god's face paled slightly. He was probably still unused to a human body, being an energy-based entity himself, but his tells were surprisingly very easy to read. He was afraid. Why would a god be afraid? Harry was almost afraid to find out. Heimdall's features settled towards determination and the god glared at Harry. I will not fail. Golden energy crackled around Heimdall's form, arcs of divine lightning searing the very air around him. The battlefield shattered. Reality itself cracked at the seams, and Harry quickly realized that the god was attempting to express himself fully, uncaring of the consequences of his stunt. Did he seriously fear failure that much? Even then, the essence seemed remarkably familiar. With that last thought, everything clicked, and Harry turned towards the god, unflinching at the power being thrown around. No, it was better than that. He was grinning. After all, he had just a very clever idea. Chapter 427, Blooming Garden. May 23, 1995, Stonehenge. With that last thought, everything clicked, and Harry turned towards the god, unflinching at the power being thrown around. No, it was better than that. He was grinning. After all, he just had a very clever idea. Harry watched as everything was being destroyed due to Heimdall's madness. The god definitely didn't handle failure easily. He must have realized that what Harry had said was the truth and that there was nothing he could do about it. Still, the mad god was literally breaking reality apart in his grief, and it was only Harry's experience with multidimensional bullshit that allowed him to think clearly about a way to deal with it. He was glad that he sent the kids away. He probably wouldn't have been able to think clearly with his friend's future children being at risk. Lucky for everyone, Harry was very good under pressure. He had to be, or he'd have been dead 1,000 times over. He had a plan, a way to deal with both the god and the entire bullshit going on, and that plan required the realm seed, the very thing that Heimdall happened to be clenching in his arms as he poured his grief and agony into the world. With a sigh, Harry muttered, I just wanted to go out with Daphne. Was that too much to ask? He shook his head and warped space towards the mad god. The god in question conjured gigantic golden flames, probably hoping to vaporize him, which Harry redirected by manipulating space around him. He ducked as hundreds of golden spears tried to impale him, and retaliated by releasing his Ice Age spell, freezing the entire battlefield, but that only lasted for a fraction of a second, after which the god completely negated them, and conjured a gigantic golden blade that threw a veritable firestorm at the young wizard. Harry knew that he couldn't exactly stop this attack and instead sang a realm to existence, a very small one, that protected him from the attack, and he dispelled it quickly enough, and released an attack almost instinctively, a song in weapon form, a sonic attack that sheared through everything in front of it, even the god's vessel before him. However, the golden energy remained, slowly converging back into a humanoid form, and the golden lightning tried to attack him once more, only for Harry to redirect it, imbuing it with his crest's necrotic energy, and sending it back at the gigantic energy golem. There wasn't anything material, let alone human, remaining of the god's presence, and Harry couldn't help but try to figure out how the god was even present at the moment. He needed something to anchor him, that was a fact for all outside entities, but was his rage, his failure, so great as it compensated, even momentarily, for the lack of one? It didn't matter. By now the god was almost 100 feet tall, somewhat similar to the Olympians, which he had fought. Harry used his sonic attack once more, which destabilized the god's avatar, and ducked down, to retrieve the realm seed, which Heimdall had dropped when Harry erased Penelope's body from existence. Harry ducked, dodging the bolt of golden lightning that almost hit him, and rolled, grabbing the realm seed, but was immediately caught off guard, as a gigantic sword came down underneath him. He activated his invisibility cloak, phasing through the attack, and conjuring a gigantic blade of ice, which he channeled the resurrection stone into, and stabbed it into the golden avatar's gut. The god roared and sent out a pulse of golden energy, which Harry was barely able to dodge by phasing through the attack. Heimdall then sent a beam of golden energy, which Harry grinned and absorbed using the Elder Wand. By the time the god ended his attack, Harry's wand was glowing, and he channeled all that energy into the realm seed, and he impaled the glowing ball into the ground. The moment he did this, everything snapped back into place. Stonehenge reformed, the shattered air sealing itself, and the golden avatar started to glow slightly less, before disintegrating. A shade in the shape of Penelope's body appeared, snarling at him, "What did you do?" "Nothing much, I just changed and added a little amendment in the realm seed, you so beautifully threw away. I added a small detail that I remember seeing in the sapling of the world tree that the kids showed me. I thought that the command I put in place to absorb large magical releases had evolved, or just been warped, but it was too precise. I had meant it to act as a last safeguard from Dumbledore's and Grindelwald's ritual, a way to weaken their last magical release, but it was surprisingly easy to make it target a certain type of energy, specifically, your energy." "No." Heimdall yelled, realizing what Harry had done, trying to conjure his energy, only to fizzle away as it left his hand. "There's nothing you can do, not anymore. You were so busy in your little temper tantrum, that you didn't see me altering the enchantments. You can't leave. You can't do anything. This little seed will suck your very essence dry, not just from here, but from the future, from where you come from. After all, you were so kind to open a breach in time, to your future self, just to empower you in your rage. I wonder what it means for a god to die. Please," the god begged, as he slowly realized the truth of what was happening to him. However, Harry wasn't that merciful and just ignored him. "You should have seen this coming. Was it your arrogance? Was it time or fate blinding you? I do not know. The fact remains that what happened here never occurred to you. For all your insight and power, you never once thought that you might have participated in the events of creating the world tree. Your essence is altering the seed, making it flexible, and giving it the insight it needs to protect humanity from everyone, even your kind. The insight to grow, to evolve far faster than it should have been possible, enough to stop gods and demons from interfering with this realm. Such a change in the timeline will have consequences." The young wizard burst into laughter. "I can't believe you still don't get it. There is no change in the timeline. This is what happened, the origin of the world tree. Your decision to come back created the very threat you wish to eradicate. Such is the fate of those who think themselves above the fabric of time. But don't be so sad. A part of you will live on, won't it? After all, I hear that the world tree glows with such a familiar golden color. Child, do you have any idea what you have done, the dangers that you have brought? You cannot simply usurp a god's authority." Harry's grin turned vicious. "I can do whatever the hell I like. You know the stories. You know who I am, what I can do. Have you ever heard of anyone that was able to stop me? My people will not take to your actions kindly," Heimdall warned, with slight defeat in his tone. Harry smiled sadly, "But they won't figure out for decades until you fade away in the future. According to you, I'll be too dead to care, won't I? Let's leave this for the next generation, huh?" Finally, Heimdall released a defeated breath, I just wanted to fulfill my purpose, to serve Asgard, to protect its interest. Our goal was to protect Midgard, and we couldn't do that with our eyes blind. We both know that Midgard's strength would also have benefited Asgard immensely, but even if you are right, that doesn't change that what happened here was necessary. It was always meant to happen. And maybe that was for the best. Sometimes, you have to let your kids grow up on their own. You saw it yourself, this realm is protected. And just as you stated, you will not stay here forever. One day, this tree will fail to protect Midgard, and your decision will be your doom. Harry shrugged. I just have faith that someone else will rise up, another hero, to take up the mantle. If I learned something from the past, it would be that humanity has a tendency to produce very remarkable beings when they are needed. Heimdall gave him a sad smile, before slowly fading away into golden light, which was absorbed by the seed. Harry looked at its structure, slowly warping, learning, growing. It was a realm seed with the power of a god, but it paled compared to what it could be, what it could achieve. Like every seed, it would need energy and time to grow. Harry slowly planted it, in the middle of Stonehenge, sighing in relief as the battle with the god ended. Honestly, if it hadn't been for his madness, Harry would have had a lot of trouble. Then again, Heimdall would have been a lot weaker if he hadn't literally ripped a hole in reality to empower himself. Still, something was missing. The realm seed, no matter how powerful it would become, shouldn't have manifested physically into something like a gigantic tree. It should have just expressed itself with its effect. Harry didn't exactly give it a physical medium to express itself. Unless. Harry grinned to himself. Ah, yes, it was his turn now, wasn't it? He took out the small sapling that had been in the Time Turner prototype, a small fragment of the world tree, and planted it right above the realm seed. Harry could feel the seed connect to the sapling, making it grow slightly, creating roots undergrounds that connected to the ley lines right underneath them, as if it was specifically designed to be integrated like this. A question niggled in Harry's mind. Who exactly designed the world tree? Sure, he had his hand in its creation, specifically, the world seed, and what he had just done moments prior, but a large portion of the tree's design was completely out of his hand, and yet it obviously had a creator. It was too perfect not to be otherwise. The world tree had no original creator, because he had created it by ensuring its existence in the past. It wasn't designed by some ancient power or divine architect. It existed because it had always existed. The bootstrap paradox. No one had ever designed the world tree. It had simply been a product of its own future existence. Harry laughed, but it wasn't amusement, it was disbelief, resignation, acceptance. He glanced down at the sapling, which now pulsed with golden energy, its roots wrapping around the ley lines beneath Stonehenge like a living circuit. A closed loop. It had always been him. A self-sustaining cycle. The cause and effect wrapped into one seamless moment. Time was a fickle, frustrating bitch. Deciding that it was too troublesome trying to puzzle this out, Harry took a deep breath and surveyed Stonehenge. It didn't even look like it had been home to a fight with a divine being. People will never know what happened here, and he was okay with that. Thankfully, he was done with this mess. No more time loops, no more divine temper tantrums, no more gods trying to meddle with Midgard. He only had to return to Hogwarts, get those kids back to their time before they actually broke something, and hopefully, he'd have enough time to go with Daphne on their date. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He certainly deserved this date. With a flick of his wrist, Harry opened a portal back to Hogwarts, right next to where he had sent the kids. They were all gathered in the warded room, their faces still pale, eyes wide in shock. Clearly, whatever remnants of the battle they had sensed had left an impression on them. The silence stretched for a few long seconds before the Marinakis girl broke it, her voice careful, almost disbelieving. What happened? Harry simply shrugged, offering them the only answer that mattered. I handled it. Don't worry about it too much. He clapped his hands together, glancing at each of them with an easy grin. Now, I believe it's time to send you all home. Chapter 428, of Future Pasts. May 23, 1995, Hogwarts. Harry simply shrugged, offering them the only answer that mattered. I handled it. Don't worry about it too much. He clapped his hands together, glancing at each of them with an easy grin. Now, I believe it's time to send you all home. The three time-stranded teenagers didn't exactly respond to his statement, which made him frown. They just kept gaping at him, for almost a couple of minutes, enough to make Harry uncomfortable. He frowned at their behavior and spoke up, Are you all right? Did something happen when I wasn't here? It was Julia Zabini who broke the silence, looking oddly hesitant as she was about to speak. You fought a god. Harry nodded. I suppose I did. It's a new one, even for me. You don't look like you fought a god. The young wizard rolled his eyes. I'm just that good. The Marinakis girl seemed to echo her sentiment. You fought a bloody god, and it was right in front of us. Yes, Harry replied slowly, worrying if the girl had hit her head or something. Wasn't the entire matter clear? He didn't see why they'd have so much trouble understanding it. Finally, the Zabini girl let out a very loud screech and started to babble. Oh my god, we just saw Harry Potter fight a god. Oh, Alex, this trip was so worth it. Holy shit, no one is going to believe us. We could sell the memory. I don't think there are official recordings of Harry Potter fights, just some mentions and whatnot. Oh, this is unbelievable. We're going to make so much gold. Weirdly enough, the girl's ramble seemed to shock her friends out of their gaping frozen selves, and the Marinakis girl rolled her eyes and slapped her friend in the back of her head. We can't sell recordings of the fight, idiot. We'd get arrested in seconds. I don't think the Department of Mysteries will exactly like the fact that a prototype time-turner ended up in the hands of 3 teenagers. The girl pouted, fine, but you're paying for my next shopping trip for ruining my dreams of fame and fortune. Alexander raised his hand and protested, are we seriously ignoring the fact that he fought a god and all we know about how it ended is that he handled it? Harry sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. What, did you want a full play-by-play? Because unless you're all secretly publishing an academic paper on how to defeat an Aesir while preventing a temporal catastrophe, I'd rather not get into it. Look, I understand that you did some very impressive things, but this was a god. Aren't they supposed to be extremely powerful? Oh, he was very powerful, much more powerful than me, even, he agreed readily. Then how aren't you hurt? You fought a superior opponent, one that was older and more experienced than you. How did you even win, let alone not end up with any injuries? Harry rolled his eyes. In my life, I've fought a lot of things and people that were stronger than me. There comes a time when you'll realize that raw power isn't everything, when you'll understand that preparations and tactical thinking could overcome any power gap. In this case, I used the fact that Heimdall wasn't used to fighting mortals to my advantage, and used his rage against him to make a trap to defeat him. Never try to overpower a stronger opponent. Instead, you need to find the vulnerabilities, exploit them, and trick them. It's not exactly glamorous, but it's, by far, the best plan when you're outnumbered or fighting a superior opponent. The boy nodded before asking hesitatingly, and Aunt Penelope? Ah, Penelope Clearwater. It was obviously a sore subject for the boy, especially given that she killed his own mother, and had betrayed him, and used him. Harry had killed her, and looking back, as ruthless as that might have been, and as much as it didn't really help in directly defeating Heimdall, it was necessary. Having taken a faint glimpse of her soul when she died, Harry could tell that Heimdall's influence had broken her completely. She had been lost long before returning to the past. Her grief, her anger, and ultimately, her desperation had hollowed her out. Heimdall had simply found a broken vessel and filled it with his purpose. It had only been Heimdall's betrayal of their supposed shared goal that got her to resist, not the idea of Alexander dying, or even the prospect of shattering the very fabric of time. In the end, she was a woman who only cared about her false purpose, and her death was, in many ways, a mercy. Perhaps she would find peace in her next life. He could lie, tell the boy that Penelope Clearwater had simply been a misguided woman, a victim of circumstance. He could also tell the brutal truth, that she had made terrible choices, had allowed herself to be manipulated, and in the end, had sealed her own fate. Instead, he settled for something in between. Penelope Clearwater is dead. She made her choices, Harry finally said. Some were good, some were bad. Some were hers, some weren't. I don't know if killing your mother was something she was forced to do or not. No one can tell you but her, and she's dead. In the end, she fought for something she believed in, even if it was extremely misguided and built on her hate for the world around her. He held the boy's gaze. You can mourn her, or you can hate her, but don't let her actions define you, just like her grief defined her. Either way, I will not judge you for it. Alexander swallowed hard, nodding stiffly. I get it. But Harry knew he didn't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But understanding would come with time, and right now, time wasn't a luxury that Harry had. The paradox of the world tree's creation was what maintained the connection between their two timelines and what stopped them from collapsing. With the paradox essentially resolved and the world tree planted, the time-stranded teenagers could seriously cause some damage by just existing. Harry really needed to get them back to their times before they accidentally did something that would cause a lot of damage. Still, feeling back for the boy, he threw the spherical runic artifact he'd made just a couple of hours before his fight with Heimdall to heal the world tree from Nidhogg's corruption. At least your trip wouldn't be for nothing. Huh, I forgot about that, he answered with an embarrassed look on his face. Meeting a god would do that, I suppose, Harry said while humming thoughtfully. Nevertheless, this should allow you to heal the world tree. The rest, well, that's up to you. The boy seemed hesitant as he looked at the glowing ball of condensed energy. Aunt Penelope was the one who pushed me to do this. Using it to promote her cause seems wrong. The Zabini girl took his hand, making him turn towards her. Then don't. Let's just say that you found something of your mother's and that she made the sphere before she died. If I tell them that, I'll get blamed for poisoning the tree in the first place. No one knows what that corruption even was. Harry shrugged and just conjured a small pile of parchment out of thin air. This is my research about the poison. It's a bit abridged, but it has the properties of the liquid, which I saw in Azkaban, its effect on life, in general, as well as a modified form of the Patronus charm that destroyed it completely, which I did. Tell them that you found this in Hermione's things, recognized the symptoms and used my spell to banish the corruption away since it wouldn't have hurt the tree anyway if it didn't work. That parchment is more than enough proof that it's my work, and it should be easy enough to replicate the feat. Are you alright giving me all the credit, knowing that I'm responsible for you fighting a god? Alexander replied. The young wizard rolled his eyes. Believe me, you'd know if I'm mad. And why should I care about some kid's PR stunt that's 2 decades away? It's not like I'll be there to care. The 3 teenagers flinched as he said that, and that was more than enough for Harry to know that he wasn't exactly around in the future. He was tempted to press further but decided against doing so. Instead, he said, now, why don't I finish setting up the time turner for your trip back? Try not to get into trouble in the meantime. And so, Harry slowly activated a few runes on the time turner prototype, making sure that there wouldn't be any complications since he took out the sapling of the world tree earlier, and he was right to have done so. It seemed like there was a completely different configuration of runes for the time turner to work without the world tree sapling, even if the artifact had absorbed enough energy to send them back to their time. The sapling acted as a buffer, a natural focus, for the energy, and now, he had to make sure that this focus would be done via the runes, which was a bit power-intensive. Right as he was about to call the kids, only to hear them loudly whispering to each other. He heard Alexander's voice speaking up, you can't be serious. He just saved our asses. It's the least we can do to help him. The Marinakis girl replied heatedly, the guy threatened to kill us if we messed up with the timeline. Are you really willing to take that risk? We can save him, the boy replied heatedly. How do you even know that he's dead? They didn't find a body, the Zabini girl replied cheekily. The other girl answered, and Harry could practically hear her eyes rolling, stop it with the conspiracy theories. There is no mystery of Ragnarok. Harry Potter didn't ascend to godhood, didn't go back in time to become Merlin or anything that ridiculous. He's dead and has been dead for a long time. But Mum said that. Marinakis didn't let her continue, your parents were his friends. Daphne Greengrass was your mother's best friend. Is it any wonder that she refuses to believe that they died? Nothing could have survived what happened, not even Harry Potter. For the first time since he heard their conversation, Harry froze completely. What the hell was going to happen to Daphne? He was about to reveal himself and press them for more details, but he felt the familiar warning in the back of his mind, telling him not to try to press the kids further. Seriously. This was dangerous for the timeline, but fighting a fucking god who literally almost broke reality was completely fine. Alexander spoke up, it's hard to imagine him dying to anything. I thought the stories were overblown, but did you see him fight that god? It was absolutely insane. Harry felt angry as he felt the whispers urge him to reveal himself and interrupt the conversation. Was it really that dangerous to know what happened to his girlfriend? Would the very fabric of time break because of that small nugget of information? Harry's breath was heavy, his fingers twitching at his sides. No. He wasn't letting this go. Whatever force was warning him, be it time, fate, or something else entirely, he didn't care. This was Daphne. His Daphne. She wasn't some cosmic variable to be balanced or an event to be accounted for. He had defied fate before, and he would do it again. If something was going to happen to her, he would know. He would stop it. Harry refused to walk away from this. His lips parted, his mind set on demanding answers. But before he could even speak, reality broke. The world around him fractured. The castle shook violently, the stones beneath his feet shuddering as if Hogwarts itself was resisting his choice. Magic, deep and ancient, screamed through the air, unseen forces pressing down on him with enough weight to steal his breath. The very fabric of reality rippled. The torches lining the walls flickered wildly, their flames twisting and stretching as if being pulled into the vortex of instability. The walls of the castle groaned, their very structure bending, warping. The air itself cracked like glass, threads of golden energy splitting apart, fraying at the edges of existence. Time itself was breaking. Harry fell to his knees, clutching his head as waves of nausea rolled over him. His crest burned, searing, branding pain ripping through his very magic, his very being. Harry gritted his teeth, his entire body shaking from the sheer force of existence being rewritten around him. He could feel it unraveling, time and space buckling under his defiance. If he took even a single step forward, the timeline would shatter. Everything would shatter. He had fought gods. He had rewritten history. He had walked through the ruins of time itself and come out unscathed. But this wasn't something he could fix. Not without losing everything. His fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms hard enough to draw blood. Then, he let go. He forced himself to unclench his jaw, to release the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "I understand," he whispered hoarsely. The second the words left his lips, everything stopped. The shaking ceased. The torches stilled. The golden fractures in the air stitched themselves back together as if the entire fabric of reality had been holding its breath, waiting for him to make the right decision. The weight pressing down on him lifted. The whispers faded. And Hogwarts stood whole once more. Harry exhaled shakily, still kneeling on the cold stone floor. He didn't move for a long moment, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. His own body felt like it had been through a war. His magic ached, raw and exposed from the backlash. Slowly, he pushed himself to his feet and spoke up with a fake casual tone, "I'm done on my side. The time turner is ready. Let's go back to the forest and send you back to your timeline." The three teenagers stiffened immediately, and Marinakis spoke up, "Good, let's get going already." The trip to the Forbidden Forest was very quiet. Harry's mind was completely occupied with thoughts of Daphne, feeling warnings appear with every possible question he could think of that could help him know what happened to her. When they arrived at the place of their entrance to this time, Harry put down the time turner and spoke up, "All right, I want you three to touch the time turner like it was a portkey, and don't let go. Do you understand?" They all nodded, and he continued, "Good." They all knelt and touched the time turner, but Alexander turned towards him and gave him a sad look. It seemed like he wanted to say something, only to smile and say, "Thank you." The last Potter forced a grin into his face and spoke up, "You're very welcome. Goodbye." The moment they all touched the artifact, Harry activated it from a distance, and all three teenagers disappeared in a burst of golden light, leaving the young wizard to his very disturbing thoughts. He felt the warnings completely disappear whenever he wanted to speak to Daphne, and he walked further into the Forbidden Forest. When he felt like he was sufficiently into the forest, he let go of the grief and anxiousness that he felt since he eavesdropped on their conversation. A gigantic pulse of magic obliterated everything around him, plants and magical creatures alike. Thankfully, Harry had stayed near the acromantula nest, so they would be the only casualty. After a minute, Harry gasped slightly, taking a deep breath, seeing the crater around him, before opening a portal back to the castle. He felt exhausted and drained, despite the fact that his magic circuits were fine. With a flick of his wand, he conjured his Patronus and spoke up, "I just finished with my thing early. Are you still up for our date?" The silver dove shot off into the night, vanishing into the depths of Hogwarts. He wanted to see Daphne, to hold her, to see if she was all right. Perhaps that would only give him a sliver of comfort from what he just heard. He would not lose Daphne. He would destroy everything that would be in his way, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, even fate and time. That, he swore. Chapter 429, Emerald Futures. May 23, 1995, Hogwarts. The silver dove shot off into the night, vanishing into the depths of Hogwarts. He wanted to see Daphne, to hold her, to see if she was all right. Perhaps that would only give him a sliver of comfort from what he just heard. He would not lose Daphne. He would destroy everything that would be in his way, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, even fate and time. That, he swore. For the first time since the kids returned to the future, Harry allowed himself to think properly. With the threat of destroying the fabric of time being gone, he recognized that he'd been very rash when pushing the boundaries of what he should have done. He shouldn't have risked something like this, and he knew that the warning he received was to help him, not hurt him. In a way, Harry was glad that he didn't press things, since, from his perspective, knowing the future would set it to stone. Right now, he has the flexibility to act according to the parameters he was given. Things didn't look great, but not everything was lost. Given the fact that there were apparently some conspiracy theories about what happened to them, their death wasn't exactly witnessed by anyone. The only fact was that Harry and Daphne weren't there in the future. That was good. Well, it wasn't exactly bad. It gave Harry the flexibility to work something out. Still, now that it had been brought up, Harry realized the sheer danger that Daphne was in because of their relationship. He hadn't really thought about it before. For some reason, he fully assumed that she would be safe, but Dumbledore could have theoretically kidnapped her dozens of times instead of fighting him directly. Maybe it was because the man was completely sure that he could kill Harry easily, that he saw no point in using Daphne against him, but his recent loss would have certainly changed that perspective. That's not to mention that Grindelwald was ruthless enough that he wouldn't have cared either way. Either way, he needed to seriously think about his future and take steps to protect her and her family. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a raven Patronus who spoke up in Daphne's voice, "Sure, Tracy and I are almost done on our side. Let's meet in the common room in half an hour." He smiled gently at his girlfriend's response. For a brief moment, the tension coiled within him loosened, and he let himself breathe. Half an hour. That was enough time to collect himself, to force his emotions into something manageable before seeing her. But the undercurrent of unease refused to fade. The knowledge that something happened to them in the future wouldn't leave his mind. It haunted him like a ghost, whispering insidiously that he was running out of time. That every moment they spent together was on borrowed sand in an hourglass already tipped. Harry clenched his fists, exhaling slowly through his nose. No. Daphne was still here. That meant he still had a chance. He took a deep breath, followed by another, and then another. Minutes later, he was far calmer. Yes, he needed to think about this rationally. He couldn't be emotional or reckless, not with Daphne's life being at stake. It was so unlike him to act like this. He was always in control, and always logical when it came to dealing with crises. When had that changed? If he had to put a date to it, it would be during Olympus' destruction, when Daphne told him that she was dying. The sheer loss he felt, the agony, it broke something in him. He never wanted to feel like this again, and now, he desperately was trying to avoid a similar fate. Funnily enough, the fact that he knew more about the future constrained him. If he had a choice, he'd have just fled this entire place, maybe even created a folded realm, like the one Vlad hid in, and just stayed with Daphne there until the storm passed. However, with a confirmation that Ragnarok would occur, that he would be involved in it, hiding was impossible. Fate would find a way to fuck with him, to ensure that the timeline remained intact, and that would most likely end badly for him. And even then, Harry had a plan, a single opportunity to truly destroy the light and dark, and he had to do it. Heimdall confirmed that he would, after all. That left the single possibility of fulfilling the prophecy and then hiding afterwards, but Harry didn't see Daphne separating herself from her family permanently. Maybe they could stay under a disguise, hide in plain sight. It was possible, but not something that either of them would really want to deal with. It still beats dying, though. It was ironic, really, that Harry was so distressed, especially after realizing that he would achieve his greatest ambition. He remembered it being the reason he'd been sorted in Slytherin in the first place. He wanted to be remembered, to not be forgotten when he died, and the kids did know who he was. Better yet, they spoke of him as if he was a legendary figure, and yet Harry couldn't help but not care. It all felt so small before the prospect of Daphne dying. What a fucking joke. Without even noticing due to being distracted by his thoughts, Harry found himself in the Slytherin common room. The rest of the house was giving him his space, but according to Tracy, it wouldn't stay like that for long. The court of Slytherin seemed to have asked everyone to leave him be, but they seemed to be planning something regarding him. To be completely honest, Harry was a bit desensitized from school politics. They seemed so small, in the grand scheme of it all. It all felt so useless, really, like children pretending to be adults, with an idealized understanding of power and politics that would end up shattering in the real world. It hadn't taken long for Harry to realize that the court was barely more than a mixture of a school club and a student council than anything serious. Sure, people made connections, and friends, that could benefit them in the future but nothing more. It made him sad to see that Tracy and Blaze had chosen something that small as their ambition during the previous year. It just felt so disappointing, given the potential that Harry saw in them. Harry's thoughts were interrupted when he heard Daphne's voice. "Hello, Harry." He turned and froze. The blonde looked radiant in a very pretty blue sundress that seemed to match her eyes. She was stunning. The soft candlelight of the common room cast a warm glow on her features, accentuating the delicate contrast between her fair skin and the deep sapphire of her dress. The sight of her, so effortlessly beautiful, momentarily stole the breath from his lungs. For a second, he forgot everything: Ragnarok, the future, the weight of fate pressing down on his shoulders. None of it mattered. Daphne smiled at him, tilting her head slightly. "Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." Harry exhaled a quiet chuckle, shaking his head. "No ghosts. Just you." Her eyes softened, studying him carefully, searching for something beneath his casual exterior. From the slight furrow in her eyebrows, she saw through him. It was terrifying and comforting at the same time. Thankfully, she didn't have time to broach the subject since Tracy cleared her throat. "All right, lovebirds, stop staring at each other and go to your date already." Daphne rolled her eyes but shot Tracy an appreciative glance. "We'll see you later." With a quick farewell, Tracy disappeared up the dormitory stairs, leaving the two of them alone. Harry still hadn't said anything, still hadn't moved, and Daphne raised an eyebrow. "Well, are you just going to stand there, or are we actually going on this date?" Harry finally snapped out of his trance, offering her a small, genuine smile. "Yeah. Let's go." He held out his arm, and she took it without hesitation. They walked, hand in hand until they arrived at a hidden, deserted part of the castle, and he opened a portal to Hogsmeade. They walked there and Daphne spoke up first. "I'm glad we did this. We haven't really gone on proper dates. I was pretty disappointed when you cancelled, to be honest." He smirked slightly. "You have no idea what happened. It's been a very eventful day, but I managed to wrap everything quickly enough to be able to come." The blonde hit him in the shoulder. "You can't just say that and not elaborate." "What happened?" "Oh, nothing much. Some idiots used some kind of super time turner to get to the past, hoping to save some tree, and they ended up being manipulated by a woman possessed by a god in the future, who wanted to control the tree. I ended up fighting the god, saved the kids, and sent them back to the future. The blonde just stood there, frozen at what he had just said. What the actual fuck, Harry? He gave her a goofy grin at that. Believe it or not, I did have a good excuse for canceling earlier. I was lucky that I handled everything quickly enough to be able to get back in time. Explain, the girl uttered with a very intense gaze. Harry chuckled and told her what happened while they walked around Hogsmeade. He didn't say anything about their fates, hoping to keep their date to be relatively lighthearted. Daphne's expression got progressively more incredulous as his tale progressed. By the end, she was openly just gaping at him. It took her a few seconds to process the entire thing, before she said, "Let me get this straight, you somehow caught 3 time-traveling teenagers, who happened to be the children of Blaise and Tracy, Perseus and Angelina, and Longbottom and Granger, because Granger's kid decided that it was a good idea to be a hero and save some mythological tree that the Muggleborns were blamed on poisoning. Then it ended up that the whole thing was a plan by Penelope Clearwater, who also happened to be possessed by the Aesir god Heimdall, who was ordered to bring the tree under Asgard's control. You fought the god, and he became insane, and you trapped his divinity inside the tree, creating some weird time paradox, then sent the kids back to their time with a way to save the tree." Harry nodded. "That sounds about right." "You sent your Patronus 3 hours ago," she screeched. "How did you end up getting into so much trouble in so little time?" "It's a skill," Harry said, pretending to be bragging. "I really can't keep my eyes off you without you doing something ridiculously dangerous, can I?" He grinned. "It's not my fault I get into so much trouble." Daphne let out an exasperated sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose as she muttered, "Unbelievable." Harry chuckled. "Come on, it's not that bad. I'm here, aren't I? In one piece, even." The blonde shot him a sharp look. "Not that bad. You fought an actual god, Harry. And you just glossed over it like it was some minor inconvenience." He smirked, clearly enjoying her reaction. "Well, when you put it that way." Daphne groaned, dragging a hand down her face. "This is why I'm going to have gray hair before I'm 30. Harry froze at that, thinking back to the kid's words. Would Daphne even make it to 30 if she ended up suffering for a relationship with him? The blonde obviously noticed his change in mood, her teasing expression shifting into something more serious. "Harry," she asked, her voice softer now, concerned. "What is it?" For a moment, he considered lying. Brushing it off, making some excuse about being tired and distracted. He'd done it before. He could do it again. She'd probably know that way lying in seconds, but she wouldn't call him out on it. He loved that about her. Daphne always knew when not to push him and respected his privacy. He was very tempted to just lie, but he couldn't, not after what happened in Olympus. Daphne had lied about her curse, about her dying, and it had shattered Harry in ways that he never thought it could have. She had known that she was dying and had kept it from him, thinking she was sparing him, protecting him. He had forgiven her for it, but it had hurt. It had mattered. Harry just didn't have it in him to make her suffer as he did. How could he ask her to trust him when he wasn't willing to do the same anyway? And if something was going to happen to her, if they had some horrible fate awaiting them, then she had every right to fight it alongside him. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on her hand. "Not here," he murmured, glancing around at the few people still lingering in Hogsmeade. "This is a conversation to have somewhere quiet." Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly, probably dreading something that made him feel so serious, but she nodded without question. A few minutes later, they found themselves sitting on a secluded bench near the outskirts of the village. The night was cool, the stars stretching endlessly above them, but Harry barely noticed. His thoughts were a whirlwind, but he forced himself to speak. "I heard something today," he began, voice quiet but firm. "Something about the future. About us." Daphne tensed beside him. "What do you mean?" He exhaled slowly. "Those kids. I overheard them talking. And they knew about me, but not as someone alive." Her fingers twitched in his grasp. "Harry. We're not there, Daphne," he cut in, voice raw. "We're gone in their time. And no one knows what happened to us, only that we were involved in Ragnarok, and that we weren't seen since." Daphne gave him a complicated look. "But that doesn't have to happen, does it? You always do this, wait until the last moment, when I've almost given up hope, and come up with some bullshit magic to save us from certain doom." Harry shook his head. "I don't think I can, not with this. This isn't a fight against a powerful enemy. This isn't something that we can escape. This is a fight against time itself, and we can't run from it. It already knows our actions in the future, and these facts, no matter what we choose to do, will occur. The good news is that no one really knows for sure what happened, so we have enough flexibility to act, but the fact remains that at the end of it all, no matter what choice we make, the world will think that we disappeared." Daphne closed her eyes briefly, inhaling deeply. When she opened them again, they were filled with determination. This isn't my first death sentence, remember. I spent months waiting for my death because of Astoria's curse. This isn't new. I have faith that we will get through this together. At least, we have some warning, some time to figure something out, and we'll do that together. Harry nodded, mirroring Daphne's own expression. Yes, the task was almost a month away and that could give him time to prepare, to figure out a way out of this hellhole. Oh, how he wished the whole time-traveling fiasco never happened. The world tree was nice and all, but knowing that his future was so restricted was more of a curse than a gift. Still, if the world thought it could take Daphne from him, it would learn just how easily it could burn. Chapter 430, Boulder's Edge. May 30th, 1995, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts alongside the tournament officials. Hogwarts was no longer his, not officially, but in his heart, it always would be. He had shaped it, reforged it, stripped away the dangers of the magical education of old, and made it safe. During his predecessor's tenure, it wasn't exactly uncommon to have a fatality or two every year for some student who performed a reckless experiment or made a minor blunder. It was often Muggleborns, or half-bloods that suffered from this, getting desperate to match their classmates who had been lucky enough to be born with a family crest. It was a barbaric time, with some very concerning practices, something that did not align with Albus' ideals of how an ideal world would work. And so, Albus had fought tooth and nail to make Britain a safe place, and as he looked at the castle, he knew that he succeeded. Even with him being ousted as the headmaster of Hogwarts, the seed was planted. Generations grew without any magical experimentation, and it was very unlikely that parents would allow their children to be in danger just for some ideals of progressing their legacy, finding the root of magic, or something as ridiculous. Minerva, while doing a very admirable job as headmistress, did not change his policies, not where it mattered, for the simple reason that she could barely remember how things were before he became a headmaster. Albus had discreetly changed the culture of this entire country, generation by generation, with very few old families, ones that held crests, still clinging to their failing legacies. Even then, Voldemort had done a great job at culling them, unknowingly wiping out centuries of dangerous magical knowledge. This was his masterpiece, and Albus had no intention of leaving it to rot, to be perverted into something else, by some idiot somewhere down the line. He would return, eventually, but as of now, he had to deal with Ragnarok. The end of days was coming, and Albus couldn't deny it anymore. He had thought that it was either some form of punishment of the dark, a way to torture Gellert for his failure, for being captured instead of dying nobly, or as a plot from his old friend, hoping to string him along, take him off guard once more. Unfortunately, it wasn't either. He could feel it in his bones, the light preparing, hungry for the last fight with its sworn nemesis, ready to burn the world and everything it could get its hand on, just to wipe the dark out of existence. Albus was dreading it immensely. He would only say it in the privacy of his own mind that he was terrified of what might happen to humanity if this conflict got out of control, which it would likely do. The light didn't seem to care either way and refused to guide him, for the first time in his life, and it was very unsettling. As much as he appreciated the light and wanted to spread its supremacy, he loved humanity more. His entire life's work was to make the magical world a better place, a utopia where children could grow, and experience love and the wonders of magic, as his sister should have. Destroying it was not something he wanted, yet the light was unconcerned. Perhaps an entity as vast as the light had no care for mortal lives, but Albus did. And so, when Gellert proposed creating a ritual, the greatest ritual to ever be made, greater than even the one before the Statute of Secrecy was enacted, wiping out the certainty in Muggles that magic was real, just to protect their world. Light and dark would descend, and they would fight, but humanity would be protected, frozen in an instant of time, in another universe, ready to be returned once the fighting ended, unharmed by the powers of entities far beyond their comprehension. Perhaps, they would return to ruins, but they would live, they would rise from the ashes, rebuild their homes, and live on under the sovereignty of the victor, be it the light and dark, just as the prophecy of Ragnarok stated. It was an elegant solution that would have saved humanity, magical and Muggles alike. It was the only way forward, the only plan that Albus had that didn't involve billions of deaths. Albus sacrificed his very dream, his utopia, for humanity's survival, and they spat on it. They removed him from his home and tried to banish him away, but he wouldn't be deterred. He was the champion of light, a man who held power beyond their comprehension, and he was now back, standing in front of the entrance of the Great Hall, a place that he hoped would survive the end of days. Albus' musings were interrupted by the doors opening and he walked alongside the ICW delegation, which he had essentially taken over in everything but name, and they walked forward to the applause of the student body. A wave of nostalgia washed before Albus. Had it truly been almost a year since he walked in these walls? It felt longer yet shorter at the same time. His time outside the castle was eventful, to say the least, with one crisis after another. Still, he was glad to see that the student body seemed unharmed, especially after the unfortunate situation with Lily Evans and Voldemort. A few grieved family members perished, of course, but the Evans woman wiped out a lot of families, and with them, a lot of dangerous knowledge. He saw no reason to interfere with her foolish quest and was glad that Gellert ended up killing her, even if she had wounded his old friend during the fight. Albus walked to the professor's table, which had been enlarged to fit the coming ICW representatives. He also noticed an additional extra table, probably meant to hold the foreign schools' delegations. It wasn't how he would have done it. He would have probably made each school sit in one of Hogwarts' houses to make the students interact with one another. He sat down, ignoring his former colleague's obvious discomfort at his presence, and surveyed the room, as he had done thousands of times before. He found himself staring as his eyes peered at the student of House Slytherin, specifically when his eyes met Harry Potter's own. Never in 1,000 years would Albus have imagined that a single child, one left to rot in the Muggle world, would rise so high, let alone unravel so many of his carefully laid plans. Looking back, it was completely ridiculous what the boy achieved, and Albus couldn't help but think that it was the very hand of fate rebelling against what they were doing, fighting against their efforts to save humanity from Ragnarok, or perhaps rebelling for the prophecies that they destroyed so long ago. The boy was always in the right place, at the worst possible time, with the exact ridiculous idea to upend everything. It was too precise to be chance. Albus could only see him as fate's hand, moving against them. According to Gellert, the boy was the best candidate for Ragnarok's hero, so it made sense that he survived all of their efforts despite the odds being very heavy against him. Fate had shaped Harry Potter to fight them, there was no denying that now. And yet, despite the boy having no choice, Albus loathed him all the same. He had defeated Albus in battle with a stroke of luck that no one should have pulled off. He had figured out a way to win the allegiance of the Elder Wand, Albus' most prized possession, injuring him in the meantime, and escaped with a new army ready to serve him. Albus' hand twitched at the reminder of his injury. He hadn't even been this wounded in the fight with Gellert, which made this all the more ridiculous. Two champions were wounded severely in two different events where the same boy was involved. Yes, that had fate's meddling all over it. And to make it worse, according to Gellert, he had found a way to attack the light and dark, and forged a weapon that could have killed their patrons, destroying their legacy. Even when he disagreed with the light sometimes, Albus couldn't imagine a world without its reassuring presence, and for the first time, the light had been afraid. The boy had to die. But with fate shielding him, a direct strike was suicide. The final task would be the moment when fate's grip weakened with a prophecy's death. Speaking of the prophecy, he was still going to need to deal with Voldemort dying. This meant that he would need to find a prophecy that he could reliably break. He hadn't really considered backups, so certain that Voldemort's Horcruxes would sustain him, that he would survive what was coming, that killing the Longbottom boy was surely an easy way to destroy a prophecy, as Riddle would still be alive. Of course, now he was paying for that oversight, and he had to find another prophecy to power their last ritual. He knew of one prophecy that he could break, even if he wanted to leave it as a last resort. It was his backup, his hidden ace in the inevitable fight against Gellert once more. But no, he would look for others first. He'd do some research, and try to unearth some other prophecy with enough power for their ritual. Albus' train of thought was interrupted as Minerva stood and began to address the students. Dear students, as most of you know, today marks the arrival of delegations from other European schools for the upcoming tournament, which will take place near the end of the term. While the majority of the official announcements regarding the task will be made once our guests arrive, the ICW wished to speak with you beforehand. She gestured towards the representatives and Albus himself, prompting him to rise and address the hall. I must say, I have dearly missed walking these halls, and it brings me great joy to speak with you all once more. Some of you may recognize me as your former headmaster, others, perhaps not. For those unfamiliar, my name is Albus Dumbledore, and today, I do not stand before you as an educator, but as a representative tasked with ensuring that this tournament proceeds without danger. In the previous task, this school lost a brilliant student, an incident the ICW is still investigating. Cedric Diggory was not just a gifted wizard in the making, to those who truly knew him, he was a beacon of kindness. His life was cut tragically short, and the world is lesser for it. So let us raise our glasses to honor the wizard he could have been, for his future was stolen far too soon. To Cedric Diggory. A solemn hush fell over the hall as students lifted their goblets and echoed in unison, to Cedric. Satisfied, Albus continued, from this tragedy, we have identified critical flaws in the tournament's safety measures, flaws that must be rectified. Such a loss must never happen again, and this tournament will not proceed until we can ensure the safety of everyone in the castle. With the recent unrest in magical Britain, the ICW, with the approval of the Ministry of Magic, has wisely implemented new protections, and I am here to oversee their enforcement. The task will be rigorously tested, every spell meticulously examined, and no contestant will enter the arena without the certainty that they will leave it alive. Every inch of Hogwarts will be searched for dangers, for the possibility of a crisis as it occurred in Greece. His piercing eyes swept across the room, pausing briefly on the Hogwarts champions. Courage and ambition should never come at the cost of a life. That is why we are here, to honor Cedric's memory by ensuring that his fate is never repeated. The tournament will continue, but this time, with the vigilance it should have had from the start. The room remained silent for a moment before murmurs spread through the student body. Albus let them process his words, then gave Minerva a small nod before taking his seat once more. He ignored her look of both anger and panic. She understood what he meant with this little speech. He could see a handful of students did as well, given the way they were glaring at him. The Ministry and the ICW have given him leave to essentially do what he wanted in the castle without any protest, as long as there wouldn't be any other crisis like what happened to Mount Olympus. Unfortunately for them, what was coming was far more terrible than that, for the end of days was near, and Albus was the only chance they had at surviving, thriving under the guidance of the forgiving light, illuminating their lives. The only question was which prophecy to break. If none could be found, then he would pull the sword from the stone. It was his last resort, his weapon against Gellert in their eventual fight. His fingers curled slightly against the table, lost in thought as the great hall buzzed with uncertainty. He had time, but not much. The pieces were in motion, and the board was set. There was no time for hesitating. He had one final move before the end began, and he intended to play it well. He would not hesitate, not after what he sacrificed, not after what he lost. For the light would shine eternal, no matter the cost. Chapter 431, Square Vault. May 30th, 1995, Hogwarts. Harry walked back to the Slytherin common room, feeling far angrier than he had ever expected when he woke up that morning. He knew that the ICW representatives were coming and that Dumbledore was likely to have been one of them, but the sheer fury he experienced when he saw him was beyond anything he felt for the men before. He'd been having such a good week too. After their pretty heavy conversation regarding their possible future fates, Harry and Daphne had actually gone on their date. Yeah, shocker. Somehow, the prospect of dying soon made them appreciate the time they had with one another even more. Daphne started to hang out when he was still putting the kinks in his plans for Ragnarok. Most of it was far beyond her expertise, but she did have some very nice insights whenever the notion of sacrifice came up. Her tutelage under Lily had made her far more knowledgeable in the subject than Harry, and he really grew to appreciate her insight more than a few times. Sure, Harry had prepared more than a dozen different plans to save themselves from their coming fate, but time tended to be unforgiving, which it had proven when Harry tried to do something it disapproved of. There was a very high chance that something would go wrong, and Harry wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The thought made every single moment matter. He enjoyed the small things, something as simple as just sitting in the shade of his favorite tree near the Black Lake, with Daphne resting on his shoulder, felt far more important than racing around trying to deal with Dumbledore and Grindelwald's machinations. It was weird, but for the first time, Harry and Daphne started to act like a normal couple. Yeah, it was weird, with the whole end of the world being so close, the frankly terrifying magic and insanity that seemed to govern their lives, but there was some beauty in the normality of being in a relationship. Don't get him wrong, Harry was fighting tooth and nail, coming up with one plan after another, just in the hope that one of them would work, that they would survive what was coming, but there was only so much he could do. His fight against time had shown him that some things are set in stone, that some things will happen regardless of his actions, and Ragnarok was the ultimate uncertainty. For all his plans, the end of days was something that he couldn't predict, no matter how hard he tried. And yet, this realization came with a boon. Somehow, the idea of dying made everything else feel so small. He was already planning on visiting Arcturus for a bit. He hadn't really spent a lot of time with the Black Patriarch in the previous year, he had to deal with one crisis after another. Daphne was much the same. If she wasn't hanging out with Harry, she was with Astoria. For a week, Harry lived in an odd peace, in a small little world of safety, until Dumbledore came knocking back, and brought him back to reality. For some reason, seeing the men return to Hogwarts, as if nothing happened, as if he had never tried to kill Harry when he was still headmaster, just made him so frustrated. It had taken Harry almost dying, being imprisoned in a living hell and escaping using his own ingenuity, for Dumbledore to finally be ousted from the castle. As much as he didn't like to think about it, his time in the Gardens of Avalon did leave a mark on Harry. And yet, for all the unpleasantness, it was also the first time Harry had ever managed to hurt Dumbledore. Sure, Harry knew that he hurt him a lot more recently, when he had taken the Elder Wand and vaporized his hand, not that there were any traces of injury of course, but Dumbledore being kicked out of Hogwarts just felt like the bigger victory, the chink in the man's armor that proved that, champion of light or not, he could be hurt, he wasn't invincible. And now, Fudge not only let him back but literally gave him free reign over the castle in the name of security. There was an irony in the ICW appointing Dumbledore, one of the main perpetrators of Mount Olympus destruction, the architect behind Cedric Diggory's death, to be in charge of security, to avoid another crisis like those. Well, bad news for them, what Dumbledore and Grindelwald were planning would probably result in more deaths than what happened in Greece. A plan that was decades in the making was going to be unleashed, and Harry still had no idea what it was. To be perfectly honest, he didn't really care, not anymore. He now had a viable plan for Ragnarok, and well, let's just say that the two champions are really going to be surprised. Still, Dumbledore being there meant that Harry had to be more discreet. The whole speech about security was essentially about letting the entire school know that Dumbledore could do whatever he wanted, asked to take a look at anything, and it was very obviously aimed at Harry. If Nimue was right, if Grindelwald knew about his plan of poisoning the light and dark, then it was perfectly feasible that Dumbledore would try to make things difficult for Harry while they were still in the castle. He had expected something like this and moved his entire lab to a hidden bunker he created in the Forest of Dean. If it could hide an entire realm of Fae, it could hide a heavily warded workshop without too much trouble. Still, all in all, Harry expected his time in Hogwarts to get more complicated with the former headmaster hovering over his every move. To be fair, even McGonagall was taken off guard by the move, given the way she was glaring at the men after his speech. She had ever wrapped up the progression early, saying something about security checks for the delegations and whatnot. Harry didn't particularly care for the specifics. Either way, they were essentially asked to wait around for the rest of the delegations in their common rooms. She hadn't even announced the task as she was supposed to, not that Harry couldn't make his own guesses. The fact that she asked the students to build an arena and the fact that a lot of students would have to participate, notably, the younger students, it was probably going to be some kind of magical battle royale, or something similar. It seemed to be the safest and easiest way to move forward, and McGonagall obviously didn't want to make a big deal out of the whole thing. Harry also would have wanted to get the whole thing over. That tournament had been nothing more than a clusterfuck, even with Hogwarts being in second place. And that's without even considering the whole Dumbledore and Grindelwald mess. To be honest, Harry expected McGonagall to fight Dumbledore on essentially taking over the castle, but it probably wouldn't really amount to anything. The man had obviously conspired with both the ICW and the Ministry, and he wasn't about to change his mind. His musings were broken by Daphne speaking up once they were alone in the common room. "Are you all right, Harry?" "Yeah," he muttered. "I guess I didn't expect to feel this angry seeing him in Hogwarts." There was also the fact that the man was probably the architect of their deaths. Without Dumbledore and Grindelwald pushing for things, Ragnarok wouldn't have happened so soon. Sure, Harry had played his part as well, starting with the death of the World Serpent, but he was barely more than a pawn in a larger game, a game that the light and dark have been playing for thousands of years. Daphne held his hand. "We'll get through this. We always do." Harry gave her a smile, one that didn't reach his eyes, and nodded. Still, Daphne did calm him down. This wasn't the time to be impulsive. He was as ready as he was going to be. Champion of the light or not, Dumbledore would die before the school year ended, of that, he was certain. Of course, that moment of tranquility was broken by a letter with a green seal levitating towards him. He recognized its origin immediately and suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. He just grasped the letter casually and read it. Seconds later, Daphne asked him, "What is it?" "It seems like the Court of Slytherin is summoning me." Daphne raised an eyebrow at that. "Seriously? I thought that Tracy and Blaise were doing their best to stop them from interfering in our affairs." Harry grinned slightly. Sure, Tracy and Blaise probably ran interference, acting like his representatives in the court, but to be perfectly honest, it was probably the fact that almost everyone in the house was scared shitless of him that got them to keep their distance. Instead of making a joke, he gave the blonde a serious look. Either the court decided to bypass them entirely, or they just didn't have time to warn us and couldn't stall them. He couldn't see Blaise or Tracy agreeing to let them be summoned like this. It was obvious that a lot of their authority in their house came from being friends with Harry and Daphne. They wouldn't jeopardize their position for no reason. Wanting to get this whole thing over with so that he'd focus on actually important stuff, Harry started to walk towards the court's secret entrance, motioning Daphne to follow him through it. A couple of minutes later, some guy in a snake mask stood by the entrance and spoke up. "I'm afraid that I can't let her enter. The court has summoned you and only you, Potter." Harry gave the guy an unimpressed look and Daphne just rolled her eyes, pointed her wand at the wall, and it opened, bypassing the protection enchantments entirely. The blonde gave him a cheeky smile. "What? We both know you'd have done it yourself first." He returned her smile and just stepped through, ignoring the dumbstruck teenager who probably thought that the protections were absolute or something. Still, Harry, with Daphne walking next to him, walked towards the middle of a room, surrounded by people in snake masks. Honestly, now that he was seeing it with renewed eyes, he couldn't take them seriously. It was like they were trying too hard to be intimidating and mysterious, and Harry didn't really have the patience to entertain them. Finally, after what seemed like a minute of silence, the king of the court spoke up. "You were asked to come here alone." The last Potter simply shrugged, and yet, here she is. "So, can we get on with this already? I do have other things to do." "Why did you ask to see me?" "I was under the impression that you wouldn't contact me directly." The teenagers in snake cosplay shifted around, either through confusion or anger. Harry didn't care enough to check with his arcane hearing. That was how little he thought of this waste of time. The king nodded, probably hoping to placate the rest of the court. "Your disrespect is noted. If you feel more comfortable with Greengrass with you, then I suppose you can stay." He rolled his eyes at the small dig at his pride. Seriously, did he look like he needed protection from them of all people? Either way, this insult seemed to satisfy the guy's underlings, and the king continued, the court was more than happy to keep its distance from your affairs, Potter, but Dumbledore's speech has concerned us, and so we acted swiftly to have some answers. Yeah, I'm not happy about it either. We believe that it was aimed at you. Your history with Dumbledore is known to us. Harry rolled his eyes. These guys barely knew anything about Dumbledore in the first place. Seriously, what the hell were they planning on asking him? I can't say that I know his motivations for this move, but it wouldn't surprise me. What of it? We believe that your presence in House Slytherin would cause higher scrutiny in our affairs, Potter, the king continued with hesitation in his tone, and so, we have come to a decision that you are no longer welcome in the common room or the dormitory of House Slytherin. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. Seriously? You're banishing me because you're afraid of Dumbledore looking into your shit. It isn't a decision we made lightly, but the majority of the court voted for it. You are an asset to our house, but you currently are a liability, one that we cannot tolerate. Daphne looked like she wanted to say something, but Harry stopped her and stepped forward. Look, normally, I'd have entertained this farce if only out of curiosity to see where this would be going, but I have a lot on my plate so, I'll have to deal with it another way. Do you honestly think I give a shit about you and your vote? Do you think I care about your silly little power games as if they mean anything? Do you think I respect your delusions of authority over this house, over me? As he kept talking, Harry discreetly increased the gravity in the entire room. He could feel the members of the court shivering in fear, trembling and resisting the pressure they were suddenly feeling. He suppressed a smile and continued, I have fought things that would make you piss yourselves, I performed feats of magic that you wouldn't be able to believe. Do you seriously think you can force me to do anything when stronger men than you have failed? And just like that the pressure lifted, but there was this ominous feeling in the air, the threat that it would return 1,000 times stronger. The king, his voice trembling, answered his question, of course not. I was just a suggestion, Potter, a request for your help to stop Dumbledore from involving himself in our affairs. Seriously, he made it sound like he was running a criminal empire or something. Those affairs were probably nothing more than a few banned books, potions, and maybe a couple of artifacts, hardly something that Dumbledore would even care about. Still, Harry gave the teenager an amused smile, then your request is denied. He motioned to turn and leave but stopped himself, one word of advice, don't mess with me ever again. This was me being reasonable. You don't want to know what happens when someone pisses me off. With that said, he made his way back to the common room, before he and Daphne burst into laughter at that, Tracy and Blaise are going to be so mad at us. Harry snorted, it was satisfying though. I still have no idea what they were hoping to accomplish with this meeting. Well, you're certainly in a better mood than before. Harry grinned, not having noticed that he wasn't as stressed as he used to be about Dumbledore's presence near him. I guess I am. I suppose that fancy school club was finally good for something. They snickered at that, and Daphne suddenly gave him a wide smile. We'll get through this, huh? Together until the end. Together until the end, Harry replied, holding her hand, feeling the warmth of her fingers against his own. For all the chaos, for all the power struggles and prophecies looming over them, this was real. And if fate thought it could take that from them, it would learn just how much fire burned in the two of them. Together, until the end. Chapter 432, A Sword's Edge. June 3, 1995, Hogwarts. He had time, but not much. The pieces were in motion, and the board was set. There was no time for hesitating. He had one final move before the end began, and he intended to play it well. He would not hesitate, not after what he sacrificed, not after what he lost. For the light would shine eternal, no matter the cost. Albus Dumbledore sighed to himself as he sat in the once familiar Great Hall, watching the students mingle with the foreign delegations. It had been a bit of a fight to get them there, especially given how furious Minerva was with him after his speech in the castle. As if hoping to slight him, his former deputy sent letters to delay the arrival of the delegations and did her best to get him to retract his statement about his new security measures. Sure, the whole thing was a pretense from the ICW that gave him access to every single place in the castle without question, which would give him the flexibility to get the ritual ready without any complications. He expected the Potter boy to try to stop him, again, and he couldn't take any chances. He could have an army at his disposal, and no one would panic, as they were for security purposes. It wasn't exactly subtle, but people tended to overlook things if they had a proper explanation for them. He couldn't exactly risk something going wrong, not when the stakes were that high. Still, the room was far less animated than he would have liked, and the former headmaster couldn't exactly blame them. What happened in Olympus would demoralize anyone. They had lost their friends, people who they had spent the better part of the school year with them, who they had grown to love and respect. Albus mourned these losses as if they were his own. It was tragic, but their lives were at the cost of a far grander purpose. What were a few deaths compared to extinction? What choice did Albus have but to let them die so that the rest of the world would survive? It was his burden to make the hardest choices, for he was the only one with the will, and the vision necessary to make them. And now, their teammates were asked to compete in a tournament and ignore their grief, their loss, for a spectacle. Albus could see it in their eyes, the resentment towards him and the ICW, towards even Hogwarts, whose students seemed slightly more enthused by the prospect. They had been cooped up in the castle for months following the short civil war and relished in a bit of excitement. Finally, Minerva stood up and the entire room was silenced. She waited for a second before speaking, as if trying to find the words, "I will not lie and say that this is a happy occasion. As much as I am happy to be here, to host such a prestigious tournament, it doesn't seem suitable to stand here, eat a feast, and pretend like the tragedy of Mount Olympus did not occur. Students, children, friends, and family were lost to us, forever, and there is nothing I can do to make up for that loss. My own school lost a very bright young man, one of the best students I have had the privilege of teaching, and the world is less for it. I believe that everyone here feels the same way, maybe not about Cedric Diggory, but the others who have fallen alongside him. This last task of the European tournament was supposed to be a celebration of international magical cooperations, of friendships made between nations, and yet I find that it is better served honoring those we have lost. You will be competing for them, for their sakes, to finish what they started. You will be competing to remember them." The great hall burst into applause at the woman's speech, and Albus had to admit that his former deputy was doing a great job motivating the students, especially given her obvious distaste for the whole event. It was a shame that she was so strict with her morals, she could have made a very good politician. Still, the woman raised her hand, and the hall quietened once more. That said, I suppose now is the time to announce the final task of the European School Tournament. It is a very simple affair. Each school will have 7 champions, and they will enter an arena with nothing but their uniforms and their wand. The last school standing will be the winner. Of course, the use of any magic that might have long-term harmful effects is prohibited and will be considered a crime by our Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Other than that, you may use whichever magic you wish. Champions will be eliminated when they are either unconscious, forfeit, or leave the arena in question. May the odds be in your favor and I wish you all good luck. Was that it? That seemed to be the general consensus from both the student body and the visiting headmasters and headmistresses. Did Minerva seriously just make a fancy arena, tell students to fight between themselves to win and that was it? Albus could see the logic in it. Something as simple as this was bound to be underwhelming, but it was also safe. The staff had access to every single champion easily, meaning that any injuries could be easily dealt with quickly. There wouldn't be any unforeseen events, not really, and it was also a lot cheaper to implement. Given the state of the economy of magical Britain, Albus knew that this would save a lot in terms of logistics. It was also extremely boring and extremely short. That wouldn't do. To break a prophecy, Albus had designed a specific ritual, a mass exodus of emotions, that could, for a fraction of a second, overpower a prophecy in might. And if the students were unenthusiastic, if the spectators were not at the edge of their seats, then it was possible that the prophecy would resist, that it wouldn't break. The dueling tournament had been a close call on that front, but it had luckily been a far longer endeavor and Albus managed to essentially store the emotions and unleash them at once during the finals. Damn it, it was like Minerva was specifically doing her best to make herself as troublesome as possible. This wasn't supposed to be the original plan, not the one the ICW had received anyway. It was supposed to be a race, a thrilling obstacle course from Hogsmeade all the way to the Astronomy Tower, going through the Forbidden Forest and having to retrieve a clue in the depth of the Black Lake. It would have been a fitting end to the tournament, not this. Well, it seemed like he'd have to rectify this in some way. He stood up, right as Minerva was sitting down and spoke up. "Thank you, headmistress, for your announcement, but I had something of my own to say. I have always considered Hogwarts to be my home, even after my departure, and I would feel remiss not to reward the good performance of champions for this task. This is why I am offering this, for the winner of the tournament." Albus carefully raised his hand, and a magnificent sword materialized, radiating power and light. The blade gleamed with an unnatural brilliance, polished to perfection, its silver steel surface engraved with runes that pulsed with energy. Its hilt was wrapped in aged, deep red leather and the crossguard was sculpted into the form of a dragon's wings, a symbol of the legendary beast the saint had once slain. He admired the sword for a moment before continuing. "Ascalon, the sword of St. George himself, a priceless relic of history and a very powerful weapon, shall be the prize awarded for the last champion standing in the arena. Good luck." And just as he expected, pandemonium followed. The former headmaster didn't exactly blame them. Ascalon was a very attractive prize, one that Albus was sad to see gone. Sure, it was a powerful weapon, but it paled compared to what he could already do. No, Albus liked it because of its history, because it was wielded by a saint, a gift given by the champion of light at the time. Nevertheless, legendary weapons tended to be extremely expensive, due to many collectors desiring them. Power aside, this sword would probably change the winner's life. That also meant that collectors would actively be invested in the tournament, which should raise interest in the task, not because of its nature, but because of the prize. It was a bit of an impulse decision, but Albus knew that it was the correct move. The sword didn't matter, not when dealing with something like Ragnarok. It was better to safeguard the plan, and save humanity than hold on to some old sword. Minerva obviously didn't like what he was doing. She probably hoped that it would be a calm and relatively short affair. Albus could sympathize with the logistical nightmare she would need to deal with, but he had no other choice. The seal must break, and a prophecy must be broken. That said, there was someone else who was glaring at him, probably understanding why Albus decided to let go of such an artifact. Harry Potter. Albus wasted more time than he liked trying to follow the boy around, hoping to figure out where he disappeared. He still hadn't forgotten what happened in their earlier duel and hoped to find the boy's workshop. Knowing what the boy was planning would have been beneficial, after all. He found nothing. Well, not nothing. The boy was obviously using his portals to travel to his workshop, but Albus couldn't trace them anywhere. Even trying to find space-time anomalies across the countries, specifically tailored to the boy's magic, found nothing, which was very frustrating, to say the least. Either way, after a few days, he gave up and asked for him to be followed constantly by the hidden vampires that he employed for the tournament's security. And it wasn't like the boy's weakness wasn't obvious from the start. The former headmaster turned to the blonde girl to the right of Harry Potter. She was his weakness and the boy was arrogant enough to essentially flaunt it. Fate might protect the boy, but it did not protect the green-grass girl. Perhaps, a conversation with Gellert would be necessary about how to leverage that to make the irritating boy not be a nuisance during the coming ritual. Oh, Albus would kill him eventually, but sadly, Ragnarok came first. Humanity came first. Nevertheless, Albus knew that this was a stretch at best and that his priority was to try to find a prophecy to substitute the one between Neville Longbottom and Tom Riddle. It needed to be powerful enough to finish powering the large ritual, and it needed to be easily accessible until the tournament. He found exactly nothing. Prophecies were made specifically to not be easily accessible, and powerful prophecies weren't exactly common, with it happening once every couple of generations. It was why it took Gellert decades to prepare the ritual properly, to find each prophecy for each country, arrange for the tournament to happen. Everything was planned to the smallest detail until Harry Potter ruined it all with his interference. They had to improvise and both of them loathed the unknown. And as it would have it, Albus kept researching countless texts, even stuck inside the Department of Mysteries, nothing fit. Either the prophecies were too weak or were too abstract to possibly be broken. The final task was approaching. The summer solstice, one of the strongest magical nexuses of the year, would be the perfect time to fuel their ritual. It was the moment when ley lines would surge with power, when ancient spells would reach their peak of effectiveness. It was the moment they had spent decades preparing for. And yet, without the final prophecy, without the crucial piece to complete the ritual's foundation, it would all be for nothing. This was no longer about his vision for magical society. The dream of a magical utopia had been secondary for years now. That dream had shattered long ago, a casualty of necessity. Now, there was only one goal, humanity's survival. And Albus would not allow himself to fail, not again, not like he failed his sister, not like he failed his dream. That left only one course of action, something he had never wished to do. His last trick. His final ace in the hole. Excalibur. The sword of promised victory. There was a prophecy tied to it, one that had somehow survived the ages, persisting long after the fall of Camelot. It was also Albus' greatest weapon against Grindelwald, which he had safeguarded, left alone, until their inevitable fight. To think that he would need to destroy it for a ritual. But he would. For humanity. For the greater good. And so, Albus made his decision. Excalibur would fall. He would find the sword tonight. There was no more time for hesitation. The tournament's final task was fast approaching, and Ragnarok would not wait. The light and dark were already stirring, restless, eager for the battle to come. And that meant returning to the place where it had been left to rest, undisturbed for centuries. A place even he had not dared to set foot in since he was a much younger man. A place steeped in legend, myth, and power. Merlin's tomb. For humanity. For the greater good. Chapter 433, A Legend's Tomb. June 3, 1995, Hogwarts. And that meant returning to the place where it had been left to rest, undisturbed for centuries. A place even he had not dared to set foot in since he was a much younger man. A place steeped in legend, in myth, in power so ancient it defied comprehension. Merlin's tomb. For humanity. For the greater good. In the dead of night, as the castle slept soundly, Albus Dumbledore left his quarters, ready to start his quest to perform one of the most blasphemous acts in his life, destroying Excalibur. It had been one of the greatest, if not, the greatest achievements a light champion had ever managed, which made Merlin a true household name. Albus had no idea how he managed to do it, but the effect was very simple. It was in the name. Excalibur was the sword of promised victory. It was a promise, or more accurately, a prophecy. Merlin managed to, somehow, bind a prophecy to the sword and make it the prophesized weapon that would destroy the dark once and for all, and somehow, fate bent to his will. Destiny accepted its command, and he gave the sword to Arthur Pendragon, hoping for Ragnarok to occur in Camlan, hoping that the light and dark would fight and that the once and future king, with the backing of fate and destiny, would kill Morgana and Mordred, and with them, somehow give the edge for the light to finally conquer its nemesis. Sure, a lot of that was guesswork on Albus' part, but Excalibur was very real, its connection to fate was very real, and its prophecy was very real. He had been planning on using it during Ragnarok. The former headmaster didn't delude himself that Grindelwald wouldn't betray him the moment they achieved their purpose. He knew that they would fight. They would fight for their dreams, for their hopes, for their vision of the future, and this time, there would be no place for mercy. One of them would die, alongside their patron, and the other would rule supreme, finally free to shape the world to their vision. Albus would have his utopia, where mages would not know hardship, only kindness and understanding, or Gellert would have his dream, a world where power ruled supreme, and mages ruled over muggles, stopping them from rebelling and evolving to destroy them. And Albus wanted Excalibur to put the odds in his favor, especially after he lost the Elder Wand, but it seemed like he had no other choice, no other recourse, than to sacrifice even that for the greater good. There was a bitter irony to it all. How much more would he have to sacrifice? Why did it have to be him that kept losing over and over again, just because he wished to do his duty, something that no one else seemed to want to do? Humanity came first, but Albus wished he could be selfish for once. Oh, how many things have changed in such a short time. A year prior, he was Hogwarts headmaster, a respected member of Britain's political sphere, and a very well-known and admired figure. He had been so close to his dream, and yet it was all shattered because the end of days decided to rear its head. Deciding not to wallow in these thoughts, he disappeared in a burst of light and appeared on a cliff, right before an island. He remembered finding this place when he kept searching for light artifacts all over the country, hoping to gather them and stop someone from misusing them. It happened after some idiots destroyed the Holy Grail, one of the most potent healing artifacts in history, hoping to use it to find the root of all magic, something that made no sense, given the artifact's nature. Of course, all it did was cause was gigantic explosion of light, which almost set the entirety of Lisbon on fire. Albus had been able to contain the fire but had been furious for the lost lives, and the destruction of such a powerful artifact by idiots. He made sure to find any light-based artifacts all over the world to avoid such a mess. It was how he found Ascalon in the first place. He had been shocked to find Merlin's resting place instead. The powerful protection should have clued him in that there was more to this place than some artifact. Weirdly enough, the wards let him through without any issues, and that was when he saw it. Over the man's grave, impaled through its gravestone, like some parody of its legend, the sword of promised victory lay there. He recognized what it was before he even read the runes or the name on the tomb. The light, rigid, unbending, caring, unyielding in its purpose, radiated from the blade in waves, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of authority. Unlike the soothing, guiding presence of the light that Albus had always known, this felt unyielding, absolute, like a decree carved into the fabric of existence itself. Albus had foolishly let it go, not taken the sword back. There was no need to. Grindelwald was defeated, and the light reigned supreme. He found no reason to jeopardize it. And he also hadn't had it in him to kill his old friend outside of battle. A part of him hoped that Gellert would die from natural causes and that Albus would inevitably use it on his successor. He was glad to have waited, that he hadn't been as rash. Albus didn't think he could do all of this alone, deal with Ragnarok without his oldest friend's help, even if it was very likely that one of them would die at the hands of the other soon. As he stepped into the island, Albus noticed his connection to the light diminished greatly. Albus had no idea why Merlin would rest in a place like this, outside of his patron's influence, and the former headmaster did feel very uncomfortable, in a very weak way, as he walked towards where he remembered the sword being. Now that he thought about it, it was very similar to how the Potter brat managed to seal his connection to the light. Did the boy find a copy of the spell or something? It was probably his crest. The Peveril family was very old and very powerful. It wouldn't be out of the ordinary for one of them to have discovered this place and made a bastardized copy of it. Nevertheless, Albus was now at his weakest, away from the supervision of the light. In a way, it wasn't exactly a bad thing. What he was about to do could be considered a betrayal of even the light. After all, he was planning on destroying its greatest weapon, one forged in fate itself. Even feeling uncomfortable, the former headmaster stepped forward. He was still one of the most powerful beings on this planet, even without the light supporting him. He had mastered fields of magic that many people didn't even know existed, after all. Very few things could threaten him, and it wasn't like he couldn't just overpower the wards and break the seal on the light. It just wasn't advantageous to do that. Albus enjoyed his surroundings as he walked forward and froze as he arrived near Merlin's tomb. Everything looked exactly as it had been, the small pieces of moss growing on the gravestone, the oak tree, whose leaves swayed with the wind. Everything was the same, except for the sword which just wasn't there. It wasn't possible. Did someone steal it? Albus had personally warded the area even beyond the protections on the island, using it to mask any traces of light it might have had. No one should have been able to even get to the inner wards, let alone bypass them and take the sword. What had happened? Albus kept casting one detection spell after another, each more esoteric than the previous one, and got nothing. He even tried a form of scrying the past, but the thick magic on the island muddled everything. Panic started to set in again. The sword was the only way forward, humanity's last chance at survival, and now it was gone. He wouldn't be able to find another prophecy in time. He needed the light's help. It would know what to do, how to guide him, even if it wouldn't like its possible betrayal. He would deal with that later. He was about to release a pulse of power to shatter the wards, to let the light through, only to freeze as a voice spoke up. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." The voice had a melodic tune to it. The former headmaster turned towards its source and saw a young man with white hair and amused purple eyes. He raised his wand in retaliation. "Who are you? Come on, you come to my tomb, my island, and almost destroy the wards, and you're asking who I am. Oh, how manners have fallen over the years, champion of light." And just like that, everything fell into place, and Albus did his best not to gape at the men before him. "Merlin." The white-haired man grinned mischievously. "In a way, I suppose I am. But you're dead," Albus stammered. "Your mantle as the champion of light passed on. Merlin Ambrosius, the champion of light, is dead. He is buried in this tomb, alone, his dream in ruins, his kingdom becoming nothing more than a legend. I am what remains." Albus finally shook off his disbelief and started to think analytically. With the surprise out of the way, it was surprisingly easy to connect the dots and make a few conclusions. "You're not a human, are you?" "You're right. I am not. When Merlin was imprisoned here, the real Merlin that is, he devised a ritual hoping to make himself invisible to the enchantments binding his magic and his connection to the light. Camlin, which should have been his greatest triumph, ended in nothing but disaster. He was tricked into coming here, bound by the cursed fate to not leave this island, unable to leave or use any of his might. The only thing he could do was watch as Arthur Pendragon died without any support, thinking that Merlin betrayed him. He died by Mordred's hand, the boy he had dismissed as nothing more than Morgan Le Fay's pawn, but who ended up betraying the two of them, collaborating with the Fae of all things, to bind them both. The only upside was that the Fae didn't come unscathed from the battle, the rest having either perished or moved on from the material realm. Albus rolled his eyes. "I am familiar with the Battle of Camlin. What you probably don't know was that what happened broke Merlin in ways that you cannot possibly comprehend. He had an ideal, a dream, of the light unyielding, protecting the world, with Camelot at its center. He wanted to wipe out the dark, to stop all wars, magical or non-magical. He sought out Ragnarok, hoping that it would be the answer he sought, that Excalibur, his final weapon against the dark, would balance the scales to be in his favor. In the end, it didn't work. A third party wiped out his plans as well as Morgan's, almost binding them for an eternity, each one with a different prison, hoping that it would keep away the powers for an eternity. It made sense, in a weird way. This place was tailor-made to keep in a champion of the light, and even now, it was probably far weaker than it used to be before. If he had to guess, the prisoner would have needed to power the prison itself, or something like that. Then why are there still champions of light and dark, if the Fae supposedly bound them to this place? I don't know what Morgan did, but Merlin found a workaround. He wanted to evolve into a being of energy, one that would be able to bypass the wards. It wasn't exactly a good plan. It was completely reckless, but it was something that might have helped him escape, and that was enough for him, and if he died, well, at least the Fae's sacrifice would have been in vain. He could be spiteful like that. As you might expect, he died. But his spell partially succeeded. It created me. Albus very quickly verified the man's words and saw no lies. With enough context, he recognized the apparition as something akin to a poltergeist, one with a sliver of Merlin's knowledge, which made it extremely dangerous. "You weren't here last time." "I was. I had just decided against revealing myself." "You were a lot younger back then." "Where is Excalibur?" the former headmaster asked, deciding that he'd have enough of riddles and stories for the day. "Ah, Merlin's masterpiece, a sword forged in destiny itself, a sword of promised victory. There's some irony to it. It was supposed to be unbeatable, but it didn't help him, did it? Did you know that it used to belong to the Fae? It was called Caliban, back then, the sword of selection. They used it to select their kings and queens. It was a very important artifact on their side. The light guided Merlin to steal it, hoping to use its properties to forge an unbeatable weapon against the dark. He earned himself the enmity of an entire species with that stunt, which contributed to his fate, dying alone in an island, powerless and half-mad. "Where is the sword?" Albus repeated, with some heat in his voice. "Lost," the thing answered, in Merlin's voice. "It was there during my last visit. My dear successor, while Excalibur is a weapon unlike any other, its core still remains to be Caliban. The sword chose you, once, but now it finds you unworthy. Unworthy. How can I be unworthy? I am the champion of light. I have sacrificed countless things for the greater good of this planet and its inhabitants, with no help from anyone, and now that I need some aid, now that Ragnarok is so close, you find me unworthy. He was practically snarling near the end, but the Merlin apparition's smile disappeared. You are unworthy, Albus Dumbledore. The boy I met, so long ago, right after his fight with his nemesis, which he spared, not because of some stupid idea of stopping another champion from being born, but because he did not have the heart to kill him, he was worthy. He fought to the ends of the earth to stop the injustice that Gellert Grindelwald sought to bring. He was a good man, a noble man. But look at you, now. You killed children for the sake of opportunity, you destabilized governments for some vague plans. You brought wars into your nation to kill off old families and relished the obstacles that disappeared from the cursed utopia you sought to create. Is it any wonder that something like Caliban would not wish to be wielded by you? How the mighty have fallen. Decades with nothing but the light whispering in your ears have turned you into this monster. Is it any wonder that you are not worthy? Enough. Albus' voice was ice, sharp and unwavering. His patience had run its course. His hands clenched at his sides, his magic crackling around him in dangerous waves. He didn't like to admit it, but Merlin's words made him unreasonably angry. You think yourself my judge, he sneered. You, a whisper of a dead man, a failed champion whose dreams crumbled into dust. You call me unworthy when it was you who let your kingdom burn, let your people fall, let your prophecy rot. And now, when the world stands on the edge of oblivion, when Ragnarok is upon us, you deny me the very weapon meant to turn the tide. The island trembled. If the sword will not come to me, he whispered, voice laced with wrath, then I will tear this island apart. I will burn every inch of this forsaken place to ash. I will rip apart its foundations until not a single stone of Merlin's tomb remains. Excalibur is a weapon of light and I am its champion. It will obey me. Albus lifted his wand and raised it at the apparition, whose expression remained impassive. You have fallen far, Albus Dumbledore, far indeed. But there is no need to needlessly destroy the island. The sword did not present itself to you, not as it did once, but lucky for you, my predecessor made sure that a champion of light would be able to find the sword once more. Excalibur might find you unworthy, but perhaps Merlin's last act could save you. You only need to pass his trials after all. Chapter 434, Chapter 434, To Know Thyself. June 3, 1995, Merlin's Tomb. The sword did not present itself to you, not as it did once, but lucky for you, my predecessor made sure that a champion of light would be able to find the sword once more. Excalibur might find you unworthy, but perhaps Merlin's last act could save you. You only need to pass his trials after all. Albus Dumbledore learned to hate the cursed mockery of the greatest mage to ever live. Merlin was supposed to be a figure of wisdom and care, an ideal of might and order, so much so, that he had basically been elevated into godhood by mages across the entire world. Albus hoped that one day, people would speak of him in the same way, but it was very hard to see this apparition resemble the former champion of light in any way. What was this thing, to judge him of all people of what he should and shouldn't have done, of critiquing the choices that Albus made when he hadn't even been there to make them in the first place? The former headmaster was very tempted to blast that entity into smithereens. He knew enough spells that could make that happen. After all, one did not live in a castle with a poltergeist without learning ways to manage it. Unfortunately, Albus needed it. He didn't want to waste hours looking for the sword, and so, he spoke up, let's get on with trials then. For some reason, Merlin's echo looked confused. Seriously? Is that it? You don't have any questions or anything like that? Would you be willing to answer any of them? Albus asked dryly. Well, no. What would be the fun of that? But I didn't expect you to just jump right in. Albus rolled his eyes. Where is this trial? What makes you think you're not already in one? Merlin's echo answered before disappearing in a burst of leaves. Mallowsweet, specifically, given the smell. Before Albus could question it, the island shifted. The air itself trembled, a pulse of magic rippling through the ground like a wave distorting reality. The trees blurred, twisting into impossible shapes before shattering like fragile glass, their fragments dissolving into golden embers. The ground beneath his feet lurched, and he felt himself falling, not physically, but as though he were being pulled through the fabric of existence itself. It was not unlike a portkey, but slower, more deliberate. He instinctively fought against it, trying to ground himself in the moment, but changed his mind less than a second later as he realized what was happening. Illusion magic. It was probably the most elaborate use of the magic he had ever seen, but it wasn't real either way. The details, the way everything morphed were so smooth, so realistic, in a way that only someone who had seen the impossible could have done. It made sense, in a way. Merlin was known to like to use illusions. The realization of what was happening made Albus relax slightly. These were illusions of trials. There would be no danger, not really, but he couldn't afford to keep his guard down, not against something that Merlin himself made, but it was more than enough. His thoughts were interrupted by the island vanishing. Well, it would have been more accurate to say that it was what replaced it that truly shocked him. It was an office, one that Albus knew intimately. His office. But not as he had left it. The wood of the desk was pristine, and the bookshelves were filled with untouched tomes, their golden lettering unblemished by time's passing. There were fewer silver instruments humming softly, ticking away with quiet precision. The scent of fresh parchment, ink and polished oak filled the air. Fox Perch stood in the corner, empty. Not because the phoenix had died, but because he had yet to be found. And sitting behind the desk, dressed in deep violet robes, was a younger man. Him. Albus stilled. The man before him was him, yet not. His auburn beard was neatly trimmed, his blue eyes bright, filled with the quiet confidence of a scholar, a visionary. There were no lines of exhaustion around them, no weight of war, of failure, of loss. He looked lighter. He looked like a man who still believed in his dreams. His younger self did not react with shock, nor even curiosity. He simply gestured lazily to the chair in front of the desk, as if he had been expecting him all along. "Ah," the younger Dumbledore said, his voice eerily familiar yet distant, "so you finally arrived." Albus did not move, nor did he say anything for a while, before finally stating, "Is this some kind of joke?" His younger self burst into laughter. "It's ironic. I'm the one who's supposed to say that. I know that this is an illusion. Did you think that I'm foolish enough to think that I'm meeting my past self? Oh, believe me, Albus Dumbledore, I am very real. We both know that things don't have to be physical for them to be real." Albus snorted. "What am I supposed to do now, repent and cry about the choices I made? Am I supposed to see you and remember the man I used to be?" "Do you?" his younger self asked. "Do you regret the choices that you made? It all started in this moment, back when you were me. Do you regret turning Tom Riddle into the monster he became, holding back as he wiped out families, one that actually supported you, without a care in the world? Do you regret the lives you took when you destroyed Olympus? You turned a boy into a weapon and sent him to his death, taking out other children with him." Albus flinched at the last part. He didn't regret the war against Voldemort. It had been perfect before the damned prophecy was uttered. He killed his allies, specifically ones from older families, that had access to crests, and then, after enough damage was done, he would have killed the upstart and taken with him as many of his Death Eaters, specifically ones with family crests, in his grief. The prophecy made him change tactics, use the child of the prophecy as a pawn, as a martyr, in another war, one that would be more complete, where from the ashes, a new country would be born. Every death had a purpose, even if Albus' dream of a magical utopia had died a very horrible death after he was ousted from Britain and knew that Ragnarok was coming. However, Cedric Diggory's death only happened because Albus was taken by surprise. It hadn't meant to be this way, but Olympus Academy's headmaster had been adamant that he'd keep the task to himself. They didn't have a choice. The prophecy needed to be broken, and Cedric Diggory was the way to do it. He regretted the boy's death and the devastation that followed, but he wouldn't do it any other way. Albus' answer must have shown on his face as his younger self sighed in disappointment. "You know, it's sad to see how self-righteous you are. You truly think you did no wrong, don't you? All these deaths, the lives you ruined, do they really mean nothing to you? Everything I did was..." His younger self let out a loud groan, "For the greater good. I get it. For God's sake, everyone gets it already. But don't you think you've gone far enough that this justification isn't enough? Do you think I liked it when I did all those horrible things? Do you think I reveled in the suffering of others?" Albus roared back, "I am fighting for humanity's survival, sacrificed things that you would never understand. Do you have any idea what it means to give up my dream? Decades of work and deaths were all rendered absolutely useless because I chose to give up because of what was coming. Don't you think that all of this doesn't stick with me? The fact that a lot of people suffered for no reason. So, it's not the suffering that you don't care about, it's that it doesn't need a purpose." Albus' anger flared, a spark of magic crackling at his fingertips. "Don't twist my words," he snapped, his voice sharp as steel, laced with something dangerously close to frustration. "I have done what I must. I have done what no one else would. I have sacrificed more than you could possibly fathom, and yet you sit there, nothing more than some illusion, pretending to be alive, let alone understand the choices that I have made or their consequences." His younger self flickered slightly before nodded. "Then why don't you prove it?" The former headmaster tilted his head in confusion and the illusion clarified. "Every single sacrifice you made, every single choice you made, was about someone else. It's those people who lost their lives, other people who suffered for your decisions. So, are you prepared to do the same, to lose what they lost, to suffer like them?" "Always," Albus retorted without hesitating for a second. His younger self smile turned vicious. "I'm glad to see that you're motivated. I have decided what your trial will be, Albus Dumbledore." "And what would that be?" The men did not answer. Instead, a burst of fire appeared in his office. Fox. Only he was different. His flames didn't look as vibrant. He didn't sing to lighten the mood as he normally did, but crooned, a mixture of pain and agony. Albus ran towards his companion as he fell to the floor, unable to even fly. What did you do to him? It doesn't matter what I did to him, what matters is the choice you're going to make. What are you talking about? His younger self snickered. Didn't you say that you would sacrifice anything for humanity? I want you to prove that. Kill Fox and I will give you Excalibur. What do you think? You can't kill a phoenix, he answered back. You can with this, the men answered, giving him a black dagger. Albus recognized the Sumerian runes on them. So, what do you think? Will you accept your hypocrisy and walk away empty-handed, or will you kill your dear friend? Albus was tempted not to do it. As much as he hadn't seen much of the phoenix recently, Fox had been his companion for a very long time. People didn't understand phoenixes, not really, and Albus didn't think he was different, but it was well known that they preferred to spend time with people who changed the course of history, people who were surrounded by greatness. It had nothing to do with the light or the dark, only himself. It was proof that Albus was meant for great things. He had never seen Fox like this, unable to fly and barely able to breathe. He looked in his friend's eyes and for a fraction of a second, it felt like he was pleading. Albus froze. The dagger in his grip was heavy, far heavier than it had any right to be. The runes pulsed with dark intent, whispering promises, urging him forward, but his grip trembled. His breath came uneven, and he forced himself to steady. Fox crooned weakly, his golden eyes searching Albus, filled with trust. Not fear, not anger. Trust. Even now. The former headmaster clenched his jaw, his knuckles white against the dagger's hilt. No, this farce had gone on for too long. He released a pulse of magic, only for it to be smothered by some wards. He was prepared to follow with another one, a stronger one that would shatter the elaborate illusion as if it was nothing, only for his younger self to snarl, "You do that, and you will never find Excalibur, that I can guarantee." "This is wrong," he murmured, more to himself than his younger self. The illusion's smirk widened. "Wrong," he echoed, voice dripping with mockery. "Why?" "Because this time, the blood is on your hands. Because, for once, you can't hide behind a prophecy, a war, a cause." Albus said nothing. "Oh, I see," his younger self continued, stepping forward, his expression turning almost gentle. "It was never about humanity, was it?" "Not really. It was about you. About the power, the control, the sheer, undeniable thrill of it. You liked it, Albus. You enjoyed every moment of it, every decision, every little move in your game of strategy. You're good at it," the illusion whispered, leaning in now, his voice barely more than a breath. "And that's why you kept going, why you kept sacrificing, why you never stopped. You wanted to see how far you could go. How much you could shape. How much you could twist. Because deep down, you never truly cared. And now, here you are, hesitating. Why?" Albus swallowed. Fox crooned again, a sound so soft, so weak, it twisted something inside of him. "It's simple," his younger self taunted, his voice everywhere, suffocating. "If you don't do this, then nothing else matters. It was never about the greater good, was it? It was never about humanity. It was about you." The words struck deep. Albus' hands shook. He knew it was a trick, knew the illusion was designed to break him, but the words crawled under his skin like parasites, whispering, gnawing, festering. If he didn't do this, if he walked away, what was the point of everything else? He hadn't even wanted to come here. This was his last choice, his last chance at saving humanity from Ragnarok. His choices, his sacrifices, the lives lost. If he turned back now, would it all be for nothing? His grip tightened. Fox trusted him. With a swift, precise motion, Albus plunged the dagger into Fox's chest. The phoenix screamed a raw, agonized sound that split through the illusion like a jagged knife. The fire around him flared violently, burning, twisting, writhing, before collapsing, turning to nothing but smoldering ash in his hands. And then, silence. The weight of it was deafening. Albus stared at the ashes in his hands, his mind blank. His breath came sharp and shallow, but he refused to look up. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, finally looking up when he felt the sun on his face. He was back on the island, back in front of Merlin's grave. The apparition who had taken his place was gone. Hell, even the wards around this place were wiped out completely. Albus couldn't feel any trace of magic, nothing except for the familiar glowing sword, impaled on the gravestone, as it was so many years ago. The former headmaster stared at it and yelled, "Fox." He waited for a few seconds before calling out once more, "Fox. Fox." Nothing happened. There was no burst of fire, no comforting song, nothing. He had hoped that his friend's death was just an elaborate illusion, that it was just some test of his resolve. It was a faint flicker, but it was now smothered. And so, Albus Dumbledore stood there, on the grave of the greatest wizard to have ever lived, feeling nothing more than hate and despair, despite having achieved his purpose and found the sword. It was then that he realized that from the moment he stepped foot on the island, everything had been a test designed by Merlin. How much of it was real, and how much of it was fake, he didn't know. He didn't even care to find out. Fawkes was dead and the world felt dimmer from that. Chapter 435, No Time for Caution. June 7, 1995, Hogwarts. Harry Potter made a portal to the Forbidden Forest, having spent the majority of the day in his workshop, putting the final touches on his plans during Ragnarok. As much as he hated to admit it, he was sort of stuck. He had a plan. He had a wonderful plan. Well, it was more fitting to say that he had a workable plan, and that alone was more than enough. Theoretically, he was ready. He knew that he was ready. He only needed to perform it during the final task, when Grindelwald and Dumbledore broke the final prophecy. Fate would be muddled, disturbed enough, that Grindelwald wouldn't be able to see what they were planning. It was the only time where it would be safe to pull off his plan, just a small window between the final prophecy breaking and the champion's ritual, whatever that was, being performed. It would be tight, but it was more than enough to pull it off. Targeting the prophecy was technically possible, either breaking it before the ritual, or fulfilling it somehow, but Harry had no idea which prophecy would end up being broken. He had asked Snape to give him a list of possible major prophecies in Britain, but he didn't find anything that fit the criteria. They were either vague enough that breaking them was unfeasible, or they were too weak to power a ritual like the one that Dumbledore and Grindelwald are planning. Harry thought that killing Voldemort would stop the two champions from being able to enact the final ritual, but he now realized that while he did probably inconvenience them, he had also given away an advantage of his own. Dumbledore and Grindelwald weren't going to give up on finding a new prophecy. They could get caught off guard, of course, and end up killing themselves by making a mistake in their ritual while thinking that the prophecy between Neville and Voldemort still existed. However, with Grindelwald involved, Harry didn't see it happening so easily. They probably had another prophecy ready, one that Harry couldn't interrupt in time, and if they didn't, then Harry finally had a lucky break. He didn't hold his breath on that front, of course. The final task was less than 2 weeks, and Harry knew that he should be happy to even have a plan, but something niggled at the back of his mind, like he was missing something. Technically everything should be going along great, but it was just a gut feeling, and he learned to trust them over time. Sure, the future kids meant that he had won, but that didn't really guarantee anything, not really. He could find dozens of different ways for that to happen, but it still resulted in devastating effects, chief of which being the fact that the Asgardian gods were involved for some reason. He had tried to confirm anything, to use his fledgling skill in divination, trying to see anything past the final task, but the whole thing was surrounded by an immense black wall, and he always ended up with a headache. Harry knew for a fact that even Grindelwald wouldn't have been able to do anything like this. It felt higher, in a way, better, and greater than any human, champion of the dark or not, would be able to achieve. If he had to guess, it was time or fate restricting this, which actually boded well for Harry. All things considered, Grindelwald was, by far, the better seer. It wasn't even funny. Harry regretted not focusing on the field more. It just didn't come naturally to him. Well, that wasn't exactly true. What he was capable of was beyond what most people would even be able to achieve in the field, especially given his age, but it was something that his arcane hearing couldn't help with, and that slowed down the meteoric learning speed that he was used to when dealing with other magics. Grindelwald must have spent decades mastering the field, to be as proficient as he was today, and Harry learned very quickly that he didn't have the time to catch up, not before Ragnarok at the very least. So, the Black Wall, as he liked to call it, hindered Grindelwald massively. Theoretically speaking, Harry was at his greatest advantage. After the last task, Grindelwald's skill in divination will be nearly useless. He and Dumbledore would have to personally perform the final ritual, where they would be at their most vulnerable, and finally, Harry had a concrete plan to deal with it. The Philosopher's Stone and the World's Serpent's Fang were ready to be deployed, unseen, undetected in the chaos that the champions of light and dark would bring upon themselves. So, why was he so worried? Why did he feel like something was missing? It was extremely annoying, like a puzzle piece that was missing, or a small smudge on a painting. He knew he was on the right path, but something felt wrong. Sure, there was the giant shadow of his and Daphne's fates in Ragnarok, but Harry had prepared dozens of contingencies, and hundreds of backup plans, and upped the protections on both Black Manor and Daphne's family home. He tried not to think about it too much, choosing to enjoy the time they had left together, in case it truly was the end. It was a morbid thought, but ever since the entire time travel mess, Harry felt every moment he was apart from Daphne, counting the moments between the reunion. Tonight was the first time in over a week they spent more than a couple of hours apart, and it was mostly because Daphne wanted to spend time with Astoria and Harry needed some time alone to try to figure out what niggled in his mind, what was missing in his plan. As he walked back to the castle from the Forbidden Forest, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He didn't find anything, which felt like a waste of time, he could have used for something else. With his time feeling more limited, with every moment counting, he hated wasting even a single second. The sheer fact that he had to even walk back to the castle instead of making a portal there was frustrating, but he couldn't afford Dumbledore arranging for him to be seen in some way and set the ICW on him. The Inquisition that would follow alone would waste more time than he could afford. Speaking of Dumbledore, something had changed. Harry didn't know what it was exactly, but he seemed harsher, stricter, in a way. It was hard to explain. It was like he was less human, and that definitely didn't bode well for Harry. Harry had no idea what could have caused something like that, especially with the task coming so soon, only that he kept glaring at the last Potter a lot more whenever they were in the same room. Thankfully, Harry tried to avoid the men as much as possible. The young wizard's musings were interrupted when he saw a small figure hunched near the Black Lake, essentially hyperventilating, in the middle of the night. Slowly, Harry walked towards her, making out the features of a young woman. It was the hair that got him to recognize who it was, as the moonlight bounced off of it, letting its auburn colors show, Susan Bones. The girl stiffened, almost jumping in fright, and yelled, "Oh, it's you, Harry. Bloody hell. You could have given me a heart attack." "Sorry," Harry answered sheepishly, "I was just surprised to see you here." "Losing my shit, you mean," the redhead answered bitterly. "I suppose that's an apt description. Care to say what's on your mind? You know what they say about burdens shared and all this nonsense." The girl rolled her eyes. "You really have a way with words, Potter." She stayed silent but thankfully not crying. "We haven't really talked to each other in a while, huh?" Harry winced at that. He and Susan were relatively close in the previous year, maybe enough to be considered friends when they worked on their runes project. But with the tournament, with Ragnarok, Harry hadn't really found any time to really spend time for her. No, he could have found the time. He had just been distracted by everything. He composed himself slightly. "Sorry about that." She rolled her eyes. "Hey, I can forgive it because of the whole dying thing you did at Demstrang, and I was stuck in Hogwarts after because of the war. Nevertheless, I should have contacted you. So, what's bothering you?" "What else?" she snorted. "That fucking tournament has been nothing but a disaster. I wish I never put my name in. People are looking at me like I'm going to die soon. Even Hannah has been distancing herself and crying whenever she looks at me. It's not my fault that I'm stuck competing in this task." Harry stood there, understanding her dilemma. The Hufflepuff was forced to compete since she's a champion who hadn't really competed in any other tasks. Most of the Hogwarts lineup was younger students who were forced to do it, and it was obvious that they were all scared. Susan was probably in the worst position since Cedric Diggory's death. Her house's rising start had died in the previous task. He didn't really know what to say or how to comfort her. "Everything is going to be fine. Olympus happened because it wasn't planned properly, and most of the task was hidden. This time, everything will be fine. Everything is in front of a crowd of people and Europe's best healers will be there in case something happens. There won't be a creature or a gigantic explosion. Yes, but Ascalon is a weapon people will be willing to kill for, to go to prison for. Dumbledore said that he would give the sword to the winner, but he didn't say anything about what would happen if the winner got arrested. I'm guessing it'll go to his family and there are a lot of people ready to go to jail to bring that thing into the possession of their family." Harry had to admit that she had a point there. Dumbledore using fucking Ascalon to bring interest into the task got people very heavily invested in the task's outcome. People would be willing to kill for a legendary weapon like that, and a lot of people who had hesitated on being part of the tournament volunteered, and given that they'd end up fighting Hogwarts champions which are mostly younger, well, it didn't paint a pretty picture. Feeling slightly compassionate for the young woman's dilemma, and slightly guilty about not talking to her for months, Harry took out a small pendant from his pocket and gave it to her. "Here." The girl blushed for some reason before asking, "Curious, what is it?" "Just something I made. I enchanted it to redirect most curses and foreign magic. It's essentially like an invisible shield right above your skin. It should help you in case someone tries to attack you. It's not perfect, of course. It wouldn't stop something like a killing curse, or very powerful attacks, but it should make you a lot safer." They didn't say anything about not being able to bring enchanted items. The Bones Scion stared at Harry, flabbergasted. "I can't take this. This thing would cost a fortune." Harry simply shrugged. "I made it myself. Believe me, I have a bunch of them. I've been trying to improve them for a while. I even made Daphne a new prototype. Believe me, this doesn't cost anything." It had been something to keep Harry's mind busy, trying to find ways to give Daphne as much protection as he could manage, given the time frame. He had to admit that they could probably each cost a fortune, given the effort he needed to make them. He had even used Solomon's magic to stop them, making them specifically stop the energies of the light and dark. It was one of the countermeasures he made, but it didn't feel enough, not nearly. For some reason, the girl's grin turned slightly bitter for a second before softening. "Thank you, Harry. I really don't know what to say. I wasn't going to come here, you know. It was completely by accident, on a whim, really. It feels like I was meant to talk to you here, I guess. Harry gave her a smile. Fate is funny like that. Sometimes, it needs a lot of coincidences to work, but each small event has a reason. He stopped as an idea made its way into his head. Everything happened for a reason. In Harry's case, every single step of the way was paved for him by a dead man, a seer who had seen thousands of years later and played the game despite being dead. Harry found what niggled into his mind. Azkaban. Solomon made sure that Harry would be there, that they would speak, and that he'd have access to his magic. But he could have done that 1,000 different ways, so why make it so something as horrible as Azkaban comes to be, that someone like a Christie's would cause horrors in his doomed quest? But what if there was something more to it? It seemed fitting. And suddenly, everything clicked, and Harry burst into laughter. Oh, you brilliant bastard. That's it. He showed me from the very first time, everything I needed to see. Oh, that was extremely sneaky. Susan gave him a confused look. What are you on about? Harry just smiled at her. You're a brilliant girl, Susan Bones, and I am extremely happy to have talked to you tonight. He didn't even say anything else and just ran towards the castle. He had it. He finally had it. The final piece of the puzzle, and it fit so perfectly into his plan. Without even caring, he walked as quickly as he could towards the Slytherin common room and found Daphne sitting with her sister, and gave her a wide smile, which she returned. I'm guessing you found something. Harry grinned. You bet I did. Fine, tell me all about it after the meeting. That wiped the smile off his face immediately. He almost forgot about the bloody meeting. The blonde gave him a mischievous look. You forgot, didn't you? I was actually tempted to send you a Patronus, just in case. You've been cutting things a bit close. We're almost late. He nodded and gave a smile to Daphne's sister. Hey, Astoria. The small blonde grinned widely. You have a meeting, huh? Is that what they're calling it these days? Although, I'm not surprised that Daphne is putting a schedule on your personal time. He stammered for a few seconds before glaring at the girl. You know perfectly well that's not what happens. Then, what's happening in your super-secret meeting, then? Harry glared at her, and Daphne hit him in the shoulder. Let's just go, Harry, before turning towards her sister, and stop acting like a brat, Astoria. The younger girl just mocked Daphne's tone and ran away when her older sister took out her wand to hex her. She then smugly took Harry's hand and led him out of the common room and into a deserted classroom. Her casual smile was gone and turned more businesslike, and Harry gave her a concerned look. Are you sure you want to come? I thought we agreed before that we'd do this together, Harry. We did. I'm just making sure. Once we step through these halls, there is no going back, no matter what I want. She rolled her eyes. We both know that fate will involve me, despite what either of us do. I'll feel a lot better if I make my own choices, instead of them being made for me. Harry nodded and opened a portal. A fraction of a second later, they found themselves in a large room with a circular table. Looking at the people sitting, he realized that they were the last to arrive. They sat down, looking at the faces of Arcturus Black, Sebastian Delacour, Alexander Marinakis, and Vlad Dracul. The vampire spoke up in a smooth voice. I'm glad to see you at this time. Let's ignore the pleasantries, we don't have time for that. Instead, let's talk about how we're planning to handle Ragnarok. Chapter 436, Chapter 436, The Round Table. June 7, 1995, Land of Shadows. They sat down, looking at the faces of Arcturus Black, Sebastian Delacour, Alexander Marinakis, and Vlad Dracul. The vampire spoke up in a smooth voice. I'm glad to see you at this time. Let's ignore the pleasantries, we don't have time for that. Instead, let's talk about how we're planning to handle Ragnarok. This meeting was something that Harry had dreaded for a while. It had nothing to do with who was involved, but merely the topic, its goal, for the final preparations of Ragnarok. Yeah, sue him, but Harry wasn't exactly looking forward to the end of days. Nevertheless, they were all sitting there, ready for a war whose scale they barely even understood because the world had never seen anything like it before. Well, technically, there could be some comparisons to the original war between the light and dark, before they were sealed away, that is, but that didn't really count. Nevertheless, despite the daunting task ahead of them, they had gathered in the Land of Shadows, Vlad Dracul's domain. It was, probably, the single most protected place in the world, being essentially a subspace, a folded dimension of its own that Gellert Grindelwald couldn't see through. Everyone was staring at Harry expectantly as if waiting for him to lead the meeting. It made sense. He was the one who was probably the most knowledgeable about the light and dark, he was the only one who had survived a proper fight against them, and he was the one with an actionable plan. Harry had wanted to avoid the whole thing and get Arcturus to handle the army side of the fighting, while his ward would focus on his plan. Yet, the Black Patriarch refused, saying something about it being time for Harry to step up. Deep down, Harry knew that his guardian was right. This was his plan, his fight, and he should lead it, but he still hadn't led anyone before, not really. The only time he could think of it was when he trained people during the tournament and led his friends during the Battle of Hogsmeade, that was it. The sad truth was that even amongst friends, Harry had a hard time really expressing himself, often just giving up and handling everything by himself. It was one of his biggest flaws and something he had planned on working on if he, actually survived Ragnarok. And yet, now they were expecting him to lead army veterans in a war, which Harry felt extremely unqualified to do. However, he had no other choice. Arcturus gave him an approving nod, and he took a deep breath. All right, let's talk about Ragnarok. His voice was steadier than he expected. What do you lot know so far? Sebastian Delacour answered, we know that Grindelwald and Dumbledore are working together, that they had been manipulating the European school tournament to their ends. For each task, they broke a prophecy and used its magical release to power something. Marinakis nodded. It's a very elaborate ritual, one that needs to be powered 7 times, if I had to guess. However, I must say that its goals still elude me. Their host, the first vampire, spoke up for the first time. I believe I can shed some light on this. The ritual is Gellert's creation, his masterpiece. It was a theoretical exercise, truly, not something I ever expected could have seen the light of day. It's a way of amplifying massively any sort of magical spell by spreading it out over time, causing a compounding effect as it's stored before it releases explosively. 7 broken prophecies, over months of time. The magical release alone will be astronomical, enough to wipe an entire country off the map at the very least, maybe even a continent. They all shuffled around hesitatingly, and Harry decided to put a stop to it. I have set certain measures in place to handle any large-scale magical release. This will not be a problem. He then turned towards the vampire. Do you have any idea what the purpose of this ritual is? I still don't know, even after spending almost a year trying to stop it. Harry was, of course, talking about the World Tree. Its seed was ready to absorb any large-scale magic like a sponge, using it to grow and protect the material realm. Nevertheless, he didn't elaborate. He saw no need to tell people about the World Tree. Harry knew the people in this room, but he didn't trust them enough to tell them about something as massive and as monumental as what the tree was bound to become. They would try to use it to their own ends, specifically Delacour, Draco, and Marinakis. Thankfully, they didn't press, and Vlad simply answered, Gellert was obsessed with the prophecy of Ragnarok, well before the world serpent perished. My former pupil's greatest desire was always control. My guess would be that he saw that the end of days was coming and is trying to give himself some form of control over the prophecy. What about Dumbledore? Arcturus asked. The first vampire scoffed, that fool has always been blind when it came to Gellert. I don't know if my former pupil told him about his true plan, whatever it is, but I don't think so. This ritual is Gellert's work, probably refined over decades. They both know that they'll fight, that one of them will not survive. I'm sure that both of them will be preparing and making plans for their own ends. Believe me, their alliance is fragile. Gellert would not let himself lose and would stack the deck in his favor as much as he could. Sebastian Delacour scoffed, so, what you're telling me is that Dumbledore and Grindelwald have been planning a gigantic ritual, probably something that would give them somehow some form of control over how Ragnarok is going to occur, and that our only advantage is that they're planning to eventually fight one another. Mind your tone, Delacour, Harry answered dryly. I confess that we don't know much about Grindelwald's ritual, but if this ritual comes to pass, then we've already lost. We don't need to know about it, we need to stop them before it happens. And how are you prepared to do that? Marinakis questioned. Look, the way I see it, we have 2 different ways we can do this. The first one is to stop the prophecy from being broken. It's the last piece of the puzzle. They will not be able to move past this, the ritual will be incomplete and they'll get caught up in the blast. I can deal with the magical release, so we should be fine on that front. Yes, it was a plan, but not without its issues. For one, they had no idea what the prophecy Dumbledore was planning on breaking, and there was also the fact that they would need to be close to Hogwarts, something that Sebastian voiced. No, it's too close to Hogwarts. Any attack would be seen coming a mile away. Dumbledore had decades to learn every single detail and ward available in the castle. We will not last long against something like this. We're already at a disadvantage, there's no need to make it even worse. Everyone seemed to agree, and Harry continued, all right, if we don't stop the prophecy, then we need to concentrate our attack on the actual ritual site. This brings us to our next problem. We have no idea where Grindelwald's ritual will take place. It was something that he had neglected in the previous tasks. Harry never really took the time to see where the 2 champions were storing the energy they collected. It was just gone, absorbed, without a single trace. Thankfully, Vlad chimed in, a ritual of this magnitude, they can't store the energy in one place. It'll be obvious, and that's not to mention extremely dangerous. No, Gellert used each school as an anchor of some sort, storing the magic there, ready for the ritual, which is a good thing, since the ritual will need to be a certain distance from each of them. By my calculations, there are 5 places that could work, but only one of them really stands out. Where? Sebastian asked. Nurmengard, the vampire uttered. Holy shit. Was Grindelwald planning this so far back? There were many speculations as to why Grindelwald chose this place in the middle of nowhere to build his fortress. Sure, there were a few ley lines passing there, but it wasn't anywhere special. There were better places to choose from, places with better ambient magic, places with at least a natural defense, like mountains or even a lake. But no, Gellert Grindelwald chose a place in the middle of nowhere, and now Harry understood why. He's been planning this from the start before even his own war began. Delacour and Arcturus slumped in their seats, and Harry couldn't blame them. They had fought the Dark Lord in the Great War. They had won, at great sacrifice, and it was the only thing that made it worth it. The idea that it was all some sort of elaborate plan, that conquest hadn't been Grindelwald's main goal from the start, that Nurmengard was created, not as a prison for his enemies, not as a center of his operations, but as a way to manipulate the end of days to his own ends, well, it was extremely demoralizing, to say the least. Thankfully, Marinakis broke the silence. The question is whether or not we even have the numbers necessary to break the wards on Nurmengard. Wouldn't it make more sense to attack Hogwarts instead? It'll be far less protected. But we would have less intelligence on that front. Voldemort's death means that we don't know which prophecy Dumbledore is planning on breaking. The entire Department of Mysteries is looking for candidate prophecies, but they've found nothing so far. Even then, we'd need to find where they're planning on breaking the prophecy and deal with that on the fly. It's too much risk. Arcturus seemed to disagree. We could have a small task force in Hogwarts to stop the prophecy from breaking. Harry thought for a moment. It was very likely that Dumbledore would be able to break the prophecy, but theoretically speaking, he could use that. Harry could technically absorb the magical release with the Elder Wand, much as he did on Olympus. Sure, it might not fully work, but the excess magic could be useful in the eventual final battle. He nodded at them. I'll lead a small team in Hogwarts, hoping to stop the prophecy from breaking. I'll need a heavy hitter in case we end up fighting Dumbledore, but I'll do what I can. The former headmaster of Olympus Academy spoke up. I don't mind joining you. It's been a while since I've been in a real fight, but this doesn't change the fact that attacking Nurmengard will be very difficult. Grindelwald spent decades maintaining the wards on this place. Will our numbers be enough to stop them? Harry took back control of the room. I believe they will. I have thousands of Lycans ready to be deployed, and hundreds of unspeakable specializing in breaking wards. Delacour and Black were able to hire over 10,000 mercenaries from across the continent, and we have enough heavy hitters. Given the fact that Grindelwald will have to perform the ritual himself and will not be able to reinforce any of the wards, we have a solid chance to break the wards. If they haven't by the time I get there from Hogwarts, I'll sneak in myself and destroy them. No, Vlad retorted, I'll be the one sneaking in and destroying the wards. We can't afford to waste any more time, and stealth has always been a speciality of mine. Harry nodded, feeling grateful, but Delacour wasn't exactly convinced. What about the army of vampires that are bound to attack us? The vampire answered, the number of elder vampires and vampire lords has dwindled in the last few years. They will be troublesome, but not impossible to deal with. Delacour continued, and then what? Assuming that Dumbledore breaks the prophecy, that you somehow survive the encounter with him, that we break the wards, and that our army destroys the vampires, we still have to deal with the champions of light and dark working together, and believe me, even if our chances of success are slim there, they're practically non-existent against these two. Leave Dumbledore and Grindelwald to me. I have a plan, and they'll be preoccupied with their ritual as well. I only need you to give me the opportunity to fight them both while the ritual is being powered. Deal with their armies and leave the rest to me. He already had to rework a few things given the new information. Harry had assumed that the ritual would take place in Britain and was safe, that the World Tree Seed would be able to absorb the magical release without too many problems, but Nurmengard changed things. He'd need to find a way to bring the magical release to the World Tree Seed, or bring the tree to Nurmengard, something that was probably going to be a headache in itself. Maybe some form of large-scale space warping would work. He couldn't exactly do it without Grindelwald knowing about it, given how close it would be from his place of operations. Oh, he had an idea. It could work very well, but it would require a lot of energy. He should be able to pull it off eventually. Still, everyone sitting at the table looked very hesitant for some reason, and it was Arcturus who broke the silence. You're seriously planning on fighting them both, alone? Harry shook his head, not alone. You're all welcome to join me, but as I said, I have a plan. But don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to think that I can overpower the two of them, and I'm not planning on fighting them. I'm planning on killing them. No matter what happens, Dumbledore and Grindelwald will not survive, not for long. Our main goal here is to stop the ritual. The light and dark cannot be allowed to enter our realm. We cannot afford another great cataclysm. Then there's something else, Vlad said, his voice suddenly heavier. Something we need to stop, no matter the cost. What? The vampire's gaze flickered to each of them before he spoke the name with finality. Gjallarhorn. The horn that heralded Ragnarok. Harry had heard of it from Norse mythology, but there was also something recent. Grindelwald stole it during the 5th task, alongside Thor's belt of strength. He had forgotten all about that theft, to be honest, and now it was biting him in the ass. Yes. The belt is no more, of course, destroyed for its prophecy, but Grindelwald needs the horn. He seeks to manipulate Ragnarok to his own ends, and from what I know from studying the horn, it's a spell, one that needs a lot of power, and makes a breach into the material realm's protection, allowing the light and dark to step through. No one was able to do it because it needed a ridiculous amount of power. But it was always there, during every single potential end of days. I last saw it in Camlin in Morgan Le Fay's possession. The Fae sealed her before she could use it, thankfully. And no one thought to destroy it, or at least, hide it. Arcturus replied dryly. They have. Even if it's destroyed, it would appear later in pristine condition. Hiding it didn't work, it would teleport around somehow, find a way to be in the right hands, in the possession of people who would be able to use it. We all just gave up after a few centuries trying to stop it. Delacour spoke up clearly. So, let me get this straight, you want us to use an army to attack one of the most well-defended fortresses in history, while Potter tries to fight Dumbledore for a prophecy he doesn't even know, in a place that he doesn't even know yet. Then somehow, if he survived, he would join us in Nurmengard, where we're hoping that Draco would be able to sneak inside and destroy the wards. After which, our army will fight an army of vampires, while Potter, and who knows what else, will fight both Dumbledore and Grindelwald, for some plan he obviously refuses to tell us about, while also making sure that the ritual isn't complete, and that Grindelwald doesn't use an invincible, teleporting, and mythical horn. And in the miracle that we succeed, he will also use some other obscure thing to stop the magical release from killing us all. Did I miss anything? Harry shook his head. That sounds about right. The Frenchman groaned and slammed his head on the table. We're all going to die. The young wizard snorted. If it makes you feel any better, we're all going to die if we don't fight anyway. This does not, in fact, make me feel any better. Is this seriously the best plan you could have come up with? It's a miracle that we even have a plan, Harry responded dryly. Vlad Dracul nodded. I've seen battles won with worse odds. The young wizard continued. We can also use the time we have to gain more advantages. We have almost 2 weeks and we need to make the best of them. We need to study the wards beforehand and get some intelligence on how they're structured, and where they're based, first. We also need to know where exactly in the fortress the ritual is going to take place. Every minute counts here. The vampire spoke up. I also have a few ideas on how to increase your odds during the fight against Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Harry turned towards the vampire with a gleam in his eyes. I'm interested. Chapter 437, Crack in the Foundation. June 7, 1995, Land of Shadows. The vampire spoke up. I also have a few ideas on how to increase your odds during the fight against Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Harry turned towards the vampire with a gleam in his eyes. I'm interested. The meeting ended up taking up hours of his time. It was time to literally plan for everything, including how to separate their army into small teams, which speciality would go there. Arcturus and Delacour were obviously not going to participate in the fighting. They were just too old to be able to do this, despite their protests. To be fair, Delacour didn't protest as much as Arcturus, who still grumbled at Harry, glaring whenever their eyes met. Alright, it might have been because of the fact that Harry didn't want his guardian fighting in a war, but the logic was still sound. In terms of true heavy hitters, they were Harry, Dracul, and Marinakis, and after each of them finished their roles, they were supposed to meet up to fight Grindelwald and Dumbledore together. Of course, Dracul had to break the wards first. Harry had to try to fight against Dumbledore and set up his plan, which should start in Britain, as well as making the connection with the World Tree Seed, and Marinakis should help lead the fight against the vampires, carving his way in publicly. Remus Lupin and Severus Snape technically counted as faction leaders, but if Harry was honest to himself, they could barely fight a vampire elder each, which was frankly very disappointing. Well, Lupin probably could take on 2 at best, but in this war, that didn't make him all that remarkable in a war of this magnitude. Snape, while a fountain of resources, barely even counted in a real fight. Both of them also treated him pretty weirdly, obviously still seeing him as his mother's son. Thankfully, he didn't have to deal with them, and the others were still in the room. Lupin was still stabilizing his group. Lily's death still caused a few tensions to rise, not much but enough that he had to be involved. As for Snape, he was still looking for a suitable prophecy that Dumbledore could break and didn't have the time to come. Anyway, the Unspeakables and the Lycans would participate in the attack on Nurmengard, with the Unspeakables focusing on breaking the wards or any enchantments they face there, but not in the fighting itself, while the Lycans would be on the front lines fighting off the vampires in close combat, with support from the mercenaries from long range. Thankfully the meeting was over, and Harry watched as Daphne decided to talk to Arcturus and Marinakis about something. The blonde had remained quiet for the entire meeting, not really chiming in any way, despite having asked to be part of it. If he had to guess, Daphne had wanted to make sure that they had an actual plan more than anything. Harry still had some reservations about her being part of the fighting, words from the future or not. She was certainly capable, but he didn't like the idea of her being hurt. Then again, it was probably the same for her. His train of thought was interrupted by Vlad making his way towards him. "Ah, young love. It's always so refreshing to see." Harry snorted, "If only we didn't have the apocalypse holding us back. I can't help but be worried about her. And she can't help but worry about you." He hummed but didn't answer, and the vampire continued, "You shouldn't underestimate her. Perhaps you don't even think that you do, perhaps it's a subconscious thing, but she will surprise you. Do you want to know what she's talking with them about?" He motioned towards them. Harry nodded, and the vampire answered, "She's currently negotiating with Marinakis to house her family under his wards. I have to admit that they will be quite safe there. Delacour is probably going to follow her lead too. She's even arguing for the Leakin children to also get a place there." The last Potter an amused smile. "She's always been a bit of a spitfire despite her trying to be cold and collected. And it's not that I underestimate her, it's just that I don't want her fighting on the front lines. Then give her a bigger role elsewhere. We have enough warriors and fighters. One girl will not make a difference, not really. She could be a lot more valuable away from the carnage. Trust me, forbidding her from fighting will only make her want to do it more." Harry thought about it and had to admit that the vampire had a point. He'd just been blinded by the prospect of Daphne getting hurt or dying had rattled him a lot, and made him very hesitant to make her part of the fighting, and she obviously knew that. However, like it or not, Daphne's new combination of blood magic and her crest's druidic magic had made her very formidable. He didn't delude himself and think that he could stop Daphne from fighting, but what if he could make it so that she had a critical role in the coming fight without being on the front lines? He knew that she would be involved anyway, so why not use it to his advantage? He stifled a grin as an idea formed in his mind. It could work, and it fits perfectly with his plan. He turned towards the vampire and said, "I'll take that into consideration." The vampire chuckled and changed the subject, "You were quite good. If it wasn't for your age, I would have thought you were a veteran commander leading his battalion in a war." "I was pretty nervous, to be honest," Harry answered back. "I'm glad it didn't show." The vampire shook his head. "You don't get it, do you? I wasn't giving you a compliment." Harry tilted his head. "I'm not sure what you mean. You did a good job acting like a war general, but that's not who you are. You're leading an army, ready to charge at a magical fortress probably with more wards than most ministries combined, ready to fight the champions of light and dark by yourself. It's not a bad plan, but it's obviously not yours." Harry stayed silent at that, and the first vampire continued, "You are not a general, Harry Potter. You are not a soldier, nor a warrior. You are a scholar and a trickster. That's how you survived against Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and that's how you need to be to defeat them. You're fighting them as they would fight you. You know fully well that in a contest of might, they would win. You are clever, but you do not have something like the light or the dark empowering you. Perhaps had things been different, were they normal if extremely powerful mages, you'd have a chance, but we're not so lucky. The others are warriors and fighters, this is what they're used to. You're not, and you need to use that to your advantage." Harry nodded, looking pensive. Of course, his plan was pretty layered. He'd only given the others a surface taste of what he'd been planning, but Vlad still had a point. Most of them didn't understand why Harry wanted to be at Hogwarts at the start. Sure, he would love nothing more than to stop Dumbledore from destroying the final prophecy, but he wasn't exactly extremely hopeful about it. There were too many variables, but there was a lot to gain from being there, a small edge in his favor, despite the inevitable fight with Dumbledore. They didn't know about Harry's plan for the inevitable fight, his ace in the hole, seeing it as a battle just to get Harry there to fight against impossible opponents, and he wasn't planning on telling them otherwise. They didn't know the extent of how much Harry prepared everything, but now that he thought about it, he could do better, for the surface fights as well. Daphne could play a part in it as well. It would satisfy her, given the size of the role. Ideas started to swim in his head, layers and layers of plans that he could implement, and it would save him a lot of time and money. Nevertheless, he didn't say anything to Vlad and just asked, "You said something about helping me against the light and dark." The vampire let out a sigh. "You're planning to fight the light and dark together, but you don't have to. I have reason to believe that Gellert will not tell Dumbledore everything about his plans." "Why is that?" "That ritual, the one that he's been designing, he's been doing it for decades, refining it. Of course, I thought that it was nothing more than a scholarly pursuit, but it was more than that. Albus Dumbledore, for all his faults, deludes himself into thinking that he has noble intentions. He would not have joined Gellert, essentially bringing forth Ragnarok, if he didn't have a noble reason to do that." "What do you think the true purpose of the ritual is?" Harry asked. "I said it before, I don't know it for sure. Many things have changed since Gellert was my student." "But you have a guess," the young wizard insisted. The vampire sighed regretfully. You remind me of him." Gellert was a brilliant young man, but he never valued power, not the way that you think. He is a powerful seer, probably one of the strongest I've ever met, and since his childhood, he'd been haunted by nightmares, possibilities, and death. It changed him the only way it could change any child. Gellert saw the Muggles wiping out or enslaving the mages and wanted to save them, wanted to save us, but he found no other path to salvation without power. Mages listened to the most powerful and he decided to do that. All that conquest, all these deaths, they were sacrifices for his fateful victory. Believe it or not, he thought of his connection to the dark as a shackle, as an unwelcome voice in his head. It was one of his main contentions with Dumbledore, who thought of the light as some form of divine guidance. Seriously? Harry asked, stupefied. It was odd to think of Grindelwald as anything more than a champion of the dark. Yes. He spent decades stifling the dark, hoping not to use it, only to fail, for his life's work to be undone by his former friend who had given into the light. I think something broke in him that day, which was probably the dark's plan in the first place now that I think about it. But what does that have to do with his ritual? The vampire hummed. Gellert spoke of a ritual before he started the war. It was his last resort when all else failed. Even he thought it was too drastic to be used casually. When the magical world is threatened, when it would face extinction, at the hands of the Muggles, he would have enacted this ritual, to essentially transport the entire magical work into a realm. Anything with a drop of magic, be it plant, creature, or mage, would be removed from the material realm and into one he had specifically chosen. He would ascend, shedding his connection to the dark, and become a god, unaging, unending, ruling of the magical world however he deemed fit. Harry didn't respond to that. He didn't exactly know how to. This was beyond mad. He could see why power requirements were so immense, but the sheer principle of it was just wrong. He couldn't seriously do that without any repercussions. For one, Harry had seen Grindelwald's very essence during the fight against Olympus and it was so intertwined with the dark that it would be impossible for him to rip his connection with the entity. Maybe he was hoping that it would be too distracted with Ragnarok to care. That's insane, was all he managed to get out. I said the exact same thing to him when he told it to me. I thought it was a theory, a thought exercise at best. I should have seen that my answer obviously upset him. He would have confided in me if I thought otherwise, but I was too foolish to think further of it. Harry shook his head. It wasn't your fault and blaming yourself will not help anyone. At least we know this much. But I see your point when you said that Grindelwald didn't tell Dumbledore everything. I don't see him agreeing with something like this, to leave the entirety of the magical world under his enemy's control. The first vampire snorted, agreeing. Of course, he wouldn't agree. But Albus Dumbledore is someone that Gellert figured out a long time ago. He likes to think that suffering is a cost of a greater plan, a greater good. It wouldn't be hard for Gellert to modify the details enough to frame this as a way to save the magical world from annihilation. It's a very foolish attitude to have, especially for someone with so much power, but it likely stems from when his sister died, a young man desperately trying to find a reason for the cruelty she experienced, to justify his possible role in killing her. Nevertheless, this provides us with an opportunity to turn them against one another, Harry hummed. It was a good idea, even if it was very risky. There was a high chance that Dumbledore wouldn't believe him. Maybe he could trick Grindelwald into revealing it somehow. Again, there were too many variables and too many ways for things to go wrong. Still, this gave him more context about Grindelwald's ritual and how he could potentially mess with it. His mind was swimming with plans, a few viable, others not so much. Harry took a deep, calming his thoughts and asked something that had been on his mind ever since Vlad told him of his suspicions about Grindelwald's ritual. Is Grindelwald really prepared to destroy the material realm, causing another great cataclysm, wiping out billions of innocent people, non-magical creatures but innocent nonetheless, for his plan? Because that's what it would do. Grindelwald was obviously planning this for a while from the shadows but accelerated things when the prophecy of Ragnarok started to appear. He obviously wanted to use it as a smokescreen, but to do that, to blow on Gyllenhaal just for his plans was beyond drastic. It was simply monstrous and mad. The first vampire nodded. I'm afraid so. It's the only reason I could see him having stolen Gyllenhaal. Your main priority should be the horn. Without it, Grindelwald would not activate his ritual. He will not risk the Dark's ire when trying to escape its grasp, and he definitely will not allow the magical world to be under its control. Turn the champions of light and dark on one another, then steal the horn. That is the only way. It wasn't. For all his knowledge and age, Vlad didn't know all the variables and didn't even know what Harry's plan was. It was funny how his plan seemed perfect for exactly this scenario, but Vlad's knowledge gave Harry room to improve it. A big limitation was the lack of information on his enemy's plans, and now he had more than enough to start planning. A mischievous and bloodthirsty grin appeared on Harry's face. You know what, Vlad, you were right about me sticking to my roots. Think nothing of it. It was just some advice, the vampire retorted. Well, let's just say I had a very clever idea, and I'll need your help to pull it off. By the time Harry explained his plan, Vlad Dracul had a grin that matched his own.